All right.
Shut your mouth loud!
Hate him, by
Episode
the
number
way.
100. Oh, ha, ha! Episode
Pink
number
hasn't
100.
spoken since he joined the call.
Oh shit! I've got it set to the wrong thumbnail. Wait.
Nice.
It was episode 181. Now it's episode 182. There we go.
We leveled up.
Yay!
Yeah. That was the end of episode 181, folks. Okay, now it's episode 182. Fuck
Yeah.
me.
What y'all don't know is that we don't actually record the podcast weekly. We record one 12-hour podcast once every month, and then we cut them up.
Yeah. All right. So, me and Addy were talking about fucking Guilty Gear Strive. So, I was saying that, like, fighting game series evolve over time, and Addy was saying, like, the trouble is that Guilty Gear, there is nothing that fills the niche of X2 or Igzard in modern fighting games. Which,
Yeah,
my sentiment
because,
there
like,
is, like,
yeah.
there's nothing stopping us from just going back and playing X2 and Igzard, and honestly, I prefer to go back and play X2 over Igzard. Which is not to say that Igzard's a bad game, just that I prefer X2 over it, you know?
Yeah. My thing is the same as always. I just want innovation. Like, yes, I like. You know, it's my thing with this whole thing of like, oh, it's okay to just go back to the old things. It's always that I want innovation. If what the thing I'm looking for is not being supplied anymore, then the thing that is not what I'm looking for, but is trying to act like it's supplying the thing, might as well not exist as far as I'm concerned, because I don't give a shit about it. And like, I'm not gonna shit on the people who do, but at the same time, the thing I want is not being supplied anymore.
Which, of course, like, this again just goes back to, I say, like, I may not necessarily love Strive. I did like Strive, but let's say pretend I don't. Then I still wouldn't mind because somebody's enjoying it, you know? And it's not, like, it's not morally or objectively wrong to dislike Strive, you know?
Yeah.
So, like,
And
I'm
once
fine with
again,
people
just so we get it on recording, like, I don't hate Strive either. Like, I liked parts of Strive. I like a lot of the ideas that Strive brought in, like the new RC system. I like the new characters, the ones that are on the base transfer. I don't know about the DLC ones that they've mined, but that's because I haven't seen them all that much. So like, I can't form an opinion. But like, yeah.
No, go ahead, finish. Finito.
But yeah, like, I don't hate Strive. I just don't like how it's yet another thing of like, it's yet another thing of, hey, here's the thing that I like. Now it's cut off. Now it becomes something that I don't necessarily like. Even though Strive is the closest we've gotten to something that I would like for a series that I like to change into. But
yeah, to be fair, the change from Igzard to Strive is not nearly as severe as the change from fucking what was it?
Yakuza.
Syndicate to Origins, or Yakuza 6 to fucking Like a
7.
Dragon.
Yeah.
Those are both pretty massive change. I don't think any series has changed as severely as Yakuza has.
Yeah.
Like,
Maybe Final Fantasy, but I'm not sure.
Well, Final Fantasy has still kept the same core gameplay. They've just changed it from turn-based to real-time, but it's still about, you know, the same stats and items and spells and moves.
True,
and
I guess, yeah.
Whereas, like,
yeah,
Yakuza,
I don't know.
Like, there is really very little space of, like, transferable stuff from classic Yakuza to a turn-based RPG other than just the usable item system. And I gotta be honest, I never liked the usable item system in Yakuza. I always thought it was oddly out of place. Like, I get that it was there for just, like, brute forcing your way through particularly difficult encounters, but it just kind of bugged the shit out of me that you could do that. It bugs the shit out of me you could do it in the older Devil May Cry's, too. Like, I'm gonna say the bad words here, but I'm gonna say them.
Stage play.
Get good.
Yeah. But yeah, there was one part in the Yakuza 1 stage play where during a fight scene, Kiryu's actor stops the fight and then acts like he's drinking a health item and then resumes the fight. And I just love that. I love that bullshit.
Please tell me that the other actors froze in time and one actor brought up a really shitty cardboard fucking makeup of the pause menu.
No, they didn't bring up a makeup of the pause menu, but all of the actors froze in time except for Kiryu.
Okay.
and then yeah,
Oh no, go ahead and finish.
like Kiryu stops the fight. He puts his arm into his jacket, pulls out nothing, acts like he's taking the top of it, and then acts like he's drinking something, and then throws it away, and then the fight resumes. It's great. Like that's a very good adaptation into a stage play. Just because like it's I like those winks, even if even if it breaks the fourth wall a bit. But like it like you're adapting
You
on
can't take a
freaking
stage play adaptation of a video game seriously.
yeah. Like you're adapting a video game aimed at 13-year-olds into a stage play. You put that stupid bullshit in. It'll tide them over.
But I just
Anyway,
to go back to the
yeah.
Strive
To
thing, I
finish on
guess I
to
should.
finish on the Guilty Gear thing. So yeah, like I don't hate Strive. It's just once again that freaking there are no complex hyper games coming out anymore, and that pains me because like okay, that I have one freaking ray of hope, Melty Blood.
There is
That's
Melty Blood. I'm also gonna. You're not gonna like this answer, but I'm gonna go ahead and say Power Rangers.
I said complex hyper game.
There's
Like,
complexity to Power Rangers.
yeah, Power Rangers gets kind of up there. I guess I just really hated the controls words.
Yeah, the controls are awkward, definitely. It's the same kind of complexity in Marvel 3. Like, Power Rangers is pretty well just a new Marvel 3, honestly.
Yeah, which kind of sucks for me because I don't like Marvel 3. Yeah, Mr. Hyper doesn't like Marvel, but yeah, okay, no, I like Marvel too.
Everyone likes Marvel too. Except
Yeah,
except fucking Marvel. Man.
but yeah,
Yeah, I guess I should go ahead and get on recording as well. Like, I enjoyed my time with the Strive beta. I'm in no rush to actually buy Strive, and I would be lying if I said I wouldn't prefer, honestly, if just X2 got re-released now with Nagoriyuki and Giovanna added.
yeah, like just really release X2, and then make sprites for all the characters that was introduced after, and then that's it. Like that's your game. Maybe put in an option for the Strive Roman cancels, and then that's it.
I would say, Patty, your ideal game at this point is for Ishwatari to do what he actually suggested at one point, which is wrap up Strive, wrap up the story with Strive, and boy, I popped the fuck out of the mic earlier. And then do a dream match game with pretty well the whole roster, and then probably like have grooves or isms or something like that, right?
I mean, I would like that, yeah,
I mean, nobody does grooves or isms
but like
nowadays because they're so
they're
ridiculously
hard.
difficult to balance. Yeah, difficult to balance.
But yeah, like at this point though, like my thing with even a dream game like this though now is that like my trust is broken. How do I know that it's not gonna be just another freaking slightly more air-dashy Street Fighter 5? Which I mean, like we did a podcast on Street Fighter 5 recently. Street Fighter 5 isn't bad. It's just not what I want out of Guilty Gear.
I would say Guilty Gear Strive is not Street Fighter 5. It's definitely a very. I mean, for one thing, I mean, fucking buttons, right? Like, it's one thing to have
I
a
don't
new.
know. Like to me, it feels like Street Fighter 5 in the same way. It's like a lot more stubby. It's a lot more grounded than freaking like I don't know. Street Fighter 4, I just associate Street Fighter 4 with freaking getting my ass pushed in by sets. So I didn't really know what to go into Street Fighter 5 with. But like,
Nagoriyuki. You didn't play Nagoriyuki, did you, in Strive?
I did.
Oh.
I know
Yeah.
about the full screen crouching heavy dude.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But yeah, like it's a lot more stubby and a lot more freaking like overall a lot more stubby and a lot more like ground based and shit like that. Like there's potential for stupid shit that I could like. It just really depends on how it will turn out. But I don't really feel like waiting 10 years for me to like strive in season 5. Like
So, this is kind of just splitting hairs, but I didn't put much time in with any characters except Nagoriyuki and Faust. But it certainly felt like Souls got way bigger reach and Strive than he did in X2 and Exart.
I don't know. Most of my time was spent with Giovanna, and
Oh, well, yeah.
also Also, like I also played some like I played everyone more or less. I didn't play Ramlet at all, and I like
Thank
against anyone
God.
except from you. And then I didn't play Milia, and that's it. I tried everyone else against other people too, and like Nagoriyuki obviously is built around Liege because he's actually just Haomaru, and then Faust is a fucking gorilla, and I don't
Meh.
mean no, the gorilla is not even a good because I was going to say in proportions he like but no he's like a gorilla's torso but twice.
An anorexic gorilla.
Yeah,
Uh, which when you say that like you don't want to play old games because you want innovation, what do you mean?
like I just want to see how certain mechanics could be changed or improved in a way that still keeps them somewhat intact, but at the same time improves on their whole ordeal. Because like uh freaking I'm forgetting the name of it. Danger Time, that's the one that everyone hates. Danger Time is a very stupid mechanic that you can't really improve all that much. But at the same time, Danger Time I think could have been turned into something interesting if it was handled more like a final showdown mechanic, for example. So
Well,
say like but yeah,
the problem with Danger Time was just that it was RNG.
yeah. But like imagine if we keep the RNG down a bit, so it's like I don't know, one of every 5 hits triggers it, then one of every 5 clashes triggers it, and then if both of you have 25% health in the freaking or 50 to 25, it depends on the actual damage output during the game, but yeah, in the deciding match, then it triggers Danger Time, and then it becomes sudden death. Then it's not just oh Slayer kills me in 2 hits now. It's oh, Slayer did the tactical thing and did the 5 strikes and got lucky, and now he will kill me in 2 hits, but otherwise he would have killed me in 4. So it doesn't really matter all that much.
I gotta be honest. I'm not a fan of Danger Time at all, and think it should have just been trashed.
It
Like,
has been
yeah,
like
yeah, absolutely.
I'm not mourning gets lost.
I think
I'm just
Danger Time is like Exerd's equivalent of fucking crush counters, where it's just an
ah
artificial
yeah
attempt. It's an artificial attempt at making pop off moments, is what it is. You know.
yeah.
Yeah, in the same way
But
that crush counter is whenever you see a crush counter get hit and you're like, oh, it's time for a big combo, the footsies, oh! And, you know, Danger Time's in the same way where, like, anything is supposed to be big game-winning combo, which might be great for viewers, but for the game itself, it's like, what the fuck? Okay, thanks, God.
yeah,
And boy,
but
Pikachu's just got
actually
nothing
like
to say this whole fucking go. We're even talking about one of the fighting game series he actually enjoys.
yeah. But he didn't play Strife, so he doesn't know if I'm cheating on it for the sake of cheating on it or not. I guess.
Right.
But actually, like they did some innovation in the way that I like in Strive, because the new RCs, I really like the new RCs and the way they work. I
Yeah,
really
the
wish
idea.
that we had them in Exod or freaking Plus R because
Yeah,
they seem
every
very
time.
interesting.
Every time that I fucking accidentally neutral RC in X2 or XR, I'm like, man, I really wish this was Strive so I could actually do something with that instead of just looking like an asshole. Excuse me while I burn meter. Okay, there we go. Romantic.
But yeah, that is the kind of innovation that I would have liked in regards to most things, if not everything. Like
Yeah.
it brings a new utility to it while changing out the stuff that didn't work, trying out new stuff that might work, and just overall it's freaking like it is a very interesting change that is neither here nor there yet because we don't know what seems to be good.
Are you talking
Although
basically about like? Well, there was a Say Jam video that just like a week ago, and I realized that sometimes it sounds like I just rip my stuff directly from Say Jam or Maximilian Dude, and that's because I do. But there was a Say Jam video about a week ago where he was talking about how the most fun period for just about any fighting game is the launch when nobody knows what the fuck they're doing and everyone is scrambling to discover tech. Is that basically what you're talking about? Like, you want
that's
new
a
fighting
part
games
of it.
because Yeah, because you want to
Yes,
have like that continual ability to have the sense of discovery.
yes,
Because like from my perspective, like Guilty Gear X2, for instance, is a game of like what infinite discovery. There we go. That's what I was looking for.
well, the thing though is that you also have to consider your own mechanical skill, mechanical or otherwise skill, because like technically that is true, yes, that there's always an infinite amount of possibilities and shit like that, and X2 is complex enough to
Well, in some
be
games,
able
there's
to
not an
discover a
infinite
lot
amount
of.
of possibilities.
Well,
Cough,
yeah,
cough, cough, cough. Mortal Kombat 11. Cough, cough.
yeah. But so like in X2, for example, there could be an infinite amount of possibilities, and there, it is complex enough to be able to do a number of things out of any of those. But then there's also the question of like, can I pull those things off? Am I able to discover that this thing can work that way, so that it can, so that I can use it to do that? And if not, then do I come across someone else who has done it? And like if I do, like then comes the freaking then comes pride, because as we discussed a lot, like I don't look at other people's combos all too much, because I like to make my own combos as shitty as they may be, because they're mine. Like I want to be the one to actually figure out that this thing works that way sometimes,
I
and
mean that
that's all. And that's another part of it.
I can see where that's fair, but like from my perspective, I gotta admit that like I enjoy like trying out like learning how to do mechanically difficult stuff that I thought I couldn't do. I really enjoyed learning how to Tiger Knee in Street Fighter, and I've still not figured out how to. I've still not got down the fucking rhythm for Kara throwing, but I will someday. But I can see where if you want to figure the stuff out yourself, then that can be really frustrating because that's kind of fucking small potatoes where you have to be like, you have to have the absurd thought of would it be possible to fucking cancel my normal on the first frame into a throw, right?
Yeah,
Which is of course
and
insanity unless you've heard of someone else doing it, you know?
yeah. I mean,
Because like why
with
would
like
you even
very
be able
very
to do
very meta
that?
with very meta tech like that, I don't take that up. Like I wouldn't have figured that shit out anyway. So with shit like that and then Korean backdash and stuff like that, like I don't. On that part, my ego is like, okay, dude, that's fine, that's okay. We don't need that. But like, freaking. Oh, I was going to bring up an example, but I fucking forgot. It was. I don't remember shit. Well, whatever. But yeah, it's like that's my thing, is that like I want new games because I want to be able to figure out how things changed while some of them still being familiar enough for me to then be able to freaking like I don't want to be completely blind. I just want to be 75% blind.
Yeah.
Or like no, not even that. I don't mind being blind. I just want it to feel familiar enough. And like this is when where I think of like transferable skill and shit like that comes in. But like then we can just add the addendum of that I want to be able to go in and for shit to feel familiar in the context of the game's own series.
Yeah.
Because if tomorrow I put up Street Fighter 5 and they added air dashes, I would be livid.
Well,
Like,
it depends. Does everybody get air dashes?
yes. I mean, if they added like universal air dashes for everyone.
I would be so fucking confused, but I'd be like, fuck it, I guess off to the lab with me.
I mean,
I guess I just kind of got
eventually,
a happy-go-lucky feel about these things.
I do that too. But I like, to me, it just comes back to the thing of like, you've been doing this thing for this amount of years, and now you've changed something that is very very important to how you are perceived. And considering it's your first time, you're probably going to fuck it up. But disregarding all that, like they could have eased into it.
I I think I would be mad if, for instance, they were somehow able to use the cosmic powers of God to force air dashing into every copy of, let's say, Street Fighter 3, even the fucking ancient arcade cabinets. But like, my perception of Street Fighter 5 is that it's still an evolving game. It won't be set in stone until Street Fighter 6 is out. You know?
I mean, my perception of Street Fighter 5 is a very large pile of trash on fire that the new guys are trying to put out and working very hard on that.
Yeah, they're going to the river and getting the buckets of water, and they can only use buckets because that's all the budget Capcom gave them.
Yeah. Like Street Fighter 5 can be fun, but sometimes like that's the thing. Like you say that sometimes you put a Street Fighter 5 and you play a couple of matches with a character and then you go, oh, Street Fighter 5 is good. I put up Street Fighter 5. I play a couple of matches with Akuma. I'm like, this is adequate. And I play a couple of matches with another character. And I'm like, oh right, Street Fighter 5.
Well, it depends on the character. It depends on the character because when I see Falk,
I don't know.
I'm
Most of them feel underwhelming to me to use. Like I can get used to them long enough, but most of them feel like shadows of what they're supposed to be.
I would definitely agree with that in several cases. Because Falk or Ed, those are absolutely ones I play, and it's like, what do you always say? Uh-oh, Stinky?
I don't say that. That's a meme. But
Oh. Oh, well, you put it in the Sagat picture, goddammit.
because Street Fighter 1 is stinky.
That's true.
It fits there.
So are Falk and Ed.
True.
I'm also not huge on Dalsim in Street Fighter 5, though I don't think I've really found out the tech with him. But, like, Geef is also... I like Geef in 5, but he's... Without the fiery hand, he's a bit weird, you know?
Yeah. I mean, my thing with saying that they're underwhelming too is just that like when I play a character, even some of the characters that are original to the game, and I go, oh yes, I can see how this could be fun in another game. Like that's the bet. That's not how it should be. Like I spent a day trying to learn how to do Nekali, and I kept going for these combos that, going by the animation, should have worked but didn't because of balancing. Which, yeah, and like, you know, it's like, okay, for example, Nekali's command grab wall bounces on EX. Then you can link into one move. Either one of two normals that I've found, or one of two specials that I've found, and that's it. Even though otherwise you can link into one of the specials from one of the normals. Actually, both of the normals. Now that I think about it. But if you do the special, then it just whiffs after it, and it wouldn't really make much of a difference when it came to damage, especially if combos otherwise are freaking given enough. Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? The drop in damage.
I mean, I would just straight up say like false juggle states are a just like genuine full blown design flaw Street Fighter 5 has, that are not just annoying for people who are more used to Street Fighter games, but downright deceiving against people who are new to fighting games and think, oh, I must be bad at this, and it's like, no, actually, it's just that he's falling through the air, and you can absolutely would have been able to hit him, but he's currently invincible.
Yeah.
Which is just needlessly complex for new players. It's one of those things that is just like, what the fuck even is the point of this? Like what I always go back to with like Guilty Gear, one of the few things in Strive, changes in Strive that I am just unironically for, is Strive equalizing knockdown timers across the cast.
Yeah, I don't mind that. That's
like that.
That's a change they made that I don't mind.
That didn't really add anything to the game. All the characters having different knockdown timers. That just needlessly complicated Oki, you know?
Yeah.
And we've gone on for 24 minutes of fighting game talk. This is definitely not an FGA episode.
Are you sure?
With special guest Pink.
So our special guest Pink we have brought on to say goddamn nothing.
No, I cannot have an opinion on Strive. I've not played Strive.
That is absolutely fair. Why can't you just talk about things you haven't played like an asshole, Pink?
But yeah, like shit like that, like the false juggle states and stuff like that, and like overall, like how, like it. like with the recent changes they've made to some of the characters combos in Street Fighter V, it feels like they're trying to make the game more free form, which I'm all for. I mean, it's not the first thing that comes into my mind when I think of Street Fighter, but fuck it at this point.
Yeah.
But like you know, like sometimes I play a character and I see some of the more freeform combos, even if they're even though it's like you get three options out of a move instead of one, which is not that many by my standards, but hey, better than nothing. But like going from a character that got recently updated and given more options like that, and then going to a character who has not yet been given the light or has not yet seen the light in regards to that, it just like it gives this very bad feeling towards Street Fighter V.
Yeah, there's definitely a feeling of some characters have gotten love recently, and some characters are still kind of left in the dust. Yeah. There's also some characters that I just straight up don't get. Like, Ryu's supposed to be really strong in Street Fighter V now. Like, one of the top tier characters. I don't understand how.
He got more combo. I forget what,
like,
but I actually when they updated him, I learned a combo or two with him, and then I forgot all of them.
I should probably look those up, because I have no idea how to do combo with Ryu.
There's a way you can cancel one of his parry V skills into the donkey kick, or the other way around.
That would be interesting, because I don't think... What? I'll have to check that, because V skill 1 is just like a Street Fighter 3 parry that doesn't do anything else. And the other one,
Yeah.
I don't remember being cancelable into anything.
Yeah, I think that's the one they changed. Like if you do EX donkey kick and then press V skill 2, then it might cancel into it or something like that. I forget.
Okay. I am turning on the PS5 right now, actually, to check that out. But do we want to actually talk about... Oh, hey, right, we've got channels, don't we?
Yes.
Pink.
20 minutes in.
Pink.
He's dead.
What's up?
Oh, hello. Pink.
Hi there.
What you got coming up on your channel?
Do I have it? Yeah, I do. I've got. Wait, let me open up the YouTube real quick to figure out what I've got.
The Yutubs.
Yeah. So I don't remember what I uploaded this week and what I didn't. Do. Show me my videos. Studio. Let me just say the safe thing, and I will definitely have more Aztec playthrough coming out.
Alright.
And I will probably have Hades coming out as well. I don't know. I've not played that this week, unfortunately. Content, there it is. Return to Heck. Okay, so I will definitely have Aztec episodes coming out for Civ 6.
Alright.
But aside from that, nothing else, unless I decide to play Hades later on this week.
Okay. Eddie, what you got coming on your channel this week?
All right. Well, as we record, today is the 1 year anniversary that I haven't uploaded anything to my first channel.
Ha!
So to commemorate that, next week I'm releasing a new review. Finally, after a year.
Oh!
Very nice.
And I end that review by saying, "Hey, see y'all in 6 months," because I do plan on leaving for another 6 months. That's the point. Like I'm planning on getting a freaking backlog going of reviews so that next year this won't happen, hopefully. But if I can't keep that up, then I might as well just change my channel's name to that channel.
Ha!
Leave it as that. But yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Let's see. On my channel, I can't guarantee anything as the moving process is starting to really pick up. I might end up doing something with Mike and apparently, possibly also Pink, because apparently now Pink just drop kicks into fucking Discord chats whenever he goddamn wants to.
I do what I want. You can't stop me.
Oh. There's a couple videos I still got on the back burner that I want to do. I want to do something with Total War 3 Kingdoms so I can take a look at the game and see if it's really left in the bad state that everybody acts like it's been left in. Because I'm not very fond of the peanut gallery, and I tend to not take what they say seriously. I want to do something with Street Fighter 4. I've been saying this for a long time, but M. Bison is the fucking icon of my channel, and yet I have not got any fucking M. Bison content on my channel. It's ridiculous. And even though I don't usually enjoy fighting against the AI in a fucking fighting game, I'll still probably do it just so I can have something with Bison there. And other than that, I do have an idea for a little Total War tutorial bit video I want to do. And I might throw that up at some point. I got for the first time ever someone actually watching one of my little tutorial videos and saying I helped them. So hey, look at that! I helped one person. That's at the very least that's better than I was expecting. So yeah, a whole lot of ideas with nothing concrete to be thrown out. There very well could be nothing if I am that busy this week. We shall see.
A whole lot of nothing with a whole lot of ideas with nothing made of them has been my life for the past 5 years. You know, like I stopped talking about it, but I'm still working on that anime and shit in the background.
And on the group channel, we have on the Monday, the June 14th, we have Strider Part 4. On Tuesday, June 15th, the Best of 2018 compilation, our very first year. Boy, things were rough back then, huh?
Yep.
They were different.
Back when we were pretty well at the mercies of Xbox Game Pass.
Yeah.
That's fun to look back on, ain't it?
Back when y'all didn't want to play fighting games against me anymore.
Ha!
We still don't.
I got so fucking mad. I got inappropriately mad during that Virtua Fighter video. Either I have grown more as a person in the last 3 years than I remember, or there was something going on in my life at that fucking point.
Who knows? I mean, we take turns. Like you were angry in 2018. My lifelong problem with freaking anger management is catching up to me. Next is gonna be Pink's turn.
Oh no!
I fucking look back at my computer to see what the video on Friday is, and I just see Mike the Rat Guy has invited you to play Dead by Daylight. Okay. On Friday, we have got Ratchet and Clank Part 5. Boy, I'm glad you guys recorded so much, for like, just in case I am, like, super indisposed.
Yeah. we didn't even record that much. I just didn't, I didn't make them highlights series. They're just full playthroughs. That's the difference.
Okay. There we go. And now I have gotten Mike out of my hair. There we go.
Be gone, right. Mike.
Be gone, winch. All right. So, Pink, what you been doing this week?
What have I been doing this week? Well, speaking of Dead by Daylight, I played that with you and Mike. Oh. Yeah.
What did you think of it?
I really liked it. I thought it was very interesting. It's like freeze tag, except instead of it being, just a little kid on the playground, he's a homicidal maniac who'll get you like a fish and then hang you on a hook.
Yeah.
How wildly appropriate.
I mean, that's how I always played freeze tag.
This reminds me of how some things names change, because like in Sweden dodgeball is called kill ball.
Kill ball. I love it.
I never understood why there was supposed to be such a fear of dodgeball. I always thought dodgeball was the funnest thing in school.
I think I played dodgeball once, and then like I played dodgeball once in my 8 years at my grade school because I was homeschooled.
Huh.
and no, oh yeah. I went in for like 2 or 3 weeks before they pulled a knife on me. Uh,
Oh, cool.
and yeah, uh, after the first time the the first after my first gym class, the gym teacher was like, "Okay, obviously you can do this. Just sit down." Yeah, that was funny.
Was it?
I mean, no.
It doesn't sound funny.
Doesn't sound good at all.
the funny part is when I had to do it again in high
Where's
school.
the funny part? When you get a knife pulled on you or when the gym teacher bullies you?
I mean, the gym teacher didn't bully me really. He was legitimately just like, okay, I like otherwise we require like medical papers telling us that you can participate in gym class, but I'm gonna be your medical papers now, which I was fine with because I hate working out. Because as we've discussed, it gives me fucking depression for some reason. So hey, win-win. The funny part was when in high school I had to do it all over again. Well, okay, in high school they didn't pull a knife on me. I just got ostracized by both my classmates and the school, and then I got kicked out of it for being a gypsy. You know, the
Uh,
usual.
well, yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, it's, boy, people, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Uh,
What are we talking about?
sometimes I forget that like some of the stuff I went through isn't supposed to be normal.
No, it's really not.
But hey, at least I have an excuse for being a fucking furry.
I
Admittedly,
guess so.
haven't you both been on the receiving end of quite a bit of racism throughout your childhoods?
Me, not so much in childhood, not with other kids, I don't think, not that I recall. But I too was homeschooled, so I would not have had a lot of experience with that anyway, because all my friends would have come from church, and that'd be kind of an odd place to be racist at. I don't know, maybe it happens, I don't know. But
Yeah,
hey, yeah,
My
there was
favorite part of the Bible is
moderate
the Good
racism.
Samaritan. Anyways, I can't stand them so and so.
Yeah. There would have been moderate racism in South Carolina just because the Puerto Rican population was very large down there, and a good percentage of that population was also involved in a lot of crime. So people would always kind of look at you twice if you looked Puerto Rican. But aside from that, nothing terrible, really.
I
It
mean
might have
I
been
didn't
racist
really
against
get.
me if I came around 100 years earlier.
Yeah,
I'm in that awkward boat where I'm biracial, so I people never really know exactly what I am just by looking at me. I've heard Italian, I've heard Puerto Rican, I've heard Arabian for some reason. A lot of people think I'm Middle Eastern, which
Well, I mean,
uh I kind of look like that, I guess.
Spain
It's like
is right next to Morocco, and it's around the same like latitude, isn't it?
I
In Mexico.
believe so. Yeah, yes.
So it stands to reason that like you'd wind up with the same skin pigment.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like sometimes I just look too white, sometimes I look too brown.
I mean, Spanish is
It
pretty much the combination of Latin and Arabic, isn't it?
I want to say yes. Geographically, they might be a bit farther apart, so I might be wrong on that, but I think that's more or less accurate.
I'd comment, but I don't actually know like I don't remember the exact freaking reaches of the Latin Empire.
Right?
Roman Empire was pretty well. If it touched the Mediterranean, the Romans owned it.
Yeah.
Then just throw in France and England, call it a day.
Uh, but yeah, like I wasn't really like I wasn't really subject to racism all that much because I live in the ghetto. So there's a lot of people who are gypsies around here. You know, a lot of them also have happened to have been sometimes like, you know, the people that the reason people are racist for, but that's another question.
Well, I mean, it plainly stands to logic that if there is a historic denial of means of making a livelihood, people will make their own livelihoods.
Yeah.
Indeed.
The Italian mafia stopped being really relevant in the United States around the same time that people stopped being so racist against Italians in the United States. Weird.
Yeah. But yeah, like that's. I mean, I was, I guess, bullied a lot, but that's more like that's more because everybody thinks I'm gay.
Oh,
Like I've honestly been called cigarettes since I've been 4. I don't even know where people get. I remember where the kid got it from when I was 4, but I don't know how. Like I guess I'm
because
just
people
particularly
are fucking lazy.
yeah. I guess I'm just particularly fruity looking. I do have sweet blood, so maybe that has something to do with it. My blood has been replaced by Fruit Loops. Anyway.
Oh man.
Yeah. Well, let's hope you don't go into surgery. And the doctor's like, all right, we're just going to make an incision here. Oh my god.
Delicious.
Nurse, get in. We need all the bowls of milk you can get.
It tastes like a fine knuckle shuffle in your mouth.
Well, that's the dumbest thing I've heard today.
Do you not remember that? Cena used to advertise Fruit Loops, and that was the slogan. It tastes like a fine knuckle shuffle in your mouth.
I do remember that, yes. I imagine like a vampire sneaking into Addie's room at night, and then he tries to get a taste, and he's like, oh, what the fuck? Reminds me of that fun one Marvel comic where a vampire bites a superhero who's got sunlight instead of blood. So he bites the girl, and then he just explodes.
Nice. But yeah, like, the only actual proper racism I was hit with was just the freaking just my first high school.
Which is admittedly a pretty severe one to be just kicked out of your high school for it.
Yeah.
Here in the U.S., you could sue them for that.
I mean, no. Okay, yeah. I was going to say, oh well, maybe I could have sued them if I really cared about it back then, but no, it was it was in their freaking in their thing that they can just kick out students for no reason.
Oh, you know.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Was it a public school or a private one?
A public school.
Oh, wow. Yeah, here in the States, you could definitely sue them for that.
Yeah, after that, I went to a private school that was made for like people who need special treatment and freaking whatchamacallit.
I require special treatment. I am an ethnic minority.
No, we went to them because they were the only people who would accept.
Oh my god!
Because like it's how it happened. How it happened was I had my grade 9 tests, and literally on the day of the last test, because because I was homeschooled, I had to take 2 tests every year, or 2 sets of tests, I guess. But yeah, so after the last or on the day of the last test, which was biology in English, I remember this. The principal called in my mom to tell her that she has 3 days to look for a new school, and if she doesn't, then I will be failed every class, and then have to repeat the whole year without homeschooling, because the people who like, because my kind doesn't belong there anyway, and I can't press the grade homeschooled, because then it would send the wrong message to the other students.
What?
Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, that was
That
very cool of him.
yeah,
Guy can suck my
I
cock.
was
My
about to throw out
second
this.
high school was really cool.
You were very gentle. I was going to throw out a more severe insult. Like I bet that guy touched himself that night.
Yeah, I've grown past caring really, cause like they they
Whenever
were
I
not. Yeah.
look, whenever I just see that kind of like ridiculous abuse of a public office, I always just think of the fucking bit from South Park where they've got the nipple holes cut out of their
Oh yeah,
shirts.
yeah. Like my thing, like I'm not nearly as bitter as I could be about it, just because my second high school was very nice, and they like none of really only one teacher at the first high school was like anything near a like decent human being. One of the English teachers I had over there got got their license revoked because they hit a child.
Oh,
Like, in fact, the child was in my class, the freaking like the year before. So that was very funny. But yeah,
now I'm assuming this
uh,
was just a slap, but like in my head, I was
no, no,
imagining
no,
they.
no.
Oh,
Like
like do they fucking roundhouse kick a child?
well, no, she threw a set of key rings with weights on it at a child's head.
Ah,
Oh,
they
don't
probably
worry.
deserved it.
She just dropped a brick on him from the next story up. Don't worry.
Yeah, but like that.
What do you mean she was carrying a sledgehammer?
One of my English teachers was very weirdly named Hunter Hearst Helmsley.
Yeah.
Uh,
You walk into class and you just hear it's time to play the game, and you're like, oh, it's one of those days.
he throws he, throw, he throws the key rings at the kid. Nice snap. Do it again. You, have y'all seen that video?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or not nice snap. Good snap. Good snap.
Yeah,
That's what
good
he
snap.
says. But yeah, like I locked out with the second high school because like literally all of my teachers are very nice. Like even the supposedly very hard ass teacher that fails everyone. We had a class, and I actually did some time researching it. This is a physics class, and he called me to the blackboard, and I did the presentation. And apparently he still talks about the presentation because there won't be another kid like me in the school again.
That's the thing. You can never go off the reputation of like, is this teacher hard at like this teacher grades harshly? Because there are some teachers who just suck at their job and try to grade harshly to cover up for the fact, and there are some teachers who just genuinely have high expectations, right?
Yeah.
And like one is like it can be rough if you're looking for an easy A, then yeah, you'd want to avoid that teacher. But like if you're actually willing to put in the work and learn, then those guys usually are actually pretty lenient. They just are sick of seeing kids who don't give a shit. The other kind,
Yeah.
you're fucked.
Yeah. But like I locked that because like literally I think every single teacher that works there still I'm in a good relationship with. So yeah, like and I do still have a
keep calling you back apparently.
well yeah that and freaking my mom works there, so
Oh well, yeah.
she started working there after my first year going there because yeah life reasons.
I mean, after the last school, I can't blame her.
But yeah, that place was good. They helped me a lot. So yeah, I guess I didn't need the special treatment for being a racial minority.
What is your disability, sir? Racism. Oh.
Yeah.
Like, just put that down on the document, but don't provide any details. Just leave it up to the secretary to figure out what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Wait, are they the racist? Have they had racism against them? What?
I remember the freaking the actual audition that I had with the principal. That well, we had the principal because I don't speak with people. Like my social anxiety is bad enough that if I need to speak with someone that I don't know, I just don't. Unless it's like unless it's a very easy thing like speaking with a cashier or checkout, and then even that I need to work myself up to. So yeah, it's kind of bad. but
Sounds kind of bad.
But yeah, so we had the audition with the principal, and my mom told him about it, everything, and he was like, "All right, so here's what we'll do. You're gonna start coming to this school. Also, right away, my principal was a renowned author and poet and shit like that, and he's like, all right, so you're gonna start coming to this school. You say that you make videos, so how about you start making the advertisements for the school, and then that will pay for your tuition as well. And then also I want you to write a book, which I have done actually.
I was going to crack a joke of, so how's that book coming along? But evidently that would have just made me look like an asshole.
Yeah, he was like he told me to like vent about it all in the book and then give it to him to examine. And he said it was good. So hey.
Hey.
So yeah, like that school was very good because like it didn't have a good reputation and shit like that because people are like, oh well, you know, the special needs and the sports people go there, so obviously everyone just buys their grades and shit like that. And not really.
Yeah.
There used to be a time when that was true, to be fair, but that was before the current principal. Since the current principal, the only way that people pay more is if their children misbehave.
Ah.
Well, the beautiful thing about people is they hear one rumor one time, and they just keep repeating that until the end of their lives just to make fucking casual conversation.
Yeah.
If you can't talk about the weather, then just repeat some rumor you heard 5 years ago, you know?
Yeah.
Man, ain't
Well, anyway, yeah. Anyway, so Pink, what else have you done?
What else have I done?
He
That's a
didn't
good
even
question.
really get to talk about Dead by Daylight.
Yeah. Talk about that by daylight then.
All right, I really liked Dead by Daylight. I thought they mechanically they did a very good job of making it very suspenseful. If that makes sense,
Yes.
because all those little objectives you have to accomplish throughout the course of the game, they all take a long amount of time. They all have sort of quick time events that you don't know when they're going to occur. And then there are all the sound cues and the music that will ramp up when the killers come in your way to wipe your ass off the face of the planet. And the heartbeat sounds. I thought those...
Mike! It's Mike! Hey!
Oh, shit.
What the heck are you doing here?
Alright, I guess we're doing the YouTuber voice.
Oh, no.
Be sure to like and subscribe,
no.
y'all.
Yeah.
I was listening to
Hit immediately that like button and be sure to ring the bell so that I may not appear in your dreams. If you don't want to know what happens then.
Eddie knows what's up so well. Yes, that is exactly right. Yeah. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe button and get updates every day, my guys, because I'm so cool and I want you to just give me free money so I don't have to work. Yeah. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
The new thing they're doing nowadays is they'll talk about their stats and how nobody's subscribed to them.
Oh, yeah, there we go. That's when they try to guilt trip you. Only
1%
of the people watching this channel are not subscribed.
Who are watching this video right now aren't subscribed, so you should really subscribe, you know?
Oh, God.
That would help me out a lot.
95% of the people who click on this fucking video will not reach this part, so you really need to watch.
Yeah,
That's true, by the way. That is our actual stats.
I believe
yeah.
that's correct, but to sit there and use that to try and guilt people into subscribing, which again is really when you get down to it, and it's fine, whatever, it's a free market, but when it gets down to it, it's just basically saying, give me more money. I mean, that's really all it comes down to.
I want
Hey
more
guys,
money. I want more exposure. I want to be on the
yeah,
front page of the YouTubes.
yeah.
I need everyone to watch my stuff.
I
I mean,
want the
the money
algorithms to
not as
work.
much anymore. The money not as much anymore, but the exposure definitely.
Much like Queen, I want it all.
And I want it now. Yeah,
Precisely.
it's just so it used to be just like, hey guys, if you liked and subscribed, that'd be cool. And then it became for a while, hey guys, make sure to smash that like button. It's like I make it a
Smash
rule that anytime, surely you've heard that, right? Everyone says to
it.
smash it. They all say to
Yep.
smash it. Don't just click it, smash it. Yeah, because whatever.
And
Um,
after that, it became a thing to change it to like context sensitive things.
and then the bell too.
Yeah.
Now you got the bell. And not only do you have to like, not only do you have to subscribe. And I'm an idiot, so I need people to tell me to do that because I can't think for myself. But I need to also be reminded every time someone makes a new video by hitting that bell, which I guess makes probably some vocal alert to let you know that they've uploaded a new video.
Yeah,
I
he
guess.
knows
I
you, and
It gives you a
Oh
pop up on
God.
the top right, I think.
Ugh.
if you have the
I,
YouTube app on your phone, which virtually everyone does nowadays, it
oh.
gives you a phone notification.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, granted, I understand that there are some content creators out there that, hypothetically are really good for, someone really loves their content, whatever, I'm not talking about, I mean, that goes without saying. I'm not talking about people who love like video game stuff because there's so many video game YouTubers out there. I'm talking about like maybe like somebody like teaches a business class or something like that, or,
I mean,
useful information,
Mike, I
but
do have a guy on with the bell who does video game stuff, but that's because the guy took a 6 year break, and I really like his videos.
I
So
mean, see, and in that
You're
case,
the
there you go.
fucking dog from Futurama waiting for the Fry to come back.
yeah, I'm a wolf, dude. It fits too well. But anyway, yeah. I did. I spent 6 years waiting for that guy to upload again, and he just started doing so at the end of last year. You might actually like him. Honestly, the best way I can describe that guy is just like he's you, but if we didn't know you,
Are you talking to me or Mike?
like,
Oh no, Mike's dead. Okay. Anyway,
all right,
we had him for a
He's-
moment there.
Mike's been murdered
Started
by
talking
the
about
bell.
YouTube, and that just sent him to the afterlife.
Instead of being saved by
much
the bell,
damage.
Mike was murdered by it. All right, being Dead by Daylight.
Dead by
Quickly.
Daylight.
Oh,
Uh,
I want to get this in real quick. There was while you were just talking about Dead by Daylight, I look away from the screen to go sneeze, and as that is happening, I just hear suddenly it turn from you talking about how well Dead by Daylight handles tension to suddenly, hey guys, and I'm like, what the fuck, is my computer bugging out? Oh, okay, Dead by Daylight. Go ahead.
So yeah, the tension was top notch. I really liked it. Was there anything I didn't like about it? Not really. I thought it was a very basic premise, very basic mechanics, but I thought everything was done well enough to that it didn't need any more. I thought everything was handled very well. And one interesting thing I failed to mention to you guys, or you failed to mention me, is I didn't know that you could actually keep the items that you leave with if you escape.
Oh yeah.
Because there was a round where I escaped with a health kit, and then I started the next round with that health kit, and then I died, and then I didn't get to have the health kit anymore, and it was sad. So
Yeah,
I thought that was very interesting how your previous rounds could actually potentially affect the next rounds you'll be going into.
Yeah, I got no idea what's up with that. I think that's a very strange mechanic that they handled it that way,
Yeah, no other game, to my knowledge, has anything even sort of like that.
It's, which, by the way, you can also get the medkits and such from the little RPG web. And I think those operate on the same system.
Ah.
I honestly just never grab items, so I always forget about that feature. Uh, did you do anything else?
Anything else? Outside of that, I watched Loki, episode 1.
I heard some big praise for it.
I have big praise for it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
very
Shoot.
good. Yeah. This is a series I've been waiting for. This is why I have Disney Plus at all. Not really. I'm not subscribed to Disney Plus. That'll be my family. But no rat. What?
I was assuming he's having trouble connecting to the voice chat.
Well, he's in the voice chat, so that shouldn't be a problem.
No. After it shows that you joined, it tries to find a route to the nearest server or whatever. Maybe
Oh,
something with that.
I'm
Are we
back.
all
I,
right?
I think I'm good. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
actually talking for a little while, actually responding to a Pink, but like I was just being talked right over. So I thought, oh, okay, so either they really don't like me today, or like it was literally, I was like, oh yeah, the thing with the med kit, and then just W just like totally just just snowplowed. It was like,
Shut
oh,
up, Mike. Let me handle this.
right? Yeah, he's like, I got this, Mike. Shut up.
Shut up, guy who has like fucking 5 times my experience with this game. I got this.
It is actually very impressive how much you do know about the game, though, considering the relative discrepancy. I mean, yes, I have been playing it for hundreds of hours now, but you know pretty much as much about it as I do. So I just think that's actually pretty impressive. That's crazy.
Well,
Um,
the thing is, and you'll observe this with virtually every game that I'm good at. I watch YouTube videos and read guides.
yeah. Well, in a game like this, it
What a
helps.
nerd.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, never mind. Yeah, you're a geek, idiot.
Reading guides is a time-worn tradition for me. I've actually got a collection of them. I don't know why I collect them. I guess I just find them an odd antique of a bygone time.
Oh yeah,
I've
we've
got
talked about that.
Yeah, I've got in eyesight right now. I could go and grab them. The guides for SmackDown vs. Raw 2010, a game I don't even own and have never played.
Did you? Okay, I was gonna say, did you at the time? But I guess there goes that. All right.
Yeah, that is in fact the only SmackDown vs. Raw game I have not played after 2006. And
You didn't miss a whole lot, but go on.
I also have the guide for Freedom Fighters with Insight, which is another
Freedom Fighters.
uh,
Yeah,
an
sorry.
old, an old EA third-person shooter that I'm a very big fan of, but it had one game on PS2, and EA, I forget who, they've been saying they're going to make a sequel for it for about 20 years now, so it's one of those classic cases.
Oh, okay. Duke Nukem Forever then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, what did you want to say about Dead by Daylight, though?
Yeah, only really quickly, just to add to what you guys were talking about. If you go into a match with an item and then you escape, you do retain the item, but any add-ons that you use to supplement the power of that item, like for example, any like bandage kit or whatever that makes the med kit last longer or heal faster or whatever, no matter what, win or lose, you do lose those. So if you survive, you get to keep your item, but you lose any add-ons, and add-ons can make the item that much more powerful. So it's kind of give and take. There's a little bit of balance.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also offerings. If you burn any offerings, in the lore you burn the offerings. You get Pink. Did you start using any of your points to level up any of your characters? I don't recall. Did you actually like open up the blood web and like check out the system and of like buying items and stuff like that?
I think I would have like opened up that first part of the blood web on Meg, but nothing else after that.
Okay. I just asked because that's basically where you spend your blood points. You collect blood points, and then you buy items on the blood web, and every time you finish a blood web by buying all the items, or if they're consumed, by the time you get to level 10, quote, the entity starts eating away at some of those items, so you have to kind of like strategize on the web which items you want to hurry up and get first before they're consumed and you don't have a chance to get them again. At
Ah.
least, yeah, at least in that particular level. Like you can level up to level 50, and then at level 50 you can keep, the blood web keeps. I don't overwhelm you with information, but basically the blood web is how you obviously, that's the grind. That's where you get your items, and from level 1 through level 50, they're procedurally generated, and they're more or less, they will always give you like toolboxes and med kits and add-on parts that supplement them. But in addition, as you go through each level, the blood web starts to expand and get bigger and bigger and bigger, to the point to where the first few levels you have enough blood points from just a match or two to level up to like level 5, 6, 7 pretty quickly. But by the time you're in like level 30, 40, 50, the blood web is huge. There's like 40 things on it, or 30 or something like that, and you have to clear it in order to proceed to the next level. And again, leveling up does nothing. There's no, you don't, your character doesn't gain any abilities or anything. Leveling up is basically just the equivalent of, okay, I've wiped that blood web clean. I've now entered another blood web, and let's see what items I get on this level. And the more blood webs you pass and get through, the more chances you have to get really good items like new perks or abilities and stuff like that. So each blood web is a chance to get some cool stuff. And again, by level 10, the game has a thing to where, they once you buy a couple of items, they have items start to disappear because, again, they're, quote, lore-wise consumed by the entity, meaning that you can't get them unless you hurry up and go after them first. And if you're going after them, then the entity will appear and start eating away at the other items that you didn't get. And so it's kind of give and take. In that sense, you can clear the blood web more easily because you have another thing helping to tear the blood web down. But then at the same time, you also sometimes get screwed because, like, you'll be on a blood web that has, let's say, two really good perks that are on opposite ends, and you can only, you have to follow the shape of the web. You can't just pick and choose. You have to, follow the line to get to the item you want. So if you
Yeah.
follow the line over here to the right and get like a really good perk, then this other really good perk you might want that's way over here on the left, the entity will take that, and you won't be able to get it. And you'll have to hope that you get another chance at another level for it to pop up again.
All right. That's
Yeah.
nifty. I like it.
It is actually pretty cool. I mean, again, as we talked about it, a lot of people just think that it's a grind and it's terrible and they hate playing the game for some reason, even though they want to play it and get better. So I guess whatever. But yeah, I like it. I think it's pretty cool.
What was I going to say? Well, I guess we could just move on to what else Pink has done this week, since, well, you and I were there for him playing DBD.
Right. So yeah, the only other thing I did this week, to my recollection, was I watched the first episode of Loki. I thought it was very good. I thoroughly enjoyed Tom Hiddleston as Loki. I've been enjoying him for almost a decade now, probably a decade now. I think Thor came out in 2011.
Yeah, probably.
So yeah, a whole decade of Loki. Let's celebrate. But this first episode, it lays a lot of groundwork, but it also doesn't feel like it's just playing catch up to anything. It was handled very well in that you still feel very engaged and you see a plot kind of going forward, even though not a lot happens with it. And it kind of lays the foundation of where this series is going to go, potentially where the rest of the cinematic universe could go. And kind of because they had to take Loki out from 2012 in the Avengers, they kind of had to get him up to speed.
Yeah, I was about to
So
ask.
they actually do have a very unique way of basically going through flashbacks, but presenting that to Loki himself. So he kind of more or less gets to witness his life from beginning to end. And that is more or less what the episode focuses on. Getting Loki up to speed, realizing, oh yeah, my life on that Earth is kind of over. Now I'm in limbo, and I've got nothing else, and I'm in a plane of existence where I'm totally meaningless. So what do I have next?
Oh man,
And that is, yeah, yeah.
I was just going to do in a stupid voice. Oh man, is that blood coming out of my own eye sockets? Cool.
That's an unfortunate way to go. At least I aimed for
Good
the
thing
head.
that isn't me. Oh wait.
Yeah. How depressing that must be.
So, anyways, the entirety of your existence here is an accident on the because of just some dipshit fucking time-traveling superheroes. You should actually be a fucking corpse. But hey, God decided to make an exception for you today, you fuck.
I guess so. Yeah. Owen Wilson is co-starring in this series.
Why?
I don't know. Do you not like Owen Wilson?
No.
No. No, I don't.
They wanted to use a WoW soundboard, but it broke.
Yeah.
He never says "wow," and I don't understand that meme because I don't watch Owen Wilson movies, so I don't know where it came from.
He says WoW weird.
Oh, is it an
Wow.
accent? Oh, I
Yeah,
can
it's
picture that. I can so
wow.
picture that. Yeah. It's because his nose is all crinkly. Him and his brother, they have weird noses.
Yeah, they do.
Is
They
it
look
not
like they've been
cocaine use?
broken. Oh, is it?
The only thing I know about Owen Wilson's personal life is that he's like attempted suicide like 7 times.
Oh, that
Well,
actually
he
makes me
did
feel
star in
bad.
Cars, so you know it's understandable.
Fucking
Ouch.
R.I.P. Paul Newman. They only told us that the cancer got him. Anyway.
Cars 2 was supposed to be the worst Pixar movie they ever made.
Yes.
As far as the ratings, yeah,
Yes.
like it was like critically like, wow, Pixar kind of fucked this one up.
Oh, hardcore.
Oh, okay. See, I never saw either of them. I'm not interested in that particular series, the
They
franchise,
both
etc.
suck.
Yeah,
They both suck.
neither. Yeah, there was nothing appealing about it to me. They looked like, and there's nothing wrong with this, but they looked like little kids' movies, and so it's like, oh, all right, well, I'm not gonna watch them. So,
My
yeah,
family, they were very much the case. Like I only watched them because my family dragged me along for them because like I grew up on Toy Story, right? So it's like a family tradition. Oh, Pixar.
well, Toy Story's, yeah, Toy Story's great. So,
Yeah.
This will be great. Let's go watch it. Cars 1, we walked out like, Cars 2, we walked out like, what the fuck? That was just a Larry the Cable Guy comedy that they animated.
oh God, yeah, that says it all. Did any of you guys see Jingle All the Way 2 with Larry the Cable Guy and Santino?
I did,
What?
unfortunately.
Yep, that's the thing. To be fair, even though I hated Santino's character in the WWE, he was perfectly fine in the movie. I have to, credit where it's due. He seemed like a perfectly natural actor. There's nothing wrong with him. But the whole Larry the Cable Guy, he's out there trying to get a toy bear for his daughter, to show her that he loves her because, her stepdad is wealthy and, being wealthy is bad and being a, broke redneck is good. Yeah, that was kind of the concept.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and I mean, yeah, I don't know. It was what I didn't choose to watch it. I was at my dad's for Christmas, and it came on, and my dad loved. He knows that I love Christmas movies, and I didn't want to say anything to kind of dishearten him, but he probably out of interest for me left that movie on when it came on, because my dad doesn't care about Christmas, but when we're together for Christmas, he lets me have the Christmas movies on in the background while we open presents and have our festivities, and that one came on. And I even mentioned, I was like, "Oh, you don't have to leave that one on. It's okay. We've had Christmas movies on for a while." And he's like, "No, it's okay." And I'm like, oh, "Son of a bitch." So, yeah, I was exposed to it, and yeah, just the idea that it was WWE produced, so I guess that's why Santino was in it. But
Yep.
yeah, to go from Arnold Schwarzenegger and I guess for better or worse, he did fine in it too, Sinbad in the first one, to Larry the Cable Guy and Santino and whoever the rich guy was, he was just some random actor that I didn't recognize. I don't know.
How could you leave
weird.
out Phil Hartman?
Oh God! Well, death. Actually,
Well,
is
yes,
how you left
death
that Phil
is-
Hartman. To be fair, to be totally fair, Phil Hartman was a corpse by like probably 15 years at that point. But you're right, though. Phil Hartman's not going to be in it. Why even make a sequel?
Yeah, but like, just when I think of Jingle All the Way, I've not watched the movie, but there's one scene I think of, and when I think of it, I think of Phil Hartman.
What's the scene? I actually like the movie. It's bad, but I enjoy it.
Oh, these cookies. Oh,
Oh, right. Yeah, don't put those cookies down.
put the
Yeah.
cookie down.
Those are my cookies. Yes,
Cookies.
Yeah.
Using cookies as an allegory for I'm fucking your wife. Like,
Because he's over at Schwarzenegger's wife's house, actually helping. I mean, that is Phil Hartman's character in the movie. He is a Lothario who like moves in on everybody's women or whatever, which is kind of odd for a kids movie, but whatever. And he's over there with Rita Wilson, and she's making cookies or whatever. And he's like, oh, I've got this. You just go ahead and go take a shower, and I'll finish these cookies myself, or whatever. And she's like, oh, thank you, Phil Hartman's character's name. You're so great, whatever. Arnold calls to try and get a hold of her. And he's like, oh, is my wife there or whatever? And he's like, oh, I think she's in the shower. Should I check? No, no. And then he's like, well, just tell her I called. And because he's such an ass, Phil Hartman can't let the phone call end without saying, oh, she's made these cookies and they're so good. Oh, these cookies are great. And yeah, Arnold is really perturbed by that. And the movie plays it as in Arnold's just really protective of his cookies. Those are his cookies. You have no right to be in my house eating my cookies. But there's, for adult viewers, a very, double entendre thing going on there.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a funny movie. I actually did a commentary for it. I recorded it for myself for when I open up my my side channel on YouTube, just to see if anyone would be interested. And I obviously I haven't released it yet, but when I do, I will be curious to see if people like it, hate it, whatever. But yeah, I've seen the movie enough to actually sit and watch it and do a commentary on it and point out all kinds of little silly things and facts and do my stupid good bad Schwarzenegger impression, and it was fun. It's fun because I can do Schwarzenegger well when I do only like one particular line from one particular movie, but otherwise it's it's the exaggerated Schwarzenegger to who I'm doing, but it's still bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a good time anyway.
All right, Pink, what else did you do this week besides watch Loki and Dead by Daylight?
Absolutely nothing, but yesterday I smashed my hand in between like a steel U-boat, which is just a backstock cart in retail, and part of the what are they called? It's kind of like this protruding desk type thing that has little debit card slider thing on it. If you know what I'm talking about.
I'm trying to
Are
picture
you
it in my
talking about
mind.
the coupling?
What's that?
The coupling?
I don't know. I don't know what they're called.
Just this thing, and it hurt.
Yeah, I just smashed my hand in between two objects, and now it's kind of swollen just a little bit, and part of
Right.
it's just kind of bruised and bloodied. So that was unfortunate.
Was it as cool as Loki?
No,
Did Loki do it?
probably.
Should Owen Wilson commit suicide?
After this
Owen
podcast,
Wilson hasn't
after,
attempted suicide 7 times. Loki's just failed to kill him 7 times.
Hold on, wait a minute, really quick. I'm sorry, just hold your thought, just because I'll forget this one. You read that he attempted suicide 7 times and therefore failed all 7 times?
I threw out the number 7. I'm gonna look this up
okay,
before I wind up start spreading falsehoods that I didn't
no,
mean
it's
to.
okay. For the record, while I don't like the guy, I certainly don't wish death upon him. And if he's tried multiple times, that makes me feel sad because I didn't know that. And I've never liked the guy, and I've always ripped on him. And now I'm going to dial that back because I feel bad that he's had that kind of mental distress. Oh,
I
once.
don't know how that
Well,
turned
you're
into
only
7
off by
times in my-
6.
I don't know how that turned into 7 times in my head. But
You
it was
only
once.
multiplied that by a profound amount. Yeah. Once 713. What's the difference? All right, but either way, that's still sad. So
It's apparently quite significant to film history in a way because he attempted suicide and had to go to a mental hospital for depression.
right.
He had to be replaced in Tropic Thunder by Matthew McConaughey.
Oh wow,
Which,
interesting.
I mean, not to insult a guy right after he attempted suicide, but I'm really glad. I wish that they hadn't had to have replaced him for suicide and instead replaced him for other reasons.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I like Matthew McConaughey, and I never, still to this day, have never seen that movie all the way through. So I don't know how well how strong his role in it. But I've seen parts of it that he's in, and I enjoyed him. So yeah, I don't know. I couldn't picture myself Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson have this weird gay relationship, like this super like platonic, but like they're always together kind of thing, like what Johnny Depp and Tim Burton had for like the longest time, and it just kind of skeeves me out. Which is weird because I myself I don't even care if someone is gay, which they're not, but they are so like buddy buddy that they might as well be gay, but they're apparently not. So it's just I don't know. It's just weird when I think of that. It's like, oh, of course he was going to be in Tropic Thunder because that's a Ben Stiller movie. So naturally it was going to have Owen Wilson in it. I mean, Jesus, that goes back to like analyze not analyze this. The De Niro movie, Meet the Fockers, Meet the Parents, whatever. He was in with Owen Wilson in that. He was in Shanghai. No, he wasn't in Shanghai Noon, was he? They had like a Western together or something like that. The two of them. I don't know. They're always together, and it's annoying.
The I think what's annoying about those kinds of relationships is whenever there's like such a strong relationship in media, it's rare that that the two are equally talented, and instead it feels like one is much more talented and is dragging the other one to success.
Yeah,
I'll,
I think that's fair.
I'll say I don't like Stiller or Wilson.
I kind of don't either, to be honest. I liked Tropic Thunder a lot, what I saw of it, but I don't like either of those actors.
Yeah, but when you say you love Tropic Thunder, you love Tropic Thunder for Robert Downey Jr., for
Oh, for
Tom
sure, yeah, for
Cruise.
Tom Cruise, right? For the plot, for the gags, the jokes. I like Jack Black. Ben Stiller was actually the least interesting part of it to me, and
Yeah.
he was the main character. Ben Stiller always plays the same character. He always plays the same kind of, oh, I'm just kind of a put upon dope. I'm just kind of an everyman who just makes silly expressions, and I just tire of it very quickly. I don't know.
The,
I don't know how
the
you guys
only
feel about him.
the only good Ben Stiller part
Not
of
a fan.
Tropic Thunder was when they satirized fucking Apocalypse Now with him going crazy near the end. That was good. I liked
Okay,
that.
I didn't get that far, so I didn't see that. So that's at least something to look forward to then. I mean, I don't like hate him. Just like I find him just completely and utterly unappealing. Zoolander's supposedly fun and good and blah blah blah, but I've never watched it because it's a Ben Stiller movie and he's all over it.
Yeah.
And like, do any of you guys have like an actor who like you don't hate him? It's not like, oh, that guy's just terrible in everything he's in, blah 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 blah. But you just nonetheless, even though you don't hate him, you just don't like seeing him pop up.
Several.
Yeah, what are some of
I
them?
probably have several. I just can't name any right now.
Oh, okay.
Off the top,
I'm not good with actors anyway, so asking me a question like that, I'd have to come back in a week just to Google some names. Go
Fair
through, hey,
enough.
what movies have I watched at any point in my lifetime?
yeah.
I don't know what television even is. I don't have a monitor or anything. This Loki thing, I watched it, but it was like through like a telephone connection or something like that. Movies?
Yeah,
What the
I
hell?
Think watch Loki to a video phone.
Yeah.
And
He doesn't
he's
have.
tapping on the screen the whole time, like, what? The thing moved.
How'd they get those people in there?
Yeah.
How do we get those people in there? I don't understand.
We need to get this Loki guy out of here. He looks pretty strong. He could help us.
Help us with.
Movie? What? W, were you the one who said that you had a few? You had a few names that you were ready to throw out?
Yeah, Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell was good in Lego Movie, but other than that, Will Ferrell is a guy that he's not a no deal guy for movies. But when he pops up, I'm like, okay, Will, can you please move on so we can get to an actor I actually like?
Yeah, I actually like Will Ferrell myself, but I have always maintained very much like Ben Stiller. He's always like basically the same character. He's always in character, and like I've seen him in interviews and everything, and he's always he's never just like a normal guy just having fun. He's always like having to perform, which is kind of annoying. And beyond that,
He
to
does have to
me,
deal with social anxiety.
seriously,
Yeah,
really.
he said so that he stays in character in interviews, not just for fun to fuck around. He does it because he actually gets really severe social anxiety in interviews, so that's his way of relieving it.
I didn't know that. So I'm starting to feel like a bastard. Every actor every actor that I don't like, they're doing what they're doing for like totally sympathetic reasons. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, all right.
How are you
Now that
supposed
makes
to
me
know?
feel.
How are you
I
supposed
mean,
to know?
well,
Because,
you knew, so it's out there apparently. I guess I just missed it.
Right, but I have family who are all like the kinds who actually keep up on this kind of celebrity nonsense, right?
Oh,
Like,
okay.
for you, like, how can you know that, like, being any different from Andy Kaufman, where Andy Kaufman, like, was just an asshole, you know?
Right. Yeah, I mean, Andy, which is interesting that you bring up that point because I really like Andy Kaufman. But then again, if I'd watched him live at the time and didn't know that everything he did was a shtick, I may not have. But it's almost like that with Will Ferrell. Like I remember when he was doing Anchorman, he came on the Conan O'Brien show just, as, the Anchorman character, and it was just like, dude, just be you. Just talk about the movie. Don't play the character as you talk about the movie. It's just and it just rubbed me the wrong way. It was annoying. It just felt like turn it off once in a while. But now that you say that, it's like, oh my God, I would never have even guessed that. I never knew that. As someone who himself has strong social anxiety, I can totally relate. Never knew, never knew. And like I said, now I feel bad.
Live by the gimmick, die by the gimmick.
Honestly, yeah, seriously. That's actually, I mean, and at first I thought he was doing it just as W said, just as kind of a gag, but I guess no, it's an actual coping mechanism. Um, but having said that, I guess that doesn't change my perception that I'm kind of with you, W, in that I like Will Ferrell, but to me, a little Will Ferrell goes a long way.
The trouble with Will Ferrell is that, like, he's very good at playing the dumb, innocent gag.
Yeah.
I think that worked in Elf for the character, but every other time he's done it, it has felt inappropriate to the character.
Yeah, every movie, and there was a while there where he was in a movie what seemed like every 2 or 3 months, and there were like a bunch of sports related movies. There was Talladega Nights, there was Blades of Fury or whatever, the ice skating movie. There was one where he was a basketball player, and he was just in movies left and right and left and right. There was one where he was with Michael Cera, Land of the Lost or something like that. I can't quite remember. It's based on an old show. And he was just doing movie after movie after movie after movie. And it was just like it was the same sort of corny shtick, no matter what the role is. It's like I'm sort of a bumbling buffoon who thinks he's cool, but actually really isn't. And it's just okay. Like you said, in Elf it works, and all these other movies just kind of tiresome. I don't know. It's just how I felt.
From, like, obviously from an artistic perspective, that's bunk, but I do have to admire it, at least from the perspective of, like, make the money you can while you can, because Hollywood is so temperamental, you know?
That's very true. That is very true. And he did branch out a couple times. He was in a movie that I thought looked interesting, but it got really poor reviews, which disappointed me because I was curious to watch it. He plays an alcoholic, like it's from what I understand, like a straight up drama where he's an alcoholic who's just like losing his home and he just like moves into his front yard and lives in a tent and he's just drunk and hopeless and like everyone's like hates him because he's just like this weirdo and that sounded like a really interesting concept to me, but again, I read the reviews and they said that it's just not good, so I mean I'll still probably check it out sometime, but he stepped out of his wheelhouse once or twice.
That sounds like a movie that could be an interesting character piece, but it also sounds like the kind of movie that could go nowhere quick, you know?
Yeah. There was one that's almost kind of similar to that with Bryan Cranston. I cannot remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it's a movie where a guy, I think it's based on a book. I don't remember the name of that either, but it's a Bryan Cranston film. It's a character study. It's all about Bryan and how his character is a husband who is he's just bored with his life. He's just bored with his job, whatever. And he decides to just start living in like the attic or whatever, like which the rest of the family like never touches or whatever, and just like not announce it, just let the family think that he disappeared, and that's a horrible thing to do to your family, but he does it, and he then gets so addicted to it that he becomes basically a hobo, and he starts kind of thriving off of this independent life of like enjoying the fact that everyone's looking for him and no one knows what happened to him, and he's like kind of like a sociopath, and but then nothing happens. It's like interesting as a setup, but then the movie just goes nowhere, and
Yeah.
I don't want to give anything away should anyone decide to watch it because it is interesting, but then it ended where I just kind of looked at the screen like, it ended with that. Like seriously, that's where it's gonna end. Okay, why did I just sit here for 2 hours? So yeah, you do get those movies sometimes that are interesting character studies that they just fizzle out, I guess.
Can I just say that's really fucking lazy casting to just get Bryan Cranston for that role?
Why?
Because that sounds just like Walter White. If instead of going to meth cooking, he instead went to being a
He
hobo
just
in an
abandons
attic.
his family. Yeah.
But it's the same
well,
thing.
instead of mad cooking, he became oh bloody hell, I'm forgetting the actor's name. The guy who was in a car accident.
Paul
Everybody's
Walker?
scared. No, everybody's scared of his freaking of his face now.
Gary Busey?
Yes, Gary
Oh,
Busey.
yeah. Everyone's scared of his face.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's an interesting way of phrasing that.
I think his face is normal. It's the rest of him that I question.
I mean, it's the combination of the two. Really.
Yeah, I suppose so, to be fair. Yeah.
I was extra scared of him when he was ginger dead, man.
I watched that expecting so much more. I watched that and I thought it would be hilarious. It really was just
Yeah,
F level.
if I remember correctly, there's like this comedy or something like that where Gary Busey leaves his family and then freaking starts living in their walls.
Oh my god. That
All
is it a
that?
horror movie?
Yeah, no,
Sounds
that's
like
a
it.
comedy. That's a comedy.
I have to check that out. I would be interested in seeing that. I know there's
If I opened up my walls one day and saw Gary Busey looking back, I'd shit bricks.
my
You're
cousin
out of
and I
mayonnaise.
Wait, my cousin and I, when we used to walk through the woods at like 3 a.m, which we loved to do, it was so much fun. We
You
would
stopped when you saw
often.
Gary Busey.
I'm going actually
He was
exactly in that
galloping through
direction.
He was galloping through the woods like a gazelle.
See, that's actually just where we were gonna go. We talk about so many different things whenever we're walking out in the woods, and my cousin and I were goofy and we love horror movies and shit like that. And one of us, I think my cousin said to me like, "Okay, we're out here right now. It's pitch black. We're in the middle of the woods. It's 3 a.m. Who could step out of the woods right now that would terrify you the most?" Just walk out of the woods. Just like not even say a word. Just boop. Oh, look over there. And one of us did in fact say, "Yeah, Gary Busey." One of us was like, "Oh, fucking Gary Busey would do it." It was like, "Oh yeah, oh yeah." Some of the other ones were Crispin Glover. I think William Shatner for some reason.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
the question. Chris Benoit's not scary unless he's packing a dumbbell. Then you know to be
Yeah,
afraid.
no, not a dumbbell. He is carrying the whole Fleximatic on his back as he's leaving
Oh,
the
jeez.
woods.
Jeez.
Was he like crucified on it? What?
I mean, he hung himself on his weight machine. He wrapped a towel around his neck and then wrapped the cord of like one of the I can't remember the name of it. It's like it's a pull bar where you pull it down and the weights go up. It's like one of those where yeah. And what he did was he put a bunch of weights on it. And then pulled it in the position where he had the weights kind of held in position, wrapped the cord around his neck, let go, boom, instant noose.
Well, we can hope it wasn't instant.
I
Let me.
Yeah,
Have
to be fair, he really doesn't deserve it to have been instant. No. As much as I like Chris Benoit, the wrestler, I can't really say that I would feel any sympathy if he struggled. No.
So, anyways, Mike, what'd you do this week?
Well, speaking of which,
Chris Benoit.
yeah, it's
Mike fucked Chris Benoit's corpse. That's what he was doing.
You had to go to that fucking. You had to go to the graveyard, dig him up, and do it discreetly.
I think he may have been cremated. I'm not sure. I know his brain was donated to the Concussion Society or whatever.
Yeah.
Mike fucked Chris Benoit's ashes.
I fucked his ashes. That's right. I got it. And I just rolled around in his ashes, celebrating his accomplishments, I guess we'll say. It's funny that you guys mentioned that. I keep forgetting to post it, but there was a photo. There was someone who works at a GameStop out here, not too far from me, and I swear, as much as the people through the forums have said that I look like either Chris Benoit or the Undertaker, which are both just. They've never been correct. I don't know why anyone has ever said that ever. Everyone's wrong. I don't look like either person. But that story has persisted for so long. And so over here I saw a guy at GameStop who I think legit actually really does look like a young Undertaker with maybe a little bit of Chris Benoit. To the point where I was like, dude, yeah, I said, man, this is going to sound really strange, but can I take a picture of you? I said, because I need to show my buddies because they're going to, I see it. And he said he can kind of see it, but I'm like, I totally see it. So I need to show my wrestling friends to see if they agree. Because I think that you look like the person they've always said I look like. So, yeah, I've got a picture of this poor guy, and he's just like, it's fine, whatever. He took it very well. So I do have that. That was just over the last week. I was sick yesterday. I keep going back and forth between being kind of sickish, and I think it's this hot weather. I don't do very well in the heat. I'm from up north, so it's just anything above like 65 degrees, and I start getting uncomfortable. And it's been like 80 something, so it's just like, ugh, fuck this. Um,
Yes,
uh,
I too can only survive in boiling temperature.
really? Oh man, yeah, we
No,
would never be able to.
I hate the hot. I hate hot.
Oh,
Actually, not
I thought you were
specific.
being serious because a lot of the people I talk to seem to prefer the hot weather. Like, oh man, I can't
No,
wait for winter to end.
I'm
And
making a joke about the different temperature scales because y'all
uh,
use Fahrenheit and I use Celsius, and 65 Celsius is very close to boiling.
oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I'm used to our fucked up American system. Um, I was sickish and not feeling all that great, but I do have this. I ordered something off of Amazon that's it's basically like a necklace that blows cold air, and it actually works pretty well. And
Ooh,
yeah, it was like
I've
30
heard of that.
bucks. Yeah, there are several on Amazon. I can't remember. Should any of you guys be interested, get a hold of me and I will tell you exactly which one I got because on Amazon, now I've mentioned this before, there's apparently a way that people can fake reviews and leave a bunch of bot reviews and stuff like that. And apparently a lot of items do this. You'll go on and you'll see an item that's got 5 stars, but then when you run it through these websites that analyze the reviews on Amazon, they are able to test all kinds of algorithms to tell how many a rough percentage of how many of the reviews are questionable for various reasons. And they use all kinds of metrics like has the person ever reviewed anything else? Did they actually purchase the product? Do they use the same repetitive phrases? Was there a spike in reviews over a short amount of time? Blah 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 blah. And
Ah,
yeah, it's actually Review Meta is one of the sites, and I can't remember what the other one is. But I always, anytime I go to Amazon anymore for anything I'm gonna buy, I run it through both of these sites. I actually just you post the link on the site, you click enter, it'll run its little, again the algorithms or whatever, and it'll give you like a grade, like fail, pass, suspicious, good, A to F, that kind of thing. And it's like a whole full page of graphs and all kinds of stuff. And it's not like, they come around and they say like we can't, prove anything, but we're giving you the tools to tell whether or not any of this seems suspicious based on what the average Amazon review page for something that's trustworthy is.
So, Mike,
So,
right.
what do you do? What do
yes.
you do? What do you do when you run a an item through those things, and the grade you get back is spoken sexy style?
I'm sorry.
Shut up.
What was the last part? No,
What?
I want to hear the last part. I mean, when I run it through and the grade is what did you say?
Spoken sexy style.
I haven't yet gotten that grade, so I wouldn't know what I would do. I don't know. This necklace thing, it's an Asian, like specifically Chinese, apparently. Yet there's like 3 other devices that almost look identical that are also from some Asian sites or from some Asian manufacturers. And I think like 2 of the ones that I looked at got like, reasonably poor, fake review, whatever notifications or whatever. But then this one got, a passing grade. They were like, okay, no, this one's reputable. And it had a lot of good reviews. And people said, for example, one of the reviewers said, I work in Texas, outdoors in the
Ooh,
heat. Yeah,
oh
another
yeah.
person. Yeah, oh, I can only imagine. Somebody said I work in a warehouse, and having this thing around my neck all day, really helps. It doesn't blow, of course, air conditioned air. It just blows air. But the thing
Yeah.
is, if you're even if you're in warm weather and you have air constantly blowing at your face, it does make a difference. And it was 30 bucks, and you literally it doesn't fall off. It's like curved enough to where like you can lean down and it's not going to fall off your head. And it's got 3 speeds. It's comfortable. It's cozy. It's really really cool actually. So I mean, legitimately, yes, it's cool. But I mean, it's a very
Is it
cool. It's a neat thing to have. Yes.
is it a bone
Uh,
phone with ventilators?
is it a what ventilator?
Bone phone with ventilators.
What is a bone phone?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a picture for you.
This sounds
A
like a sex
bone.
thing.
It does. Yes. My mind jumped right to that as well. Bone phone.
Yeah,
I'm
And
really hoping that Addy just posts a picture of a gigantic fucking dildo.
I wish.
There's an attractive woman in the picture, but I'm not exactly sure what I'm looking at. Bone
It's
phone.
it's
It looks like a
it's a
wet
scarf.
towel. Or,
It's a scarf with freaking the fucking word.
something to
Alright,
keep you
give you.
cool, obviously.
Yeah, no. It's a radio.
Oh, okay. I
Give me a
don't know.
second.
I wasn't really sure what it had to do with bones or
Two
phones, but if it's
speakers.
radio,
It has two speakers in it, or on the
I
side,
see. I
or
see.
like
I
kind of
can
on the
tell
side.
now.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it
It
doesn't
should.
work. It
Oh,
was sold in the 70s as a bone conducting set of headphones. Here's the thing: bone conduction doesn't work like that.
yeah, I was okay. Well, now the bone thing makes more sense, I guess. And it's funny that it's from the 70s. I was going to say this roller skating girl that they have in the picture looks like she's from like the 70s or 80s. I did not know that this was an actual old real thing.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I spent a lot of time looking up old tech.
Ah, okay. I spent a lot of time looking up 80s stuff, but just because I'm super nostalgic for my decade.
Yeah, I can't really be nostalgic for my decade yet, because yeah,
It's fairly recent.
yeah.
Yeah, mine was it was a while ago now.
There's like a time period with these things I've noticed where
Yeah.
the kids are into something. Then when those kids get to be teenagers, suddenly what they're into as kids is the lamest shit in the world.
Right.
And then they get to be young adults, and suddenly it's back to being cool. And you can already see this loop with Minecraft.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just kind of wish that the early 2000s fashion came back, because it looked very funny.
I didn't even know there was a
In a good
fashion in the
way.
early 2000s.
What are you asking for Kevin Smith's jorts to come back?
Oh no!
No, no, I'm asking for the like vaguely space age urban stuff, where they couldn't, where they couldn't decide if they wanted stuff to be sci-fi or urban, so they just went both.
That almost sounds like the early. Oh, okay, yeah, there we go with Kevin. Oh my God, those.
Yeah,
Like
George large enough to fit the country of Georgia.
I mean, it's just. I've never seen. Like that's just like those aren't shorts or pants. Those are like I mean I get it. I know what shorts are, but I mean the length just perplexes me. If you're gonna wear shorts, they should be a little bit higher than that, to cool off your legs or whatever. And if you're gonna wear pants, they should be longer than that.
Mike, that's not a. Those are not a big pair of shorts. That's a small pair of Kevin Smiths.
Yeah, so I would like a couple of Kevin Smiths, please. Oh, okay. You want to look like a goof? Okay. I have to give you credit though. This is the one picture that exists where he's not wearing a fucking hockey jersey. He's always got a damn hockey jersey, a backwards cap, and he's always making a googly face like, Seriously, look up Kevin Smith and you will find 500 pictures of exactly what I just described. Ugh. I don't know why I don't like that guy anymore. I just don't, which is unfair because I really love a couple of his movies.
Oh man.
I think it's because he keeps on wanting to fucking perpetuate the Clerks movies, and it's like the first one was great, it didn't need a sequel. Okay, you felt like you needed to make a sequel, we didn't need one, but you just barely eked one out that managed to not destroy the original, but you kind of came close in a couple places. Okay, good. You told the story, it went full circle, there's nothing else that needs to be said, and now he's talking about wanting to make another one. It's like, no, you asshole. You know, when you were Kevin Smith, you made Clerks. Now you're the guy who makes fucking Yoga Hosers, which is a fucking Canadian comedy about killer bratwursts or some shit. Like, for real. Nazi little killer sausages or something like that. Kevin Smith made a movie about this. And it's like, I do not want you making another movie about movies with characters that I used to love. Back when you weren't a hack. You stoner fuck. Seriously. Go ahead.
I've not watched any of the Clerks movies, but Clerks 1 was supposed to be
I did.
Addie did? You did?
Yeah, I watched. I remember watching Clerks 1, but I don't remember much of it. I do remember Clerks 2.
That is genuine. Out of all the movies I would have expected you to have seen, Clerks was not one of them.
Why is that?
Addie's not a movie guy at all. He's actually quite proud of it.
So this is an interesting podcast then. So we have you and I, W, who are the movie guys, and we have Pink and Addie, who just don't really do movies too much. That's interesting.
But what I wanted to say was, Clerks 1 was supposed to be...
I watched a lot of stoner comedies because of my sister. So you want you want to talk about stoner comedies? I'm here.
I don't. Well, to be fair, I was just telling W about Harold and Kumar, which I very much enjoyed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That was actually
I
really good.
remember
I
that.
thought that was a really good movie. What were you gonna say, W, about Clerks?
Well, my understanding of Clerks 1 is that it's a very down to earth portrayal of like pretty well the service industry, right? Or what's the word for that?
Um, well, the
It's
retail
what you
industry.
work into. Retail,
Yeah,
yeah.
retail. Yeah. The thing is, Clerks, Clerks. I'm a member of what's called Generation X. And so is Kevin Smith. He's a couple years older than me, so we're kind of like right on the fringe or whatever. Clerks was a movie that basically spoke to Generation X, which Generation X is generally broadly defined as a generation that was kind of unsure of itself, didn't really know, they weren't boomers, they weren't into the hippie stuff or whatever, but they weren't yet the internet era. They were kind of like trying to find their place in the world. They kind of felt disenfranchised, that sort of, and that applies to me a little bit, but I mean, I'm just saying that as a group I could kind of relate because I'm part of that generation. And what Clerks is essentially the story of two guys who are at dead-end jobs who are trying to figure out, like, what do we do for the rest of our lives? What is our future going to be? Are we really just going to be sitting here working retail forever? Like, don't you want something more out of life? Well, maybe, but how do I go about achieving it? So there was actually like a really good sort of exploration of what it's like to be someone who was of that age at that time in American history. It was kind of a time capsule of, quote, the Generation X, generation. But it was also, if you take that away, it was also kind of a funny comedy that was very observational about what it's like working retail and how shitty customers can be. Yes, it was basically those two concepts merged together. And that's why it was successful. And then, Kevin Smith was praised as visionary, and he made the movie for fucking $27,000, and it made several million, so it was a huge profit. He sold his own comic book collection to do it, and he became, like an indie darling. And then he made a couple more good movies, and then
And then Jay
decided
and
that,
Silent Bob.
yeah, well, I like Jay and Silent Bob, but that was just a
So do
corny
I.
screw. But yeah,
Well,
it was funny.
well, which one?
But
Do you mean them in Clerks 2 or the actual movie?
say that again. I'm sorry. Clerks 2 or the
The,
actual movie? What?
yeah, because they had a separate movie called Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back or something like that.
Oh,
That
right,
was a
they
big.
did. You're right. Yeah, but then they also made an actual Clerks 2. He made Jay and Silent Bob
Yeah.
Straight Back in 2001, and then in 2006 he made Clerks 2, which was basically, okay, what if I go and revisit these characters of my generation, t 15 years later, or however long it was, and 12 years later, thereabouts. And he said, now that they're older and they're of age to have their own children and stuff like that, where would they be now? Where would they be now that there is an internet and everything else? It was good, but it was inconsistent. Whereas I think the original Clerks is very strong. Clerks 2 didn't have as much to say, and I think Kevin Smith has declined as a filmmaker pretty steadily since his first couple of movies. That's just my opinion. And so Clerks 2 kind of came sort of partly amidst the downfall of his talent, but it was still acceptable in my opinion. It was still a decent sequel, but it's like, again, I'm sitting here saying, okay, you got lucky with that one. Stop. Leave it alone. Go ahead and make your Tusk. Go ahead and make, which, to be fair, a lot of people who have seen Tusk said that it was good, but it's about a guy that has an obsession with walruses, and he kidnaps a guy and makes him into a walrus. So there you go. He made that movie. He made the movie again about the killer bratwursts. He thinks that anything Canadian is just inherently the funniest shit ever. He loves Johnny Depp and like puts Johnny
Ew.
Depp's daughter in his movies. It's yeah, it's I washed my hands of Kevin Smith.
I'll just
Sorry.
what I wanted to say was I just wanted to say I can understand the idea of like if your movie was thought of as one of the definitive like stories of the Generation X, I can understand the idea of wanting to make a sequel every 10 or 15 years just as a way of saying like this is where Generation X is now, and so on.
Yeah, that is actually a fair way of looking at it. That's true. I never thought of it that way. I mean, he
I,
is of the position, he is of that generation to make an observation like that.
yeah, I would say that Kevin Smith probably is no longer in a position where he can make a fair judgment on that because like he is no longer down to earth. I don't know how wealthy he is, but he makes a living now by running big podcasts and having his
Yeah.
daughter do big movies and so on. He's not exactly like a guy who works for a living anymore. He doesn't sing for a supper no more, you know?
Yeah, actually, to the point that I remember, I was conflicted about this. I both supported him. We actually discussed this on the form of Solitude a while back. He came out and said, Kevin Smith, that is, I am in a position now to where I no longer have to make movies for anybody else. He made Clerks for himself, but when he made studio movies like a Cop Out, for example, he directed that. He didn't write it, I don't think, but he directed it. And he said, I'm in a position now to where I am now at a place in my life I can make whatever movies I want for me, for my friends, for whomever. It doesn't matter if other people like them. I like them. My friends like them, etc. And on one hand, I was like, that's actually cool, good for him. On the other hand, I'm like, well, that kind of sucks. That's really kind of a lazy attitude. Like, wouldn't you want to excel to be the best you could? And I remember Wild Night, he was just like, that guy's an asshole. He owes it to everybody to make good movies. What a jerk for being selfish. It's like, I don't agree, but I kind of do. I don't know. It's weird. It really is weird. Really quickly, obviously I don't want to cut you guys off if you have something to say about any of that, but just really quickly, I'm on the Clerks Wikipedia page. Um, it says, oh, I'm sorry. I'm just I actually it doesn't really say a whole lot. I'm trying to find the well, it does actually. It says quite a bit on Wikipedia about it. I'm actually looking for like the critical response, and I'm having trouble finding that particular section because I wanted to see if other people said the same thing. The film was well received by critics and is a cult film. Currently has 88% certified fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. The website's critical consensus reads, with its quirky characters and clever quotable dialogue, Clerks is the ultimate clarion call for slackers everywhere to unite and do something, we guess. That's what it says. Roger Ebert gave the film 3 stars out of 4, and he praised it for interestingly depicting a full day of utterly authentic middle-class life, saying that within the limitations of his bare-bones production, Smith shows great invention, a natural feel for human comedy, and an knack for writing weird, sometimes brilliant dialogue. Now, I just find this interesting that right here, what I just read to you guys is they're just saying, well, the film was funny, but back when it first debuted, I was about, I guess I would have been 15 at that time, a couple years younger than the target audience, but again, still within the fringe of that generation. When I watched it, and I went out to see what people thought about it, it was being hailed not necessarily just for being a comedy, but again for being like the spokes movie of that generation. And I guess my point is now I'm just not seeing that. I'm not seeing my claim backed up here on Wikipedia like I was totally prepared to see it backed up.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
anyway, yeah. So, but anyway, that's what people thought of it at the time. I guess maybe no one thinks about it that way anymore. I don't know. The whole slacker thing. That's another thing. Generation X slackers, people who again, just underachievers. That's I and those of my general age group have been saddled with that. That's the baby boomer. You have the greatest generation, the World War II guys. Then you have the baby boomers who are like the ones who were into the hippies and radical movements and political change and all that. Then you had Generation X. Then you had, I guess, the millennials, and then whatever
Z.
we have now. Yeah, Generation Z,
Well,
I guess.
yeah, Z. I always forget the millennials are Generation Y, but it does go XYZ, doesn't it?
It
Yeah.
should, but I never. I'd have to look up
I
whether
mean,
there's like an actual.
it's the Generation X and the Millennials and then Zoomers.
It's right. That's the official. That's the real tally right there. Yeah, Degeneration X. Yeah.
Would Sean
the-
not have been too old to be like the symbol of Generation X?
Who be too old?
Sean.
Sean. Which Sean? Who Sean? Oh, Sean. Sean.
Sean
Stasiak,
Michaels.
of course.
Sean. Sean Michaels. I was actually thinking of Sean Waltman. Honestly, both of them I think were too old to have been. In '96. Let's see. Degeneration X kind of became a thing in like '98 thereabouts. I think 97, 98. God, they probably would have been in like their 30s by then. Yeah, though they were they're kind of I think at the tail end of the baby boomer generation.
Shawn Michaels was born in '65.
Okay, yeah, that's total baby boomer. Yeah.
Huh. And wasn't like the initial lineup of D-Generation X, including Rick Rude?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about Rick Rude, and China was in there as well. China was young. Rick Rude was not.
No.
Rick Rude died on the same day as Columbine, which is why no one remembers it. God, I'm trying to think how old China would have been at that time. China was obviously the youngest of them all, I think. There's probably like... well, I'm on Wikipedia. Let me look up really quick. Let me just look up Degeneration X. Degeneration X. Okay, let's see.
Triple H was born in 69. What the hell? Were none of them actually from Generation X?
Let me... and the thing is, they're always flexible. Let me now look up Generation...
Hornswoggle.
Hornswoggle, yeah. He actually might be, to be honest. He actually might be. He looks young because he's a little guy, but I've seen him in interviews, and he's actually he seems a lot older than he did, when he was playing a stupid leprechaun.
Okay, China. No one crack any inappropriate jokes. China.
I like China.
China was also
69.
Born 69. Yeah, so she also would have been a late boomer.
Yeah. Go ahead, Hornswoggle.
Hornswoggle was 86.
Okay, wow. Way younger than I would have expected. He looks a lot older. When you see him without the makeup and everything, he's just doing interviews, he looks way older than 86.
Yeah, the years have not been kind to him.
They really honestly haven't. And it's unfortunate truth that when you're a little person, your skin, I feel bad saying this, but it's just the truth. Your skin ages differently, you get wrinkles more prematurely and stuff like that. But yeah, he's just a little ugly bastard anyway. I just don't like the guy. Generation X is the demographic cohort following the baby boomers and preceding the millennials. Researchers in popular media use... Okay, well, here we go. Researchers in popular media use the early to mid-60s as starting birth years and the late 70s to early 80s as the ending birth years of the generation.
Oh, so they all are Generation X. All right.
I guess they actually are.
Except for Hornswoggle.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Hornswoggle is a dirty millennial.
Yep, that's according to the general consensus. I know these things kind of fluctuate, but yeah, again, here on Wikipedia, which of course is the authority. But no, I think Wikipedia actually doesn't get the credit it deserves. But go ahead.
Things have changed so severely that, like, it was only about 2 or 3 years ago that I had a professor in college just out and out say in class, okay, so you've probably had loads of teachers tell you Wikipedia is not a reliable source. I'm going to go ahead and tell you now Wikipedia is a reliable source. Just check what the actual source Wikipedia uses.
Right, that's just it. I mean, the people used to say, well, Wikipedia was unreliable because anyone could write for it, which, yes, that latter aspect is true, but the thing is, there are, I think, like hundreds of people. You can click on any Wikipedia article and see, like, pages and pages of discussion and debate, passionate debate sometimes, between these editors who say, this should be part of the article. No, it shouldn't, and here's why. Well, if you look at this and you reference that, there are people who really take it seriously. So, I mean, and you go to the bottom of any Wikipedia article, there's 300 different references and citations to whatever it is that they said. So you can look it up yourself. So, I mean, I don't buy into the idea that Wikipedia is just a joke. I use it all the time, quite honestly. And they say that the Generation X is generally defined as people born from 65 to 80.
All right.
1965 to 1980, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to step out to take a piss real quick. Feel free to just continue chatting about what you did with your week.
The pressure's on me. I played a lot of Dead by Daylight.
If you didn't do anything else, you can just pass it to Addy. I'm sure he did something.
Oh, you guys haven't all already discussed this yet. Yeah, Addy,
nope.
What have you been up to?
But I actually haven't done a whole lot because freaking video games just don't...
Uh-oh. Shit. Hang on. I gotta come back. I apparently fucked up the audio somehow. Okay, give me... Oh, boy. Okay.
What's out?
Okay, yeah, it does fuck the audio. Okay, so I can't do it like that. Okay, hang on.
Can you not just, like, put the headphones down and just go piss?
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I put them in the dock, and that caused it to disconnect. So
okay.
Whatever you guys said after Addy started talking about his week is gone, but I'm just going to leave the earbuds on the table, and that should be fine.
Nice.
All right.
He's got an interesting system. It sounds like earbuds with a dock. That's interesting.
He has Bluetooth earbuds.
Whoa.
Wireless.
Yeah, wireless.
I have some as well, but they don't. They're different kind, I guess. They don't dock or anything like that. And his, I feel bad for him. His seems like they run out constantly on the poor guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's always having to cut off and run because he is a slave to the earbuds. The earbuds
Yep.
are not a slave to him.
Yep. I have a pair of wireless earbuds as well, and I don't use them all that often because they do have a rather short, relatively speaking, battery life. And
Yeah.
just the fact that they don't fit my ears like at all. I can get
Oh.
one in the left ear just fine. The right ear, nothing doing. It's not going to stay.
Nice.
That's interesting. Yeah,
That's why you should send in your ear pictures to that one guy in Sony so he can look at your ear pictures and mold an insert that specifically fits your ear.
there's someone at Sony who actually really does that.
Well, when they really revealed the fucking hell, when they revealed the PS5, the designer for the 3D binaural audio or whatever the hell came on, and he was like, so we made it so in software you cannot just shit, so that you can get very very good like surround sound on the PS5. But if that doesn't work for you, you can just send in pictures to me, and we will make a model specifically for you from those pictures. We will model your ear, and I may jerk off to it. But
I'm hoping you didn't add that last part.
No,
but you know.
but the way he did the presentation, it very much
I
sounded like
really
that.
want your pictures of ears, please. People,
Yeah.
please send them. I'm so
was
interested in
like,
servicing you.
he was like that though, genuinely.
That's funny. I was not aware of that.
That's why I'm saying that he wanted to jerk off to people's ears, because like, from the way he spoke, it seemed likely.
Some people have foot fetishes, which is, I mean, it's a very popular thing. I don't get it at all, but a lot of other people do. So you never
I
know.
don't think any of us in the call do.
No,
I certainly don't.
I'm pretty sure that's the most sure sign of evidence of the devil that anyone will ever present to me. So, you know,
Having a foot fetish.
yeah.
That's how you know that person cannot be trusted. They're up to no good.
But I mean, think about it. They have like four sets of additional holes.
Oh man.
Ew. No.
I'm trying to think of the other stupid stuff that I've read. Freaking food fetishes try to say to convince people that it's fine.
That's something people have actually said?
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's terrible.
I don't understand. I don't want to understand.
It's putting pieces between the toes, I guess. I don't even want to think about it. I don't know. That's just weird. Yeah, it sounds like W's coming back, and we're gonna have to admit that we talked about foot fetishes the whole time.
Yeah. So W.
That's a tragedy.
No, okay, he's still dead.
Maybe he just heard you say foot fetish and ran off.
He took off. Yeah.
Not having any of that.
Not again.
He's got a no tolerance policy, 0 tolerance policy. He's like, nope.
I mean,
The second they start talking about a foot, I am out. I am
after the leg fingers, I wouldn't
throwing
blame
these
him.
earbuds out the window.
After the leg fingers, I wouldn't blame him.
Y'all don't know, but I'm touching myself right now.
Oh, it's just getting worse and worse.
So yeah, W, while you were gone, Mike admitted to having a foot fetish.
Oh, I sure did.
Weird.
I just blurted it out. It's like, guys, I have to share with somebody. Everyone else ostracizes me. No one accepts it.
We all have our thing. I'm a furry. Pink has come to fish. You have a foot fetish. And you also shove people up your ass, but we don't talk about that.
I shove people up my ass? Is that
Yeah.
what you're
When
saying?
did this happen?
Entire people.
Reverse 4.
I'm having this beautiful moment where I know the original joke Addie and I have made that we are pulling on you right now, but
I'm just kind of mystified.
Well, here's the thing. I know that me and Addie came up with this one together, but I don't remember what it actually is. This is some kind of long-handed reference to Yokozuna.
Oh.
Kind of, but not really. So what happened was during the Christmas recording we did for Dark Souls last year. We needed topics because it was just the two of us, because Pink was doing something else and Mike was supposed to be there, but
Oh,
he also
he was not
he also had
supposed to be there. An invite was extended.
I was obligated legally.
If you get an invitation, you are expected to be there.
It's like
If
jury
not,
duty.
that's like +5 penalties for you.
Yeah,
Bounty
you
hunters
can't
You
are
got
turn it
negative
taking
down.
karma
their
right
time.
now.
that's why we keep talking over you, Mike. That's your penalty.
This guy has lost status. He's dropped in the hierarchy. We have to talk
Yeah.
over him now. He doesn't get anything to say.
But yeah, so we sent our invitation to Mike, and we started the stream up because we were like, I don't know, like maybe half an hour to an hour, and then we were like, okay, whatever, we'll just start doing it with the two of us, and it's gonna take at least 4 hours to actually beat that boss in Dark Souls. So we have time for people to arrive.
Did I hear you correctly that you said it's going to take 4 hours to beat a boss in Dark
Yeah.
Souls? Oh, wow. Okay, go on.
He's
Yeah,
he's being hyperbolic.
No,
No,
because
it
there's some Final Fantasy
took us
bosses
4
that take
hours.
like.
That took us 4 hours to beat that boss because like
It did not take us
So-
4 hours to beat the boss. It took us 4
I
hours
know.
to beat the level before the boss.
that's true.
Oh,
It took
That's
us
the
4 hours. Took us 4 hours to get to the boss
Technically
and then
speaking,
kill it.
Technically speaking, if you're a perfect player and you're just like fucking fantastic, then that'll only take you 10 minutes. It just took 4 hours because I died that many times.
I believed it because I've heard that with these new Final Fantasy games, like the Final Fantasy MMO that was
Oh,
out like a
God.
decade ago. Yeah, I've heard that some bosses take like literally like 6 or 8 hours, and I remember even they mentioned it on an episode of Conan O'Brien when he was like playtesting one of the upcoming Final Fantasy games, and his joke was turning to the camera and saying, "Who would play this?" So yeah, it's like wow. It really, yeah, we've really gotten to that point in time where bosses can take that long. So I bought it. I believed it.
But yeah, so we needed topics, and there was none because W kept dying the reindeer, and we just like we kept getting lost because the whole like imagine if Silent Hills the render distance was 2 steps, and then also sometimes like killer reindeer just spawn out of the fog, and that's basically what was going on.
All right, that's an odd thing to happen.
Yeah, so that was the setup, and we needed topics. So I just tell Abio, I've been thinking about this because it did occur to me, and I wasn't sure because I don't look shit like this up on my own time because I don't care enough. But like I was like, it occurred to me, if people shove other people up their ass, is that reverse war?
Ah,
And then
Wait, is that what? What's the term?
reverse war.
Reverse
'Cause-
war?
Yeah, war. VORE.
Reverse vor. I guess I must have been familiar with that term. What is vor?
War is eating people.
it's a
Oh, it
fetish.
is?
Yeah.
I'm totally
eating
unfamiliar
people
with that.
fetish.
Oh, is that an actual real word? Like, or is that just like an internet? VOR, vor.
Well, it's an internet thing. I don't know if it's a
Oh,
genuine word
okay.
in the dictionary, but yeah.
I've never heard of it before. Okay, all right. Sorry, that's totally unfamiliar to me. Go on.
But yeah, so I was like, if people shove other people up their ass, is that reverse war? And Navi was like, well, I don't know, but the foot fetish community, and then that spiraled down into Mike has a foot fetish and also shoves people up his ass.
I love
And
that
then-
I was blamed for all these horrible things just because I
Yeah.
didn't show up.
and then and then
That's
also also we found an old tape of Yokozuna from like 99, not 98. I don't remember which
No, we
which
did
year we said it.
not.
Like
Come
80s,
on.
I think he was
something.
dead by then.
No. We said that we found an old footage.
Yeah, I was about to say, you gotta be careful of these things, because you might actually get someone believing you.
But yeah, so
This is where I
the-
always
the-
have to temper Addy, because Addy delivers things with such a deadpan tone that people are like, wait, really? And I have to fucking follow him up like, no, he's not, he's joking, guys. No, Yokozuna did not actually jam someone up his asshole. That would be physically
that
impossible.
was the other thing that we found a tape of Yokozuna doing the freaking banzai drop on a guy, and the guy just lit up his ass crack.
Oh.
They were never able to get him free. He had to live in there for the rest of his life.
Yeah, he just had to.
But he didn't have to live for long.
That's true. Well, I don't know. It could be like Mr. Slave. There could be a lot of room up in there.
True, I guess.
See, I'm of the opposite thought that because Yokozuna's ass was so huge, I would think that there would be a lot less room for someone to get up in there.
Well, that's a good question, isn't
silence
it?
as everyone ponders that. Yeah,
I guess
right.
there's only one
What
way
are
to
the
find out.
scientific
Let's get
ramifications
Yokozuna.
of this?
We need to study this.
The journey to the center of Yokozuna's asshole.
That's No Man's Sky 2.
Yeah. Where are all these planets?
No
And
Man's
fly
asshole.
out, you fly out on your spaceship away from the planet, you turn around and look behind you, and it's just Yokozuna's bare ass.
Yeah.
I mean, by the time he died, I think he was like a legit like 500 or 600 pounds, which is, I mean, Samoans are always, well, maybe not always, but generally Samoan males are often large, but he was real large. So, I mean, yeah, it's, I don't know, there's a whole lot of room for anything going on.
It's a tiny island, so what genetic traits there are tend to make the go around, and
That makes sense.
Genetic tendency towards weight retainment, I believe.
Yeah, it also makes sense that everyone is related. You know, they're all like every person of even slight Samoan descent is guaranteed to be related to The Rock in some way.
Yeah, but they all, admittedly, like, a lot of them are married in. A lot, like, Jimmy, not Jimmy. Well, The Rock
Jimmy
is kind of
Snuka?
married in a sense. Jimmy Snuka is married in, yes. Yeah, I was trying to say Jimmy Snuka. Why did my brain turn off? My brain turned off because I was like, oh, Jimmy. There's no Jimmy. Who's Jimmy?
When you think about it, it's weird. I think about this when I think of just as a quick side tangent. When I think of actors, no, I'm sorry. You're clearly trying to complete your thought. Go ahead.
I mean, I just, Jimmy Snuka was probably also thinking like, man, who the fuck is Jimmy? As he was going through, as he was, beating his girlfriend to death, he was like, who's Jimmy?
Some out-of-body experience. Who am I? What is this monster? Yeah, actually, I looked him up just now. His name actually really was James. I didn't expect that. Yeah, I always knew Yokozuna as Rodney, but that was actually not even correct. His actual real first name was Agatupu. Yeah, Agatupu Rodney Anoa'i. Yeah.
I can somehow see him showing up to the WWE offices and saying, my name is Agatupu Rodney Anawai, and Vince is like, you're Rodney.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I guess Rodney was easier for everyone to call him. Yeah. I'm scrolling down to look and see. I know he's related to The Rock in some way.
He is definitely one of the main Anawai kids.
Yeah, his cousins were the Usos and Rikishi, and I think Rikishi, I think all of them are related to The Rock.
Okay, is he like... Okay, so he's Rikishi's cousin. Would he be would Umaga...
Oh, I'm sorry. It actually specifies right here just above where I was looking. Anoa'i was a member of the Anoa'i wrestling family. Roman Reigns, Rikishi, Samu, Rosie, Manu, Umaga, and The Rock were among his cousins. The Usos were his... Yeah, right? The Usos were his first cousins, once removed, in Afa and Sika, which I think those were the head shrinkers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Were his uncles. Yeah. Yokozuna had 2 children, Justin and Kiani.
I didn't know Yokozuna had any kids.
I didn't either until I just read that.
I thought he died unmarried.
I did too, actually. I guess he may have, but he definitely apparently had 2 kids. That's all it says as far as his private life. He died of pulmonary edema, which is not really that much of a surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the guy was, oh my God, yeah, yes. At the time of his weight, he was legit 580 pounds. Ooh, there are sumo wrestlers who aren't even that big. Yeah, very big boy. He reminds me of that singer who did that really good version of Over the Rainbow. Kamakawi'i Ole. Oh, good lord, I can't remember his name. I used to know it by heart. I'm just gonna look him up too. I know we're kind of I'm going on a tangent here. Okay, recordings by Judy Garland's, cover versions, German versions. Israel. I forgot. Yeah, Israel Kamakawi'i Ole. Israel Kamakawi'i. It's difficult. Israel Kamakawi'i Ole. Yeah.
Yep.
Huge man. Beautiful singer though.
I know I've told Addy and Pink this story by now, but have you ever heard the story of Jim Ross sending Vader and Yokozuna to lose weight?
I don't believe so. I don't know why I wouldn't have heard the story, but it doesn't sound familiar.
You told
it
him
was-
during Left 4 Dead.
I know that Yokozuna was told to lose weight, but that's like the extent of my knowledge of it. I don't know any of the details.
Like I remember you telling this to Mike during Left 4 Dead.
Really?
Oh.
Really? My
Yeah.
memory's such shit. Oh my
Well, for
god,
once
that's
I forgot
embarrassing.
too, so don't be too
Oh,
embarrassed.
that's terrible though. That was like 3 weeks ago.
Was it 3 weeks ago?
Probably like 6 months ago. I don't know. The last time we played Left 4 Dead, yeah, it was probably about 3-4 weeks tops, right?
No.
No,
we
the
played
last
Left 4
time-
Dead
the last
a
time-
week ago.
Yeah, we played Left 4 Dead a week ago,
We
but
only
it
played
was
Left
the
4
time
Dead
before
a
then.
week ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the 6th.
Fuck me, man. I gotta lay off these drugs I'm not taking. Serious. Fucking a week ago. Wow. Okay. All right. Never mind me. That's bad. That's bad, man. When I can't even remember something that happened just a week ago. I mean, I remember it happened. I remember what occurred.
No, it
but I obviously
wasn't.
don't-
It wasn't a week ago. This was the recording session before then, which I can actually check when that was. Give me a sec.
Oh, that might have been a while ago.
Okay, that would make me feel better.
Yeah, I'm checking when that was.
Oh, I have the recording here too somewhere, and I never uploaded it yet. I needed to. I have so many videos
It
on my channel that
was-
I haven't opened yet.
On May 16th.
Oh, okay. Well, wow. Okay, good. Wait, May 16th? Was that the first or the second time we played?
The first.
First.
Oh, okay. Which one? Which one were you? Yeah,
That one.
That was the one where we. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So that was a while for me, a little while ago. Okay, I can see why I forgot it.
All right. What was the original topic that you guys were talking about that somehow led to foot fetishes?
Nothing.
Actually, that's a good question. I always like to
Gen-
figure out
genuinely
how did A get to Z. Yeah, we were asking you, Addy, what you've been up to, and somehow you.
I never started, and then.
No,
and then
yeah, you
started talking
did.
about
You
W's
brought
AirPods.
up foot fetishes.
No,
You're the
no.
one.
No,
Yeah.
we started talking about W's AirPods.
Don't
That's
you
somehow
put
evolved
that
into
evil on
fetish.
me, Ricky Bobby!
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, because well, what? Okay, I was saying. All right, the last thing I remember is like Addy, you said something like you don't really play games anymore. You've lost some interest in them. We were talking about your Bluetooth.
That's as far as I got, and then W talked about his AirPods, and then left, and then that somehow evolved into foot fetish.
AirPods?
How the
I
hell
think
did-
I am.
I'm just trying to figure out how we were talking about Bluetooth. I made the comment that you are a slave to your Bluetooth as opposed to your Bluetooth being a slave to you because the battery forces you to have to obey them. And then we started how do you get from that to foot fetish?
How
Right?
did we get to foot
How
fetish?
did we? Holy shit, how did we?
I stepped
I'm
up to
legit-
take a piss for a minute, and I maybe like stop to chat with someone as they're taping up some boxes. And I come back to hear that you guys talking about me running away from the feet, and I was like, okay, that's how quick it takes to take a turn, huh?
I even mentioned it when you were gone. I said he's gonna come back and he'll be like, "What were we talking about?" And I said, "Foot fetishes." And now I'm sitting here like the rest of you thinking, "Wait a minute, how did we get there?"
I guess
This is
that's
great as a
I guess there's a reason to rewatch the podcast for us now, because none of us knows how we got to the fucking foot fetish.
This is great as a mystery goes, because you two don't know. Pink's not talking, and I wasn't there.
I think Pink left when we started talking about it.
Big
Yeah.
part of the foot fetish. That's
I
why
heard you
that's why
guys
he's not talking.
start mentioning the foot fetish again, so I just bolted. I was like, nope, I'm not having any more of that.
He's
Yeah.
worried
None of
you'll
this.
awaken something in him.
I've already done it with the freeze. He doesn't need any more.
Everyone's got their thing, huh? And you've already decided that I'm the reverse. What is it? VOD? VOD? Vor. Okay, reverse Vor.
I mean,
Yeah,
hey,
VOD is video on demand. Go ahead.
the foot thing wouldn't be too bad. You'd be entering the illustrious classes of Idris Elba. And
Yeah. You mentioned that, and Tarantino.
Tarantino, who was that fucking pop star kid that Disney was trying to push in the early 2000s?
When you
All
look
of
like
them.
Idris Elba, I think you can like whatever the heck you want to like. But those
That's
He's
Bumblebee
true.
goons,
pretty handsome
no.
guy.
I mean, I
Yeah.
think Army Hammer just proved that there are some limits.
Oh yeah,
This is also true, but he also
yeah,
doesn't look like Idris Elba.
yeah. He's a goon. Who's named Army Hammer anyway? I mean,
Actual
come
Cannibal
on.
Army Hammer.
Actual Cannibal Army Hammer. There you go. You guys saw that Shia LaBeouf thing, right? Where everyone was running
Yes.
around. Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I mean, I knew you did because you made the reference. But yeah, did the other two of you see the Shia LaBeouf thing where people were on stage doing like an interpretive dance with paper mache Shia LaBeouf masks?
Yes.
I have not seen that.
It's actually pretty good. It's pretty funny. They're mocking Shia LaBeouf, and then well, I don't want to give anything away. Should you decide to look at it, it's pretty funny. I don't even know what it's called. But yeah, one of the
Actual
lines is
Cannibal Shia
actual
LaBeouf.
can. Oh, is that actually what the title is? Because I know that's one of the lines. Is that actually the title?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Shia LaBeouf, he's a weird one. He's probably got all kinds of crazy fetishes that involve murder.
Shia LaBeouf fully jerks off to Transformers.
God, Transformers.
If I were him,
fuck.
I'd be traumatized.
I think he kind of was. I know that he spoke out against Indiana Jones 4, and the Crystal Skull. And I remember Spielberg kind of took him aside and said, dude, like, we're trying to sell this movie. There's a time for providing your critical opinion, and there's a time for selling cars. And so he was kind of taken aside, like, don't trash the movie you were just in. We're trying to make a profit on it, So he's one of those weird guys who shits on a lot of his movies. But another weird performance art thing that he did that you all probably have heard about is that he had a marathon that I think anyone could just come into the theater and join him. He sat and watched a marathon, like 3 straight days of a screening of every one of his own films. And there's various shots of him watching it, just kind of like groaning and covering his eyes, just being like, "Oh God," So it's like, I don't know if he really hates his own work or what. He's a weird dude.
He, for a while I thought he was like, oh, just doing it for publicity. But the more I see him, the more I think he may be one of those types who just genuinely marches to the beat of his own drum.
He really does, honestly. Yeah, I mean, because another one of the things that he did was I don't remember what he called it, but it was like he purchased like a hotel loft or a building or something like that, and he put himself in a room sitting on a stool, and people, I don't know if they had to pay or what, but people could line up, enter the room, and spend a minute just like doing whatever they wanted. I don't know if that means including
Ew.
sexual or yeah, I don't know what the restrictions were. There had to have been some. Yeah, but it was like a weird social experiment where he like let people just come in and just like say whatever they wanted to him or I don't know. I don't know.
This may be a separate incident where he was also doing something art of him like sitting on a chair, but there was at least one incident where yes, like he was like doing some weird art piece thing where he was sitting on a chair and a woman actually did come up and force herself on him.
That's the thing I'm referring to, actually. Yes. Yeah, because I remember where I was going to go is that I don't know exactly what the restrictions were and the rules and everything else, but eventually he had to cut it short because someone actually did do something that he didn't like. And you reminded me that that is what it was. Yes, that is the same incident.
Yeah.
It's fucking bizarre.
Yeah, he definitely seems to have matured some, though, because that was like around the same time where he was doing like the weird paper bag shit. But like nowadays,
oh,
like,
I forgot about that. I am not a celebrity. Yeah.
Yeah, that was that. There's no way that wasn't just like publicity things, but like,
yeah,
like it's also like it's hard for me to disrespect him now after he did that Peanut Butter Falcon movie. Like that was cool. Did you hear about that?
I may have heard the title, but I don't know anything about the movie.
It's a movie where he hired. It's a movie about him helping. Okay, so they hired an actual teenager with Down syndrome to play a character in the movie who is Shia LaBeouf's character's little brother who has Down syndrome. And the idea is that the teenager, the kid with Down syndrome, which people who have Down syndrome typically do not live very long, and the entire idea of the movie it revolves around getting this kid to where he could wrestle an actual wrestling match as his made-up wrestling persona, the Peanut Butter Falcon.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And apparently it was a very good, solid, heartwarming film where they actually hired an actor with Down syndrome to play a character with Down syndrome.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, I didn't know any of those details. That's interesting.
Yeah. What else was I going to?
Interesting. The Peter Falcon, huh? I know that within the last, let's say, 5 years, he did do an interview. I can't remember with who. I can't remember what it was about. But I have to admit that for some reason, curiosity made me read it, and he came across as very intelligent and introspective. Said that he'd made a lot of mistakes. Said that he was struggling very hard with overcoming his addictions, and that he wanted to mature as an actor and be a better person. And it sounded like he legitimately really wanted to be a good guy. It's just like maybe he's just like one of those guys who just he's quirky and he does have his quote demons, as we like to say in the wrestling, fanship. And it just seems like the quirkiness coupled with his addictions just make him an asshole way more than I guess even he would like to be. Yeah. So I mean,
Not to keep going on Shia LaBeouf for like this long, because like there was something we probably should have talked about with Addie's week, but I remember watching
he had the chance. He brought up foot fetishes. Go on.
He ruined it. You blew it. I do remember watching an actors roundtable video that some YouTube channel had did where they got in. It may have been like Vanity Fair or someone, and they just brought in. They brought him in, Shia LaBeouf, Adam Sandler, Adam Driver, Al Pacino. No, not Al Pacino. Robert De Niro.
I was gonna say, whoa, wow, what a fucking weird mix. Adam Sandler and Robert De Niro at the same table.
Jamie Foxx.
Okay.
And I think Tom Hanks.
Okay, which one of these names doesn't belong? Go on.
I should send you the link because it's actually a very fascinating video to watch.
I would imagine.
It's an array of incredibly vastly different personalities.
Yeah.
Because you have Tom Hanks and Jamie Foxx are both very charismatic, personable people. They're both people, and it shows.
Right. Robert De Niro is very, very reserved.
Very reserved, very serious. Robert De Niro is also the most politically minded. Robert De Niro is like fucking shutting the fuck up throughout the entire thing, except when the others try to show him respect. He pretty well doesn't even like say thank you. He pretty well just like is like, whatever. Yeah, sure. Or like the only times he really speaks up are when they like veer near politics. Suddenly Robert De Niro fucking slams his ass in front of to go about, Trump this, Trump that, and another.
Yep.
And the great thing is like Jamie Foxx, like I gained a lot of respect for Jamie Foxx watching that video because Jamie Foxx is you can tell from the video Jamie Foxx is one of those guys who's great at herding cats because pretty much anytime someone like Robert De Niro went nuts, Jamie Foxx always knew the perfect words.
And rounded him back up.
Yeah. Like, okay, Robert, good to hear your take. Anyways. And it was such a
then meanwhile, Adam Sandler over in the corner is like, boo-ba-doo-ba-doo, la-ba-doo-ba-doo, I'm pee-pee.
Yeah, well, the fascinating thing was that you had Adam Driver there and Shia LaBeouf there, and they're both famously awkward people, right?
Yeah.
Awkward looking.
Yeah, Adam Driver's a weird looking guy. Good actor though.
Adam Driver is Mickey Mouse personified in a person. A human.
I don't even know what that amounts to. Adam Driver, I guess.
But the thing that I found really weird and fascinating is that Adam Driver and Adam Sandler are both like fucking. They are both clearly awestruck to be sitting at a table with Robert De Niro, Tom Hanks, Jamie Foxx, and these other guys. And it's really strange because, like, Adam Sandler is being super respectful and being like, I am watching the master here. And it's like, Adam, you're like only 5 years Tom Hanks Jr., and you're probably older than Jamie Foxx. So it's
Is that
weird.
actually true?
I'd bet Adam Sandler is older than Jamie Foxx. I'm gonna look it up. Real quick.
Yeah, look at. I would be very curious because Adam Sandler, he's done the man-child thing for so long that it's hard for me to really recognize him for what his real age is. It's probably in his 50s.
He is 54. Jamie Foxx is 53.
Wow. Jamie Foxx looks real good for fucking 53.
Well, yeah.
Holy shit! I would have thought that he was like 40 something tops.
Yeah.
Wow. Tom Hanks probably has to be pushing almost 70. I know. De Niro, I think, is pushing about almost 80.
Yeah.
Maybe even past.
Robert De Niro looks kind of out of it in that round table. It was weird.
He has always been so reclusive. He doesn't normally like to do interviews. He doesn't, I He doesn't even live in Los Angeles. He lives in New York, always has. That's one of the reasons why he hates Trump so much, because Trump, had his property in New York, and there used to be a big, there used to be something between them. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, De Niro is a very non-Hollywood type.
That explains a lot. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, De Niro is very New York.
And Shia LaBeouf, though, is the weird one, though. Because the others, they also kind of treat Shia with a bit of reverence.
Really?
Yeah, Shia only speaks up every now and then, but Shia, like, credit where credit's due. Shia, Jamie Foxx and Tom Hanks are both very gregarious, and they're able to keep it going with very, very big, long sentences and this and that and another, and linking things between each other. And Shia LaBeouf is very reserved, only speaks up a couple times, but every time he speaks up, he's got good purpose. It's not like Robert De Niro, where De Niro only speaks up when he suddenly wants to hit something he wants to talk about, and he goes on and on and on, And it's weird, because the others, like, kind of treat Shia with, like, this degree of respect that's unexpected for a guy who's, for one thing, so young, and for another thing, not really done any big acting roles.
That's just it. That kind of harkens back to the whole Spielberg thing, because Spielberg was really, really high on him. I don't think he is anymore. I could be wrong. But I think that, they had a falling out or something like that. And my point is, I have never seen it, but apparently a lot of people in Hollywood have seen that there is this innate, like, raw, hidden talent to Shia LaBeouf that if only he could just harness it, he'll be one of the greats. I don't, again, I don't see it. I don't know what they're going for, or where they're coming from, but I have not really seen most of the stuff that he was supposedly good in, I guess. So I don't know. Maybe that's why the other actors are like, they're like, oh, we can tell that you're like a young Marlon Brando or something. I don't know.
I was about to say, what I can see, I can very much see Shia, like, has a very strong intensity to him.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But, like, when you have that kind of intensity coming from an actor who is known for having a variety of demons like that, it calls to mind Marlon Brando or Klaus Kinski, neither of which are shining examples of humanity.
I mean, Marlon Brando died, like, refusing to learn his lines and wear pants. I mean, there's something to be said for that.
Didn't he molest a chick while he was filming that stupid fucking French movie where he plays a rapist?
Marlon Brando? If so, that's one that I haven't heard.
Like, it was something like he either did that or he, like, stuck butter on his dick without telling her.
Oh, some of that does sound familiar now all of a sudden. I don't know enough about it to speak on it, but I think that you're right that there was some kind of weird, bizarre, like, what was this, Brando being a fucking weird sex predator kind of thing,
Okay, I Google Wikipedia Marlon Brando, and one of the first things that pops up, Marlon Brando's comments on Jews and Hollywood.
Oh, no. That's, yeah, that could go in possibly negative direction. I wasn't even thinking, Pink, did you just simply say, oh no?
Yep.
That says it all. Yeah, I don't get it. There's a lot of Jews in Hollywood, yet all the actors go to Hollywood and get their careers and become famous, then they seem to have a problem with the Jews. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
Okay, it's weird. His comments are weird.
That's not a surprise.
Yeah, of course, it's Brando, of course, but, oh boy, let me just copy and paste. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. Okay, there we go. Okay,
you almost posted your fetish.
Oh, no.
Okay, all right. I won't read that first sentence right off the bat.
Yeah. It's a very weird sentiment of, like, I don't have a problem with Jewish people, but I find it weird that we don't see bad stereotypes of Jewish people like we do bad stereotypes of other people. And it's like, what?
I mean,
why are we not racist against them, too? I don't get it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, how come they get a free pass? I want to hate on them. In a way, that's a point worth discussing, but in this comment, he uses a certain other word other than Jew before using the word Jew, so it's like, oh, okay, I can see how he feels. Used a word to describe him that rhymes with the word bike. So, he's he doesn't feel the same way about Jews that I do.
And what was I'm trying to find the actual what was the infamous incident, but I'm not able to find that right now. But I did see that apparently Quincy Jones at one point said that Marlon Brando had sex with Richard Pryor.
Okay, now the gay Marlon Brando thing, that's been a curiosity to me because I go to that site findadeath.com, which is a really good resource for finding what happened to multitudes of various celebrities, how they died, where they died, pictures of like where they lived when they died, crime scene photos, all kinds of cool stuff like that. And and the site is run by a gay guy, and he's kind of flamboyant, and I mean, not like annoying, obnoxious, just like hee hee, I'm Twinkle Toes, that kind of flamboyant. But I mean, he's just like, he's gay, and he'll say, for example, like, oh, young Marlon Brando, rar, that kind of thing. But then his homosexuality comes in a useful way because he says that I've got buddies in the industry, and one of them has said that they've seen shots of Marlon Brando blowing a guy, and he's like, so I looked into it. This guy who runs this death site looked into it, and he said, I found a picture. And it certainly looks like it's Marlon Brando, close up of him sucking a cock. And Marlon Brando was apparently confronted and said, no, 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 that was me like eating a sausage or something like that. And it's like,
All naked.
and well, you don't see it's. I mean, you never know,
myself.
but right. While giving a hand job to another guy behind me.
Also oiled up from head to toe.
The guy who runs the site, this findadeath.com, he basically says, okay, well, I'm just going to post the picture for you guys and let you decide. And he says, if you don't want to look at the picture, by all means, do not click here. But if you're curious and you want to decide for yourself, go ahead. And, I'm secure by masculinity. I wanted to see, okay, well, which side is legit? I looked at it, and it is like 175% Marlon Brando sucking a cock. So it's like, oh, okay. And I think it was a black cock. In fact, actually. So it's like, wow, so that's a thing I was not aware of. So if there's a story out there that he had sex with Richard Pryor, I'd be more surprised about the Richard Pryor part. He never struck me as swinging in that direction. But
Okay.
Brando, yeah, yeah, to be fair. And in the 70s in particular, a lot of it, David Bowie and Mick Jagger and all the other stars that were, everyone experimented because it was free love and all that kind of shit. So I don't know. Not my bag, but hey.
Okay, yeah, this whole okay, I'll just I'll just go ahead and copy this and paste it for you because I'm not going to go over the whole thing while we're doing the podcast. But here's also that thing about the
Oh, The Last Tango in Paris. Yes. Yeah, there's a famous sex scene in that movie that was it's one of those movies to where the sex scene has been debated as potentially being real. Some movies did, and more so nowadays. There's movies nowadays that use unsimulated sex, and they use just body doubles and stuff like that. This is a 70s movie, and back then the sex scene was so graphic and almost X-rated that a lot of people thought that it was real. I've never seen the movie, so I can't speak for it. But yes, I do now remember that there was a story about how basically Marlon Brando, yeah, like they were supposed to shoot the quote love scene or whatever, and he like forced himself on the woman, or somehow, like you said, like used a, it penetrated her with something or some kind of weird shit. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. There you go. The butter. Yeah.
He apparently
I do remember
himself up without telling her or something like that.
Oh, good lord. Yeah, that seems like something Brando would do based on what I've heard about him, which is sad because when you watch him in The Godfather, he's not only amazing, but he's like a legit good actor who's just like he seems like a reasonable guy. And then everything you hear about him from behind the scenes, he sounds like a fucking weird ass, selfish lunatic. To be fair, he had some really, really hard controversies to deal with in his life. If I recall correctly, he had, let me see if I can get this right. He had two huge things come up. I know that in one case, I think he had a daughter who was killed. I'm not sure about that one, but I do know that his son killed somebody. His son killed a girlfriend or no, Marlon Brando's son killed a man who was going after Marlon Brando's son's girlfriend. or something to that extent. And Marlon Brando had to go to court and testify, and he was crying, saying, "Please, my son's a good boy." He wasn't, he was just trying to defend this girl, and I mean, not that that forgives him being an asshole. And I've heard a lot of stories about him being an asshole, but he's. I don't know. He's another one of those. I see how we shifted from Shia LaBeouf to Marlon Brando, I guess is what I'm saying. They're two very weird. There's something off about them, and they have weird behaviors, weird eccentricities, and they seem to think that the real world, laws don't need to apply to them, I guess. I don't know. I know that there was a funny story Marlon Brando told. Well, actually, I heard it wasn't Jodie Foster. It was ooh I can't, shit, I'm gonna forget now who the woman's name was. It was a woman who was Sybil Shepherd. It was Sybil Shepherd, young, a fairly attractive woman from like the 70s. She did a movie, and she was on like this after party set, or I'm sorry, after whatever. She was at a party with a bunch of other actors or whatever after the movie had wrapped or whatever. And Marlon Brando was there, and she was at the table with Marlon Brando, and she related the story that she was being really bubbly and gregarious, and she was so excited. It was one of her first major roles, and blah 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 blah. And she said that Marlon Brando just kind of just looked at her with like the most disgusted look in his face, and she noticed it, and she stopped talking. And Marlon Brando said, "Can you do me a favor, and can you walk over there so I don't have to look at you?" She said that like really was like, "Oh, okay, I guess I better not keep talking." So yeah, this was her saying it, not even Brando. So yeah, he's that kind of guy, I guess. Was.
Okay, so I've looked up the stories. So that kid of Brando's shot and killed the boyfriend,
The ex-boy, yeah, yes,
the boyfriend
yeah.
of his half sister.
Oh, that's what it was. That's where I get the sister thing. You're right.
He was drunk and trying to scare him with a gun and shot him.
Yes, that actually does sound totally, totally right.
And
I mean,
later on, that very same half sister committed suicide.
That's okay. See, I remember there was another aspect to it. Yeah, again, I kept on thinking that Brando's which she did. I kept on thinking that Brando's daughter died, but then there was a whole other thing. But no, apparently it was the same two people there in the same two people, two different incidents, and both terrible.
And at the court case, Robert Shapiro was one of the defending lawyers for Marlon Brando's son.
Oh, interesting. I guess he was pretty big even back then.
Boy, it's some fucking
Well, this
shallow
was
ponds over in Hollywood, ain't it?
yeah, honestly, yeah, really. I guess he's the LA lawyer.
If I were a guy in LA and I had to go on fucking trial for something, I'd try to get him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I would say that he's got a good track record. I don't want to get too into the OJ thing, so I'll just say
It's not in dispute anymore.
it's it really isn't. And I've said this before that what really like it almost hurt my soul because it was so fucking fundamentally wrong. I can't speak for every juror, but I know that when ESPN or maybe it was HBO, I think it was ESPN, they did a 5-part documentary on OJ, his whole life, up to and including the murders and the aftermath. They had one of the jurors, this old granny black woman, and it doesn't matter if she's black or white, but that's who she was. She was this old. Well, actually, it does matter because what I'm about to say. She was being interviewed, and she said something along the lines of, I don't care if he did it or not. I was going to vote him not guilty. And the people doing the documentary, you hear them off camera saying something like, "Don't you think that's wrong?" And she literally just shrugged. She just threw up her hands like, "Eh." And it's like, wow.
I'm too
Fucking
old to
wow.
give a shit, Sonny.
Yeah, she just if she said that actually would have been kind of funny. But yeah, no, she literally was just like, "I don't care. A black guy killed a white person. Fuck it. Black people are, which to be fair, black people are inordinately, persecuted. But she took it to the extreme of saying, you know, I could care less if this guy murdered or not. Like she basically, like in so many words, I can't remember exactly what she said, but she was just like, I just sat there and waited for the case to be over, and I voted not guilty. Because whatever, who cares? I wanted to let this black guy get free. That was her logic, and that's horrific.
How recent was Rodney King at that time?
Rodney King was 92. OJ was 94. The trial was 95.
I am willing to bet that if Rodney King had not happened, OJ probably would not have gone innocent.
That's probably true, which is a shame because and I don't want to drag the person under the bus, but someone on the forum I have talked about Rodney King before in the past, and someone on the forum mentioned they were like, well, the hell with Rodney King, that was so blown out of proportion, and it's like honestly, I can't make myself look at the Rodney King footage and say that that was in any way even slightly justified. I mean, the cops just beat him and beat him and beat him and beat him and kept beating him for like a good like fucking 5 minutes as the guy's laying there just like trying to say, "Hey, please stop beating me to death with your nightsticks." And it's like it's like with the fucking George Floyd thing. If someone hadn't been such an asshole about what they did, we wouldn't have the repercussions we did. We wouldn't have cities burning and shit, which, to be fair, no one held a gun to anyone's head and said, hey, go burn down a Walmart and steal tennis shoes or whatever.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Rodney King thing fucked up, shouldn't have happened. The George Floyd thing fucked up, shouldn't have happened. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I was around for the riots in '92. I mean, thankfully I wasn't in LA, but I mean, I was alive. I watched it happen. I was like 13 years old, and it was like, what the hell is going on? What's this? Why are they beating that guy to death? And then before you know it, like,
Time to burn down a black-owned business. Wait,
yeah,
what?
that's just it. Yeah, honestly, that's just it. When you go and if you look at the Google Maps or whatever, and you pinpoint exactly where the riots took place, they were. I mean, they were all over the city, but the ground zero was within like I don't know the street numbers. It was like Fourth Street or God knows what. When you look at the area where like the vast amount of impact and outrage and burning shit down and everything took place, it was in a black neighborhood,
Yeah.
and it's like why would you and black businesses like you said, these people they're on your side. Why I don't
Because
know.
it's more
Yeah.
convenient. It's more convenient to burn down your neighbor's house than actually go across the city.
Yeah, right. Honestly, I hate to say it, but I mean that's true. It's like, well, I'm angry and this thing is nearby. I'm gonna break this.
Yep.
It's the whole thing is so fucked up, and yeah, had the cops not, even if the cops had beaten Rodney King and then gotten convicted, I think that would have completely avoided the riots. But they let him fucking go. The cops were they're. I mean, it's literally indisputable.
I've seen the
You look
footage,
at
I know.
yeah. I mean, it is video evidence of people like 8 cops pummeling a man who's on the ground, not resisting arrest in the slightest because he's on the ground begging for them to stop beating him, and they just keep on beating him. It is like so open and closed. Go ahead.
We have it's on helicopter news footage as well, which is just like even more ridiculous.
Oh
But-
Jesus.
Which me, Addie, and Pink, like for a little bit, we had a joke that we would say for things like that, where we would just say "stop resisting."
Right. Oh my God. Yeah, you beat the guy 10 times. Stop resisting. Beat him 10 more times. Stop resisting. He's moving. He's resisting.
No,
Beat
no,
him some
no.
more.
When we used it, the last time I remember us using it was we were playing Crackdown 2, and in that you play a superpowered
Oh, I know
superpowered
Crackdown.
cops.
Oh yeah.
So I thought it was the most boring shitty ass game ever. But there was that
Crackdown
one.
2 sucks. The first one's great, but go on.
Yeah, so I ripped the door off of a car, and I ran after the civilians, yelling "Stop resisting!" And then one guy spawned inside the pavement, halfway outside of the pavement. So I just went up to him and proceeded to crack his skull open with the door, yelling "Stop resisting!"
The good old fashioned open world game of I am bored with this. It is time to start murdering innocents.
Innocence, yes. I want to talk about Crackdown very briefly in a second, but just what you just said reminds me of one of the few Rockstar produced. I don't think they developed it, but one of the few Rockstar produced games that everyone was hyped about and then just kind of forgot about as soon as it was released. State of Emergency in 2000, I think, 1. That was a game where you it was almost like kind of like more of a tech demo in that they had like hundreds of NPC or AI, innocents, citizens just like running around all over the place as you, the main character, are supposed to cause havoc against like these evil government oppressors or whatever. Now, they don't necessarily stop you from killing all the random innocents who are running around with like, endless weaponry to gun them down in mass, but they do lower your points a little bit when you do it. Like they let you loose in like malls and like city streets and shit, and there are, like I said, hundreds of people just swarming all around you, running around, and oh my God, blah blah blah, and you can just gun them down for hours. You can just kill hundreds upon hundreds and hundreds of people, and nothing. Like I said, your score just goes down a little bit, and every now and then the narrator says penalty for civilian kill. And it's just like they knew so what they were doing. So yeah, just your comment about the crackdown thing. You just okay, it's time to just run around and start killing random innocent people instead of playing the game. That reminded me very much of that. And then really quick, Crackdown 2. The reason I don't like it, I was actually immensely disappointed with it because Crackdown 1 is really great. One of the main things that makes that game great is because in addition to being the same type of structure with the open world and the power-up systems and the orb collecting and the super jumps and the super strength and all that, in addition, the first Crackdown was all about locating the bases of various gang members. And there were all these different really unique, cool areas where you would find these various gang members, and you had various ways of approaching it. You could either like use brute force or stealth, or you could like try and snipe. And it took advantage of the open world. And Crackdown 2 got rid of all of that and just gave you literally the same map. It's the same map, but worse because there's a bunch of stuff on it that's like blocked off because of the mutants and everything like that. And then that's just it. They took away the gang stuff and they took away most of the civilians and replaced it with just there's mutants everywhere. And it was the most downgraded, like less than the original game I have ever seen, and I was utterly, thoroughly disappointed with it. Crackdown 2 sucks.
I imagine it's one of those things where like, well, we added the mutants, so it's good enough. This is new.
I honestly don't know. It's weird because I mean, again, the whole structure, and not gameplay wise, but the whole well, partially because again, by getting rid of the whole hunt down the gang member thing, that was like a huge focus of the first game, and then in the second game, it was literally just kill a bunch of mutants. Just stop mutants. Like they didn't have like headquarters or anything like that. And again, it was the same map. It was literally the same recycled map as the first game, but more broken down, disheveled, areas that you couldn't go to anymore. So it was like literally in every way the first game, but worse. Yeah, which I've rarely ever seen before. It was like a complete, almost like screw you to the audience. I've never understood it. Very strange. I'm actually gonna look it up right now. You guys can.
I think another game like that you could say is Lego Island 2.
Never played that one.
They tried.
Yeah.
That's about all you can really say about it.
That's all you can say. Oh man. I'm sitting here trying to think if there is another example. There are times when sequels just aren't as good, but I'm trying to think of another example of a game that literally just like recycled the first game, but took away things from it. Took things away from it. And that's literally what they did. I can't think of any other examples off the top of my head. Fuck. Maybe to a small extent, W. What do you think? Dead Rising 2? By taking away the photography aspect, of course, until they added it later. What do you think?
Well, I think
no, because it wasn't the same map, and it was huge.
An entirely new map.
Yeah,
and like this, they kind of implied in Dead Rising 2, at least the original version of Dead Rising 2, that the camera was supposed to be Frank's thing. So for Chuck, they instead had weapon crafting, right?
Yeah. I guess that's fair. Yeah, that was. I guess that was a little bit of a grab. It was just the first thing that popped in my head, and I'm like, well, would that one count? And then the more you describe it, nah, I wouldn't put it up there with that.
Well, it isn't. I would almost kind of say, no, I wouldn't. That wouldn't be fair.
You've got one too that you're.
No, I don't. I thought I had one, but I don't.
Oh, okay.
I off the top of my head, I can't think of any sequels that just were outright reductive like that.
Yeah.
Without adding something else, you know?
Right. That's just it. That was the weird thing about it is that I mean, I can't emphasize this enough that the whole plot of the story, and the story doesn't have to be the same thing over again. That's fine, but the whole premise of the first game was that you're the super agent who has to go all around this open world And in addition to taking down these various gang members, these gang leaders or whatever, that also had an impact on various gameplay elements, such as, okay, this guy over here, he runs, he's like the guy who operates like the auto mechanic industry or whatever. So, not the auto mechanic industry, but you know what I'm saying. The all the freight and everything comes from this gang leader. So if you take him out first, and you could do them in any order, which was also cool. If you take this guy out first, then you will see less trucks full of gang members riding around the city. That kind of thing. Whereas again, I literally I just have to throw up my hands and they say the second game literally just took all that out and just had, okay, there's lots of mutants running around now. I'm looking at the page for it right now on Wikipedia, and it says Destructoid gave the game a negative review, criticizing its similarities to the previous game while also noting new issues not present in the original. The writer said that the game has no real reason to exist. That's legit.
That's the Crackdown series altogether.
Oh no! Honestly, the first Crackdown was fun.
Series. There's four games in the Crackdown series, Mike. Three of them don't need to exist.
I didn't even know there. I mean, I knew there were 3. I didn't know they got to 4 already. Holy shit!
I think there's a 4. I think I remember talking about a 4.
Wikipedia only mentions 3.
Okay,
they could be working on it. They could be working on a 4th.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't. I having not gotten the last generation of consoles, I didn't get Crackdown 3. But looking at the review scores, they're also pretty low. It looks like the series is getting lower and lower. Whereas the first Crackdown was a lot of fun. I really totally stand by that game. Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna look and see what scores that one got. Yeah, that one got scores of like 8s and 9s, whereas Crackdown 3 were down to like 5s and 6s. Yeah. Sad. I think that's just another situation where like Microsoft bought the studio or something like that. I can't remember.
I imagine there's lots of things that changed. I know that Crackdown 3, like Microsoft, I think is a very open-handed, freewheeling publisher, as I understand it. They pretty well just let them do like whatever the fuck. Oh. Which means it works out sometimes it doesn't. Right?
Yeah, right.
With Crackdown 3, my understanding was that they kind of really just hinged everything on, hey, we got Terry Crews. Did you do anything else? No, but we got Terry Crews. Like,
I mean, Terry Crews is cool, but I'm not really sure how that would be like a major selling point for the game.
Yep. It's like that fucking shitty PS1 game that was like, hey, we got Bruce Willis.
Yeah, the game was called One, O-N-E. Yep, I remember that. And that was it. You're right. It was like, well, Bruce Willis is in it. Is the game good? Well, Bruce Willis. Okay.
That doesn't answer my question.
You're right. Yeah. Shit. Now I am gonna see if it was good. Since again, I'm right here on Wikipedia. Let me look up the game and see if I can see any scores for that one.
While he looks it up, Addy.
Yeah.
Addy, for once and for all, what have you done?
What'd you do?
Right. So, since I haven't been playing many games because freaking the last time I bought the game was like a year ago. I spent some time drawing stuff.
Go on. What stuff?
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's pulling up the files, I think.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. So for one, since once again there has been a slight change in the design of my Sona, I made a new avatar. I'm trying to keep these to a freaking minimum, but there's that.
The eyes are open,
Yeah.
Whereas before they were closed, right?
They're not closed. I didn't have pupils because of reasons.
Okay.
And then W convinced me.
You gotta have eyes, man.
Yeah, I thought it made it look kind of creepy.
It did look kind of evil, a little bit. Yeah.
I mean, I am kind of evil.
Yeah, but not in the way of like when you look at you, it's like Liberate tutem et ex infernis.
How do you know? The last picture of me you've seen was, oh shit, that's like 9 years old. No, not 9 years old, but how much would it be? It's like 7 years old. The last picture of me you've seen, all of you.
It's a decent amount of time.
Yeah. So even for as far as you know, I may be a hell demon.
This is true.
I'm still
that
laughing
would
at
explain
W.
why things seem to just break in your vicinity.
But yeah, and aside from that, I also the next two things I worked on were thumbnails because we need those sometimes.
Yeah.
And this one is definitely a work in progress, as in I will probably redraw like most of this, but you get the idea.
Street Fighter. Oh, you guys talked about Street Fighter in the last one?
No,
Oh, okay.
I don't get it. I
Hence
don't
the
get
Street
it.
Fighter icon.
I don't get it. How we've been making fucking video game videos for the past 3 years, and yet everyone still thinks we only do the fucking podcast. Mike has been in multiple video game videos.
What? Wait, what? What are you ranting about? What?
He's confused why you think we only make podcasts when you've taken part in several of our Let's Plays.
Oh, wait. Why? What did I say about the podcast? I'm confused. I just saw the Street Fighter thing.
You made it sound like you thought we had done a podcast.
Oh,
on
done a
Street
podcast
Fighter.
on Street Fighter. I did. You're right. Yes, I did make that assumption. Yes, all right. I'm sorry.
That was very abrupt. Addy played through Street Fighter 1 while me and Pink tried to cheer him on, and oh boy, Street Fighter 1, by the way, not Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 1.
Yeah, the one where you can only be Ryu and Ken, or I think just Ryu.
Yeah, in single player you can only be Ryu. You don't even get the choice.
That's the one where, if I remember the AVGN video, you beat a guy and he's like, good job,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah. It's the game. It's the one game that B-17 Bomber is more like understandable.
B-17 Bomber.
B-17 Bomber.
It's just too much fun not to do.
Yeah.
It is. When you hear it, you have to say it because it's in your head immediately once you hear the words.
Well, he makes it through B-17 pretty well fine. Then, like, as he goes through Bomber, he starts having a stroke.
Bomber.
Oh no, the Bell's palsy is kicking in.
I was gonna say I'm dying.
But yeah, like I'm gonna have to redraw this because I would like to clean the art up.
The head is fine. The right arm is the only part that I think is a problem.
Yeah,
the body needs to be cleaned up.
Both
both mine and Sagat's. Sagat's corpse.
God's corpse.
Oh right. So yeah, spoilers for a video that will be coming out like at the end of the fucking year. But we were having so much. Addy was having so much trouble with Sagat that I said that once Addy beats Sagat, he needs to skin him and wear his skin as a cape.
Oh, okay. Well, take the trophy of your kill. Yeah, exactly, right.
That or make a Sagat skin rug.
I mean, that's what he's gonna be. That's what he's gonna end up as. Either
There's
way.
a tiger pun here. I can't find it.
Yeah.
There's a tiger pun here.
I guess that's true. Yeah. Tiger.
I mean,
Tiger
I mean,
Tiger rug. Tiger rug.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, for a bit, one of the concepts for the thumbnails for the Street Fighter video, the one where I beat Sagat, was to draw me fighting freaking furry Sagat as a tiger furry, because hey, topical.
Topical. It would get people talking, or at least asking questions. Yeah.
But aside from that, I also did this, which is closer to being in a finished state, I think.
That's good art, Addy. That's really good.
Thanks.
Why is Pink an accountant?
Pink's not an accountant. We're both journalists. He's making the transcription while I do the notes. So we can write an article on Ratchet and Clank.
I wasn't sure who that person was supposed to be. I couldn't tell with the sunglasses and the outfit, but now it makes more sense.
Every time Addy draws Pink, he makes him look like fucking Odd Job.
He kind of looks like Odd Job, and I don't know if you guys remember. I don't know if I don't even know how national the chain is anymore or what, but Rocky Rococo, the pizza place.
I've not had any of those around
Yeah, I was
here.
about to say, Pank, is that a West Coast thing or?
Midwest.
I'm from the Midwest, and I never saw Rocky Rococo's.
Really? Have you ever even heard of it?
No.
Really? Okay, well, you guys go ahead and talk.
I'm
I'll
gonna
set you up here in
Google
a
this.
second. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's good pizza. They sell it pizza by the slice, and super
Yeah.
drenched, delicious breadsticks. Oh my good God. Go ahead.
Oh,
What, W?
I was about to say, like, man, it's been a while since I've had a real good pizza, but we're about to move, and everybody. It's a tradition for everybody when you're moving. You have to have pizza, right?
Yeah, that actually does happen every time I move.
I haven't moved yet, so
Oh, Pink, how about you?
too poor.
What's that?
Is it also a tradition for your family to have pizza when you move?
If it only once that I recall, a long time ago when I first went to South Carolina, it actually wasn't even just from moving state to state or anything. It was actually from moving from one house to the other where we had pizza because it was just convenient.
Yeah.
So no, that is actually not. I would not say that's a tradition in my household.
Huh.
It should be.
Yeah, that's like the one good thing about moving is you have this really good tasty snack to have to help with the burden of misery that is moving.
Yeah.
I hate fucking moving. I've done it like 5, 7 times in my life and I can't stand it.
Oh boy, we've got a table that's like half made out of marble.
Oh
Like, just-
God.
Will you give
You
me the
call in the
table?
movers for that.
We're too stubborn.
Nah, let them break their backs. They get
Fun-
paid for it.
Fun fact: did you know marble is really heavy?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Once again,
Yeah.
I pose the question: will you give me the table?
If you're willing to come here and take it, motherfucker, you can take it right off our hands. We'll be glad to part with it. We can't get rid of the goddamn thing.
Sure, dude, let me hop on over. I'm only two blocks away from you anyway.
Yeah, just carry it. You'll be able. Don't worry. I know you're the Incredible fucking Hulk, and you've been keeping it a secret after all this time. Oh shit! What else did you do this week,
yeah.
Eddie?
And before that, I just want to go back to the last one. Just say like I really like it wasn't on purpose, but I really like how Pink turned out to have this like, why the fuck am I stuck with these weirdos? Freaking expression on his face.
Well, it's accurate. He really thinks that every time he interacts with us.
Right?
I
I'm
would
just waiting
assume.
for better things so I can move on from this monkey house.
I so want to do the George Romero line. How many people know the reference?
I don't know who George Romero is.
Oh
think I've heard of him.
no! George Romero, like the pioneer of the modern zombie film. Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, like pretty much anything zombie related, more or less can be attributed to his resurgence of the zombie genre in the 70s. He and people like Lucio Fulci, some Italian directors. Yeah, the Monkey House. W, were you said you recognize it, right? Yeah, we've talked about it. You and I,
Yeah,
right?
I've watched the movie. I told you about it.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. There is a scene in. You know what? It would be better if I just link it with no context whatsoever. So just go ahead and keep talking, guys. I'll dig it up for you.
Yeah, and
What?
hey, that works out. That I'm the only one who's seen it other than you because I'm the one recording, so I'm the one who can't actually like watch the clip.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unless we want the podcast audio to suddenly be interrupted by that's up, that's something or other. Yeah.
So it won't actually. That means the audio will not appear then on yours because you. Well, you would have to click it for that to happen anyway. So I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I should be done here very shortly. Let me just find a nice, good, accurate, short segment. This will do just fine. Okay. Yeah. Again, I'm not gonna give you guys any context for this. Let's see. Do I just on Discord?
Just
Do I just
paste it.
post the URL? That's
Yeah.
all I need to do.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Enjoy.
I'm just gonna give them a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's muted. Hang on.
They'll need 10 seconds.
I've seen that.
It's pretty
Not
good.
not the actual movie, but I've seen that scene.
That was a great scene.
It
I have
actually
no context,
is.
but it's great. I know that much.
They are now that you've seen it. Yeah, the context is it is the third and final of the original Living Dead trilogy from George Romero, who again he really did kind of reinvent the zombie genre by making intelligent movies about zombies. Like how do they actually work? How long does it take before they die? How do they, blah blah blah. This is the third and final of those three movies, and it's Day of the Dead. And in the scene in question, basically what's going on is humanity has been reduced to small pockets of people who, in this case, are living in an underground bunker, and you have the remainder of a military, just a branch of the military down there who are battling with scientists who are trying to understand the zombies. The military is just like, fuck it, let's wipe them all out, and the scientists are like, we can't do that. It hasn't worked. We need to figure things out, and try and develop, a way to survive instead. Just going out and just killing them all or whatever. It's not gonna, brute
There
force
aren't
isn't gonna
enough
work
bullets.
here. Yeah, right. I think he says that actually, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so. He
Yeah.
does the math and says like they've probably infected 99% of the world's population by now. You don't have enough bullets.
Right, yeah. So it's the scientist, the lead scientist, who this guy here, Captain Rhodes, calls Frankenstein. He calls him that because this lead scientist has a captive zombie named Bub that he operates on and tries to figure out, and tries to understand is there any humanity left in there. He's got him chained up in a wall, blah blah blah. And so this scene is taking place where the Captain Rhodes character, the leader of the military side, is getting increasingly agitated at the lack of apparent progress in understanding zombies, and he's getting impatient and being like, I'm getting sick of this. We're gonna have to do something pretty soon, and you guys are just fucking around with your pet zombie in the basement, getting us nowhere. And the scientist argues back and throws something in Captain Rhodes' face, to which eventually Rhodes explodes and says, I'm running this monkey farm now, Frankenstein, and I want to know what the fuck you're doing with my time. And it's classic. It's a great line, and it's a pretty good movie actually.
It at first I was like, I think everyone walks away immediately like, what? Okay, but like,
It was originally the least liked of the three. Yes. Yeah.
but
Actually, a lot of people came away from it strange.
I would say by now it sits comfortably like between. Not like I like it better than Night, but I don't like it as much as Dawn. You know.
Yeah, again, it's actually had a slow resurgence. Roger Ebert, for example, who gave Dawn of the Dead 1978 a 4-star review, and deservedly so. I think that's a phenomenal movie. He gave like 1 star or like 1.5 or whatever. He considered Day of the Dead, this final film, to be just crap, and that sort of illustrates that a lot of people felt the same way. Night of the Living Dead was a revolution. It was came out in, I think it was 68 maybe.
Invented the modern horror movie for all intents and
It,
purposes.
it honestly really did. Yeah. I mean, this was before Halloween, Nightmare on Elm Street, and all those other ones. It was like a really dark, bleak, serious, intelligent adult horror film that also dealt with issues like racism, paranoia, etc. And then he just continued to further his stories. And when Day of the Dead came out, a lot of people, I guess, what I understand from people like my cousin, for example, who for a while thought it was the worst one, he said that it just didn't really do enough new. It didn't really explore much of the concept. It was just kind of a lot of human beings just arguing, which to an extent is true. But then he also has eventually come around and realized that it's pretty entertaining. It actually brings up a lot of good points. The discussions are actually pretty, the dialogue's well written, blah blah blah, and yeah, it's kind of a cult film now.
Yeah, I don't want to talk too much about it. I should note all three of these movies are very much on YouTube. I do.
Oh, are they really?
I do not know if they were actually put up by the production company. These may actually be illegally up on YouTube. Cough, cough. But I will say if you're going to look up Dawn of the Dead, which I did try to look up Dawn of the Dead on YouTube to watch with my family, they have the original cut and they have the extended cut. I made the mistake of starting the extended cut when I was sitting down with my family, and
mistake only because it's so long, because it's like 2.5 hours long, or a different reason.
It's overly long is definitely a criticism of it, but we did not sit down for the full 2.5 hours. there was a lot of stuff that needed to be cut. I don't know if it was Romero's extended cut or if it was the Italian jackass who likes to see his daughter naked's cut. What's his name?
Yes. Oh God, it's immediately on the tip of my tongue. Argento. Dario Argento. Yes.
I don't know if it was Romero or Argento's extended cut, but either which way, it sucked because there was a lot of stuff that needed to be cut. Like, have you ever seen the bits of like the cops that they run into before they get on the chopper and leave?
Yeah. Like the one really stupid cop where they're talking about how they're gonna fly away and everything, and he's just kind of like, huh? Oh yeah,
You
that,
guys
that
got
kind
any
of thing.
cigarettes?
Yeah.
So there's an entire extended confrontations scene with him and his fellow squad mates. And
Oh,
it's just completely unnecessary. Where they just point
I
guns
don't.
at each other and then they go like, oh, you're trying to get away? You're trying to get away? What? And then,
Oh man, I don't
yeah,
remember that.
it goes on way too long. And then finally, like, who are the two SWAT members' names? I can't remember.
Oh,
Well, they show up and they're like,
yeah. Either way,
they're with us. Clear off. It's okay.
right.
And then the scene where they're actually flying in the helicopter, flying across Pennsylvania and wind up at the mall. The flying scene goes on, and it's because I guess they wanted to get across how boring the helicopter flight would have been.
Oh,
But like the helicopter flight scene in the original cut is like maybe, I don't know, 20, 30 seconds.
yeah, just a minute or so at most. Yeah. They
Yeah,
have a discussion about real brothers versus street brothers, and then that's really kind of all there is to it, and then they move on.
in the extended cut, it's like double that length. You get like they cut a lot of just like dead air, it seemed like, because in the original cut, like there's a scene where like Steve just slightly starts to fall asleep and then Peter comes up and taps him on the shoulder, right?
Yeah.
And in
Jump
the
cut, yeah.
and in the extended cut, you see the full extent of him like looking around, slightly lolling, falling asleep. Peter looks over, notices Steve has fallen asleep, and at first he's like, hey, guys, nobody doing anything about this? Then he taps Steve on the shoulder, then he gives Steve a what the fuck look, and then they kind of sit there for another couple seconds before it cuts to the next part. And my family were all looking at me, and they were like, so this is the fucking thrilling movie that started the zombie genre, huh, Alex?
You asshole.
And
They put you in
was
your
like,
room, locked you in, and whipped you, and took away your dinner, and
It's one of these beautiful moments where you get like when you hype something up to somebody, you actually have them sit down and like watch it. Like you were just talking about this with the Silent Hill theme song the other day, right?
oh yeah,
Where you're like, oh my god, it's
that's
Silent
not
Hill
the
theme, it's
real
amazing.
thing. Yeah, this thing
And
that
then
I was
the guy-
hyping up, that's not it.
Silent Hill.
Don't go there; it's a bad place.
Yeah. I was like hyping up Dawn of the Dead. Like, it's a fantastic movie. It's aged really well. It's not slow at all. Because, like, my parents, the first thing they asked me is, oh, well, old movies are kind of slow. You sure this ain't a slow one? I was like, no, it's not slow at all. This movie gets where it's going. And
Oh man.
I looked it up and put it up on YouTube, and it was the first result I clicked on. And I noticed that there are some things that were going on a bit longer, some things that weren't there in the original cut. I was like, oh, guys, this might not be the cut I watched. This is weird. Then there was the whole cop confrontation scene. I was like, I definitely don't remember this. What the fuck? Has my memory just gone to shit? And then the like fucking 2 or 3 or 4 straight minutes of in the helicopter, and they start looking at me. I'm like, guys, I swear this isn't the cut I watched.
Did they continue watching it, or did they just bail?
Bailed.
Oh, I hope that they'll allow you to give them the chance to watch the better version.
I did tell them that I found the better version again, but they didn't seem too enthused.
Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Not your fault, obviously, but that's a bummer. I do hate when that kind of shit happens. There are, if I recall correctly, there are 3 cuts. There's the theatrical, the international, which is the one that it sounds like you're describing, because I'm not familiar with that one, and everything you just described, I don't remember. And then there's the director's cut. George Romero himself prefers the theatrical cut.
Yes.
Yeah. Whereas the only one I've ever watched actually is the director's, the extended. So I've not even seen the shortened theatrical cut. My understanding is that's the shortest of the 3, and it has a different soundtrack. Go on.
Oh, Argento added a bunch of stuff. Okay. Which,
Yeah.
I'm glad we didn't keep going, because I actually saw a comparison of the Argento cut. Like, they just compared a few scenes that were notably changed.
Okay.
For one thing, the lighting was changed. I don't want to prattle on about this too long because Addie and Pink are probably both like stuffing gun barrels in their mouths as we speak. But like the thing that is the most like what the fuck. For one thing, Romero is just better at shooting horror. I know that Argento's respected a lot, but
He did
Romero.
Suspiria, which was very visually appealing, but I don't think it was a very good movie. Many people would disagree with me, but that's where I stand.
Romero was very good about the music. The soundtrack is what really kills Argento's cut. Because Argento, the band Goblin made about
Goblin.
20. Yeah, Goblin made about 20 minutes worth of music for the movie. And Romero uses it very, very sparingly.
Yeah.
Romero uses it like the kind of like more subtle synthy tracks he uses when there's just something creepy going on, like a horde of zombies passing through.
Yeah.
And for the more action-packed scenes, he uses it for when it's, the action-packed music that's a lot more heavy on the synth.
Makes sense.
And there's in particular, I'm sure you probably remember this, the particularly fantastic use of one of the Goblin tracks that has where when the elevator door opens and fuck it, I'll just go ahead and spoil this.
When dude comes out, right? When Peter, yes.
No, not Peter.
Oh, no. Peter's Ken Foree.
Peter
right?
Yes, he is.
And then we've got Flyboy. Yeah.
Flyboy. When the elevator doors open and Flyboy comes out, and if you remember, it's playing The Gonk up until then, because it's showing the zombies overrunning the mall.
Right.
It's very whimsical, showing the zombies just like futzing around in the
Being
mall.
stupid.
Fiddling with things, falling in the fountain, being like, oh, quarter. And then
right.
When the elevator door opens and we see Flyboy come out and he's undead, it like turns to this crescendo of like a very fucked up kind of like reverbed 1,000 times version of the gong.
Yes, absolutely. I definitely remember what you're talking about. Yes, it's almost like a dream sequence version.
Yes. And in Argento's cut, he uses the Goblin music for pretty much every goddamn scene.
Oh.
Which, again, 20 minutes of music. For
like a 2.5 hour long movie.
Uh-huh. So it gets pretty repetitive, pretty quick, and he got rid of Romero's musical edit on Zombie Flyboy reveal.
Oh, yeah? That sounds like I think that he just allowed Argento to do it for the international market because they were friends. But I do think I remember reading that everyone was just like, "Wow, he really fucked that up. He made the movie too much of a mess." Again, I have not yet watched it. I have like a DVD box set that has all the versions of them, and I haven't even ever felt bothered to watch that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Again, Romero, who I think only does commentary on the theatrical version, has again said that's he says even it's one of those things, and you get this sometimes, where the directors say, well, the director's cut, I don't really like to call it that, there was more stuff that I would have liked the audience to see, etc. But really, when it comes down to it, I like the flow and the pacing better. It tells a better version of my story when you look at the shorter version, or whatever.
Yeah, because there are some times where, like, you do want to stop and explain a bit of the story, but it just, like, fucks up the flow, and it's like, we gotta keep this machine rolling,
Right.
Addie, what else did you do with your week?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sounds like a busy week.
Not really. I'm just very absent-minded. But after half a year, not to my own choice, but I did eventually go. Fuck, I can't finish the sentence. So
after half a year, not of your own volition, you finally became a man.
Yeah.
A wolf
I like
man.
yours.
Yeah. I mean, kind of, Alex. So not because of my own choice, but because of well, I'll explain that part. But yeah, I ended up coming out to my dad as a furry too.
Oh no, that's
Which
cool.
you
That's
didn't know.
good for you. That's. I would imagine that was probably a very big step.
I mean, most of my family already knows.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Just your dad didn't.
Yeah, it's my dad and my oldest sister didn't know. Now it's just my oldest sister.
Ah, okay.
Because my middle sister and my mom or well, they told me not to tell them because we don't know how they react, and it's let things settle first.
Settle.
Yeah.
Jeez. Do they understand? I mean, generationally, I don't know what it would be like to have to explain something like that to someone who didn't even grow up with the internet, let alone different cultural things like that. Do they even understand like what a furry is, or what the interest is, or like, did you have to explain all the details?
Well, there's enough of a furry thing in Hungary that like basically, you know how whenever most people, even me, before this, like whenever most people think of furries, they're just like, oh, the weird people who dress up like any animals and want to fuck animals for some reason. Yeah, that's basically
Yeah,
that's basically the general idea in Hungary, from what I can tell.
yeah. In
That
America,
that
that's
that
sort of
that
the
or that or, or
go.
co- complete ignorance, because I have I don't know if I've told this story, but I did run into a furry on the bus, and there's apparently like in the city there's like literally one or two people who are furries, and people on Facebook keep tabs on them because the children want to because children want to take pictures with them because their suits are cool.
Oh, okay. All right. I can already see where that's going. Yeah.
You must
Yeah.
hunt them down and collect their suits after killing them to collect their power.
uh, I
There can be
remember
only
we were.
one.
I was gonna say, yeah, there can only be one furry in that town.
It's like
I'm in the
Highlanders.
second biggest city of Hungary, dude.
And but you said there's only like three.
Yeah,
You gotta
the
get those
three
other ones.
that I know of.
This town ain't big enough for the three of us.
Three that,
Once you take out those only three that you know of, you'll be the only one that anyone knows of.
Yeah.
Think of the power you can amass through that, taking out your
yeah.
competition.
You already run the city's entire marketing budget.
if I consume enough furry hearts, I will eventually grow a tail that actually works.
I will gain their power.
Yeah.
Speaking of furry, don't mind me, guys. My cat just jumped up on me. Hi, baby. Hello, kitty, kitty.
That's my
But
favorite.
yeah,
baby.
so yeah,
Oh no, go ahead.
go ahead. Yeah, I actually I did run into one of them in person, and the freaking and my family was like, go and take a picture with them. They seem cool, and I mean they were cool about it, and I was like no, because I was being conflicted and I didn't know at the moment.
Yeah.
It was funny in hindsight.
I mean, were they obviously furry? Were they in costume?
They were in a fucking fursuit, dude. They
Like
didn't
just riding the
speak.
bus? Wow.
Yes,
Okay.
they were on the bus in a fursuit, and
Huh.
and like if people asked them, because I had like after this freaking like they would pop up in posts, and my family would let me know for some reason what they're up to, and
What they're up
freaking-
to.
yeah,
We're watching them on your behalf, son.
and like so some like freaking like from what I can tell, it's just a person doing that like doing normal people stuff, and then sometimes kids are like, hey, look, it's a cartoon dog, because I think their first one was a dog, whatever, I don't know, and then they never talk, and they pose for pictures, so mustn't be that bad of a person, I guess, at least not like obviously.
Yeah.
But
actually-
yeah. Yeah?
That's sort of just a really quick side thing. That reminds me that I got the name Mike the Rat Guy because I used to take my rats to the park. And I've told some people this. I can't remember if I've told you guys or not, but one of the
You have a
days.
red fursuit, I know.
I actually don't believe it or not. But yeah, it's only
He's going to turn rat guy very literal.
I mean, I was gonna say just that just because I don't have one doesn't mean that that's maybe they haven't made one yet. Hey, who knows? Maybe it's just because they're haven't encountered one to purchase. You never know.
I mean, if like the thing with fursuits is that like if like you don't really buy fursuits as much as like you commission people to make them, or you make your
I
own,
would
which I'm
assume,
doing the
yeah.
latter.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't have a fursuit, but yeah, people, I took my rats, my tamest rats to the park just to, in the summer of 2008,
The tamest
not
ones, the wild ones would have eaten the kids.
they actually would have just run off. That's all. And it is possible they could have like taken a nip at some of the people or whatever. You never know. I mean, the rats I had were for the most part very friendly, very tame. Would run up and sit on your shoulder and stuff like that, and take food out of your hand, and very very friendly little critters. And I did have to be careful because and that kind of leads to the part of the story here I'm about to tell. Uh, when people see a guy hanging out at a park, I just kept to myself. I just read a book. It was in the summertime. I was just enjoying the outdoors. This park is the same one I mentioned earlier. Lots of woods, and there are these picnic areas, big wide open areas with lots of playgrounds and stuff like that. And they have lots of places where you can cook and a cookout, grill and stuff like that. And I was just sitting at a picnic table, just reading a book, and I had my rats, and I opened up the cage so they could just kind of run around on the table and have some fun, whatever, get some fresh air too. And on one particular day, I was, I just had some snacks with me. I had some licorice, just some, some. Well, I guess not black licorice, but the good stuff, Twizzlers. I had some Twizzlers I was
Yeah.
munching on, some soda. Had my rats, just reading the book, and it's getting a little bit towards the end of the day, and it's not yet dusk, but it's getting a little bit later on in the day to where most of the kids who come through earlier are now gone, and now it's more like families and adults and couples and stuff like that. And I happened to notice that one of the kids who was around earlier, who had been looking at my rats, she had left, he or she, I couldn't remember who it was, but someone had a little stuffed cat, and it had been left behind. And I thought, oh, that sucks. That poor kid. They lost their toy. And my picnic table that I was sitting at happened to be close to the parking lot. It was closest to where anyone who would drive by would see me sitting there with my rats. And so I thought, okay, well, if they come back, if they happen to drive back around, I'm gonna take this little stuffed animal and put it there on the outer edge of the picnic table facing the parking lot, so that if they happen to come by and see it, they'll be like, oh, there it is, and they'll be able to get their stuffed animal back. I felt bad for the little kid who went home without their stuffed animal, and I'm just. I do this and I go back to, eat my Twizzlers and read my book or whatever, and nothing's going on. And then eventually some cops come by and they stop and they come towards me and I'm like, oh shit. I said, I was like, oh, this isn't about my rats, is it? And they were like, well, kind of. And I said, oh, I talked to a, and this was true. I was like, well, I talked to one of the park employees. They said it's cool. It's a, they're not like a loose dog or anything like that. I keep them on the table with me. It's, I'm not, whatever. And they're like, no. They said it's not that. They said we got a complaint. Got a complaint about what? Well, we got a complaint that there's a guy who's sitting at a table with cute little animals and candy and stuffed animals. And we want to know what you're up to. And I'm like, oh shit. I swear to God, like I was like, you gotta be kidding me. And I'm like, oh no. And they're like, so what's the deal? And I'm like, guys, I like Twizzlers. I just happen to be eating Twizzlers. They're for me. These animals are rats. People, they thought they were hamsters. They said someone called and said, yeah, he's got like little hamsters and stuff. And I'm like, no. They're rats. Contrary to popular belief, a lot of people don't like rats, so I didn't bring rats to try and lure children. And the stuffed animal is just there because I said, oh my God, you guys picked the worst possible day for this. Someone left it behind, and I tried to be a good guy and put it here where someone would see it so that if they came back, they'd see it right away and be able to find their toy.
And then
But
they
I'm like,
arrested you and you served 15 years.
I was raped fiercely that night. First by the cops, then by the other people in the
Bubba.
prison.
Everyone
Yeah, I
in
was
the
gonna
drunk
say
tank.
Bubba, right? Yeah, everyone. Yeah, everyone. I'm fresh meat. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not the worst looking guy, so the prisoners all called me like, Pretty Mike, and they all, yeah, had their way with
Even the
me. It
ones
was
who
a
thought
learning
they were
experience.
straight.
Yeah, they found out otherwise. Yeah,
They saw that going
fortunate.
on over there, and they're like, you know what? Actually, I do want a piece of that.
Fortunately, I explained everything to the cops. I said, look, I will be honest. I respect the fact that someone was concerned enough. If I had worries, I can get it. I get it. I'm not offended. I'm just kind of aghast that anyone would have actually thought that because here I am just not even thinking about any of these disparate elements. I've been bringing my rats. I said, you can ask around. I've been bringing my rats to this park at this point for like the last month. I mean, everyone calls me Mike the Rat Guy because of it. I mean, people, taking pictures of me with them and everything like that. Some guys from India came and asked if they could take pictures with my rats because I thought it was so cool. And I said, I just happen to have some candy here. But yeah, if you want to follow me over to my car, I've also got like potato chips and, soda and all kinds of other shit too. It's not like I'm not trying to lure children. And then again, just the extra last element of having a stuffed animal sitting on the picnic table. It's like I couldn't be mad because everything that they were pointing out was like, oh my God, I look like the most devious pedophile ever, like openly, like, hey kids, come see me, and it's like, oh, but no, seriously, I'm like, look me up, I don't have a record, and blah blah blah, and everything was fine. Long story short, everything was fine.
Sir, what's your day job? Oh, well, I just happen to work as a party clown. No reason.
It just so happened that on that day you were wearing a long coat and no pants.
Right, yeah. The weather that day, it just happened to, everything conspired against me. I was totally innocent. I really was. They asked me what my clown's name was. I said Fingers the Toucher. I said this. It's just
terrible. Oh God. That's the worst thing I've ever heard.
I'm even proud of myself. That just came to my head. Such a horrible name.
Who would hire that clown?
Oh man.
But imagine that, like, advertised on a fucking sign you leave at the fucking stoplight.
No, he's called the toucher because he touches all of the balloon animals in just the right places.
Oh yeah, there you go. Sorry. I don't normally laugh at my own jokes as in, oh, that was pretty good, Mike, but I can't help it. That was funny.
Trust me,
so
as the fucking creator of it sucks that you're dead. Sometimes sometimes you just don't know the things that come out of your own mouth.
It wasn't. You're right. I said it, and it was like I found it so funny hearing myself say it. You guys don't know the glory that is. Oh, it sucks that you're dead. That's so undermined.
No, I've seen it.
Oh, have you?
Eddie has seen it. Yes.
I found it. I don't know if anyone else will get it as much as I did, but it was just the funniest fucking shit. Just the way you said it.
We all have those moments. One of my quotes that will go down in history will always be, "Tell my wife and kids I'm black."
Right. That one requires some context.
I like it without the context.
It's an epitaph.
Oh, that would be your epitaph. Tell my wife and kids I'm black.
Well, kind of. Not IRL. But we were playing Terraria. And my character was close to dying. So I was like, okay, make a joke. All right, tell my wife and kids. And then like, okay, quickly something about the character. Black fur, black.
Like, it was legitimately, like, what we saw was Addie very just abruptly yelled in the middle of a fight against a big man-eating plant, yelled, "Tell my wife and kids I'm black!" And then the plant just fucking chomps him to death.
No, we didn't die. None of us died.
What?
That was the funniest part. Yeah, that was the funniest part. All of us started laughing hysterically, and then we killed the Plantera without looking.
Oh, right. Shit, I do remember that.
Then you all had to live with this new awkward knowledge that you didn't know how to address. It's like, okay, well, now what do we say to this guy? Now that we're all alive and we lived through that.
Now that I think about it, he has been wearing a full body outfit from the moment I first met him.
I just like that the wife and kids, who presumably should know him pretty well, don't know that he's black.
How was the kid conceived? Through a sheet?
Virgin birth.
When a friend of mine, well, Howard, some of you guys have met Howard. Howard's wife gave birth to one of her kids. He has two kids now. And on one of the occasions, he said that he was telling me, "Oh yeah, I was in the waiting room, etc. And there was there's another guy there who was waiting for his kid, and we were just kind of chatting, blah blah blah. And he was black, and I said, "Oh my God, please tell me that you asked him to pose for photos in which he and his wife happily held your white baby, and you and your wife happily held his black baby. Please tell me you did this." But he didn't. I would have jumped at that opportunity. I would have been like, "This is gonna be so fucking funny." But no,
No. Mike, no. That's basic bitch shit. No, the black couple is holding you as their baby. Happily.
That's pretty good. I'll give you that. That's pretty good, actually. Yes. Oh man.
Although I figured the hospital staff would look a bit weird on you when you strip naked and then proceed to take one of the sheets and make it into a diaper.
Depending on the type of hospital.
I was just imagining Mike wearing regular clothes except for a baby bonnet and just like a.
I was thinking like a pacifier, right?
Yeah, pacifier. There we go.
If you're doing the bit, you might as well commit.
That's what Addy always says. If you're gonna do the bit, you must commit.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, no half measures.
If you don't, if when you do the bit you don't commit, then you must acquit.
Yes,
because you're a piece of shit.
Enough
of that bit. You guys, we have some outside cats that are due to be fed, so give me a few minutes. I need to go do that, and you guys can mock my my jail stint or whatever while I'm gone.
All right.
All right, I'll be back in just a minute.
Man, can you believe how big Mike's asshole got after his jail stint?
I don't think he had even left earshot yet.
I mean, if he hasn't, then it's on purpose, because that's what I wanted.
Well, what did you say? How big Mike's asshole was after anal jousting?
Oh, no, but that's better. I said how big his asshole got after his jail stint.
Jail stint. Okay, I heard that as jousting.
What is anal jousting?
My lance shall pierce thee verily.
When you get a prolapse and then you freeze it into a freaking spear.
No, the spear's on the opposite side.
Anyway.
You just run at each other while at full mast.
Yeah.
That is how you end up with some broken penises.
Yep.
Oh god. I just thought of a story that I probably am not allowed to tell.
Does it involve your cousin jerking off again?
No. It was okay. It was someone else. It was someone else who I will not specify because there is a much smaller range of people it could be if I were to provide any details. But there is a woman who I am related to.
Your naked neighbor.
No, not related to her, thankfully. But a woman who I'm related to who did go and have some casual sex with a man. And apparently was bouncing on the so-and-so and broke it, which there are no bones in the penis, so apparently what it means is ruptured vessels within the penis.
Yeah. You didn't know? It swells up and gets really like freaking like purple and shit and hurts a lot from what I hear.
But the real embarrassing thing is this was supposed to be like a affair because the guy was married, but nonetheless she had to drive him to the hospital because no one else could. Uh-huh. So, and the really great thing is this person in question is like really open about their sex life. So I heard about this through their daughter.
I see.
So you gotta be careful what ladies you go with, guys. They'll break your fucking dick in half, apparently.
Yep.
Gotta watch out for that.
That's like you need to do the Knuckles countermeasure because as we all know, Knuckles is
hide chaos emerald in his cloaca.
No, Knuckles goes through boulders. That's why he flexes his boner.
Ah, I see. Insight
Huh?
gained.
I need to remember to post that version of Unknown from me. It's not good, but hey, character development. It's more character development than Knuckles has gotten by actual Sonic team. So hey.
Oh shit.
Anyway, so yeah, the last thing that I've done this week, I guess. I don't know if it's really something I've done, but whatever. So, there's this thing going on with my second high school, where sometimes the teachers ask about me and what I'm up to, and my mom lies about what I'm doing because if she didn't, then they would pressure her to pressure me to get to freaking do something with my life. It's basically the setup. I pressure myself well enough, like honestly. Like it doesn't seem like it, but I do think about what I want to do with myself a lot. It just never amounts to anything really.
Yeah.
But yeah. So because of that, and like, she was talking about this with my sister, and my sister, if you remember, well, okay, actually, this is a point we'll come back to anyway. So whatever, middle sister.
Okay.
So she was talking about this with my middle sister. She just goes, tell them he's gay, and a dog. He's a gay dog. Never mind that I'm not gay, but like,
just
like
fill in the blank, why don't you?
I mean, obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a gay transsexual dog who also likes feet. He
No!
I mean, you joke, but she talks about it so much that I don't know how much of it is a joke, but like from some of the things that she suggested, and I need to point out, my middle sister has bought me dog toys because she thinks that I'm into like freaking actual animal role play, and no, like there's a bit maybe,
that is
but
so
like
much trying. Like I have to I have to respect trying. That's just it's an awkward kind of humor, but I have to admit it does crack me up when people like try to be accepting, but they do it in the wrong, fucked up way.
Yeah. I mean, like the thing with that whole roleplay thing too is that, like, I guess maybe a bit, but like not definitely not to the extent that she thinks.
You know what that reminds me of? Panic.
Like,
you remember?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, actually, you should probably go ahead and finish, so I don't just lead off into a whole nother thing.
All right. But yeah, because like she has a bit more like she has a bit more experience with furry content, just because, well, my niece has found furry content through TikTok, and yeah. And also, like, it's like, you know, she uses TikTok a lot, so it freaking gets around. But like whenever she sees furry stuff, it's always the people who are genuinely off their rockers, and they're like freaking, like, you know, lock me up in an actual dog kennel, like, you know, those type of people.
Now
and
that's
like,
a fetish.
Yeah, like, you know. Maybe I have a couple of screws loose, but like I'm fine. Like, compared to that, I'm okay. So yeah, but like obviously, like, from like I think I've mentioned this before. I think before I freaking told her about this whole furry thing, that she thought I was either trans or gay. And I guess that somehow just like that somehow stayed gay, because obviously asexual people, as we all know, don't exist. I'm just a prude. And really, the only reason that I haven't tried having sex with any of my classmates when I had the chance is because I'm gay.
Understandable.
That might be something you need to nip in the bud before she starts trying to make setups.
Oh, she already has. Not gay ones. Yet. Well, just that one's complicated. I'll also explain that part because it's kind of funny, but it's like funny in a sad way. But so
Okay, I want to get this in real edgewise, real quick. Do I think that the earbuds are probably going to go out of power sometime soon-ish, but I don't want to just leave it this way. So I have dug up the singular earbud that comes with the PS4. I am going to plug that in and see if it works.
all right,
Don't say anything important for a second, because OBS probably won't pick it up.
all right. I guess just
chat
tell
amongst
us.
yourselves.
All right. I don't know, Ping. Do you have any insights into like people that have into the fucking furry fetish?
Get this in. Okay, I believe. Let me check to make sure all the audio stuff is working. I sound like normal to you guys, right? Oh, I wouldn't even be able to hear you. Fucking. What am I thinking? Okay, one thing at a time. I guess I should just. Let's see. That doesn't fix it. Okay, I swear for the recording's sake, I am trying to fix things and turn audio back on. I swear it'll happen at some point. I'm working on it, okay? Okay, it's not happening. Oh boy.
So
That's not good.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
like
not gonna work,
I'm not even like I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
this
my
is
my
the PS5 controller. Yes. Okay, so this earbud is not working. Okay, back to the wireless earbuds. Fuck me. I want to get a backup set, but I've just not gone to CVS or Walgreens recently, and those are pretty much the places I go to get earbuds on account of the fact that I break them really quickly. Because I am a clumsy fucking owner of earbuds. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. We're just going to have to see how long the wireless earbuds last.
All right.
Aha.
We talked about like basically nothing with Pink.
All right.
So yeah. Oh, where was I? Oh yeah. So like, as you all know, I'm now 21. I became 21 this March, and apparently after my birthday, my sister came up to me and was like, I was going to hire a whore for you, but mom told me not to because you would have left the house, and mom was right. Like,
What?
Yeah, that's.
Is that just a regular thing out there?
no,
Okay.
she just
I guess I won't be moving to Hungary.
like, she just wanted, like, I guess she just wanted freaking, like, she just wanted to know if I'm gay or not. But, like,
I feel like there are better ways to go about asking that question.
well, no, but you see, like the thing is, this was like before my birthday is when I told her, and both her and my mother, hey, I'm asexual. I don't feel shit. Like I can feel shit romantically, but like you show me a naked woman or a naked guy, I'm just gonna go, okay, get clothes on, please, and like. And neither of them freaking like my mom is like my mom doesn't know. Like she's like she doesn't like she doesn't bring it up. She didn't really believe it when we discussed it, but she doesn't bring it up. My sister, my middle sister, apparently doesn't believe it and wants to make sure.
The ghetto. Huh?
But yeah.
Oh, don't
And
worry.
then
I'll call my local neighborhood whore. You know. What?
Yeah. 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 And the other one, the other part with the just doing setups with the whole gay thing, is that like the reason those haven't started is because of me joking around about freaking getting together with W, because she's now dead set on somehow getting me together with W for some reason, and that's not happening because I don't think either of us want that.
Why are you joking around with that to your family? I know you. You do things in such a deadpan way, people take things seriously.
I've explained multiple times that it's a joke.
Okay.
Uh,
Are they
I'm
aware that
back.
I'm straight?
Yes.
Congrats, Mike. You returned at possibly the most awkward moment ever.
I just know that something about joking and whether or not someone's aware that you're straight. And
Addie's
Yeah,
family
so
thinks
Mike,
Addie's family thinks we're having a gay tryst.
do they seriously, or is that the thing you said is a joke?
no, but
Addie
here's the
says they're
thing.
serious.
Why would they leap to that assumption?
Well, what's going on is that even though I told my family even though I told my mother and my sister that I'm asexual, neither of them really believed it. But my sister is very testy with it because whatever, like she doesn't believe it and she wants to make sure. so
Wow.
so she thinks I'm gay, maybe, and because I think a couple of years ago we joked about freaking like I think I made a joke while recording, which sometimes they watch our videos and I have to translate. But I think we made a joke about freaking me getting together with W, and that somehow has gotten to the point where now
I was about
my
to say, how did Pink get out of this?
I was wondering the same thing. I was like, yeah, between the two of us.
Pink didn't get out of this. We're gonna get to Pink.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So freaking like that's gotten to the point where because W's birthday is coming up, my sister has been like, "Hey, you like last year in the Christmas special, you joked about sending W nudes. So what if I got you sexy underwear and you actually did it?" Which no, I think W would thank himself.
I think that would be a close the message and then send Addie a firmly worded message of, okay, that there are very few hard no's in comedy, but that is a hard no.
Yeah.
This is not okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I was just gonna say, speaking of this, I didn't have a chance to respond, but I said that you guys could mock me in my jail sentence.
we did. Yeah.
Well, that's actually what's funny is that, like, literally before I even had the chance to put my head.
That was on purpose.
No, I like that though. Yeah, no, that's funny. It's like you said it so fast before I like the idea, the concept, the hypothetical that you didn't want me to hear it, but you said it so immediately, like you couldn't wait. I found that funny. I was laughing. Can you guys believe how
Thanks.
big his asshole is now? Yeah, yeah. I was laughing at that. But I
Thanks.
guess.
But yeah, as for Pink, this is actually something that I am very embarrassed about, because it doesn't just pertain to Pink, and that's the thing. That's the thing that makes me embarrassed. Cause freaking. How do I summarize this without it being too weird? Well, long story short, for a bit, freaking my family was really adamant about me getting together with Wook. And then I told them, "Hey, I like Wook as a co-host and as a friend, not like that." and then
Pink is saying nothing because he's getting his knife out and already on the way.
that took multiple months, and then after that, the thing that finally made them quit was, freaking like after the last time this topic got brought up, and I was like, no. They were like, okay, I guess. You could try, and if she doesn't, then you can get Pink. What?
You hear that, Pink? You're the consolation prize.
What the heck? What? Why do I get second billing?
Well, you're telling me I got third billing. Hang on.
Yeah.
I'm not even a part of it.
Pink, think about it. Like the whole freaking setup with this is they really don't want me to be gay. But if I have to be gay, I guess you're fine.
You're darn right.
Yeah.
We can settle for the guy who's the spitting image of the man who was too sexy for Arabia.
Who is this again? Yeah, I
You're
remember
there,
you telling me about it.
motherfucker.
No, I just don't remember the name. I remember that it was some weird person who was like exiled or whatever because he was too handsome.
Yeah, it was pretty well just what you said. It was some dude who got exiled from Saudi Arabia because he was so handsome that the authorities thought he'd be too tempting to women.
They would remove their like facial gowns or whatever, and that would be sinful.
He just goes out on the street and he gets fucking football tackled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you might have even shown me a picture of him. I can't remember.
And he is the spitting image of Pink, oddly enough.
I don't know. I think some of the stuff's been getting to Pink's head. I think we need to call him ugly. Just as a matter of course. Yeah. I think we just need to be like, that Pink. That guy's so ugly.
Man, he's mediocre at best.
Yeah, gotta balance out that.
You're not even especially bad. You're just mediocre.
Mediocre. Yeah.
Like here's the thing though, like genuinely, all of you keep talking about how handsome Pink is, and I'm like, sure, because I don't know.
It looks like a face to me.
Yeah, pretty much. He does have a nose.
Like fucking cut to the T-800 view from Terminator. Face registered.
Right.
Pretty much.
Dejected.
Fuck you, asshole.
Yeah, fuck you, asshole. You can't say that you're a landlord and have him just walk away. It doesn't work that way. I guess when you're the Terminator, you can, but...
Doesn't he fucking shoot at him?
Does he?
I think the landlord does get pissed and he like shoots through the door at him or something.
He might. It's been a while since I saw the first Terminator. I just know that he knocks. He's like, hey man, you rent 5 days due, or whatever nonsense. And yeah, he searches through his list of human responses that he has heard, and he settles on that one as the proper response. Fuck you, asshole. And the landlord, my memory is that the landlord just kind of shrugs. He's like, whoa, okay. And then he just leaves. I don't know. I don't remember.
I feel like Terminator 1, like, don't get me wrong,
but,
like, I still like Terminator 1, but Terminator 1 is like a 50-50 of, like, fantastic scenes and just boring, shitless scenes, you know?
The last time I saw it, I really enjoyed it. In my opinion, it still holds up, but it's still been a while. It's still been probably about 5 years since I saw it last, so I might feel the same way you do if I saw it again. I mean, it's not the sequel. I mean, the Terminator 2, I think, is literally one of the best movies ever made.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I would say that it is I've seen Die Hard only for about 6 months ago, so I guess I could say I'm kind of still in the honeymoon period for that. But I would say, like, the contest for greatest action film of all time is a toss-up between Terminator 2, Die Hard, and Mad Max Fury Road.
It's pretty hard to debate. Yeah, those are pretty good choices. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I'd throw in there.
Aliens is good, but I don't think it's quite up to the caliber of those.
Aliens I find really good, but especially if you watch the director's cut, which, I mean, here we go again with that, but I mean, the director's cut is like 2.5 hours, the standard cut's about 2. A lot of it is kind of more tension. There are some definite action scenes, some really good set pieces, but it's not really like the all-out type of like the whole thing is basically an action movie like the other ones are.
Yeah, Terminator 2's got its quiet scenes and its tense scenes.
Yeah.
And Die Hard has plenty of drama.
Well, yeah. Out of the ones you mentioned, I guess Mad Max would definitely be the most action-packed. Because it's pretty much nothing but a chase scene throughout the entire film.
Yeah, I would say it's partly debatable because the 3 movies each have their own identities. Because if they were all identical, then I would say, well, whoever did it first probably then.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Terminator 2 did have a lot of... Terminator 2, one of the reasons why it is so good is because it's not just an action movie. It's an action movie with really well-developed characters. And for that to happen, of course, you have to have a lot of character moments. So yeah, you're right. There is a lot of Terminator 2 that's actual character building and the character arcs coming to fruition and stuff like that. Die Hard I haven't seen. That's the one I've seen the least, and it's been the longest since I've seen it. Because I don't watch it for Christmas!
What the heck is wrong with you?
Oh no, is this the first time we've had both you in a call talking Die Hard?
I think it might be, actually. It has a Christmas tree in the background, so it's a Christmas movie. Fuck you! Fuck you!
How about we finish your weeks and then both of you have a rent while W's AirPods die?
I don't put angels on top of my Christmas tree. I just put the Die Hard DVD case up there.
Like a fucking shrine? This is my
Right.
god.
Look, it's
You put
just
John
so
McClane
damn
up there.
Christmassy.
I wanted to say the guy's name real quick, the actor, but I fucking forgot.
Bruce Willis.
Wait,
Yeah, Bruce Willis.
yeah.
You put the tree up Bruce Willis's ass.
You were putting stuff on people's asses. No wonder your family questions you.
It's just the violent imagery.
We're gonna put that tree, Griswold. Turn around and I'll show you.
Yeah, it's a real nerve talking to me like that, Griswold.
I wasn't talking to you.
But boom.
There we go. Thank you, Mike. I always forget that you've probably watched that movie almost as many times as I have.
I've seen it a lot. I don't know if it's as many as you, but I have seen it a lot. I don't. The reason I say that is because it was not. I only first saw it, man, in like the mid 2000s. That's the first time I ever actually caught up with it. But then I've seen it many times since. Yeah, I did not grow up with it.
That is bizarre to me. I have probably seen it at least once a year, every year of my life.
Wow. See, that's me with the Christmas Story.
Yeah. Oh, but the Christmas Story is one I never got. Like, admittedly,
Some people don't.
Yeah, I only got to see like 5 minutes of it. But growing up, my parents both told me like, oh, it's overrated.
Well, being that it is, I mean, it is worshipped now. I grew up in a time when it wasn't. It didn't do very well at the box office, but then it really picked up a life on video. And so because of that, our family watched it all the time on video. And then just like literally randomly, it was like, oh, wow, a TV channel is showing it 24 hours a day. And it was like, yay, finally, the little underdog movie that we always loved. Now other people are discovering it. But yes, you are correct that now it is like a cultural phenomenon that I could understand people arguing that it's overrated.
Yeah, it's one of those weird movies that got saved by TV. Like the Thing is in the same category, right?
Yeah. The Thing and Big Trouble in Little China both kind of failed at the box office, which is sad because they're both great movies.
Yeah, what was it? I feel like there's another big one that was like a massive cultural influence that failed completely at the box office.
I'm sure there has been. I'm just trying to think of off the top of my head. Let's see.
Office Space failed pretty hard at the box office.
Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah, Office Space was just at best maybe a middling success, but it has. Yeah, once it hit home, it took off huge. I mean, everyone's seen that movie by now. Did that not do well in the theater? I know the second two did.
Austin Powers, it wasn't TV, but Austin Powers supposedly was pretty mediocre, if not outright bad at the box office, but it did so well with rentals that it justified a sequel.
Oh, okay. Which I find kind of interesting because I didn't like the first one, yet I did very much enjoy the second two. So I find that kind of curious.
I liked all three of them, but in a kind of stupid way, you know.
Oh, they're all stupid movies, that's for sure. Yeah, but you know me. I mean, I've shared my share of stupid movies with you. You got me thinking because I does really feel like there was a massive like zeitgeist of a movie to where everyone knows it, everyone quotes it, everyone loves it, but it didn't do well in the theater, and it feels like almost like so obvious that I should be remembering what one that might be. There's probably several examples, and I'm kind of like the big. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I guess if it occurs to us, it occurs to us.
Yeah, I suppose.
Wasn't the Big Lebowski like that?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think I know it wasn't a huge box office success.
No, it was definitely like that. I think Big Lebowski was saved by like FX or someone playing it like constantly.
Really?
But with that said, I don't think I'd consider Big Lebowski too foundational to wider culture, just very important to a certain subculture, you know?
That is true. Big Lebowski is kind of one of those things where not everyone loves it, but there's a large group of people who love it, and they love it with a passion that is like unmitigated.
Yes.
I mean, the people who love that movie, like it's either you just don't really care that much for it, you don't really like. With me, it's like, well, it was okay, I guess, whatever. And I don't even like saying that because I like the Coen Brothers. But like Howard, for example, he considers that to be probably his favorite movie of all time. And I'm like, what do you see in it? And he just starts listing off scenes, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I like Big Lebowski, but Big Lebowski is very much a series of scenes, and when part of the idea of the movie is that there is no like real meaning to it, there is no overarching theme, there is no overarching
Yeah,
connection.
not really.
The scenes are just kind of strung together by very thin causality, which I enjoyed all those scenes by all means, but like as Coen Brothers go, there are far more artistically appealing movies, you know?
Yeah, and it's hard to explain sometimes to someone who doesn't share the same view. I mean, like you've seen me say to Wild Night, like, look, dude, No Country is legitimately a masterpiece. Like a masterpiece, man. We're not even talking about a good movie. We're talking about a a just brilliant piece of cinema. And he's just like, that movie blows. And it's like, if you feel one way, you're just not going to change, you know? How can you he's never gonna convince me ever that that movie is bad, just as I'm never gonna convince him that it's one of the greatest things since existence,
Well,
so it's just
I've tried
go ahead.
arguing with him about that one, and he just stopped responding. So
Yeah, I saw you ask him once. You said something like, like I can't remember what it was, but he made some point, and you asked him to specify that point, and I think that he just didn't. I think it just you guys moved on or whatever. I think you said something like, "Tell me exactly what is bad about it," or "Tell me, something like that." I know he thinks it's overrated, which again, it's fine because there are people like me who do say what I've just said. But he, in his typical hyperbolic way, he basically says that it's just crap. Like everything about it sucks. It's like I think you like asked him to list what sucks and why it sucks. I don't think he did.
he did, but when I like argued against those points, like there was one that I did concede, which was just on sheer basis of like it was kind of like a an appeal to credibility of sorts, I guess. Was I was saying like the movie has very good cat and mouse chase scenes, and he said, well, whatever they did right, 70s movies did way before.
He did. He did say something like that. Yeah, you're right. Oh, who cares? Chase scenes. The French Connection did the same thing. Something like that.
Yeah, and I conceded that just on basis of like I've not seen 70s B movies like you, so I guess I can't prove you wrong here. This is part of the problem with appeal to credibility. But fuck it, whatever. If this argument keeps going any longer of just you and me going appealing to credibility at each other, we'll just pull each other's hair out.
Yeah,
The rest of the points I countered him on, and he pretty well just went okay, and he just didn't do anything past that. And later on, he just made like some snippy remark about, well, maybe you're one of those guys who thinks it's No Country for Old Men's the best movie of all time. And I was like, I would say something, but when you end an argument with just okay, then I take that as I don't actually care about this. I just want to mock Alex.
right, yeah.
Which is, doesn't piss me off. I know Ted. I know what Ted's like. I know how he plays ball. And I do the same thing. I do the same thing to him. Like, whenever, like, football comes up, I'm always sure to praise the Colts and act like the Patriots are the worst thing to ever happen, because I know that he, that bugs the shit out of him.
Oh, I didn't know that. I don't follow football.
Well, it's Ted. He likes to act like it bugs the shit out of him. Ted.
Oh.
Ted. I don't think Ted's ever out and out said it, but I think Ted's dream job would be the AVGN. Because that guy loves to play at getting outraged over things,
Yes, I mean, you and I have talked about it 1,000 times. I can't sometimes tell whether he really means it or whether he's just putting on a show, whether he's being hyperbolic. Sometimes he'll even catch himself and he'll say, oh, guys, and come on, I'm just fucking around with you, develop some thicker skin, blah, blah. But then other times he will really relentlessly pursue something if he has gone after me for No Country for Old Men, and I just kind of gave up and was just like, well, you're welcome to feel how you feel. I think you're totally wrong on this, whatever. And he's just, that's kind of where it goes. So some things he bring, like Skyrim, for example. Like Skyrim, he would not let that go for like weeks. And I remember just like thinking, dude, my God, you played it for like a day and you've just decided that you know all this shit about it. I've put in like 500 hours into the game. I've read developer interviews. Like I know so much more about this. It's like when I would argue with him about something that seemed stupid from a comic book or whatever, and he made a very good point. He said like, you're out of your depth. I know more about this. You're arguing from a place of ignorance. And sometimes I feel that that's the way I argue with him. It's like, dude, why are you saying that? Like, you're just not even like, just because you say it sucks doesn't mean it sucks. What's your backup for that? And sometimes he'll really go, and sometimes even make some good points, but other times he'll just I don't know. Other times he'll just blow you off, and then just okay, I guess that was that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even like arguing on the site to begin with, which I've said to you, W, before a million times. But I
Oh
still
yeah.
get wound up. I get wrapped up in them, and I have too much stress in my life.
Yeah, Mike, have you noticed that I stopped posting like really a lot in the past like 3 years?
Yeah, I've
Ted
noticed that your
spooked off
posts
a
have
lot of
really.
people.
What happened?
I
What?
was saying
W?
Ted spooked off a lot of people over the years.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean,
I mean,
my thing isn't even that because Ted and I had an argument recently, and
Well,
both of us came out of it fine.
you know what the great thing is, Addy? I think one of the big factors that convinced you to stop posting on the forum was me, but you still talk with me over Discord.
Yeah.
Because I was the one who got real
I
snippy with you about Assassin's Creed.
I was too. You might forget. I really gave him a hard time about that, just because at that time, and and you just
The
it was
forum
never
was a
personal
different
against
thing
you.
back then.
Yeah, I remember. I remember. I
Yeah,
remember.
it was just that it just bothered me that for me it was just literally simply like I said to Klein, I'm like, I don't care if you want everyone to just be able to talk about everything in one thread, but then if that's the case, then get rid of the subsections. It makes no sense to have both. If you're gonna have a thing for movies, people should talk about movies in it. Not the random thread. And he's like, well, but it's the random thread. I'm like, well, yeah, but you don't get it. The random thread's for stuff that doesn't have topics for other whatever areas for other topics to be held in. Most forums you go to will have like a quote off topic section. So it was just bothering me that if it started with the comic book stuff, which now if you guys notice, I don't even say anything about it anymore because it happens so frequently, and I myself use the random thread just to say whatever I want. I don't even care anymore. It just
Yeah.
kind of got to the point where it's like this is kind of like a losing battle because everyone does it. Sometimes
Well,
even including myself without meaning to.
well,
So it was.
we've kind of informally settled it just in terms of like by now there are like maybe 10 people who post like
Yeah.
more than once a week.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So like there's no like if we did divide things, then like there just wouldn't be discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right when you say informally. I think that that's a good way of putting it. I think that organically what happened was just that at that time, it's been several years now, but at that time it was just a matter of, um, like it didn't make me mad. It was just kind of like, oh, okay, well, like I come to the random thread so I don't have to hear about some of these other subjects that some people would talk about.
Hey,
Like
Mike, boxing, Star Wars, movies.
No, no, no. You're right. You're right, though. No, no, no. Allow me to continue because you're right. I would also
Yeah,
talk about some
continue.
of that stuff too. At the time, though, there was a while there to where I was getting really fed up because there were like I think W might remember this. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but there was a time where I said I think to W. I'm like, dude, there are comic books, superhero slash conversations happening simultaneously in like 3 different threads right now, all at the same time. They're happening in the movie thread, they're happening in the game thread, and they're happening in the random thread. And it's like, yeah, like, can I not go somewhere on this forum to escape that? Like, can I not? And that kind of sort of started it. And I understand, and I try to kind of back off because I get it. Just because I don't dig that stuff doesn't mean that you guys shouldn't be able to dig that stuff. I'm not the kind of person who's going to say you can't talk about that here, because that's not for me to make that call. But it was just becoming so prevalent that it was like, oh my God, again, another day. And I would be off the forum for a few days and I'd go to scroll through, okay, what have I missed? Okay, page after page after page after page of comic book stuff. And then that kind of started to settle down. And Addie, the thing with, I'm not trying to single you out, but the whole reason that the Assassin's Creed thing started to get bothersome was because Ted, and I'm not trying to blame him either. I'm not trying to put blame on anybody. It's just a thing that happened. It is what it is. When you would speak to Ted, you guys would go on and on about the subject for a long time, and that would kind of dominate the random thread. And so I would just then find myself thinking, well, why don't they just go to the game thread? That's what the game thread's for, right?
Because
And
Ted put his
and
foot down and said he wasn't going to go to any threads except the
that
wrestling thread
right,
anymore.
yes, that right there is what started it. Because, and again, I really mean this. I'm not trying to target Ted. There are times when I'm pissed at him, and I am trying to target him. No, no, no. It literally was just that's what
I mean, I'll be
complicated
the
things.
first to say that I thought it was a silly thing for Ted to do that.
It just.
I love Ted. I love Ted.
I think we all do.
I'm the person who usually defends Ted in these kinds of things, but I'll be the first to say, like, dude, you just go to the fucking, like, by all means, he was doing it because he was getting sick of people telling him, like, hey, take that shit to the appropriate thread. But, like, I mean, was it, whatever.
What he said to me around that time, and I don't I can't vouch for the truth of it or whatever. He said it, so whether he was just being snotty or whether he really meant it or whatever, I don't know. That's up to him. But what he told me was that basically he was irritated about people coming after him for various things, and so he took time off. And then when he came back, he said he would just limit himself to just the random thread and the wrestling thread, according to him, to not make anybody else upset.
Yeah.
He positioned it as a generous thing. Whether that was just him kind of patting himself on the back or whether he really meant it, I don't know.
No,
I honestly don't
it was
know.
because before then him and Brian had a big argument, and then Brian left, and Ted
Oh,
also left, and then Ted came back.
Is Ted the reason Brian left? I thought
No,
Brian left because of
no,
Clown.
no.
Yeah, Brian got
No,
permanent by Clown.
Yeah, because Brian, like, I was going to
Brian
say
lost
this,
his shit.
Brian, making Brian leave is nothing to be ashamed about, because, like, you can just say, sometimes you can just make the most innocent statement, and Brian would be like, well, fuck you! And then he just leaves, deletes his account, and then leaves. And for this one
That
time,
has happened.
Brian decided he was going to go further than deleting his account. He was also going to go through and manually delete
Oh,
every single post he
right.
had ever made on the forum. And as we all know, Clown is very big on archiving. He wants every post
Right.
he ever made to be archived. So Clown was saying, fuck off with that shit later.
Yeah, which, to be perfectly fair, on this side, I'm with Clown.
Yeah,
I mean,
when Brian deletes his account 4 fucking times, it's like, a little bit, aren't you just helping him to actually do what he wanted to do there?
I guess that was the goal, though. It's like, if you're gonna do this, then just leave. I guess. I don't need. And Brian also, again, I can't speak for him, but maybe he was doing that specifically to spite Clown because he knew Clown liked things being archived. So if that's the case, then that was even a further, like an intentional fuck you to Clown. So it's kind of hard to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really have an opinion on the whole thing. My only takeaway from that whole thing is that sometimes I miss Brian just because he was the only person who ever posted in the fucking game thread.
Yeah, I
what
never
else-
had a personal problem with Brian, but I could recognize that there were times where, as W said, he would just get really moody sometimes, just send snap, just like, oh, another Star Wars comment. Okay, I guess I'll just leave the thread or the forum for another 2 months or whatever. It's like, dude, relax,
Yeah.
Yeah. What I was going to say though was when we said Ted stopped going to threads other than wrestling and random thread,
Right.
I was going to say that, and suddenly every thread except the random thread and wrestling thread died.
Yep.
Right. That's just it. That actually kind of that's the end.
What love him or hate him, Ted's a natural conversationalist. He keeps the conversation going.
Oh, sure, that's one of his better strengths, definitely. For better and worse, because then that's what set the dominoes in motion to fall in such a way to where I got agitated because Addie, who I definitely understood where you were coming from, but of course my disagreement was, you said, well, I post in the game thread and no one posts. So it's like, the only person that really seems to respond to me at this particular time about at least Assassin's Creed was Ted. So I definitely understood you then coming to the random thread to talk to Ted about the games. But then it was like a no-win situation because you weren't necessarily, excuse me, doing anything like intentionally, mean-spirited or anything like that. Certainly you didn't do anything that, made my time on the forum miserable or anything to that extent. That whole issue got way blown out of proportion. That's where Clown faked the poll and everything like that. That whole thing got out of control. Yeah. But with me, it was basically just like, I just wish that, again, like either.
I gotta step out to piss again, guys. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
All right.
That's
You
all
do
right.
that.
That guy needs to get his bladder fixed. Yeah, it wasn't a matter of being angry that you wanted to talk about Assassin's Creed. And actually, I wasn't angry at all. I was just frustrated that when I would go to the random thread to talk about something that wasn't a subject that I was sick of, I couldn't get away from it. Like it's like, okay, like say for example, if someone was in the movie thread talking about superhero movies, fine, I don't have to go to the movie thread for a couple days. I don't have to sit there and try and talk about something else. I'll wait for the superhero stuff to die down, then I'll go in there and make my post. But since everyone, in part thanks to thanks to Ted, was now talking in the random thread about everything, it was like, well, but then how do we make it to where people who don't just want to scroll through pages and pages of either, not even just you, like you said, not even just Assassin's Creed, but like for me and Ted with Star Wars, or God of Gaming now, he'll pop into the, and I don't have a problem with this either, but just as an example, God of Gaming does not use the movie thread to talk about movies he's seen. He does it in the random thread. We now only use the random thread for everything, which is why I don't really care anymore, because now that's kind of that's what it's become. But at that time, the forum was still kind of divided to where people still did use the subject areas where certain topics belonged, and then
I
sometimes
still
other.
post gaming shit in the gaming thread, dude.
Do you?
What's that?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, like I do it. Ping does it when like every 5 months when we have something about gaming that we want to share. Like
I guess that's just it. It happens so rarely. Yeah, I don't even know. I haven't talked about gaming for a while with
yeah,
anybody.
the only two sections of the forums that I've ever really used. Well, I used to go into the wrestling section, but not in the past like 4 years.
Yeah,
So
can't blame you.
after I fell off of wrestling, I only went to the gaming thread and the random thread.
Uh,
So that's also why I freaking like that's also why I talked with in the random thread about Assassin's Creed with Ted, because whenever I tried posting anything in the gaming thread, people would be like, "Fuck you, go away."
that's the part that made it tough for me because I knew where you were coming from. It sucks to go on there where
And
you're
like at the
supposed to
same time,
go
like right
and
now,
be.
right now, like the reason I don't post as much, and whenever I do, it's just like shit posts and shit and stuff like that. It's just because like most of the conversations going on in the forums is just like Star Wars, boxing, freaking movies, and like I
Well,
don't give a shit.
if you feel that way, then you should post more because then you know then you'll have your topics in there more often. I mean, at this point, like I said, I
But
don't
I,
even care anymore because everyone does just use the random thread now. So I just follow suit. I remember when Clown did the thing with the vote. Should we do it this way or should we do it that way? I remember telling him, I'm like, dude, okay, look, if you want everyone to post in the random thread, then that's what I'm just going to start doing. I said, I'm going to post wrestling in there. I'm going to post video games, whatever. I said, because if that's how you're going to do it, I'm going to do it that way. And you can't yell at me for it because that's what you're telling people to go ahead and do. You know, so since that time, I've meant it. It's like, fuck it. If people want to post in the random thread, let them do it. So Addie, if
I
you
mean,
feel.
I don't have topics. That's
You're
another
gonna be
thing.
hearing some noises from my end pretty soon because
Nice.
I had I stepped out of the bathroom to be handed a fucking bag of Taco Bell tacos.
Ah,
Oh,
Oh
man.
man, you gonna share?
You right?
Yeah,
man.
I'm doing very good. I was actually thinking I was craving them earlier this morning, but I was like, we're already going to eat breakfast at a breakfast joint. I probably shouldn't eat out twice in one day. But,
Shenanigans.
Shenanigans. Which I think used to be a name of a restaurant. No, I'm thinking of Bennigan's. Never mind. Close enough.
but yeah, like I don't really have like topics that I particularly want to talk about because like most of the stuff I care about now is just like so split off from what the freaking what everybody else on the forums cares about. Like I freaking I hit Pink and W with furry shit just because they agreed to take it on for now. But
I mean,
I try to keep that to a minimum too.
well, I mean, to be fair, whether you should or shouldn't talk about that, that's of course up to you. But just to be fair, objectively speaking, I think I'm guessing you're probably the only furry on the forum,
Yeah.
so you probably wouldn't have a lot of other people who have a lot to share in common with that subject. So I can
I mean,
understand that.
it's not even just related to that. But like most of my interests and stuff like that fall so far out. Like that's the most far out because there's no other person on the forums who is a furry. But like you know, I like basically most of the stuff that we would talk about on the forums, we talk about on here or on the other podcast that's
Yeah.
specifically for fighting games. Because aside from those, like video games for me have just kind of stopped. Really, there's nothing really coming out that interests me, and the
Eddie
small
has a
amount of stuff that does.
Eddie
Yeah.
has a curse placed upon him where every video game franchise he gets into will abruptly change their entire gameplay style to something he doesn't like.
Oh, I hate that kind of shit.
It has happened with 3 series so far:
Wow. Which three?
Assassin's Creed, Yakuza, and Guilty Gear.
Oh, okay. How did you? Having never yet played a Yakuza game, I would like to, but it seems like they went from having like 2 to suddenly having like 20, so I wouldn't even know where to begin.
There's 7, but
Are there,
it's
wow,
it's
7,
or
wow.
no 8. There's 8 in the story, but it's chronological, so we just go from zero to 7. Really, if you want
Oh.
zero to 6, if you want to follow the main story, and now they're starting a new arc with new characters.
Oh, okay. My question would be what if there's any way to easily explain this to someone who never has played the series, what did they change about it to where it's ruined for you now?
Well, it used to be a 3D beat 'em up, So like Streets of Rage, but in 3D more or less.
Oh, okay.
I would say
It
it's
used to
more
be
comparable to like what was that one where we were playing gangsters on the streets of Tokyo, and whenever you punched them
Sleeping
out,
Dogs.
No. It was
Oh.
an NES game where when you punched out a thug, they would yell "barf."
River City Ransom.
Yeah, River City
Yeah,
Ransom.
and you could go to shops and buy food and drinks and all that. It's
It was
like
the series was like that, really?
it's like that, but like in modern 3D HD and with like a story to go through, and like you can free roam around and do a bunch of mini games and fun stuff.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
I would love that. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay,
and-
River City
and
Ransom.
so-
Wow.
I've told you repeatedly, you need to try out the Yakuza games.
I-
They're up your alley.
I never know again where to start because like there was like the 1, 2,
Well,
3, and then there was 0, and it's like I don't even know.
Well, here's the thing: if you want the like one of the better experiences according to the fandom, at least, not to me, but if you want one of the better experiences in the series, then start with 0, which is what I did. But 0 is kind of long, which is one of the bad things.
Oh,
But
So
hang on, I want to note this: Yakuza 0 is set in the 1980s at Christmas.
yeah,
oh, that sounds cool. That
And
does
then
sound up my alley.
mo-
all
most
of it.
of the
modern day
Yakuza, most
River
of
City Ransom, Christmas 1980s. That's just Mike the video game.
It really kind of is, yeah. To be honest.
But yeah, you get to disco dance with Michael Jackson. You get to beat Michael Jackson in disco dancing in a minigame.
Really?
Yes, and you also have to help him shoot Thriller.
Really?
Yes,
Is he being serious?
yes.
He's being, there are a load of wacky side missions, like GTA style side missions in Yakuza. One of them is Michael Jackson wants, not Michael Jackson,
Oh, okay. See, I wasn't sure. That was okay. All right, but go on.
is filming a Thriller in the city you're in. They're in Tokyo, but the extras they've hired for the zombies are way too aggressive and way too in character. So you have to protect Michael Jackson as he dances down the street by beating up the zombie extras who go up and try to fucking attack him.
That's funny. I like it. So it sounds a little bit like Saints Row
Yeah.
in a way.
Well, kind of.
The main story you can take a lot more seriously. They keep the silly stuff reserved for the side missions.
Yeah. And so like it goes through that until the 6th game, which by the way, like 0, 4, and 5 are the best in the series overall, I'd say. But yeah. So it goes like that until the 6th game, and then with the 6th game, they literally just licensed the Dragon Quest combat mechanic, and it's that. It's just Dragon Quest.
Oh, like turn-based battles?
Yes. Well,
That'd be
no,
a huge change.
turn-based, but not really, because freaking like it's the shittiest, like, okay, not the shittiest. I've seen worse. I've played Final Fantasy freaking 12, but like one of the weirdest implementations of the active battle system, where it's turn-based in that you have to wait for your bar to fill up, and then you choose your attack, and then the character moves into position and do it.
Yeah.
But the enemy combatants aren't turn-based. They're active.
Okay.
But it's not like Chrono Trigger.
I was about to say, so it's like Earthbound?
I don't
I
remember.
think Earthbound was more turn-based, if I remember right. I think Earthbound was turn-based.
The health ticker was real time, but everything else was
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the health ticker, yeah, that was unique. That if your power was going down, you could quickly heal potion and stop it from doing more damage, yeah.
That was cool. How come no one's ripped that off yet?
I'm actually wondering why more people haven't ripped off Earthbound, period, because while that game has gotten a lot more attention in the years...
Lots of people are ripping off Earthbound right now. There's Yeek, there's like
No,
Undertale,
they aren't
there's all of
ripping
the
off-
Undertale
hang
clones.
on. They aren't ripping off Earthbound, they're ripping off Undertale.
Oh.
Because Undertale ripped off Earthbound.
Well, what I've seen of it, it definitely did. Which everyone says that it was a really great game, which that means
I disagree.
probably was. Why do you disagree? Because I've never played it.
Well, a lot of Undertale hinges on its main like it's freaking its main message and the characters, both of which I disliked.
Okay. Well, yeah, that will make a difference. I mean,
But, like
just
there's like basically I can tell you without spoiling stuff. So some things that I dislike, and basically it's just like this. It's this whole thing of like basically the game spans the whole game preaching at you about how you're an evil person if you play it like a normal RPG. Also,
Right.
there's this actual cool and fun combat mechanic, but don't ever use it because then you suck.
That's kind of what I've gotten from it. Yeah, that's the impression I've gotten from it.
Yeah,
That you're
that
supposed to they give you a game to play and then they basically like scold you for being violent instead of what's the word? Not passive. Well,
yeah,
pacifist,
pacifist.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's basically it.
I
Huh.
do wanted to note that there is a difference between scolding the player versus scolding the player character. And Undertale fits. I've not played Undertale. I've not even watched videos of it. But my understanding from the outside, which is
It's
of
the
course
first.
not a reliable source, is that it scolds the player instead of the player character, as compared to let's
Ah.
say Spec Ops: The Line or Silent Hill 2, which scolds the character instead of the player.
And like one of the things that I really disliked is how they do the whole scoring the player thing reveal, because at the end of the game, if you do the genocide run, the game makes it extra obvious when it starts acting like it's a creepypasta horror game, and then the player character turns evil and there's realistic blood flowing out of their eyes, or something to that effect, and they're just like, oh, you killed them, it's your fault.
Very subtle.
Yeah.
Then the
Yeah.
screen just starts flashing text saying "bin drowned, bin drowned, bin drowned."
Oh.
No,
Oh.
it doesn't. But it nearly does that. From what I remember, it's very close.
See,
That may be the first time you and I have ever switched roles there, where I said something stupid and you had to say, "No, that's a lie."
I played through Undertale 3 times just so I can be fairly shitting on it in a review.
That's dedication.
I beat this game 3 times out of spite, motherfucker.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
So
Like,
you didn't have to.
Like even though the Undertale review is 80%, my Undertale review is 80% me shitting on the fan base for sucking cocks, and 20% shitting on the game for the things I dislike. I was actually very fair, because sometimes I remember some of the points I raised, and I was like, the music is not my cup of tea, but it's all right, and it can be good sometimes. The combat mechanic is actually very fun, even though the game discourages its use. The art style goes from sucks ass to actually looks okay sometimes. And then those are all of the niceties. And then the rest of the review is just me going, the freaking like I remember, I remember that there's a rant at the end of the review where I close like, Undertale's fans like to act like the game. Freaking save the or cured the cancer of multiple ex-Nazi war veterans who went on to open up orphanages that cure freaking or that end world hunger, even though it didn't.
Yeah.
Another
I've-
time I made that review, that was true.
I've seen a lot of people that were pretty rabid about that game. Yeah, I can understand that.
There are some YouTubers who made a fortune off of it.
That's just it. That's part of what
Thank
makes
you,
it so
Patrick.
annoying to me. I don't even know all the people's names. When I did one of my gameplay sessions of the game Monstrum, which it didn't take off like huge or anything like that, but it got a few thousand views, which surprised me. And when I go back and look at it now, it's like, man, I wish YouTube would let you edit your videos after you post them, because I went back and I realized that, you guys all know that I can get on a rant and I can talk too long, especially
You
if I'm-
can.
The opening
Yes, I can.
15 minutes.
Thank
I've
you,
seen
Eddie.
this video. Yes.
Yeah,
Mike.
I don't.
Mike, you can
Yeah.
edit your videos after they're published even.
Wait. Oh, you were being serious? Really?
Yes,
You can-
YouTube allows you to do it. It's really janky and doesn't like you need to actually like spend 20 minutes figuring out how it works properly exactly, but it does exist. There is an option.
That must be new. I remember the last time I looked, it seems like it was only about a year ago. I was like, I really would like to change a couple of things on one of these videos, but I don't want to have to undo it, lose all my views,
Well,
then
you
repost
don't-
it.
But I don't know how much it undoes your progress and shit like that. I just know that it allows you to call out parts if you need it, and like freaking make it blur parts if you didn't
Okay.
do it before uploading.
I'll
But
look
that's
into
about it.
that. I'll look into that. I'm not sure if that would help me because, as W was about to say, I started my Monstrum review by basically, my intention was to basically say, okay, guys, I know a lot of you like watching horror game playthroughs because you want to see like people reacting and being goofy, and there are YouTube personalities who like make a living off that. That's not me, and I've played this game hundreds of times, so I'm not going to be freaking out and being all animated and exaggerated, blah blah blah. That simple like 30-second message wound up being W. You said 15 minutes. I think it's actually
15
probably like
minutes.
20. Is it 15? I think it's like 20. I just went on and on as the title screen just sat there, and I'm like, I'll get there. I'll get there. I'll put a time code at the beginning so you can skip all this. But if anyone wants to know my philosophy, and it was partly because that was my first gameplay video that I ever uploaded, so I figured, well, I'm gonna have to describe myself somehow, but I realized after the fact that I should have done it right there in the video because I talk so long about just I hate YouTubers, I hate e-celebs, I hate the way people overreact to, horror video games and whatever's popular right now. And, I don't like people like John Tron and fucking 8-Bit Ryan and whoever all these other people are and blah, blah, blah. And again, 15 minutes of this, and I don't even know how that video got any views. I don't know how anyone, no one chastised me on it. I don't know how. I honestly, not one person said, "My God, you talk too much," because it's like, oh my, I'm waiting for someone to say it because they're right. So,
It's crazy how you lose track of time when making these videos.
That is true. It actually really is.
A couple weeks ago, I made a trailer analysis video for Total War Warhammer 3 because I am so fucking hyped about the game. I'm just making videos where I sit and fucking go frame by frame. Hey, look at this shit, bro. But I don't actually get that in depth. It's mostly just kind of broadly like, oh, I'll pause for this a little bit here. Look at this thing. It's cool. It's pretty significant because it means this for gameplay or lore, and then I just move on. And like the other day, a couple weeks ago, I was doing a trailer analysis, and I wrapped it up, and I was like, oh yeah, there we go. Nice, solid 4-minute video. Just nice, little bite-sized. Throw it out there. People don't even have to watch it. I enjoyed making it. Goes up. 14 minutes. What? How did I spend that much time talking about a goddamn fucking cat that's made of snow?
Bitch, all 95% of my videos are scripted. I know how long the video will be by the word count.
Yeah.
Not me. Yeah.
I've been writing reviews for long enough that I genuinely know how long the video will be. Like I have a good approximation of how long the video will be by the word count.
That's interesting.
Speaking of
go ahead.
going on for longer than expected, this podcast is already at 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Just a mere 4 minutes. No big deal.
You've only been going over by 4 minutes. Yeah, that's all. Is that a cue that maybe we should cut?
Not necessarily, though. My wireless earbuds are fucking hauling ass on fucking marathon mode today. I don't know what's happening. Like, me sticking them on the charger for, like, the fucking three minutes that I was sticking around with that one earbud, I don't know how quickly these things charge, but goddamn, that must have been a fucking full charge.
See, that's what got us to talking earlier when you left the first time, and somehow we got onto foot fetishes. I remember saying, oh, that's interesting that you have Bluetooth earbuds that actually have to, like, be docked. I have a couple that don't do that, so I'm not sure what that involves. And then somehow...
They just need to be charged, is how
that's what you mean by okay, I thought you meant... Well, do they charge, like, by placing them inside, like, a little container or something? Is that what... The term docking specifically... Okay, all right, that makes sense.
It's just like a little magnetic dock. I drop the earbuds in, it sucks them in, and then it charges them.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm used to everything that I own having to have a micro USB.
Yeah. Well, the thing itself is plugged into my computer via USB, but...
the actual charging unit itself is the dock.
Yes.
I see.
Well, you want to know the real fucked up thing is that I've got this fucking ancient, like, I've got this keyboard that I got when I was like 12, and I kid you, it's I wanted to get it. I saw it at Goodwill, and I wanted to get it because I was trying to get into PC gaming at that time, and probably the only games I owned on Steam were like Garry's Mod, Team Fortress, and Skyrim. And the thing that befuddled me about PC gaming was WASD and getting used to mouse and keyboard and all that. And I was like, I need this, but simplified, right?
Okay.
So you have one of those Fisher Price anti-freaking peanut butter
keyboards.
Almost. So it's it's kind of like a modular setup where you peel all the keys off and replace it with like a much more simplified version that was built express for pro gaming or some shit like that. And this is probably about 2011, 2012, and the keyboard itself, I could already tell was old enough that it dated back to like 2000, 2001. Like, I'm talking, this thing was probably made for playing the original fucking Counter-Strike, it's so old. And it has this really stupid lock system to peel it off and everything. And
okay, I I couldn't find the actual product that I was looking for because I don't remember the name. But this is a Chinese knockoff of it. This is what WS keyboard looks like. Oh, will it not load?
It's
Uh-oh.
It is taking its
slowly.
time.
Let me see if I can find another picture.
Those two squares are having quite the tango.
Yup,
I just opened it.
Yeah, I may have to do that.
yup, it won't load. All right, I'm looking for another picture. Continue.
Okay, I
There
found
it
it.
is.
Well, it's
There
not
it is.
quite that, but
Yeah, I found it too. I was actually going to say that, my first keyboard. I was actually going to make that comment.
All right, I'm
I-
deleting that link because
trying
it's
to
fucking
do
broken.
WASD
Why would
on
your
that
first
might be
keyboard
unnecessarily
not correspond to
difficult.
the actual
Yeah.
actual layout of a standard keyboard?
Yeah,
I mean, I
mine
guess
was
we don't want
trying-
to confuse them as one of the ABCs, but even still.
Yeah, that's not going to actually teach the kids how to use a keyboard. Yeah, mine was actually trying to resemble the layout of a traditional keyboard, but with like W, A, S, D, Q, and E were all turned into like buttons on a D-pad almost. And it was a whole bunch of goofy shit that no human being could actually type on.
I was going to say that sounds like it made everything more complicated for you.
Right, but you can understand where someone who isn't used to gaming on keyboard and mouse would be like, "Oh, this looks so much more ergonomic." And there's like a year that I forced myself to use the damn thing, but it's so gimmicky. It's even got like, it's okay. Get this, it's labeled the Z board. So
Z board.
the thing is
Meanwhile,
the thing is so hideous, but I've had it for so long, and I'm just not bothered to replace it with a new one. I could probably stand to have an upgrade, but the great thing is it's got a bunch of other USB ports attached to it. So this thing's plugged into the keyboard. This thing's plugged into my PC, but then the wireless charger is plugged into the keyboard.
That's just like an abomination.
It is. It's hideous. I could
It's
probably
amazing-
send a
it's
pic-
amazing.
Hang on.
I mean, hey, you want to see fucking hideous? Here's the thing I've been using for the past like 3 years. It's a fucking Cerberus.
I have one that looks a lot like that, actually. It came with my CyberPower PC. It's got the glowing keys and all that, which is actually pretty fun, but, you know, I guess if you need to type in the dark.
Yeah, that's basically the only thing I use the glowing keys for.
Yeah. I don't know what it is with people who like have good gaming rigs and they need the gaming rig and all its peripherals to glow. I don't know how the glow became like a status
that
thing. I mean,
thought.
I like it. No, I mean mine's the same. I mean, my PC glows. It's cool looking, but I don't know what the purpose is.
Oh, I put that in the wrong channel. Fuck. Okay, I'll put it in the right one now.
Uh-oh. You put it in it's gonna get you in trouble.
Yeah, I'm just gonna send a picture of a keyboard to my maneuver.
The Mariah Carey.
affairs.
I was gonna
What
say
the
the
hell?
Mariah Carey.
What?
What?
What the hell? When did I click on that?
Good question.
We're learning all kinds of horrible, personal, embarrassing things about you now.
All right, I'm gonna
really great
I'm gonna
thing is-
post up your keyboard.
Hang on.
There you
There
go.
you go.
Thank you. Fuck me. That was okay. Yeah. Thankfully, what I accidentally put that into was the moderator chat for this forum.
Oh,
for this
okay.
Discord.
Yeah, it was just a Warhammer thing. It's, you know.
It's
Yeah,
it's
there
just
is
Warhammer
a
porn.
chance. If I had done that at some other point, though, there is a chance I would have sent something bad. Anyways.
And it happens to all of us.
Oh.
We sound like,
We don't wanna know your 2.5 terabytes of Skaven porn.
Oh no.
They're just
Okay,
riding like fucking.
you know, two things need to be corrected. The specification of what type of porn I have was incorrect, but the number that you specified was actually way too low.
No, but I was specifying W's, not yours.
You saving it
Oh,
Ultra 4K over there?
No, just lots and lots of different clips of lots and lots of different very pretty women.
My expense 24 hours out of 24 zerking off.
The strange thing is, there's, well, I mean, without getting
He's doing
into,
it right now.
yeah, I mean, aren't you? You guys are the weird ones. No, it's just,
We might as well we just might as well rename this the Dicks Out podcast.
It's set for R&B podcast. We'll get more views. We definitely would get more views.
That's probably true, actually. What you guys need to do is
Harambe activated. Save the namers.
Oh no, the Shut Your Dick podcast.
Shut your dick.
You gotta glue it closed to make sure she don't get pregnant.
Like, like the alternatives don't really work that well. Cause like, who would listen to the Dick Your Mouth podcast?
Dick your mouth. Or shut your dick. Or dick in your mouth.
Yeah. I mean,
Dick in your mouth. We'd get a different audience if you change it to that.
I mean,
There's one time where I nearly typoed "Shut Your Mouth Lounge" as "Shit in Your Mouth Lounge."
Again, different audience.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Tessa Likert. Where'd she come from?
I hope you have a lot of money. I shit a lot.
That's one of the fucking. Oh my god, Mike, do you watch Jim Cornette's YouTube channel where he just has a bunch of clips of him from various shoots?
Oh, yeah, like his actual channel where it's the Jim Cornette drive-through and so forth.
Yes.
Yeah, that's actually the one where I sent my Vince Russo video that I want to see if he will listen to on his show. Yes.
I just got the battery low notification. It's time for me to start trying out other earbuds.
All right.
Oh man.
Okay, nobody will. You will not be heard for the next couple of seconds until I figure this shit out.
All right.
Good luck.
Have secret conversations about
Sure.
dick.
Yes.
Oh, dick,
Okay.
specifically.
All right, let me go ahead and mute myself on Discord just so they don't have to listen to me stall for time. There we go. I've muted myself on Discord. Okay, so let's see if this pair of earbuds works. Let's see. Okay, please, oh god, oh man. Oh, shit. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that worked. Ideally. Oh man, these earbuds are fucked up. They're covered in fuzz and all kinds of shit, and I'm gonna get it in my beard and on my shirt. It's gonna fucking suck, man. Alright, there we go. Let's see if I can now fix this up. I guess I'll go to sound settings to do that. I don't know. I'm still not hearing anything, and I don't imagine you guys are either. Well, this is a real ideal situation. We may have to call it here for the podcast, honestly. Because, none of this is working. But, let us see. There must be some better way to do this. There must be a better way. Fucking hard cut to Homer. Homer Simpson. What was it? What was that bit that they were doing in Simpsons? Where, like, Homer was like, it was some stupid ad on there for, oh, there we go. Well, okay, I can hear them, but OBS can't. So give me just another second for the ultimate of professionality. Let's see.
Oof. Yeah, that's gonna make my day. If he does it.
It is unfucked.
All right.
It was unfucked.
Yay!
Good. Yeah.
Now I will say that for me and me alone, the audio quality has now dropped massively because I'm using a very old junk pair of earbuds. But it's at least I can hear, and at least it has restored the audio on OBS.
Nice.
Yeah, you sound totally normal to me. I mean, I don't know why you
Well, it's
wouldn't.
his earbuds,
but-
not his microphone.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Yeah, there's no reason why you wouldn't sound good. But yeah, for whatever it's worth, the podcast should still, I would assume, sound the same for everybody.
So, if I heard correctly, while the OBS wasn't listening, you were busy shitting on Vince Russo, as all people should.
I was telling them about the silly little audio clip that I sent you, which I don't know if you listened to it and you're not obligated to, and it is like 40 minutes long, but I just wanted to let you know this is what I sent Jim Cornette, and I was explaining to them the same.
I
You
forgot
did a 40-minute promo? That's
What's
more
that?
time than Vince himself would allow himself.
Oh my God, Jim! When Jim starts to rant about something, especially Vince Russo, he can literally go for like an hour or more. He literally has. He will go on and on. Jim's a talker, kind of like I am, and so what I did was again, it's an idea I've had for a while, just to see if he would put it on his show, just to get a kick out of it, just because I think it would be funny. I just did this I sat in the car for like an hour, just just as it was parked in the driveway, just sitting there, just doing this promo, just responding to various things Jim has said on his podcast over the years, and I did it all in a way that was basically mocking Vince Russo. Like for example, one of the things I said was, Jim, you think wrestling is real, and I don't get it. I don't get wrestling. I never did. So I say stuff like that to make fun of Vince Russo while also trying to make it sound like he's, being a badass and threatening Jim Cornette. And he says, I'm strong now. I can come beat you up. I've gotten martial arts practice, and I've put landmines around my house. Because Jim Cornette has actually threatened Vince Russo on numerous occasions, and Vince Russo has come out and to be perfectly honest, I actually do kind of feel bad for Vince Russo, because in the last interview I heard of his, Vince Russo said, "Look, I have tried so many things. I have tried saying we can do charity. We can." Vince Russo said, Jim. I even told Jim that we can say we had a fight, and Jim can say he kicked my ass, and I won't dispute it. If that just makes him quit harassing me and talking about how much of a horrible person I am and how much he wants to kill me, he can have it. I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. I have a life to live. But Jim won't let it go, because Jim is so impassioned about how much he hates that Vince Russo has done to wrestling what he has. And yeah, so I just kind of turned that. I warped it into, again, like, if you're gonna come to my house and threaten my family and everything else, I am, bro, I am gonna come out with a knife. I can throw you really far now. I'm gonna blow you up with bombs, and just stupid shit, and I went on for a long time making a bunch of
the fighting game player in me wishes that you would have just like you would have asked us for like obscure fighting game lingo, so you could have thrown it in and freaking.
That
mix
would have
up
been
format.
funny, actually. Yeah,
Like,
I will execute a so and so. Yeah.
Yeah, no, like my slash is +2 on block.
Oh yeah. There you go. Yeah. You will not be able to counter my groove, bro.
You can, Jim. You can't handle my oki. You just can't handle my oki.
I should have actually. That would have been really good. I wish I could have thrown something like that in there. That would have been really fucking funny. Jim would have been like, "What? What the fuck?" Because my understanding is, though, there's a very strong chance that he's not going to ever mention it. But I think there's actually a very good chance he will hear it. Because Jim has a pretty good sense of humor, and he hates Vince Russo, and he loves making fun of him. So I think that he probably would. He's not the one who gets the mail; it's filtered through like one of his buddies or whatever. But I think that one of his friends would be like, "Oh, someone sent this thing, and you have to take a listen to it." So I think he would hear it, and just knowing now that I could have included stuff like what you just said, that would have made it that much better. So now I regret that I didn't consult you guys first. That would have actually been a lot funnier. Yeah. I'm gonna throw I don't even know what words to make up. Yeah, well, there you go. I am gonna Hadouken your ass. Yeah.
I was trying to go for the freaking for Ken's kick super. Is it Shimpu Jin Kyaku?
Tatsumaki Senpu Keiaku.
No,
that's how it was in the old games.
That's the normal.
That's
Tatsu,
the hurricane kick. Yeah,
but I'm talking about Ken has a super where he just kicks like starts kicking in a circular motion in three times over in Alpha.
The one you see him do at the end of Evo Moment 37.
I was thinking that. Yeah, okay. I thought that might have been the case.
Yeah, is it Shimpu Jinryu Kyaku? I want to say
something like that.
I'm gonna look this up.
We'll just assume.
Yeah, for me, it's just Ken kick super.
Ken kick super. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember most of the super names aside from Akuma's because
some of them are easier than others. Like I know that I know that like the one huge Shoryuken Ken does is Shinryuken, and I know the one where he just does 2 Shoryukens in a row is Shoryuepa.
I mean, those are the very obvious, the very easy ones.
Oh well, fuck you then.
That's basic, bitch.
Oh no.
Let's see. Ken Shippu Jirai Kyaku.
Hey, you got it right.
Oh, yeah.
No, I think I did try that. Got it very close though.
It sounded right to me, but then again, it's all kind of gibberish. So
yeah. When you don't speak the language, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't, you just hear a bunch of syllables. You don't really know what it means.
Like, but yeah, you just send a thing to Jim Cornette. Jim, you can't even build meter. I don't even need to use my EX moves. I'll just use a super on you. I'll use my critical art, and then I'll pop my V trigger on your ass.
That legitimately would have been actually very funny. Yeah,
You know what?
You can't.
You know what? I'm gonna romantic cancel my super while I'm hitting you, so I can hit you harder and more.
How did you start it? You said you can't even build your meter. You can't even build meter. Is that what you said?
You can't even build meter.
That alone would have been hilarious because I don't even know what I mean, I can assume what that means, but yeah, he would probably just think. I mean, again, I could picture him just being befuddled and just be like, "What the fuck? What is all this?" Yeah.
Have either of you guys? Addy probably has already seen this, but have you guys seen where there was this guy who
Iron Man Infinite?
No. That would be
that is the
that would be hilarious, but I
yes.
think that would be so bizarre and off the wall that the guy receiving emails wouldn't have even considered it. He would have said, "Oh, well, this fucking Joker doesn't. This Joker just sent in him doing random shit as Vince Russo." Mike sends it the voice recording. Yo, Jim, you want to learn a fucking Infinite? No.
Light punch, medium punch, light kick, heavy punch. You see this shit?
Someone did in one of Jim's podcasts, which we need to get back to that. You were asking about the podcast, but before I forget, someone did actually send in an email to Jim because Jim was complaining about either Kenny Omega or one of those other wrestlers that he doesn't like because they do like really super fake stuff. And someone. You guys might know this. I don't. I can't remember which wrestler it was. It was either like Joey Ryan. No, not Joey Ryan. He's an announcer. Kenny Omega is the only name I remember for some reason, but there's two in particular that Jim really hates, and one of them wrestled in such a way that he said was really cheesy. And someone actually sent in viewer mail or a listener mail and said, "No, you don't get it. He's doing the moves of Zangief from Street Fighter," and someone actually told Jim this, and Jim, not that I would expect him to know Street Fighter, but he didn't even get the name right. He was like, "So someone tells me that this guy is doing moves from some Zangief or something from Street Fighter. I don't know what the fuck that is." So someone actually has sort of addressed it in that way. Someone actually has written to him about Street Fighter moves, and he was completely like, "I don't know what the fuck that is, and it sounds stupid."
Okay. Then we need to step up our game.
Yeah.
You sent him a second email or whatever. Second recording. Jim, I am going to hit you with my Tyrant Rave Alpha. I am going to Dragon install on your ass.
I really, honestly do wish that I would have done that because again, part of the whole recording that I sent to him is there's a section where Vince Russo is defending himself, saying, "Jim, if you
really want to, sorry for cutting you off, but like, if you really want to
enjoying this too much,
yeah, if you really want to mix everyone up, you just start reading out the supers for the Orochi team in KOF because all of it is in Russian."
Oh God, I wouldn't even be able to recognize the symbols.
Just read the script to most Dragon Ball Z episodes.
There you go. Yeah, that would have been good too. I actually should have. It was just all improv. It was just a one-take thing, just sitting in my car. But had I thought about that, I do legit mean it. I think that actually would have been super funny to send him something that says, not only am I gonna defend myself, I'm gonna throw my Kenpu Kayaku, and you're not even gonna be able to level, bro. You're not even gonna be able to meet it. That sounds so stupid.
That's good, but I'd throw that up on your own channel instead of sending it to Jim because Jim would just get confused and go, "What the fuck?" Was that? I don't fucking know. What the fuck? Fuck that. Fuck you.
You're right. He would. Having sent the one message, I'm not going to send another one anyway. But yeah, I just like the idea. I do think that's funny. I wish that I would have done that in the first one, just throwing in a brief little. The one I really like for some reason is "You're not even gonna meet her." That really stands out to me. Take that. Yeah, you can't even meet her. How some nonsense specific thing.
And then just edit Vince Russo's face on this guy.
I look like a fucking douchebag, bro.
This is the US protagonist of King of Fighters.
Just throw it up on your channel as Vince Russo makes a call out.
I've come to make a call out on my Twitter.com. Jim Cornette is a bitch ass motherfucker. He pissed on my wife. My wife.
That was so fucking funny. I have debated watching more of whoever those people are, but I feel like it's almost too perfect just to leave it as it is and not listen to any more of it because that one clip I heard was already so great that it's like nothing else could live up.
It's pretty good. Like the Sonic games that they did actually have continuity somewhat.
Which one were they even mocking? Was it like Sonic 06 or was it like
Sonic
Shadow of
Adventure
the
2.
Hedgehog? Oh, okay, all right. Because I know that 06 is supposed to be really terrible, but man, the last Sonic game I played was on the
They have done 06
Dreamcast.
since then. Although
Oh,
they
yeah,
did 06 and they did Free Riders, I think.
man.
I'm gonna be honest. The latest in timeline Sonic game that I've played, outside of like maybe 3 minutes in Sonic Unleashed, was fucking what was it? Sonic 3D, where it's top down.
Oh yeah, 3D Blast.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah,
late 90s, I think.
yeah. That one's a winner right there, ain't it?
Yep.
I guess I forgot that I did play the newest. It was. I don't remember what it was called. There was this. There was a Sonic game that was kind of like a throwback to the old classic ones that just came out about 2 years ago. Maybe it was Generations. Maybe.
Well, there's no Mania. You're talking about Mania.
Oh, I think you're right. That does sound familiar. Yeah, it was kind of just like a generic title. You like it felt like an old 16-bit, like it felt like the old Genesis games. Yeah.
I didn't like Mania personally.
I enjoyed it, but it didn't hook me. It didn't, it was like, I just assumed to be playing the old Sonic games instead.
Yeah, I didn't think it was bad. I think it was overblown.
What was it really popular? Did a lot of people really love it, or
Yeah,
do you know overblown is?
all of the Sonic fandom is like, oh well, Mania is the only good Sonic game to come out in the past 20 years. Which no, because Sonic Mania is 80% Sonic 3, so no.
Is that actually true? Is it actually made up mostly of assets from Sonic 3?
Well, no.
Oh, so I honestly wouldn't know because I never played Sonic 3.
A lot of the stages are recycled from the
okay.
old games. There are original levels to be fair to the game, but a lot of the levels are recycled from the old games, which is part of why I disliked it, because they chose my two least favorite levels from Sonic 3.
Oh. Well, that will make a difference.
But yeah.
Hank, what's the last Sonic game you played?
Who?
Did Discord cut me off? God damn it.
Hank,
what's the last Sonic game you played?
One.
Knuckles.
Probably Sonic and Knuckles several years ago, and it wasn't even on the Genesis or anything. I never had a Sonic on the Genesis, but it was the GameCube collection that they put out way back when.
But I mean, now you will play.
Oh, you know what? No. Volcano. She actually has the Generations as well, I think. Assuming that's the one with the little new. I was about to say acorn with the new squirrel guy in it.
No, that's Unleashed.
No, that's not Unleashed. Unleashed is a werewolf one.
Wait, acorn guy. What acorn guy?
There's like a squirrel and some other new character they introduced.
Oh, you're talking about Sonic Boom?
No.
Okay.
It's definitely one of the modern throwback ones.
Well, that can only be Forces or Generations then.
Well, it's one of those two. Whichever one that was,
can you create your own characters? Does when you look like Persona?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, then it's probably Generations.
It can't be Forces, because isn't Forces a 3D top-down one?
No, well, it's both. Both Generations and Forces are a mix of 3D and 2D gameplay.
Well, now I'm just confused.
God damn, this series has gone off the rails.
I was gonna say, I remember a time when there were like 3 Sonic games. Holy shit! I mean, like just listening to that back and forth just now, like every time one of you said something and then the other one was like, "Wait, are you talking about this one?" Like every time it was a different Sonic game, and I already lost count. It's like, wait. Sonic Forces, Sonic Boom, Sonic. Whoa!
If you want to know Sonic stuff, then ask me, because even though I'm not a particularly big fan of the series, I know most of it because I fucking grew up on the thing.
I mean, they started as really good games. I heard that they lost their way, but they were
Yeah,
originally great.
I don't know. Despite my heavy involvement in the series, I can't say I like any of the Sonic games for different reasons. But most of the reasons pertain to the fact that Sonic always feels like shit to control.
Again, the last one that I played was Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast, and it just felt too different. It didn't feel like a Sonic game to me, so I just kind of quit. And
Yeah,
like not out of spite, it was just like, eh.
The only mainline Sonic games I haven't played are the first Adventure and Colors. So
There's Sonic Colors? Do
yeah.
they just throw on random names at the end of it? Like, what does Sonic Colors even mean?
You know,
Well, it's because there's these colorful aliens that Sonic can sniff, and then he gets superpowers, and that's not a joke.
So it's Sonic drugs then? Okay, yeah, right.
Well, I don't know if the actual mechanics of it is that he sniffs them, but if the aliens are around Sonic, he gets superpowers.
Sonic Shroom.
Sonic heroin. He just falls asleep.
Sonic heroin.
Yeah, I mean, somewhere someone probably sells Sonic heroin. I mean, to be fair, if there's like 340 different Mario games, I guess there can be as many Sonic games. I didn't realize there were. I thought Sonic kind of like died there for a while. I thought that after like Sonic 06 and then was Sonic 06 the one? All right, you guys, I'm sure all know this because I'm out of the loop. There was a Sonic game where there was like a big deal made out of the fact that there was like a hinted romance between Sonic and a human character.
That's not hinted. That's not hinted, Mike.
Really?
There's a scene where the girl kisses Sonic because Sonic died, and then the girl brings him back because he gets a boner.
All right, I'm with you till the boner part.
You should be with him until the boner part because that's the part where he started
Mike.
lying.
Okay, that's what I assumed.
I'm not really like I don't remember the exact mechanics of why Alice's kiss brings Sonic back from the dead.
But
But
that
it
just
does.
sounds very fairy tale, though. That like it's not like she's
Yeah.
making out with him with her tongue or anything, right? I mean,
Well,
it's,
that
we
you
don't
just
know.
of. You can't see
What
inside
do
her
you
mouth.
know of? I
just
mean,
wanna
like, is
point
that
out- I
really
just
what
wanna
everyone
point
got?
Sorry for cutting you off, Mike. But I just want to point out that I have recently freaking I recently uh accidentally ventured into a part of the Sonic fandom that I never wanted to, and started hearing about people talking about how much of a beefcake Shadow is, and no, that's where I quit. Like,
On the Dead by Daylight forum that I'm on, there's a surprisingly large gay and trans membership on the forum, which I only found out about kind of by accident. And there's probably not a day that I can go by going onto that forum without hearing someone say that one of the killers is sexy. And these are killers that are like monsters and shit. So it's like, all right,
But
I mean, to
Mike,
each their own, I guess.
Mike,
Yeah.
give me. Did you post a picture of Shadow? No. Okay.
Can I? I see what you're saying. Please add sex to Dead by Daylight. Yes, there's that again. Yes. I have to respect that you straight up asked, but no.
Mike, you're gonna have to explain to me exactly how your brain works. If you look at this thing and the first thing that pops into your head is beefcake.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even know. Like if someone says that,
I don't get it.
if someone were to tell me that image is attractive, like it's well drawn, the colors are nice, etc. Like it's
nice
aesthetically
art.
pleasant.
It's not an attractive character design. It's nice art.
Yeah, that's just it. Yeah, it's nice art, but like if somebody's actually gonna look at that and tell me like physical features that turn them on, I'm gonna be confused. I mean, yeah, I've been turned on by illustrations before, but like there's nothing. It's like that's like being turned on by Scrooge McDuck. It's a cartoon.
Yeah, I was about to say like to me. The thing that I immediately go to with shit like this is like I can't imagine like obviously I'm fucking ace, so I can't really talk about shit like this with 100% knowing, but at the same time like I'd like to imagine that I wouldn't get a fucking boner from Bugs Bunny.
Right. I just it's for me at least.
Especially early Bugs. Holy shit, that guy looked horrible. Continue.
Crude bugs. For me, just personally, the character has to be, first of all, for me, human, and female, and they have to actually be like they have to have features that I can identify that I'm attracted to normally in real life, like well proportioned eyes or like a cute smile, etc. So like when W throwing more shit. Yeah, it's our boy Pyramid Heads. So, all right, hang on. I'm sorry for a second, Addy. I need to look at this. So he really
Addy
was.
needs to look at it as well.
Yes, I'm looking at it.
They really did release him looking like that?
By daylight, devs deny nerfing Pyramid Head's ass. Like,
I mean,
whenever shit like this pops up, I'm just reminded of that one bit we did in the Street Fighter V recording with Goku when W went with Virgil, and Goku was with Birdie, and Goku kept doing a grab where he like sat on top of Virgil, so W just went, I can handle this fat man's ass.
It was Honda, not Birdie. Honda.
Honda.
It's E Honda. You know, he always does the sumo stomp.
Yeah, must have mixed up multiple matches.
To be fair, him and Birdie both have big asses, fat asses.
Yeah.
Help me out, Heat. She got a great ass or a big ass? Great ass, isn't it? Which one do you remember as being accurate?
Oh, you're actually talking about specific. No, I must have missed what you said before that.
I'm sorry. I super abbreviated the question. In Heat, when Pacino says, "Cause she got a blank," is it a great ass or a big ass? Which one does he say?
I believe it's both. I believe she said, "Cause she's got a great big ass."
Oh, maybe he does. Maybe that's why I'm remembering both. Yeah. Okay, all right, yeah. And again, he's talking about, I think, Ashley Judd, who I believe you pointed out, W, does not have a great big ass.
I don't recall checking, but at the same time, I do recall Ashley Judd being fairly skinny, so the expectation is, generally speaking, skinny girls are probably a bit lacking in that category.
Usually, yeah. I mean, not everyone is Stacy Keibler, and I don't remember Ashley Judd. Oh, yeah, I don't remember.
Anyway, let's move on.
Moving on.
Yeah.
How many gigs do I have in my collection? Surprisingly, she's not a part of it. I need to change that.
In the background, just fucking
yeah, wait a minute. This is a topic I like.
It's the fact that Mike kept talking that sold it.
God, I forgot what I was even gonna say. Oh, I was actually just gonna look up Ashley Judd to see if she is in fact even remotely shapely. Because my memory is that she's pretty. She's a lunatic, but she's pretty. Let's see. I'm not gonna look up Ashley Judd ass because I'll probably get a bunch of fake porn imagery.
Oh.
She's not looking too good now.
All right, W found the mother load.
Yeah. W found the mother load. Yeah, all I can say is she's changed a lot since I remember her as being attractive, so forget that I even said that. Go on. Go W, what were you reacting to?
I'm not seeing any information about it now, but I heard that Ashley Judd was in a terrible accident while she was doing charity work in Africa, and they were thinking they'd have to amputate one or both of her legs.
Oh wow. Is this a recent thing?
Hang on, I'm gonna look up Ashley Judd accident and see if that's. I may be confusing her with another. Okay, Ashley Judd accident.
There's only the one Ashley Judd I know of.
Oh, by the way, apparently we missed all of the Ubisoft E3 conference, and there was nothing.
Yeah, I saw
the E3 conference for which? For what game?
Ubisoft.
Oh, for Ubisoft, okay.
Okay, it sounds like the accident wasn't as severe as I thought. She did fuck up her right leg, but they didn't have to amputate or nothing.
Oh, that's good. When you started talking about an accident, I started thinking, okay, again, I'm a bastard, because I'm sitting here saying, oh man, she doesn't look nearly as good as I remember.
Talking about celebrities.
Yeah, because I thought you were going to say, like, it turned out...
Mike, you need to start worshipping Pyramid Head's ass.
I don't see the connection, but let's do it anyway.
I've seen some illustrations that show someone posted again on one of the Dead by Daylight days where people were talking about which character they like or find attractive or whatever. And I find a couple of the Survivor characters attractive. They're good-looking women, but the killers they're killers and beasts and mutants and evil people, whatever.
Huntress is passable.
Which one? Who?
Huntress is probably passable. You don't get to see her.
Yeah, that's true. You don't get to see her face, but yeah, you're right. Half the Legion. I think
Which,
Spirit's
again,
actually.
You don't get to see their face, but.
Right, yeah, but there's a
Whenever,
female in there.
whenever you go and get
Amanda?
to see their face,
Oh, hell yeah, Amanda. I was actually just I answered that question just the other day. Someone said which ones are the attractive killers? Which one would you actually the question was which one would you go on a date with? Which is, I mean, Steve, we're getting into silly meta, that's what people talk about when they're done complaining about the game being unfair or whatever. But I answered nonetheless. I said, well, Amanda, because she's actually a human being, and even though she's fucked up, I could probably at least have a human conversation with her. Whereas everybody else, they're just like, oh man, whatever, the trapper, because look at how big and muscular he is. And it's like, oh, fuck you people.
Doors.
Well, yeah, no one actually mentioned Nemesis to my surprise. I forgot all
look,
about
he's got
him.
Tentacles.
Oh no! Thank you.
Michael,
Someone did mention that specifically. Actually, never mind. Someone did actually say how good is he with his tentacles? Asking for a friend. Yep.
Well,
how could I forget that? Actually, that was directly before my Amanda post. Yeah.
I look vaguely Japanese enough to know where this is going.
oh no.
I'm now just gonna go. Again, no half measures. Ashley Judd ass. And the pictures I'm seeing are not bad. Yeah, not.
But
Whoa,
it's not the
whoa.
thunder ass that Al Pacino makes it sound like.
No, he makes it sound like it's like the greatest ass that's ever existed among asses.
Oh yeah, the new hit game with youth Among Us.
Among
kinda
ass.
It's kind of sus.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah,
Were we
you
supposed
guys
to be talking about something at some point?
Yeah, at some point.
I know that the last thing that I said to hold on to the thought was you were talking about the YouTube Jim Cornette channel. Before we talked about the Vince Russo thing. Yeah.
Yes. I wanted to ask if you'd ever seen the bit they did talking about the accusations against Tessa Blancard of selling pretty well audio scat recordings of herself taking a shit in the toilet.
No, I thought I heard you
Watch
mention
it.
her name in relation to scat, and I was like, where'd that come from?
Watch
Okay,
it.
yeah, I apparently missed that episode.
Nobody say anything to him about it. Just watch it.
I'll go watch
I've
it.
already
Throw it
quoted
on
the
YouTube,
thing.
Watch later list right now.
Was it the subject of a whole like little 10-minute segment or whatever? Was it like an actual okay, all right. Because sometimes they do like the full 3-hour episodes or whatever. But yeah, if it's a segment, I'll be able to find it for sure.
Yeah.
I actually just downloaded them all. I found a program that can download like. I mean, I already have a program that can download YouTube movies or whatever, YouTube videos. It's hit and miss though sometimes, but then I found another one that can literally you enter like a playlist or whatever and say it's got like 2,500 videos or something like that, which I think Jim's channel does. I let it run overnight and it literally did, in fact, just download and convert into MP3s every single video on Jim's entire channel. So I have it, actually. Yeah, so I actually have it. I just need to go find the title of it, that's all. In fact, yeah, let me while you guys are talking, I actually might have it on my desktop as we speak. Let me look. Out of curiosity.
Oh no, man, that was the wrong folder. It's the scat fetish folder.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's the 2.6 gigs. The rest is all kinds of other stuff. No.
Yeah, most of your 20 terabytes of porn. Most of it is reverse 4, as we all know.
2.6 gigs to 20 terabytes.
There is only a very tiny amount of the porn that is not at some point about the asshole. Man, I am glad nobody has been walking in during this podcast.
I'm actually just out of curiosity. Let me look. I have for my own curiosity and just for you guys to have whatever reactions you want to or whatever. I have 223 different clips, apparently, for a total of. Let me see. I'll be able to tell you the exact number. Okay, and then 1 second. We're almost there. Include these videos up here. Click, click, click. Okay. Oh no! Wait. Hang on. For some reason, my keyboard wasn't working. Because I have a separate folder that's also in my It's just called the folder is simply called P. Just the letter P in case some random person.
Nobody ever has the balls to just label it porn.
No one does. They don't do they? Yeah, no one actually says.
No, that's my Jim Cornette folder. His actual porn folder. His actual porn folder is called homework.
There's a great bit on one of the Super S Friends streams when they streamed Demon Souls, and Pat said, "Where you put the porn is you put it under homework. Then you just put that under like school stuff. Then you put it under like
Right.
4 other folders going down until you get to one last folder that's just labeled "Mom, please don't click on this." Pat may be a shit now, but goddamn, he was the fucking funniest sometimes.
Yeah, Pat's. I still laugh at all the old stuff. Again, I just can't watch the new stuff based on everything I've learned about him. But he still makes me laugh. The older stuff makes me laugh.
Yeah, it's not like a Chris Benoit situation where it's like, oh,
Right.
he fucking killed everyone.
Pat,
No,
Pat,
it's
se-
just
Pat,
the
se- Pat
age
seems like
generally
a
be a
Pat,
douchebag.
yeah, Pat
Yeah.
seems like a Kanye West kind of guy where like he needs help, he just doesn't want help.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think that's actually a fair assessment. Yeah. 223 videos for a total of. This is less than I thought it was. To be fair, 10.9 gigs.
10.9 gigs.
Yeah, on a computer that's 900 gig hard drive. So
That is bigger than most of the video games I have installed on my PC now.
Well, a lot of these videos are actually like the higher quality. Like I'm looking at one right here that's 300 megs and it's like 20 something minutes. So yeah, if I compress them, it'd probably be half the size.
Yeah, Mike has all of Jim Cornette's podcasts in 8K, like whatever the fuck the better version of Ultra HD
For a
is.
static image of a fucking cartoon drawing of Cornette.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's what all the thumbnails are now. I don't know how I feel about that. They used to actually be really funny images like of him that were like photoshopped into funny situations. Now they're all cartoon drawings, and it's just not the same.
Well, what you gotta do is you gotta down-res it all to save space. That way, like when you go in to actually watch, it's just like the chunkiest pixels and like noises.
I already
What you
went
gotta
through
do
that when I was.
Is this porn or is this someone being murdered? I don't know.
Yeah, no, see, when I
It's
was a
both.
kid, before the internet, we had to rely on cable for porn, and you had to have one of the pay channels to even be able to get that. You couldn't get porn on like A&E or anything like that. You had to get like, Cinemax or HBO or whatever, or if you were lucky, like my.
You don't have
That's very
you don't have
true.
to tell me about this, Mike. I know about this.
This is
I
before your time. Oh, but you
Yes,
do say you
I know-
studied
I
a
know
lot
it-
of. Yeah,
I
that's
know
true.
it's before my time, but I still lived through it.
The other
I
guys
also,
need to know though. You have not suffered until you've actually tried desperately to enjoy porn from like a filtered, image on the screen to where like the colors are all. I can't even describe it. It's like watching a drug fest.
I mean, so like I didn't need to suffer for porn. One because I wasn't looking for it. Two because Cartoon Network just started showing it for 2 months. It was weird. Because like for a lot of time
What
when I
happens
was
in
small,
Hungary stays in Hungary.
when I was small, Cartoon Network's broadband or whatever the fuck the wavelength that they broadcasted the channel on, because this was back when it was satellite. But yeah, like the broadband was shared between that and TCM on another channel.
Turner
and
Classic
TCM
Movies.
Yeah, that's what it was supposed to be, and it
Huh.
would switch over to TCM, freaking around like 8 or 10 p.m. And then
Oh,
and then like
then you
for a
get
month
the good stuff. Yeah.
for a month, TCM stopped showing black and white movies and it just started showing porn.
That's kind of a switch.
And then Cartoon Network brought the whole wavelength.
Oh, okay. Yeah, with
I knew
with-
Ted Turner fell on hard times in the late 90s, early 2000s, but goddamn.
he relied on wrestling to save him, and then when that didn't work, he just resorted to just hardcore late night porn. Watch some classic old, like refined, cinema verite, well respected films from like the 40s and 50s. And then when nighttime comes, it's time for
It's just
Tully
time for...
Blanchard and scat porn. I guess.
It wasn't even that because it wasn't like
I'm really disappointed Discord
During-
filtered out the sound of me trying to make this like this. God,
But yeah,
goddamn
like-
it keeps doing it.
no, we heard it.
Oh, okay.
But yes, so like how it was going was that like during from freaking like 6 a.m. or like 7 a.m. to 8 or 10 p.m. it would be Cartoon Network, and then it would switch over to TCM. But like as I said, TCM stopped showing classical movies and instead started showing porn for some reason.
Okay, what level are we talking here? Are we talking soft or hard?
visible penetration.
Oh,
Like
wow.
oh my!
bad enough for me to not to probably not shouldn't have watched it.
And that's why I'm a fur.
No, no, no,
No.
no. That's because of Animal Planet.
Oh no! Oh no!
Since we're talking about such things, I found out that I do, in fact, have the Tessa Blanchard. There's one that's Jim Cornette on Tessa Blanchard, which is 29 minutes and 50 seconds. And then there's Jim Cornette with more on Tessa Blanchard, which is another 21 minutes.
I don't remember which one it would have been.
I'll check them both out now that I know, because I can't think of any other reason to talk about her. So that's probably what the subject of both of those videos are.
It's
Yeah,
a
I got
whole story,
Yeah,
like even beyond like the whole like accusations of that is like, oh, on top of that, also massive racist, supposedly like one of the worst people to have ever stepped foot in a fucking back.
Tessa Blanchard.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah. Which Tully was also supposed to be a cunt, wasn't he?
I know Ole Anderson was a complete prick and still is. I don't know much about Tully Blanchard.
Tully, and Tully is
Yeah.
currently signed to AEW, so
Yeah,
I would imagine not.
But then
That is a very liberal company.
Yeah, but at the same time, if it makes you some cash, because I mean, Tessa supposedly
Is
said
Tully Blanchard really making them that much cash, though?
no, but you know Cody will hire anyone who has a fucking name worth talking about in wrestling, and Tully isn't even really a name worth talking about, but he was a four horseman at some point.
Say he was one of the four horsemen. Yeah,
True. That's true.
Tully Blanchard is one of the hardest coattail riders in wrestling history.
If I remember correctly, and I could get this wrong, I think Ric Flair said that his favorite version of the Horseman was him, Arn Anderson, Chris Benoit, and I think Dean Malenko. Was Dean Malenko ever a horse?
I don't think he was. I don't recall.
I don't think so.
Dean
Who else
ever
was
being a part of that? Because when it was Benoit, that would have been Pillman or who's the other guy? Would Mongo have been part of that with Benoit?
Yeah, my favorite.
Yeah, Mongo, his favorite. What? That doesn't make sense.
Mongo.
I need to check because I remember I have a yeah I have an edited version of that of a picture of that lineup of the Horsemen because I wanted to like I made a review on Darksiders 2, and I don't remember freaking like I wanted a funny insert of the Four Horsemen, so I was like, hey, the wrestling Four Horsemen, and I found that lineup, and I edited that's face on instead of Chris Benoit.
Oh.
So I need to check if I can find it so we'll know.
Pestilence was Mongo McMichael.
I didn't edit everyone. It was Rick, Des, someone was War, I forget who.
Fucking paste in Ole and make him War.
Yeah, that would be appropriate. That's a bitter, belligerent old bastard. I mean, I listened to a shoot interview with Ole, and he was arguing with the actual interviewer.
Yeah.
Yelling at him and calling him an idiot, and it's like, wow, this guy sucks.
Yeah, Mick Foley's autobiography, the first one, the great one, he talks about going to WCW and basically says Ole Anderson is like one of the most curmudgeonly people I have ever met, and you know that if Mick Foley insults you that you're bad because Foley goes out of his way to be as nice.
Yeah, he loves everybody, right?
Him and the who else ran WCW in the early '90s? Who booked? Not other than Dusty.
It was. I was just say Dusty.
Who was the jackass that said no getting on the top turnbuckle?
Oh, Jim Hurd, I think.
Jim Hurd. Oh, that guy. Foley also says, yeah, that guy was. He tries to be nice about Jim Hurd, like, well, he's a guy who stuck to his principles, but I don't think he was right to do this, that, and this, and that, and this.
All this multitude of things. Yeah, I remember that. I think it was Jim Hurd. I'm almost sure it was. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, they said no top rope spots, and then you took away the mats from outside the ring to encourage the wrestlers to never leave the ring, and they're like, what the fuck's all this? Yeah, meanwhile we're talking about this, I'm looking to try and...
idea.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't find the picture. The closest one that I could find is, which I don't think it is, but I believe that that's Arn, Rick, Benoit, and Mongo.
Huh. I can't picture that. I mean, I believe you. That just seems weird to think of that particular four together.
I mean, I don't have the best face recognition, so it may not be Mongo.
No, you're probably right. Both you guys seem to confirm that with your memory. I didn't watch a lot of WCW. I didn't have access to it when I was a kid, so I didn't get to see any of it until I was later on in life. So I will trust you guys to be more accurate.
I think I've watched like a cumulative 4 hours of WCW.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, there was a while where WCW was definitely the better program.
Okay, I am looking it up now. Mongo McMichaels was supposed to join the. It was basically the lead-in was that Ric Flair was hitting on McMichael's wife Deborah. Oh boy.
Oh,
Yeah.
That Deborah?
Let me see if it's that
100%
Deborah.
Deborah.
Yep, it's that Deborah.
Oh wow.
I did not know she was married to McMichael. Mongo
I didn't
McMichael
either.
before Steve Austin. And then that somehow led into Ric Flair hitting on his wife. Somehow led into him joining the Four Horsemen along. Hang on, let me see if Chris Benoit joined at the same time.
Mongo had a cock fetish.
Yeah, it looks like they joined together. Yeah, so the lineup would have been Rick, Arn, Benoit, and McMichaels. That's weird.
That can't be right then, because I mean, not that can't be right. I must be wrong, because I could swear, and this may have been before Benoit did what he did, but I could swear that Flair said that his favorite lineup did include Benoit. I think that Benoit was among them, and if Benoit was only there when Mongo was there, I definitely don't remember him saying that Mongo McMichael was one of his favorites.
Well, they probably kicked Mongo out pretty quickly, especially considering that he wasn't exactly the most reliable guy. So they could have just replaced him with someone else.
I'm trying so hard now to actually look up the quote. I don't remember where I saw it. It might even been in his book, but I know Ric Flair has come out and specified the exact lineup that he liked the most. And man, I'm willing to wager money that it was Benoit, but then I can't think who the fourth person would have been. Ric Flair favorite Horseman lineup. No, that's just bringing me a bunch of just general information about the Four Horsemen.
There was a time period where it was the Three Horsemen, and it was just Rick, Arn, and Paul Roma.
Oh, wow. Random. Paul Roma.
There's a big time period where they just threw in
anybody
the Booker wanted to push.
But I don't like what they could have changed it to at least like different fitting freaking lame names. Like when there's four of them, they're the Four Horsemen. When there's three, they're the three Musketeers.
The Three Musketeers. That just sounds so silly. We're the Three Musketeers.
When they're a normal tag team, they're just two eggs in a pot.
Okay, Mongo was a was a horseman from 96 to 97, and then again from 98 to 99 for some reason. Benoit
we watched WCW then.
Benoit was a horseman from 95 to 97, and then again from 98 to 99. So they actually kind of lined up, though Benoit had been a horseman for a little bit earlier. And actually, yeah, there was a little time period where it wasn't Mongo was not the fourth man. The fourth man was Pillman. So that's
maybe that was it.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If Ric Flair says his favorite third and fourth horsemen were Benoit and Pillman, then I believe that qualifies Ric Flair as a gigantic fucking mark. But
I know that does not sound right. Like I remember Benoit being in there and being surprised, but then none of these fourth people work. Like I can't. None of them. Ric
Flair's favorite horseman lineup constituted of Ric Flair, and Chris Benoit.
Right, and then finally Chris Benoit.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Yes, Malenko was a fourth horseman from 98 to 99.
And that would have been the time when Benoit was there. That
makes sense as to why I don't remember that.
Okay.
So yeah, it was. I guess there was a little bit where Mongo was gone, and so his favorite lineup, he said, was Rick, Arn, Malenko, Benoit.
That's what I remember. That's what I said to begin with.
He
Yep.
chose Malenko and Benoit because they were great wrestlers, no doubt, but as characters, they were definitely lacking.
I don't
And
remember. Not to cut you off. Just
no problem.
well, I should stop doing that though. I have a bad habit of doing that with Howard and everybody else as well. But I don't remember him specifying why he liked that lineup the best.
Yeah, I just
He's a huge fucking mark.
I mean,
that is
maybe.
true. I would have imagined he would have picked a lineup that more better what's
Yeah,
the
I
word
would've
I'm
said the
looking
easiest
for?
one to go
Synergize
would've
with
been
his
George
character
before. Yeah.
rather than two unique individuals that stood out on their own.
Yeah, that does make sense. I mean, the whole original concept of the Four Horsemen, of course, was to protect him and his title. So you would think that
Yeah.
that would have been the most, for me at least, that seems the most interesting conceptually. You'd think that would stand out as the best.
Yeah.
But then maybe, I mean, from what I understand, he and Ole Anderson don't like each other. So, yeah, I mean, there you go.
Nobody likes Oli.
No one does. No one does. I mean, again, when I listened to the one shoot interview of his that I listened to, I was stunned by how just quick to just weird shit. Like I remember Ole would say something they were talking about the success of WCW and how then it folded or whatever. And at one point Ole was like, success of what? He was like, the success of WCW. No, I said the success of what? And the host was like, I don't understand what you're saying. Like, I don't even know what you mean, whatever. And he was like, think, dummy. And the guy's like, I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to say. And then eventually the guy was like, oh, fine, I'll tell you. Ole's like, WCW, where is it now? The guy's like, nowhere. Thank you. You grew a brain. That's what I'm trying to say the whole time is, the success of what? WCW, it's worthless. In other words, my whole point is he was super combative about just trying to make a simple point that no human being could even understand what he was trying to get at. And he yelled at the guy for apparently being too stupid to get it when in fact no one could have gotten it. The interviewer was like, I don't understand what you're asking me, because he was asking in a weird, obscure way. And instead of Ole recognizing that, Ole yelled at the guy for being dumb. And it's just like, that's the kind of guy he was throughout the whole interview. And it's like, wow, what a prick.
Question.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is Ole still alive?
I believe he is.
How?
Only the good die young, brother.
Yeah, I mean, we only just finally got rid of New Jack. I mean, come on.
What's it say if the good die young, what's it say that Ole's outlived New Jack? We got some bodies we need to dig up, boys.
Let's see. Yes, he's still alive. Oh, he was born one day before I was. I didn't know that. And so, obviously, many years earlier.
Ancient skeleton Ole Anderson is only what, 40? What?
He was literally.
No, Mike is telling us that he's actually like 80.
Yeah, I look really young for my age. What can I say?
You look really good for your age. Well done,
Thank you. Yeah, it's just a lot of egg whites and shit. Ole was born in 1942, so he's 78, and he's still here.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna spend much time on his page. Is actually, all things considered, his Wikipedia page is actually pretty small.
Yeah, there's some guys in wrestling that just nobody ever gave a shit about. So it's like, oh, here's Ole Anderson.
Yeah. It just kind of goes over just basically some of the details of his career, and then doesn't really say much anything else about him. Doesn't really get into his personal life or anything else. He wrote a book, apparently.
Why
Inside
I'm the
Out.
best and everyone else is dumb.
I mean, he really did have that attitude. In the shoot, he was yelling about Tito Santana, and it's like, fine, Tito Santana might not have been main eventer or whatever, but who has a problem with Tito Santana? He's just this nice Mexican guy. He did his job, and then he went away and retired, whatever, who cares, But he was just, Ole was just outraged that, whatever, one of the other bookers was trying to push Tito, and he was like, yeah, Tito was shit. Tito couldn't do anything, Tito was an idiot, it's just why are you so filled with hate? It's like he was just that animated and ornery and just so easily agitated throughout. I mean, it was an uncomfortable interview to listen to. It really was. So, I mean, whatever. I've made my point. I'm just going to keep reiterating. He was just a total bastard.
He sounds intense.
He was very intense, just mean, just like the kind of guy who you'd like be talking to him nicely, but if he just didn't happen to like the words you use, he'd like challenge you, like, "What do you mean? Why you say that?" You know, like, "No, I didn't mean anything." Well, you said it anyway, so go ahead. You know, like he almost like looking for a challenge the whole time.
Well,
Just a jerk.
what really gets people like there is when he catches you off guard with the sudden aggression.
Yeah.
So you do end up sputtering for a little bit because suddenly your brain has to switch into this is a fight mode.
Right, right.
And for that little bit, then you're sputtering like what, huh, and throughout that whole thing,
And then he makes
well,
fun
are
of
you
that.
dumb, huh? Come on.
Yes,
Speak.
that's exactly what he did to the interviewer that I was describing. Because again, to describe it again, but make it more clear, basically, the interviewer brought up WCW, and Oli insulted WCW as being worthless, but he did it in a way to where he phrased it to where you didn't know that's what he meant. And the interviewer didn't know what he meant. And because the interviewer didn't know what he meant, Oli got angry. Like he was angry that he was misunderstood, even though he spoke in a very opaque way. So then when he got angry, as you just said, W, then the interviewer was just like, I don't, you know. And as you said, then Oli jumped right in again. Are you dumb? Can't you think? And it's like, whoa, man, fucking back off, dude. What the hell? It's like die or something. You know, just quit being such a horrible person.
Keep going like that at his age, he probably will.
I've heard a couple people, I think it might even Ben Flair, who said that they picture him just being like this angry man, just sitting in like a chair alone, like a sofa chair, you know, alone in his living room, just being angry at everything. It's that fits what I heard him, what I heard of him.
I always
No.
imagine like a dog getting a heart attack mid bark. Like,
Oh, that's sad.
the thing is that if you want to get even like sadder a little bit, that I'm specifically taking that from a Bill Cosby joke.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, speaking of falls from grace.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
what we didn't know is that Cosby gave roofies to the dog first.
Oh
That's what
no!
caused it- that's
You're
what
right. That
caused the
made it
heart attack.
okay. That made it okay. It was consensual. The dog knew it was going in the drink. That's what he said. He was, you know, when they unsealed his deposition or whatever from the first court case or whatever it was.
It's
that he
okay.
fought.
They wanted me to drug them. What?
Yeah, pretty. Yeah, it was like, well, it was whatever. I just used a party drug, and they knew I was putting it in there. You know, made them relax. And it's just like I haven't grown up with Cosby and even seen him in person. I defended him until I heard that, and then it's like, oh, so you are not saying that you raped them, but you are saying, well, I did put shit in their drinks. All right, can't defend you anymore. Another hero of childhood gone. Thanks.
Oh man!
At least when I saw Gallagher in person, he had the balls to swear right in my face. So that was that was at least, you know, that was a different situation. He at least came right up front with the fact that he was an asshole.
This one's also kind of a funny, but no, it's not really funny. I guess it's funny in a sense, but it's also disturbing. When I was in theater class in high school, this was my senior year, I believe. Well, there was a thing we were supposed to do. We were supposed to take a script backstage in groups of 3, or well, just generally spread out across the theater in groups of 3 and practice over the lines, and then come back to the main stage and do the performance in front of everybody, of course. I go back with the 2 that I got set off with. One of whom was this guy, let's call him Josh. And,
Every Josh I've ever met is a prick. Go on.
actually, no, not for this one though. His name isn't Josh.
All right.
We're just calling him Josh. And Josh was a probably like 6'5", like giant black kid who like looked very tough, but he was very his way of carrying himself was very camp and flamboyant, which the giant black kid being camp and flamboyant in theater class is kind of a stereotype, I know, but that is what he was like. But he got offended one time when I suggested that he, I was like, oh, no, someone else suggested that he might be gay, and he actually got really offended. So I don't know what the story was there.
Did you ever find out if he was?
It's not important. No, I didn't find out though. And the other partner was this chick who was 6'1", 6'2". They grow them tall out here in North
I
Carolina.
was gonna say that's yeah.
Yeah, I'm 5'10", and most everybody in that high school towered over me, and it was a high school of 25,000 people. Not 25,000, 2,500 people.
I was gonna say, holy shit,
That's a lot of kids.
Yeah, it's like 5 times the size of this town I live in. Wow.
Yeah, whoops, that's a number of places I screwed up. So, and it was this 6'1", 6'2" girl who was very, very pretty. One could almost say drop dead gorgeous, but she was also tall and very powerful. Right? Not to say built like a football player, but powerful. Right?
I think like I don't know what words I would use instead, but I think I'm getting the gist of what you're saying. She would be
whenever heavy things needed to be lifted in that class, they would get her and the football player to do it, and
okay.
They might call in me because I was just the oldest, but I was very clearly not the biggest or strongest.
Okay.
And we went backstage and we were talking about stuff, and we switch because these both were kind of I don't want to say jack-offs, but they were both kind to shirk work, right? So they led instead to talking about love lives. And I'm trying to look over the script, and as I'm looking through the script as they're talking, Josh turns to me, and he says, "Oh, hey, Alex." He's very camp and flamboyant about this. "Hey, Alex, how's your love life going? All that, and this and that." And I said, there isn't. "Oh, well, you must be like, well, then what, how you, like, some kind of variation of asking, like, well, what were your past relationships like what kind of sex have you had? That kind of strange question." And
which normally it's not good to have strangers asking you that to begin with, yeah.
Well, we weren't really strangers. We'd already been in that class together for about, several months by then, but...
Sometimes I get with his jokes, and I just know that they can't happen in real life. But I really wish that there was a way to do shit. Like if you just like leaned in for the bass with microphone, steamy,
yeah.
So he asked you this, and he was asking about your past relationships, and what happened next?
I've told the story out of order.
Oh.
There's actually... Okay, we'll get back to that. I'm sorry. I know that it's horrible when people tell stories out of order and have to fix themselves, but it's actually...
It happens.
It is really important here. But, okay, while they were talking about their respective sex life, quote-unquote sex lives. These two were both... Well, Josh was definitely too young. And I was kind of rolling my eyes like, oh, God, we're still in high school, guys. That kind of thing.
He was just, like, making stories up. He was just flexing.
He didn't say he was doing anything.
Oh, okay.
But he was inquiring, and the other girl who probably was, she, I didn't know her too well, but she definitely seemed the partying type and so on. And like I said, 6'1", very powerful. And she always wore tore-up jeans and a flannel. And she starts bragging about...
She was actually Terry Bogard.
Yeah. She starts bragging about having gone to a party, and she says, "Oh yeah, and I drank a little bit, and there was this other guy, he drank a little bit, and I pushed him down, and I fucked him, and he was like screaming, 'No, no,' and trying to push me off of him, but then we had..." Uh-huh.
Okay. Whoa. I wouldn't expect to go that direction.
I was drinking. Shit.
And I looked up from my script, and Josh, who has up to here just been incredibly whimsical, just very matter-of-factly says, "That's rape."
Rape.
And she just said, no, it wasn't rape. It wasn't great. It wasn't rape. And she didn't actually provide any justification beyond that.
No, I wasn't. I mean, he said no, but
here's the thing. Technically, she may be right, depending on the state's definition of rape, because rape, or at least over here, because the freaking bloody in the UK at least, that's the only actual rape laws I know for some reason. But in the UK, rape is defined as penetrating an orifice without consent. So technically, women can't rape for some reason.
Ooh,
Yeah,
They can't penetrate, I suppose.
I mean they can. It's just it requires a little bit more permission, I think, to be able to, I mean, it's harder to penetrate a man. I guess we could put it that way. Yeah, in America, it's pretty much any unwanted sexual advance that you say no to, and you keep going. That's pretty much where the line is drawn. It's pretty
Well,
cut and
no,
dry over here.
no, that's the freaking the definition of society. But what's the legal definition?
That is the legal definition. That's pretty much no. If you keep going, that's pretty much rape. I mean, yeah, granted,
Right.
it does differ from state to state to an extent, but generally, yeah, if it's proven that the person said no or even indicated, like for example, like if we,
or,
I'll
for
put it
instance,
this.
tried to force them off of you.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's that.
Yeah,
If you are asleep,
the small signs.
yeah, this is
They
like
made
the
us-
small
they-
signs.
They're like, no, go away, please leave me alone.
The punching in the face, yeah, please, I'm begging you, don't do this to me, yeah. Um, yeah, but I mean, there have been scenarios where, and I, I don't, I go back and forth on this topic. There have been scenarios where married couples have been able to sue each other successfully for rape, and it's like, I, on one hand, I get that.
That's fair game, dude. Like,
But
just
wait a minute.
because
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hang on though. Now take that to the next step though. Could you then also sue your spouse for indecent exposure?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I mean, I can understand that if you don't want to have sex, no one should be able to push it on you. But
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Depending on your actual relationship between between the freaking the spouses or whatever the fuck the proper terminology
well, the
is,
assumption is
like,
they're married. They're legally married.
Yeah, but like depending on the relationship, it may be indecent exposure or it may not be. Like that's a thing that they have to work out.
But is it not generally assumed that a couple that is married will be at some point nude around each other? I mean, is that not inherently assumed within what defines a marriage?
Well, I guess it also depends on, like, is it both of their private property? Because technically speaking, like, you can just leave the window open on your house and walk around naked, and as long as you aren't, say,
That's also true.
As long as you aren't, say, touching
true.
yourself, it doesn't count, right? Because it's your private property.
That's
but
true.
if you do start touching yourself while you're in front of the window, then it's sexual harassment, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're correct. Yeah, it's weird. Just like talking about seeing somebody from across the in their house or whatever, like you just mentioned. As far as I'm aware, you can still video record somebody without their permission, but you cannot audio record them without their permission.
Because most laws were made like 200 years ago.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But what was I going to say? Right, to get back to the story.
Oh yeah.
So
she raped this innocent guy, apparently.
Yeah, I didn't know who she was talking about, and in hindsight, that maybe should have been something that we probed further. But in the moment, I was like, she probably just made that up to try and sound cool.
She very well could have.
She very well could have, yeah. Which,
I mean, someone that age probably was, again, just trying to be, cool. Like, no, I had my way with him, yeah, because I'm just that hot and I'm that dominant.
yeah.
I mean that's the better possibility.
Yeah, that is definitely a preferable possibility.
I hope so, but then just the fact that she herself included the detail that he tried to fight her off, that's not something I think most people would brag about.
Yeah,
so
that's
I don't know.
Because even if you are making that up for fun, then you know what that still sounds like.
Right, yeah. I mean, the normal follow-up would be like, I threw him down and blah, blah, jumped on, and oh, man, he loved it. It was great. And then afterwards, he begged to be my girlfriend. I was like, nope, I'm done with you, That would make her seem more, quote, cool, but the whole, then he completely, said, please stop. That's like, wow, there's kind of a line there, and it's kind of big, and you just totally jumped across it. Holy shit. Well... Look her up one of these days. Like, look up her court record or whatever. Nope. I have looked up my former classmates, and it's funny to see how many crimes so many of them have committed. I'm like all innocent and everything, and they've done all this horrible shit. They've been in jail for child neglect and all this fucking spousal abuse. And it's like, wow.
But what I wanted to, I didn't probe further because I assumed you'd made it up. But then we got to the buck somehow passed to me. Well, and Josh go. Well,
how many people have you raped, Alex?
Yeah.
I lost count.
And it leads to me saying, well, I'm a virgin, right? And
Fair.
Josh, who had up to this point been like as flamboyant and flaming as possible, suddenly just gets like the most serious, like switches accent and voice entirely. Oh man, we gotta get you on Tinder, man. We gotta get you out there. We gotta get you laid, man. And it was like a fucking breakneck for his entire personality and how I'd known him for like the months I'd known him at that point. I was, whoa, what the fuck?
I think that's funny that even his whole like inflection changed. He even went from apparently like being Lith being kind of almost maybe homosexual to just like, oh no, we have to get you laid. That's funny to me.
And then the chick butts in and says,
Uh-oh.
I happen to think it's sweet that he's saving himself for someone else. And I was like, you are the last person I want to hear that from.
I was gonna say I didn't expect it to go in that direction at all. Okay, that's wow.
It's very sweet that W
The
series
juxtaposition between those two.
Yeah, I was expecting her to say something like, "Well, I'll do it. I'll do it right now." What's he gonna do?
It right now.
Yeah, right.
Like with so many people watching.
I don't care.
The script
I don't
calls
think
for a
she
sex
would
scene.
care.
Doesn't sound like it.
she in the middle of it, she just said the scene called for a sex scene.
Oh God, yeah, that's what you left out the detail that you were scripting for a sex scene. Yeah, imagine how awkward that would have been.
When people start going, what the fuck? She just says method acting.
I think I've said this to you, W, before. I've said it to somebody on the forum. I'm pretty sure it would have been
talking
you.
about Marlon Brando too. How about that?
Well, yeah, there you go. Talk about method, yeah, and insanity and rape, and it was Dustin Hoffman working with Peter O'Toole. I'm sorry, Laurence Olivier on the Marathon Man. And Dustin Hoffman, like, you did all this experimentation to get into the role, and read about people who were being tortured and visited torture camps or something like that, and blah blah blah. And then eventually Laurence Olivier said, "Have you tried acting?" just acting. It's pretend, right?
You're leaving out the kicker. He didn't just say that. He started off with, "Dear boy."
Oh, he did say that. You're right. I remember that. You're right. Yeah, dear boy, have you tried acting, or have you considered acting? Yeah.
Just imagining that in the full like Laurence Olivier voice and everything is perfect.
That is one of the better Hollywood stories. Little lines. Yeah.
I'm also quite fond of what was it? Who was the main guy in Three Kings? Didn't George Clooney punch out the director of Three Kings because he was dicking around the crew so much?
I've read that. I've either read it or heard that somehow George Clooney was in some kind of conflict, but then that was Spike Jonze, who's weird to begin with. Yeah, either way, yeah, I do think I've heard that. Yes.
Like he wasn't even treating the actors half bad, but he was dicking the crew around real bad.
Okay.
George went up to bat for him, and I guess words turned into that, and so he was on the floor.
Yeah, Three Kings, it was George Clooney, Ice Cube, and I can't remember who the third guy was. Maybe it was
Wahlberg?
Spike Jonze himself. Was it Wahlberg?
I think it was Wahlberg.
I have to look now. That would have been a very early role for him. Not too early. No, not the Three Wise Men. No, I guess I should have been more specific. Not the 2008 film or the 2016 film. Really?
Yeah.
Mark?
Yeah, Mark Wahlberg.
I'm surprised I don't remember that. I like Mark Wahlberg. He's another one that I can't talk to Wild Knight about. Wild Knight says that
Spike Jonze was in the movie as an actor, but he did not direct. David O. Russell directed.
Oh, okay. I thought for sure that. Okay, weird how I made that association. Interesting. David O. Russell. Where do I know his name from?
Well, he did also direct The Fighters, Silver Linings Playbook, and American Hustle.
Oh my God. Very accomplished director. Wow. Like every one of those was nominated for Best Picture.
And in December 2011, his 19-year-old niece filed a police report alleging that he had sexually assaulted her.
Well, he's from Hollywood, and that is becoming the thing, I guess. It's To be fair, a lot of people make fun of him, and some of it's deserved because he's kind of an obnoxious character, and you never know if he's pulling a scam. But I have to be fair that Corey Feldman has been saying for like 20 fucking years that Hollywood is full of pedophiles, and no one believed him, and everyone made fun of him. And I didn't believe it either, to be honest. It was like, oh, that's kind of a weird thing to say. But now it's becoming apparently like completely true. It seems like everybody you look at in Hollywood has been charged with something, or admitted something, or arrested something, or knew somebody, and the picture I'm looking at here, David O. Russell looks astonishingly like oh, is it David Niven? No, that's an old Jeremy Piven. Funny little rhyme that I just made there. Yeah, he looks actually very much like Jeremy Piven when I look at his
Piven
Wikipedia.
also a douchebag?
Yes, yeah. Everything I've heard is that he is very much so.
Okay, so yeah, what it was David O. Russell was bullying the crew and like apparently shoving them and being just an asshole.
Jesus.
Clooney went up to him and told him to fuck off. So David O. Russell headbutted George Clooney, and then George Clooney then in response grabbed him by the throat.
Choke slam.
George Clooney described the incident as truly, without exception, the worst experience of my life.
Wow.
When asked if he would work with David O. Russell again, Clooney responded, "Life's too short."
Life. Head butted. Who in their right mind headbutts anybody? Let alone like, I mean, you have to be in a certain place of mind to be like, you know what? I'm not even gonna throw a punch. I'm just gonna bat this guy's head with mine. Like, what? That's some caveman shit.
I like to imagine he even did the fucked up headbutt where he headbutted directly onto George's forehead and just hurt himself worse.
I didn't know these details. That's pretty great. David O. Russell. And then, yeah, like you said, but then yet he went on to make, let's see, yeah, okay, yeah, he made a bunch of crummy movies, well, a handful of crummy movies, and then suddenly he turned out a bunch of movies that were, yeah, Silver Linings Playbook was nominated for, like, every award, American Hustle, including Best Picture, as was American Hustle. The Fighter was nominated, and I think won a couple Oscars. Wow. I would think that after that kind of incident, he would have been kicked out of Hollywood. But I guess, well as I said, Hollywood loves pedophiles,
he was in the deeps until he molested his niece. Then Hollywood was like, "Oh, we did know you were really our son," and they welcomed him back with open arms.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. There's just so many people that you keep hearing about. Just it's like, oh, okay, this guy who I never would have thought about until you mentioned his name, and then I heard of those movies. Oh, he molested somebody too. Oh, okay, all right, yeah. It's not surprising anymore.
Yep.
Did it actually?
We are going to end up with Spielberg and the Coens being the only ones who didn't. Those are the last three fucking vestiges of safety in the end.
I'm trying to think if there's any director who I feel like surely had to have molested somebody but has not been charged yet. I'm trying to think. Is there anyone who I would be super not surprised about?
I mean, I love Tarantino's movies, but at some point, like, I feel like something weird's got to come out about him and an actress at some point, you know?
He's
Is Tarantino the feed guy?
Yes.
Yes.
I was going to bring him up.
Yeah, I didn't know it until, like, apparently somebody pointed it out within the last couple of years, and now it's like everyone knows it. But when someone alerts you to it, you go back and you look, and it's like, oh, they're right. He has like close-ups of women's feet in like every movie that has a woman in it.
Yep.
Like Uma Thurman in Pulp Fiction, you see her feet. In women are hanging their feet out of the car in Death Proof. I
Loads of barefoot scenes in Kill Bill.
Kill Bill. Yeah, tons of barefoot scenes, and in fact, loads of close-ups of her flexing her toes. Remember that?
Oh, I do remember that.
Do you all remember the MTV show Cribs? The reason they stopped making them is because Tarantino's house was just completely wallpapered with pictures of actresses' feet.
That would be pretty fucking creepy.
They're
he's
labeled too.
Oh yes. God, yeah.
he has a star rating system. Tarantino actually started up picky feet.
Okay.
Oh.
Mike, did you watch Dusk Till Dawn?
Yes, it's been many years and I only saw it once, but yes.
Do you remember the famous Salma Hayek scene?
I remember that she's, unless I'm confusing it with Dogma, or maybe she did it in both. Is she just like pole dancing but clothed?
No, wearing a very, 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 very skinny, skimpy bikini.
Okay, that's about all I would remember, I think.
And she's got
If
a
that's not
snake on her shoulders, a python.
okay, so far, any more details that you add, I think I probably won't remember.
Okay, she dances her way across from the strip pole to the tables and dances across the tables.
Oh, you told me this, but go ahead and keep telling the story. I remember this now.
Gets to the end of the table where she sets down her python. She goes right in front of Tarantino, standing on where Tarantino would have been eating, and then picks up a bottle of wine, does this to Tarantino. Yeah. And then
Yeah.
pours wine down her leg and over her feet into Tarantino's mouth.
It was in front of us the whole time.
And it should be noted here that the director of Dusk Till Dawn, Robert Rodriguez, is renowned for being one of Tarantino's closest friends in the film industry.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Hey,
Hey, man,
would you mind writing a scene? Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. Yeah. Hey, man, would you mind writing a scene for me that does this? Yeah. Sure. I don't know why, but okay. Just character bit.
Well, his character is a huge creep, so credit where credit's due.
Oh, is he? I don't remember that. I just remember him being like the younger brother of George Clooney, and then Juliette Lewis was in it for some reason.
Yeah, and Harvey Keitel.
I barely remember that. I was gonna say Harvey Keitel. I thought, yeah, they're gonna drive around in a van or something.
And Cheech Marin, Tom Savini in one of his rare few acting roles.
Yeah.
Salma Hayek, obviously.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
remember enjoying the movie, but like, I, it, I don't know. It was such a weird movie. It was like it's like one type of movie, and I respect this because it was so unexpected. I've rarely ever seen movies do this, which is one of the reasons why I defended 10 Cloverfield Lane. Which, if you guys are not familiar with the ending, I will not give it away because if any of you have any interest, you need to go see that movie without knowing anything about it. But there are movies that really throw you for a loop, and From Dusk Till Dawn is one of them. It's like one movie for like 90 minutes, and then for like the last 20, it is so over the top, completely something else. And it's like, what the hell was that? So it's like I enjoyed it, but I guess I just never, even the last shot, I remember the last shot was like, wow, that turned this into a whole different film.
Yep. Because
yeah.
like throughout that final shot is Dusk Till Dawn is a weird movie for me because like up until the moment happens, I'm just kind of like, yeah, this movie sure is happening, I guess. Like,
Right.
I liked having Clooney and Tarantino. I liked Clooney and Tarantino's dynamic. I liked Clooney playing, the kind of scummy bank robber. But other than that, I just wasn't impressed. And then suddenly it happens, and I was like, oh my god, this movie's fucking amazing.
Yes, it goes from like 5, 6, where are we going here, to 10, 11, 12. Just like, oh, what? We're going here? All right, let's see where this goes.
Like, I don't think I've ever seen a movie just go so blatantly balls out, dick in hand, crazy as it does in that singular scene where it's just like, holy shit! Like, it just keeps going and going, and it's like,
Yes, it does. I remember a particular guitar. I remember there was a.
It's very reminiscent of the scene from Kingsman, where Kingsman is a very kind of homage to spy flicks up until a certain scene in a church, which Pink knows about. Where
someone posted that. Yeah, I saw that actually. I know what you're referring to.
Which is very distinctly not subtle at all, and is in fact an incredibly aggressive scene that just kind of like leaves you after the scene's done. You're like, whoa.
I'm glad you bring that up. I was so utterly confused because my impression of Kingsman, which apparently was totally wrong, was that, well, at least partially, was that it was something about spies or whatever, sort of an homage, that was at least somewhat, if not necessarily family friendly. It was like, whatever, just harmless, light, I guess, maybe. And then when someone posted that clip, it was like,
one
is
of the most
this like
violent scenes ever?
Honestly, yeah, and I was just totally thrown for a loop. I didn't understand that was actually literally the same movie, and I thought, is the whole movie like this? Because if it is, I want to see it now. Yeah, that was left field, yeah, for sure.
The Kingsman, the first Kingsman as a whole, I would entirely recommend. It's a love letter to the Bond, the spy flick, while still being kind of like knowing about some of the. It's knowing, but it's not like just trying to say the Bond films are shitty. Let's make a movie making fun of how shit they are. No, it loves the Bond movies, but at the same time says, there's some. Let's do some things differently. Let's play with it a little bit.
Homage, not satire.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And then that scene very suddenly hits where it's like, what if James Bond went on a fucking massacre? Oh no, it turns out that's terrifying.
I don't know if it was just edited this way, whoever posted it on YouTube, but it seemed like it went on for literally like 10 minutes.
Yes, that's
Really?
the actual full scene.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that was pretty fucking hardcore.
Like, up until then, it's mostly, like, fairly low-key dramatic scenes about, like, a couple of kids, teenagers getting trained to become spies.
Right, that's what I thought, yeah. Like I said, light, kind of not family-friendly, but just harmless fun, kind of. I didn't expect a, 10-minute bloodbath in a church.
Yeah, the guy in question is the mentor to the main character. So when that scene hits, like, up until then, you're like, oh, it's Colin, what's his name?
Firth.
Colin Firth. You're like, oh, it's Colin Firth. He's cute and lovable. You know that they make him the protagonist in those British rom-coms all the time because he's cute and lovable. Ha ha. So, and then that scene happens, and you're just like, oh shit, this movie means fucking business.
I respect that though, because it's so unusual. My cousin, the same one I'm always referencing, he was talking to me, and he together we came up with. I don't want to say it's a great idea, but it's something we would love to see: a romantic comedy that's just a pure chick flick romantic comedy, and then in the last 10 minutes there's a zombie apocalypse. Like literally, there are no signs, no indications whatsoever that it's going to go in that direction, and then just suddenly in the last few minutes everyone gets torn apart and it's like the end.
Does it have to specifically be a zombie apocalypse?
I guess not. That's just what we threw up in there.
Have you ever heard of the movie Remember Me?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, let's just go ahead and say spoilers because it's supposed to be otherwise a pretty poor movie except for like the what the fuck twist at the end, which is it's a rom-com. And throughout the movie, they kind of try to keep it hidden. And then at the very end, the main male love interest, who is played by Robert Pattinson, goes to his day job. And he's up in the top of a tower. And he sits down at his desk, and we see a calendar where it's labeled September 11th, 2001. And then we see in the distance, we see a plane coming in.
That's jarring as fuck.
How
wow,
do you think
I wonder
people who went into the theater not knowing.
I was gonna say that probably did not go over very well at all.
No.
Oh my god, I'm looking that up right now. That's
But I would have to say that's pretty fucking brutal for the desired purpose of indicating like the suddenness of tragedy.
If that's what they were going for, good idea, poor taste.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me look up when the movie actually came out because it was still.
I'm trying
fresh.
to find that out too. Yeah, I imagine it probably was. There's a lot of films with that title.
The first thing that appears is "Remember Me" movie ending. Oh wow!
Go ahead.
March 2010. It hadn't even been 9 years yet.
Okay. Yeah. And I see here on Wikipedia it's a coming-of-age drama. Oof. The film received mixed to negative reviews from critics, mainly due to its ending.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Understandable.
Yeah, the site's consensus on Rotten Tomatoes, which gives it 27% positive from 108 critics, is its leads are likable, but Remember Me suffers from an overly maudlin script and borderline offensive final twist. Yeah, that sounds fair to me. Ooh. I mean, again, I respect the boldness of the message, but at some point someone had to have stepped in and said, is this really a good idea? Like, is this really the way you want to tell that message? Like, we can't even have like a fictional thing or something. Really, you want to go with September 11th? Okay.
Because if they want to avoid having on-screen violence but still have something that immediately everyone in America or indeed most of the world will recognize, just write down on the calendar September 11th, 2001. Because
I mean, at least if they didn't have the plane going, like you said, they literally have a plane going by too.
Yeah,
like
you hear it coming in.
Oh, okay. So it's the plane coming to act. Okay, I gotcha. That's even worse. Okay.
Yep.
if they even just had it just fade out on just the calendar date and had no plane sound effects or whatever, that would have been twice as subtle. That would have been maybe at least okay. But actually like bringing it to like, by the way, folks, remember this? Oh, this is gonna be traumatic at the end.
Yeah.
Like, oh jeez, that's wow.
So,
Yeah,
so is there any reason why both Goku and Soon just popped online on Discord at the same time?
I don't know.
Gay romance. They're thinking that we don't know that they're there.
Yeah, they use this Discord channel at night to get it on.
I see. Oh yeah, random GEB. Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
So, anyways, Addy, what have you been doing with your week? We are at 6 hours and 15 minutes.
That's probably my fault.
No, it's fine. The real problem is the upload time. Oh boy.
Yeah, I had a closing thought lined up, but I fucking forgot it like 2 hours ago. So
that was the last time we were talking about what you did with your week.
Hey, that probably was. Yeah.
I'm shocked Pink hasn't dropped out yet. He must not have work tomorrow.
No work tomorrow.
Okay, that explains it. Because somewhere around the 3 hour mark, I was thinking, I should give Pink an excuse for him to drop out.
Could we talk about feet? Please leave immediately.
Oh, speaking of talking about, just before I forget, this is like so not relevant anymore, but here, really quick on the Discord, I found a channel of that Rocky Rococo's, that pizza joint I was telling you guys about. Apparently it is a Midwest thing, because it says here Madison La Crosse, which is Wisconsin.
Huh.
Yeah,
So,
I googled it, and you have like 40 locations, and only 2 of them are not located in Wisconsin. So,
wow.
I'm thinking that's like just specifically for your state.
Apparently so. I didn't even know that they were that. I thought that they were at least, again, I said earlier, Midwest, so I'm thinking like maybe, Idaho, Ohio, kind of like around the General Plains area, but I didn't know it was almost exclusively Wisconsin. That's interesting. It's a shame. They're really good. They have a square deep dish pizza, which is displayed in this little video here, which you don't have to watch it or not. It's up to you guys. But they have these garlic breadsticks that has, oh God, I'm not even going to talk about it because I'm going to get so hungry, and I don't have them in front of me, so I can't do it.
Yeah,
so good, man. They're too good.
I was like, yeah, I want pizza now. So
I want pizza so fucking bad right now. Even just looking at the thumbnail, I want pizza very badly.
I need to scroll away.
Yeah.
Oh no, feet.
To feet. The only reason I did post it, which Pink, you've already seen it.
Pink, you know what's more appetizing than pizza? Sama X feet.
Sama X feet.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I just wanted you guys to see who the Rocky Rococo character is, but you don't have to watch the video clip to see that. So, yeah, he just that stems from the illustration that you made, Atty, where you had Pink behind the typewriter, or the counting
that's
machine.
a typewriter.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought it was. Yeah.
Ooh. All right, so Addy, you got nothing else to say about your week?
I don't fucking remember, dude.
At this point, who remembers their week?
Yeah. I'm past the Best Buy date.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
I don't even remember what day it is. This Saturday?
It's
Saturday, right? Okay,
well,
okay, yeah.
For y'all, for me it's already Sunday. It's been Sunday for half an hour.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's 5:30 in the afternoon for me. Wow.
Addy's been doing this podcast for 2 days.
He's been doing this since yesterday. Wow. Your family probably misses you.
Nah. I never leave anyway.
That's how I am.
Oh God! Oh God!
Oh, you alright over there?
Let's see. What the fuck was I even talking about? My sister trying to get me together with W, but how was I going to close that thought?
Is that how we got into talking about feet? I still don't understand how that happened.
No,
No?
the feet.
Everything
we brought
leads
the feet
back
up.
to feet.
It's an answer I need.
All roads lead to feet.
All roads lead to feet.
Man, this is the worst podcast ever.
I know, man.
It is.
I'm
shit.
hoping Goku joins at the worst possible time as well.
Does he ever say
I can tell
anything
him-
anymore?
I'm gonna tell him if he's okay. Wait, what time is it? W over there?
It's 6:30. If he's on Eastern time, right?
Yes, so he should be able to get on. Maybe I'm gonna give him a freaking DM.
Oh, just so you
Soon
can
disappeared.
Soon, I think Soon just popped on to ask if anything happened during E3 Ubisoft
Ah.
from work.
That would make sense.
As much as I'd love for him to be on the podcast at work. Yeah, sure,
All
let me
right,
get those blinds
I just
for
sent
you.
I just
Anyways,
sent Goku the DMs telling him that he can join if he wants and if he's free.
do not send him your nudes this time.
No, I'm keeping those safe for you.
For your eyes only.
Yeah. There's a specific temper seal on the NFT that is my nudes.
I heard the NFT market's crashing.
I hope
I
it
don't
is.
even know what that is.
Yeah, I don't either.
It's some
Oh, it's big.
cryptocurrency thing.
It's more or basically it's something that's tied to cryptocurrency, and it's basically just you buy the certificate that you have bought a JPEG, but you don't actually own the JPEG. You own the certificate that you know the URL to the JPEG.
I don't understand this whole like. All right, when you guys help me, what exactly is a Bitcoin?
It's fake money.
Okay,
Well, I
so-
mean that is right, but help me understand how it has any value.
Okay, so it's currency investing is something that has existed as long as currency has, pretty well.
Right, right.
Where it's like I'm investing in the French franc now, so and so.
Yeah, investing in gold, etc. All that's more of a tangible, whatever. Go on. Yes.
Global for gold.
And these currencies only have value because there is a limited quantity of them. So, for instance, the U.S. dollar, the government only prints so many dollars. Well, the Bitcoin works on a basis of, for every Bitcoin, like you have to have your computer basically mine Bitcoin by doing incredibly advanced math questions, and that earns you Bitcoins at a very small rate. So that's basically the money printing of Bitcoin, and it basically becomes a currency that people trade. And the idea was, by the original guy, that Bitcoin could be used at just about any online retailer, but there's actually very little support for it. Nonetheless, when it first popped up, so many people invested in it that it wound up just gaining value on the sheer basis of that.
Okay, so essentially, a very, very, very good summary, by the way. I think I now understand it actually, whereas to this point I never did. So essentially, someone decided that they would invent a new currency. They would they would come up with a very difficult way to earn that currency, and they would have people invest in that currency, thus legitimizing it because of its rarity, and eventually these combinations of things would come together to make it a currency that everyone, I guess, hypothetically would value, including retailers and so forth, and they would want to adopt it as a new type of currency.
Yes, and though it has not really been adopted as a new currency, nonetheless, people invest in it on the expectation that other people will invest in it.
Someday it will.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
There is at least one country that has adapted Bitcoin as a secondary, like as a thing that you can use in shops.
I'm almost 100% willing to bet that's the UAE.
No, I think it's like I want to say it's like Georgia or something like that, but it's not. It's not. Like, I know it's not Georgia. It's just a smaller, more obscure to me country.
More here to you.
Fuck you, country that made Joseph Stalin. What was I going to say? Shit. My understanding is that all this nonsense has been happening with cryptocurrencies and NFTs because, like, Elon Musk was mouthing off on his Twitter around that time of the whole GameStop thing, which was the GME thing, about 6 months ago, and it has now just got to this point where, like, people follow Elon Musk on Twitter and just invest in whatever the fuck he says to invest in. Because logically speaking, a dude who is that big and influential, when he says invest in so-and-so, people invest in so-and-so. So you want to be the first to invest in so-and-so,
I
you'll
suppose
get the
so.
returns, right?
Yeah.
But it has now gotten to this silly point where Elon Musk says, invest in blank, and people just throw money at it, which has led to people investing in stupid shit like Dogecoin, which was made up as a fucking meme parody of Bitcoin.
Did Elon Musk know that?
Hey, Goku.
I don't fucking know. Elon Musk is batshit insane.
All right, Goku's here. Goku,
Goku.
we're doing a podcast marathon. We're actually doing a 24-hour stream that we're raising a charity for my ass. You see,
It exploded.
yes.
Why?
You need to
Goodness.
fix it.
You see, I took a gander at Pink, and my ass just exploded from the
It's been known
hormones.
to happen.
Jesus.
Okay, I got that. That's where I leave, huh?
Yeah, so thanks for joining.
Seems like you get exit. I
Goku,
do
you've
too.
missed, Goku, you've missed so much foot fetish talk.
Yeah, that's actually legit. We can actually really say that that's a serious
Yeah,
fact.
that is an
That's
actual
another
thing that's
cue to
happened.
leave.
I'm glad I missed it. Like, I don't know what to confess this
We
about
have
things.
locked Goku into this situation where it's like, here's a gargoyle with two heads. One speaks only truth and one speaks only lies. Fucking guess which is which.
Yeah.
My goodness, you guys. Hey, but I expect nothing less.
Yeah, at this point, it's
And
probably
you shouldn't expect anything more either.
Touche.
The Forum of Solitude, where we promise nothing and deliver less.
Promise nothing and deliver less. That's good.
We deliver so little that we rip that straight off the Super Best Friends.
Yeah. I was about to say that's the Zaibatsu's motto.
I never heard them say that. I guess I just never happened to catch an episode where they mentioned that before. There's so many I still have to go through. I have years worth of their content to still go through, which I'm very happy about.
Ooh. All right. So yeah, Goku, you were coming in at the 6 hour and 30-minute mark.
Didn't happen.
I don't know.
I just. Oh, sorry.
I don't know how much longer it'll go on past this.
I just saw that you guys were all online. Hey, I want to hear these guys' voices.
Well, that's very nice.
What a
definitely-
mistake you made.
It's definitely not that I
Hey,
DM'd you,
it would-
Goku, you can join.
It would have been a bad idea like 30 minutes before. They do all the fetishes and all that stuff.
Would have been a bad idea for like the last 2 or 3 hours.
Goku, you misunderstood. Goku, you misunderstood. The foot fetish discussion didn't happen now. The foot fetish discussion has been happening for the past 6 hours.
Wait, before I
Fetishes?
joined?
Let's see.
Addy, what did you blackmail Goku with to get him to join this call?
My dude.
Nothing. No. Wait.
I threatened him.
No.
I threatened him that if he doesn't join, I'm gonna send them to him.
Logical.
Boy, today's podcast is full of feet and sexual assault. What's happening?
They often go together, I guess.
That's what happened whenever I joined a podcast, I suppose. It's been so long.
The curse operated an extension. It knew you were going to join today, so the curse joined the podcast before you did.
Yeah.
But hey, Goku, at least you made it. You did say that you wanted to join a podcast before the 200th one, so.
Yeah, I did say that.
Episode number 182. Here's the thing. I edited the thumbnail to throw in Mike's floating head. I don't know what to use for Goku.
Fun, Bob.
Text box. Just a text box.
Okay.
Because you can only do a text box, remember?
Let me open up GIMP.
Do any of us know what Goku looks like? I don't remember. I can't put a face to him.
Nope.
Dr. Hazen
I'm going to be honest, for this, for just years and years and years, when I think of Goku's face, I just think of Eddie Guerrero.
I think of Hugh Laurie.
I'm a mixture of both.
Yeah. Okay.
But you combine those two, and you've got one whole drug addiction.
Oh,
the thing Goku is known for.
terrible.
Why I don't post that as much? Nothing belligerent.
But yeah, Goku, you've missed so much fucking lore. we're just actually wrapping up on my week, which just happens to have to wrap up with me trying to figure out how I was going to end the topic of my sister trying to get me together with W.
Oh.
That's not a joke. That's real.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm starting to offload this to you now.
I don't fucking know how I was going to finish it. So hey, let's just continue with
don't.
W's week, I guess. Oh no, Goku.
Yes.
What did you do?
Well,
In general, what have you done, Goku?
What have you done?
Tell me.
I live life. Not much other than that. I started working this week, which sucks.
Oh, I
Believe
imagine
it.
so.
Oh yeah.
Work is terrible.
Yeah, work is like work. It's not fun.
No,
Exactly.
it's like the opposite of fun.
It is. It shouldn't be that way.
I'm happy about Canada. You know, we handled the COVID thing so horribly that we were in lockdown every. Like, okay, so there was like the 6 month, and we come back 2 months of working, lockdown. We come back a month later, lockdown. So for like the past 2 years, I've only worked for maybe 8 months.
I'm glad to
Nice.
see that America handled COVID in like a way that was such a mess, and nonetheless, every other foreign country has decided that they would show us up anyways.
Somehow we weren't the worst at this.
I mean, over here, our government has been really focused on.
You're gummy. Easy for you to say.
Yeah, our government has decided that it's not going to actually think for itself, and instead we'll just copy Germany because that's easy.
I think every government should copy Germany. There's a rich history of good German tradition.
Oh yeah, nothing wrong. can
definitely.
go-
Oh yeah.
Nothing bad can happen if that happens
There's this guy
again.
with a funny mustache. I heard he was really popular.
It's Charlie Chaplin's innocent.
Yeah,
He never hurt
Charlie Chaplin.
anybody.
He was
that-
a really good actor.
That reminds me of Parks and Rec, right?
Definitely didn't beat his children.
One of the characters said, "Oh, Germany are never the bad guy, never." Like, I want to be Germany. Like,
Okay, here we go. Here's the thumbnail for this episode.
Like you want two winners to follow from history.
Let's go.
But yeah, you want to follow two winners from history. You follow Germany and you follow Rome.
Yeah.
I can't even respond. I'm so busy reacting to this horrible image of. I mean, I'm looking decent in that shot, but removed from like the rest of the picture, that's a weird looking floating head. Half of that is
Draw-
beard.
Draw like a stick body, like a stick figure body.
Yeah, you should.
God damn it! Now you mean I have to open GIMP again?
Fuck it, I'll do it.
I'm the one who has to put it as the fucking thumbnail in the video.
My headcanon is Mike is just judging your recommended if it's on YouTube.
Yeah.
Mike is judging your lack of Tesla-Blanchard scat porn.
Interestingly enough, on my screen, I'm looking over at my own self. I'm looking over at my my icon over in the whoever's online right now.
Actually,
column.
yeah.
They're in contest.
Like, hey, is that Mike the Rat guy? You can't trust him. He goes to the park with candy and stuffed animals and little fuzzy animals.
Lord, that's not a recipe for success there.
Oh, you missed it.
Yeah.
It was a recipe for
Goku.
success. Don't worry.
Goku, you missed it. Mike finally admitted to shoving people up his ass.
Again with the ass thing. Again. Shoving people up my ass. There we go. There we go.
Alright, you were faster.
And the weird part is, that's not the first time I've heard that sentence.
I don't think so. No, I would not be surprised.
That was a
When did I tell you about
the
that joke, Goku? When did I tell you about that joke, Goku?
I gotta go
Mike-
this again while you do this.
Yeah, alright, you do that. when did I tell you about Mike shoving people up his ass?
Oh.
W was just
Oh my
abducted.
goodness, I do
It's
remember.
okay.
Yeah, why don't we all have like a pissing contest? Who can pee the
The-
longest?
W slipped on his piss.
He couldn't even make it to the bathroom.
Well, it's not fast enough this time.
If you can piss 6 feet up into the air without getting yourself wet, you get no down payment.
No down payment. Wait a minute, we have to buy something for this contest?
I'm
So confused.
quoting the Big Bill Hells advertisement.
No down payment.
I sent it,
No
I
down
sent it
payment,
to
no
you a
interest for
week ago,
6
dude.
months.
Mike, I sent you the advertisement freaking a week ago.
No, I know, but the idea that if if you can piss 6, okay, so is the idea that you go to the auto place And if you can piss 6 feet into the air in front of the people who run the auto place,
You're getting
then
yourself wet.
then then you don't have to pay a down payment on a car? Is
Yes.
that what you okay,
Yes.
all right. Now that makes more sense. Okay. All right. It's very, very impressive. I don't know if I can piss 6 feet. I remember I was in a situation once with one of my exes who had did we lose or gain somebody? Something
I
just
don't
happened.
Goku quit, but something might have went wrong on his side. Goku, are you alright?
Yeah. No, I just had my VPN on and I
Oh,
that
okay.
Might as well turn it off. No, which was ideally was the right idea because of the whole, Oy.
Yeah, you really want your IPS to know what kind of porn we discuss.
There has been a lot of discussion about
Like,
porn, that's true.
Yeah, like Goku, you came in at the right time because we haven't reached furry inflation foot fetish porn yet. Don't ask.
Yeah.
I'd
I
rather
try
not.
not to, but just know that I'm confused and concerned.
I mean,
Slightly aroused.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and conflicted and curious.
that's a combination I came up with because I just wanted to freaking like I wanted to make the most nichest freaking like most disgusting, no one would fucking watch it genre that I could come up with.
I'm trying to think of what porn would which
Oh yeah, I missed one because
Oh.
because the full freaking genre. 'Cause I remember I used this on Aaron once, or it was freaking furry inflation foot fetish foot war porn.
You did what to Aaron?
Yeah, I'm confused. I don't even know who Aaron is. Oh, Aaron, AA.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Yeah,
The
I got it.
Aaron.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Aaron. That's right.
Yeah. A freaking I hit him with that combo as a concept, and he was like, "Oh, cool,
Oh.
I guess."
Now,
He's so young, he didn't even understand the words that came out of your mouth.
Actually, I remember the exact like, not only do I remember the exact freaking conversation, I can pull it up because I made a screenshot of it because it was so funny. Give me a sec.
I bet you can pull it up.
Look, I can
no.
I can pull that up too, but you don't want to see it.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Man, I felt pretty silly sitting there on the toilet, just giggling to myself because I remembered Fingers the Toucher.
Yeah. You were as you were pissing, you were feeling Fingers the Toucher.
I already forgot about that. What fucking clown would call himself Fingers the Toucher?
So what you missed, Goku, is that Mike's clown name is Fingers the Toucher.
Okay.
It's so egregiously.
It's just like I don't even know.
It's so egregiously like ominous.
But so
What's your clown name? Abriatus the Collector.
what's your clown name? Obelisk the Tormentor. Here, let me show you my clown makeup.
No, thank you.
Just peels off their own
Goku,
face.
did you know today when you woke up that you'd be making a terrible mistake in the afternoon?
Here you go. There's my here's my clown makeup. I just paste this on my face.
Oh, I was scrolled way up too far. I gotta scroll back down to find it.
Like which faith that your faith or the.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Oh, my face. hurts.
Obelisk the Tormentor.
But yeah,
Divine Beast. A limited edition, apparently.
Nice.
I guess. Definitely my collection.
This card cannot be used in a duel. Copyright 1996.
96. Is that Magic then, or something different?
No, it's Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yu-Gi-Oh went back
Yeah.
that far?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wow! Holy shit!
But yeah,
Wow.
just so we can finish the conversation about the conversation I had with Aaron. Like I just want to point at the last three freaking sentences or whatever the fuck of
No,
dialogue. we had.
I don't care about any of that.
Well, fuck you too. I'm gonna say it anyway, just to fucking spite you. So
That was just so uncalled for. Like there was not even a setup there of like you implying you didn't care. Like just playing along like you're interested and just saying, I don't actually care though.
Like, I honestly feel compelled to ban Mikey just for that.
look, Goku, I can give you most powers. Just this once.
We'll go ahead. You definitely should finish before someone else gets a sidetrack.
All right. Really, the funny part to me is just how apparently he held back whatever he was going to say, and he just says, "Oh, my initial response to that, however, was also going to be cursed." And I just go, "Look, we're talking about weird shit people are into. Be happy I haven't brought up furry feet inflation war yet." Oh wait, never mind. I guess he just replied, "Oof."
Oh.
Like the perfect reply.
Yeah, I was gonna say nothing else really needs to be said to that. Oof.
I think I
someone
read
explain
that
to me
conversation too.
Can someone explain to me why Aaron has decided that he's not only going to make a thread detailing his adventures playing through Persona, but he decided he was going to make a second thread detailing his adventures through an inferior version of the game he already played?
Why not?
I'm the only person here who's not familiar with Persona. I saw that he. Hang on, let me bring up our forum. Because I saw something where he had a thread, a group, a thread called like Idol plays through Persona 5, and then he called it something different, something like something else 5 or something else Persona.
He started off with the better version, which is Persona 5 Royale, and then now he's gone back to Persona 5 Vanilla.
Oh, that's what he meant. Okay, all right.
But you see the reason, and I'm actually not joking. This is one of the reasons he bought Persona 5 Vanilla. The reason he's playing to Persona 5 Vanilla is because the best girl Tae has got her voice actress changed in Royale, and it's worse.
That's a whole reason to buy another version of the game?
No, but maybe to him.
Nobody did it anyway.
Yeah, no, but he did. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Did they change her voice actor because they made her romanceable?
She was romanceable in the default game.
Wait, we're talking about Makoto's older sister, right?
No, not Sae. I'm not talking about Taya Takumi, the doctor chick.
Right, the goth doctor chick.
Best girl.
Goth doctor.
Mike, you'd be into her.
I was gonna say you're speaking my language
I
now.
think I'd be into her as well.
Hell yeah!
Give me a second. I can pull up a picture.
Yeah, go ahead. But I was just gonna say, like, you mean the character who appears in 11 scenes if you complete her entire little character route?
Good enough.
In a game that features hundreds, if not probably thousands of scenes.
There you go. There's Takumi.
Let me go back to the thingy here. Don't like the hair.
Yeah,
but otherwise she's alright. Yeah, I gotta have the longer hair.
Ooh.
No, I've never beaten a Persona game. Like I've started 3, 4, and 5 and never beaten them.
I do not blame you for not beating them. They are long fucking games.
Oh, definitely not. Like I made it to like the end part. I just tomorrow. 3, 4.
Oh, all of them.
3 and 4.
Really? Like getting 90% of the way and stopping on each one? What? That I don't get.
Yeah.
Because like
they're role. Go ahead.
They are RPG. They are JRPGs where you play a kid who is might as well be kind of regular everyday school student by day and almost kind of like interdimensional. I don't want to say superhero, but kind of interdimensional superhero by night. Generally speaking.
Okay, is there not also a fighting game?
Yes, there is.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
It was a spin-off.
Okay.
Both of them are very good. The RPG itself is considered very interesting because you have a limited number of in-game days before the game wraps up its timer. You have to beat all the bosses and beat the final boss and complete the main storyline before that final day. And you get a limited amount of actions you can do per day, which range between, like, go work out at the gym or something, go play at the arcade, spend time with your friends.
It almost sounds like Shenmue.
Yeah, it's a lot like Shenmue, yes.
Okay. Well, that's cool. I like Shenmue.
Yeah, but what I was just gonna say to Goku is those games are like 100 hours, and I can understand. Like, I got tripped up at the finale of Persona 5. I got probably 90% of the way through Persona 5 and did not finish the remaining 10% until a year after I started it.
Wow.
But 3 and 4, I finished both of those pretty well within probably 2 weeks after I started them, which I think says more about that point in my life than it does about those games.
Nah, I just stopped.
Yeah, that's perfectly understandable. Like, I would also
Sorry.
like go ahead and say that Persona 3 and Persona 5's endings they're not. Well, actually, all three of them kind of have endings. They're like, fuck, Grush, go! You have the lowest amount of time to complete the biggest fucking dungeon. And it's like, that's a fun challenge, but when you're still, like, not quite used to the gameplay, which Persona in general can be a bit difficult for turn-based RPGs, then yeah, I can see where they'd turn you off because it's like, oh, fuck, I don't want to deal with this, you know?
Oh no, it's not even about that. Like I enjoyed the game. I just stopped playing them.
Oh, I don't get you.
Yeah.
I
You
enjoy
should've-
these. I just don't want to play them anymore because they're fun.
Exactly.
Now, to be fair, I can sort of relate to that because, as I mentioned, I think to W, I believe I've said this to you before. Most of the things I've talked about in depth, I've spoken about with you because I haven't been on the podcast for a very, very long time. But I used to play Final Fantasy a lot, and I enjoyed playing Final Fantasy VIII. I didn't have any problem with it. A lot of people would say, "Oh, it's because it's Final Fantasy VIII." No, no, no. I liked the game fine, but after being like I don't know, getting near the end of the first of I think 4 discs or 3 discs. I turned it off one night, just thinking, okay, all right, now I'll play it again tomorrow. Then that next day when I went to play it, I just thought, I kind of want to play Silent Hill instead. And I that was literally the last time I ever had any serious interest in Final Fantasy ever again. I didn't know it at the time. I just burnt out. I didn't hate it. I didn't think it was a bad game. I just didn't feel like playing it anymore. So I can sort of understand the idea that no, that I like these games. I just don't want to play them. It's a weird phenomenon, but it does happen.
Yeah, it is always kind of it is always kind of awkward when it's not like even like, oh, fuck this, or like, yeah, you know what, I've played enough of this game that I've enjoyed, but I'm done with it. But just when
Right.
you're like, I'll come back to this another day, and then another day never comes, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Yeah, I just thought to myself, like, I didn't turn it off thinking, man, wow, I can't believe it. I don't like Final Fantasy anymore. No, it was just like, okay, well, that's it for tonight. And then little did I know tonight would be the last night I would ever touch it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that reminds me. I just recently beat a game that took me about 10 years to beat.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna be pretty close. I haven't been able to work on it, but I'm gonna be beating a game that took me 20 years. So
That's
I need to
cool.
hear what
one?
both of these are.
Nah, it's just that I was a dumb kid, didn't realize what QuickTime events were, and I just stopped playing. And then a year later, when I figured out what QuickTime events were, I got stuck in a part. And then 2 weeks ago, I picked up the game again, and I beat that part.
Castlevania Lords of Shadow.
Hmm?
Castlevania Lords of Shadow or whatever the hell.
No,
Lord of
it's,
Shadows.
it's an easy game. It's Prince of Persia: Choose Thrones.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I beat it. I'm happy
well,
about it.
Good. 10 years, that's a long time to be, not have finished a game that you wanted to finish.
yeah. The longest I've gone with a game was, I think, a year. It took me a year to beat Pokemon Red.
Pokemon's a lot of grinding, admittedly, especially if you
Yeah.
want to especially if you want to actually catch them all.
Oh, I didn't. I
Nobody
just
does
did.
that.
I did the chat plays, and instead of actually playing Pokemon properly with EV training and shit like that, I just went Charizard, and I won.
Hey,
Fuck all that. I got a dragon. Later.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, but once it gets to the point that the Elite Four leader, the all water type Elite Four leader melts immediately to the dragon, I think I'm okay.
I am the final boss, and I have a very distinct weakness, which you have specifically built for. Oh shit.
No, it's the other way around. They the fire types have a weakness against water types, so they had a better chance of killing me. What they weren't expecting was that my dragon was very muscular.
Man, I have not been paying. I do not remember Pokemon well at all.
My dragon was very muscular.
Yeah.
yeah, that's all you need to know.
All right, yeah.
At least as much as Buff Riku.
Don't even know what that is.
Neither
Give
do
me a
I.
sec.
Buff
Oh,
Riku?
no.
Wait, are we
Yes,
talking
buff
about...
buff Riku from Kingdom Hearts. Yes.
Oh, Riku from Kingdom Hearts. Here's the problem. There's 2 Rikus in Kingdom Hearts. Because they
Kid
also...
Riku,
Oh,
not
who'd you say?
Xehanort.
Not
Not
Xehanort.
Xehanort.
Okay, because there's also the Final Fantasy X Riku, who is also in Kingdom Hearts. In fact, she's in there twice as 2 different characters, which makes it extra confusing.
All right,
That's
here's the picture from Know Your Meme. I guess there's Buff Riku.
Have mercy.
Okay.
Wow. He's swole.
Yes, he
That is a large man.
Mike, to put
No,
things in perspective, the normal version
Pink.
of this...
I'll post a picture of normal Riku as well. But Pink, you are wrong. That is not a buff man. That is a buff child.
How is his
That is a
head
large
smaller than
child.
all of his muscles? Like an ab. One
No.
solitary ab is
Would
the size
someone
of
like
his
that
face.
even wipe their ass?
Good point.
No,
I
they
mean,
just
like-
flex their ass muscles and it cleans.
All right. Will this link work? This is the 3rd one I found. All right, there you go. Normal Riku for comparison.
Why?
Why is
Just
that?
you're right. Why? Okay.
Why does the above exist?
Okay, I
Yes.
gotta say, I am a fairly
Roll
big
34,
Kingdom Hearts
that's why.
fan. I have played Kingdom Hearts since I was a kid. I have beaten Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, put a little bit of time into all the spin-offs, and I have absolutely no fucking clue what's going on here.
Why is his feet so big?
That's
He doesn't
Disney.
have big feet, actually.
Uh,
And hands.
that's-
No,
Mike,
Goku.
that's
Goku, watch your
Nomura's new style.
Goku, watch your mouth.
Uh.
We may get closer to fucking foot fetish again.
Closer to frickin' fucking foot fetish.
I'd like to buy a vowel, please.
Yeah. So what? This whole like I'm kind of a fan of Kingdom Hearts, I guess, because I grew up watching it, but I never actually got around to playing it because they didn't sell them by the time that I had a PS2, and then then the PS2 stopped working. I mean, I have a sort of working one now, but yeah, it would be hard to hunt down over here, and I don't have money for the HD release. But otherwise, I know a good bit about the lore and shit. Buff Riku has nothing to do with actual Kingdom Hearts. Buff Riku is a weird picture that someone made, and then it became a meme.
Okay,
Yeah.
That answered
Yeah.
my question.
simple enough.
That seems a lot more. Yeah, I was kind of thinking it would probably have to go in that direction for it to make any sense.
Man, when they were hiring like a character designer for fucking Final Fantasy 5 and 6, I don't imagine that they were thinking it was going to lead to this.
No, which reminds me, I saw that you guys had posted a picture of the characters from Final Fantasy VI a while ago at some
Oh.
point on this. Yeah,
We were talking about CRT versus LSD.
LSD.
CRT versus flat
Appropriate.
screen HD TV. And
Oh,
we
okay.
were playing that Street Fighter 1 on the arcade.
No, you
collection.
misunderstood you misunderstood the argument because I said that I think the CRT filters for games that have it are 90% of the time shit, and you took that as me saying that CRT screens are shit.
Yeah, at the time I didn't get it, and I think because Pink himself was just saying CRT screens are shit, which is an understandable sentiment because, like, objectively speaking,
they
they are
are,
low
yeah.
resolution.
right, and they got the scan lines and everything like that. Yeah,
But I was saying the reason that they include those filters is because a lot of those games were built for CRT televisions, and sometimes
Right.
there's not a noticeable difference. But for the Final Fantasy VI head sprites, they do look noticeably better on CRT than HD. You know?
Oh, I've never entered into that discussion. What makes them better?
I've put the picture back again at the bottom of the text chat.
Oh, okay. Let me pop in and take a look here.
Like,
Third one looks
obviously-
dirty.
Oh, yeah, okay.
They're still not gorgeous, but the CRT scan lines help to hide the fact that it's pixels. You know?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, some of them look better than others. Like Terra, left. I'm assuming left is CRT, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Terra looks better in the HD, and I think Sabin maybe, but then I think yeah, Locke and Edgar I think definitely look better in CRT. Actually, Sabin kind of looks better in CRT as well. Better shading.
Yeah, I would say that's another thing. Is just that like CRTs were naturally darker, so some games were built for that. You know.
Yeah. That's interesting. Hmm. Yeah, and that artwork is by oh
Tetsuya
God.
Nomura, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, I was gonna say because I always confused him with the the Silent Hill composer Akira Yamaoka and no, it's Akira Yamaoka and Akira. No, the two I confused.
Akira
God,
Yamaoka is the composer on Silent
is
Hill.
Silent Hill, right? I fucked up. I confused him with the
Nobuo.
Akira.
Oh shit, Nobuo Uematsu, isn't it?
Yes, he's the composer of Final Fantasy. Yes, I confused the two Akiras who do the Dragon Ball art and the Silent Hill music.
Akira
Those are the two
Toriyama does
Akiras.
Dragon Ball.
Toriyama, yes.
There we go.
And for some reason, my mind flashed to that when I was looking at these drawings, knowing that that's not who I'm thinking of. Who does the art for Final Fantasies, the early Final Fantasy? I should know that. I've got the book right here above my
Tetsuya
head.
Nomura did pretty well the art from Final Fantasy V and then every Final Fantasy afterwards.
Okay, here, hang on. Let me look at this. I
And
have.
a big part of why Final Fantasy changed so much as a series with 7, 8, and 10 is because Tetsuya, like the other Final Fantasy old hands, began to leave, and Nomura started to be the only old hand of Final Fantasy left behind. So he started to be the definitive voice, and he preferred the
Oh.
Final Fantasy 7, 8, 10 kind of image, which is why they
And
changed to that. And
I need to.
he also pretty well has the creative say-so over Kingdom Hearts as well, which is why Kingdom Hearts, with every game, focuses less and less on Disney and more on...
Belts.
Yeah, whatever weird shit Nomura feels like making up today.
I have the first edition of the Final Fantasy Ultimania book, and I'm trying to find out who because the artist that I can think of, I've actually drawn some of his pictures myself. Oh, who did you say does the art?
Tetsuya
For
Nomura,
5
but
onwards?
I've said it so many times now that I'm beginning to doubt
Nomura.
myself.
I'm sure you're right, but that's not the name that I'm remembering. So I'm probably incorrect. Oh, get off my keyboard, Kitty. I'm sorry. There you go. Okay.
Oh, there were several artists.
I could have. Go
Wikipedia
ahead.
lists 5 artists.
Oh.
Tetsuya Nomura is one of them.
Okay. Whoever the artist I'm thinking of who did those sprites there for Final Fantasy VI, to my understanding, is the same artist who had a comic called The Sandman.
There's no way.
Well, there's 2 different Sandman comics, I think, so that might.
Well,
let's
I don't
see.
think it... Would he have been the writer or the artist for Sandman?
At least the artist. I recognize his art style. It's very wispy, very ethereal.
Because the Sandman was very... Oh, yeah, Yoshitaka Amano.
Amano! That's who I'm thinking of. Yes.
Okay.
Yoshitaka Amano.
He did the art for Sandman the Dream Hunters, which
Okay.
I've never heard of, which I'm surprised, as I love the Sandman comics.
Oh, so there is a correlation then? That they are connected? I thought they were 2 totally different Sandman properties.
Okay, so this is one of the goofy things about comic books. Both Marvel and DC have characters named the Sandman.
Okay.
Marvel, you've already seen.
Right.
It's the Sandman. He is literally a man made out of sand. His daughter has cancer. He's trying to save up the money to get her treatment, but he does it through crime.
Yeah. One good things I liked about Spider-Man 3.
DC, Sandman. The Sandman is just a nickname people use for Dream, who is one of the seven basically like the highest deities in the DC universe after God and Lucifer.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I'm forgetting what their name is. I'm trying to look the character up right now. The Endless. There we go. The Endless.
Okay.
And it's a very, very, very well written comic book that is has fun, goofy comic booky moments where sometimes he crosses over with, let's say, Batman or whoever. But it's also written by Neil Gaiman, and Neil Gaiman's a fantastic writer, so it's also a lot.
Yes, I recognize that name. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's the image of the Endless. Dream is the one that's in the middle, the top center. And
Okay.
each of them are supposed to be like gods of certain domains of existence, and Dream is the god of all that which does not exist, has not existed, and shall never exist. So both literally dreams, but also ideas, nightmares, feelings, that kind of thing, I think.
Okay. Well, that's interesting.
It's a very well written comic book, but it's very, very difficult to explain, which is the problem.
It sounds a very Lovecraftian.
Kind of, but like more hopeful.
Ah, okay. Yeah, there's not really a lot of positivity in Lovecraft stories.
Yeah. Because like he's not
Uh,
just the god of nightmares and dreams; he's also the god of ideas. So virtually every work of art or every like work of engineering came from him, right?
I see. Okay.
I've been trying to
Now,
get Pink into it for years now.
Yeah, it's still on my to-do list. It's definitely something I want to check out.
I would say it's probably my favorite comic book of all time.
wow.
Yep.
Who would have known that we would have formed this particular informational connection?
Yeah, it is weird. Like as soon as you said, "Oh yeah, you worked on the Sandman," I was like, "There's no fucking way Tetsuya Nomura worked on Sandman."
Yeah,
That's
I
what I've built.
knew. Yeah, I just knew the names were different. It was like I know that name, but I don't associate that name with the Final Fantasy artist. I know it's someone else. And yeah, as you said, it was definitely Yoshitaka Amano.
See,
Yeah,
we
there
go.
you go. That's
Neil
him for sure.
Gaiman,
Yeah,
Yoshitaka Amano, Sandman,
that,
the Dream Hunters,
that's it. That would be it.
and that is very much that Final Fantasy VI kind of wispy looking art.
Yes, unquestionably. Here is a drawing I made that is that is a copy of what he did for the original Final Fantasy game. You can see it's the same type of stylistic, flowing, the clouds in the background and all that kind of stuff like that. It's very, again, like, yeah, wispy. It's the best way I can describe it as wispy.
That may be an overly elaborate and artistic drawing for a game as simplistic as Final Fantasy One.
I know. I think that's funny. Yeah, I saw that picture years and years and years ago in Nintendo Power when they were reviewing Final Fantasy, and I'm like, I'm looking at this, and granted, I love the original Final Fantasy, but I looked at this image and I'm like, oh my God, like that's the coolest looking game ever, It's yeah, there's nothing in the game that's even remotely nothing nothing even resembling that has anything to do with Final Fantasy except for the four little guys down at the bottom.
And
Yeah,
that is the final boss, isn't it?
it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's supposed to be them fighting chaos.
Which they did like bring him back for that Final Fantasy fighting game as the final boss, which I thought was very cool.
Oh, I did not know that. That is cool.
And he was voiced by Keith fucking David.
Really?
Ooh,
Yeah, let me pull up a picture of it. But hang on, I'm pulling up a picture
Oh,
of the new.
that's so cool.
Okay, so let me see.
In the original Final Fantasy, it's Chaos or Garland. So I'm not sure if he's named the same in the fighting game or not.
There we go. He's Chaos.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's what he looks like in the game. That's actually accurate to the game.
Yeah, and I'm trying to pull up the sprite from the original game as well, just to see how accurate it is. Here's.
Yeah.
It's fairly accurate, but they improved upon it. But I mean, it's an.
Oh
NES.
yeah.
There's the original NES sprite.
Yeah. Also, if you look up Garland Final Fantasy, you will also see similarities to that 3D model character there that you posted. Chaos is the one you just posted. That's the like final form of this guy, but then Garland is a little bit more kind of a humanoid, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Let's see.
I might be able to find it as well.
Here's just the art, I guess, for him. There you go.
Oh yeah, okay.
And I can't find a sprite for him. The trouble is that fucking Square did their stupid little phone remasters.
Yeah, which I heard were terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, but those wind up becoming the top results for like in-game images.
Oh,
Because those are the
that
ones they
sucks.
market. I think this is the NES sprite.
I'll know it as soon as you post it. Let me take a look. Get Discord back up. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay. And,
Yep, that's Garland for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the first boss you face in the game, and then interestingly enough, he winds up being the final boss as well in his advanced, like more dragon-like form that you posted.
Garland turns into Chaos?
Yes, my memory is that yeah, the first let's see. I wonder if there's an easy way to look that up to confirm. That's my memory. Um, let's see. I'll just look up Garland Final Fantasy and see what they say. Although now Final Fantasy is so much bigger than it used to be at the time, there's probably going to be all kinds of side shit. Yeah, Garland is the main antagonist in Final Fantasy.
All right, and I can confirm that Keith David voiced Chaos in that Final Fantasy fighting game.
That's cool. That's super cool. That's oh, here we go. I actually just in looking up Garland, I found the original Yoshitaka Amano art. So let me just get this really quick. Oops, sorry. Just to help everyone stay informed of what I'm looking at here. That's pretty cool about Discord is that you can just drop in photos like, oh, hey guys, I'm referring to this instead of describing it.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Did they actually get to show him Mono the game at some point?
There's probably some concept art, I guess. Like, okay, like draw this really badass like demon and have like these warriors go to fight him. Oh, okay, sure, I'll whip that out. Okay, we have a limited budget and a limited technology, so we will try our best to approximate what you did, and what you see is, I guess, the pictures above.
Yoshi, we literally named it Final Fantasy because this is the last game we're going to be able to make.
We're never going to be able to do this again. I think you overshot a little bit, yeah.
If they only knew.
That's true. Yeah, the Final Fantasy was actually the first of, like, what, 35 fucking games at this point?
Yep.
Well, 50 numbered ones, and that's not counting Tic Tacs.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you call it Tic Tacs?
Yeah. Final Fantasy Tic Tacs, my favorite Game Boy game.
Tic Tacs.
I hate both of you.
There's they did have several Game Boy games that Final Fantasy Game Boy games that were really good. There was Final Fantasy Adventure, Final Fantasy Legend 1 through 3, and several of those were actually very good Game Boy games.
All right.
Yeah, just for whatever it's worth. I was a big fan of Final Fantasy up until about I think that my interest ceased with having completed the 7th game, which the 7th game isn't bad, but as you've heard, that's one that I find to be tremendously overrated, and it was just, again, the burnout with 8, coupled with the fact that they started going in really wild directions. I posted on the forum, Brian disagreed with me because he just didn't understand my point, but it was like, man, this series started with what you guys right now are looking at right now, or whatever, on the Discord with these monsters and sorcerers and shit like that, and now Final Fantasy 15, there's people driving around in cars talking on cell phones. And it's like, they're just not the same thing, dude. And yeah, whatever. Although maybe they are, and I'm just judging it by a couple of images, I don't know.
Not really.
It doesn't seem like at all the same thing.
Like, what were Chocobos in the first game?
I think they debuted in 2. I think they weren't in the first game.
Okay, so the Chocobos are pretty much the only thing that, as far as I can tell, that remain the same. As in, like, they exist. I mean, no, there's all of like
all the classic monsters are still there.
Yeah, a lot of the classic monsters are still there, and the Moogles are still referenced. But
they
like,
love those Moogles.
Yeah, Kupo. But freaking like. A lot of the gameplay stuff changed, and like this is one of the cases where I like the new gameplay design, but I still complain about it because it's not Final Fantasy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, the game looks. I mean, and this sounds weird because I'm a fan of breasts. When they have that female mechanic character and she's like so egregiously hypersexualized, and she's made to like help sell Final Fantasy 15, and she's leaning over the car and washing it down and everything. It's like, okay, yeah, essentially, yeah.
I don't even remember her.
Oh, she's in yellow. Every Final Fantasy.
Cindy. She's supposed to be that game Sid.
I think it might even be Sydney because of that, but you could very well be right. I'm not sure.
This rings a small bell, but like what I remember most.
Here, I'll show you a picture. It'll ring a big bell.
What I remember most about Final Fantasy 15 was driving for 20 minutes with just listening to the characters having a conversation, which was nice. And then I went to a dock. There was supposed to be a mission there, but for some reason I couldn't trigger it. And then the game was like, "Hey, go fishing," and I said, "Hey, go fuck yourself," and then I deleted it.
Wow. As you should.
I don't even know where to start. The game said go fishing. Just like, just go fishing now.
Final Fantasy 15 is secretly a fishing game. This is actually kind of a known thing now.
Oh, I mean, fair enough, I guess.
They not only decide to add fishing, it's apparently quite important. Which is hilarious because that main kid is. Hang on, let me go ahead and fish up a picture of him.
Oh, Noctis Lucis Caelum, or whatever.
This game.
Oh god, such self-indulgent, fucking pompous ass names.
Okay.
Name fucking like Red. Go ahead.
Okay, so there's what he
Chadley.
looks like normally, and like he looks like hip young Korean
Sasuke.
kid who's at the forefront of the fashion scene, right?
Yeah, they all look like that. Yeah.
Okay, and give me a second. There's a
And do notice the hot mechanic chick above. She's the one. That's a mechanic. That character's supposed to be like a legitimate mechanic in the game, with shorts that go right up to her crotch and a huge bust that's just bursting out of her shirt. It's like, what the fuck?
I mean, but Mike, here's the thing. I don't notice shit like this.
and here
It's just, but I mean, compare that to the picture immediately above it. You see what I mean? Two very different games here.
yes, very
Man,
different.
We go from
Sydney's-
Final Fantasy 1 to Final Fantasy 15.
Sydney's changed in 100 years. She's been locked away, apparently.
Apparently. Okay, so there's the guy fishing, wearing totally modern clothes. This isn't Final Fantasy. He's got a baseball cap. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Call it something different. I'm fine with it if you don't say it's Final Fantasy.
Hey, Mike, welcome to 2017, where 90% of the podcasts were me doing this, but replace Final Fantasy with Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, right?
And every time I say the same thing. It's like I'm fine. They aren't taking away the old games.
No, but they're pissing on the legacy. You know, it's like they're not taking away the old games, but they're not making any more that were good. They're not making any more in the style that used to be. Like, I mean, again, when you look at this drawing of Chaos here from Yoshitaka Amano, and then you immediately go to, whatever, hot 3D half-naked chick who's supposedly a mechanic, and they're driving around on cell phones, and I don't know what the hell's going on. It's like, you can have both, but, like, make them two different series, so people who remember Final Fantasy as Final Fantasy don't want to play this other crap. I don't get it. It's you know what it's like. It's like, let's say that they have the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, right? And they're all about Freddy Krueger and everything like that until movie number 5, in which case it's about like the Care Bears. Like it's not Nightmare on Elm Street anymore. Now it's the Care Bears. So don't call it Nightmare on Elm Street. Shut up.
I mean, I think there is a certain value of saying, yes, just start a new franchise, but the thing is, like, we don't live in a market that likes new franchises. People want to buy the same old secure names, right?
Yes, you're not wrong, but
Or more specifically, publishers get scared of new names.
Well, I mean, that is true. That's also true of the movie industry as well.
And you know why that is, Mike?
Well, because because people are stupid.
Because we live in a society.
Fucking shut up. Because people want Fast and Furious 10, I guess.
Yeah, right? See, that's what I'm saying. It's just, I mean, again, I'm fine with the fact that there's this game where people are fishing in modern clothes with baseball caps, and I don't know why the guy looks so, like, frightened, but he looks like a dork.
That's a big fucking fish.
Apparently so.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
I was just gonna go there. Yes.
The reason he's so scared is because the person he's trying to outfish is Kiryu.
I don't know the reference.
Guy from Yakuza.
Oh, okay. Is there a fishing game in that too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
but it's not as
there's
important.
an everything game in Yakuza.
I was gonna say though, yes.
Yeah.
Based on your
Mike,
description, that makes more
Mike,
sense.
in Yakuza 2, there's a mini game where if you eat enough food, then you can go to the toilet, and then you have to aim Kiryu's piss. I'm not joking. That's actually a thing.
That's funny. But wait a minute. Eat enough food, not drink enough drink.
Well, it counts
Kiryu's
towards
body
the
is so
same
powerful,
thing.
it refines it into piss.
Yeah. It counts towards the same thing, but you need to go to an arcade, and then in the arcade, you can play these games where Kiryu pisses on the different parts of the pisser, and then the game changes on that, and it's like the intensity of Kiryu's piss determines the wind, so that he can freaking lift the skirt of a girl or something like that. It's games like that.
Interesting.
What you're leaving out here, Addy, is that this was a real thing that existed in Japan at one point.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I believe it.
Yeah,
What
you
did
didn't
they
believe it
call it?
until the lifting the skirt part, and then you're like, oh, yep, this is Japan, all right.
That did seem more Japanese, yeah. Once he threw in that detail, I was like, well, yeah,
And
okay,
then and
that's
I think they call them toilets, as in TOY. Let's.
a
Oh,
toilet.
God. I'm gonna find whoever came up with that and fucking kill him.
And he'll
I'm gonna
revive
drop
him.
one of his stupid toilets on him.
Toilets with an I or with
That's
a
a
Y.
clever pun.
It's gonna be like some Looney Tunes bullshit. I'm gonna keep it up on a crane. I'm gonna drop it right as he goes past. But then it's gonna bounce
You're
and
gonna-
hit me instead because I'm Wile E. Coyote.
You're gonna,
Yeah.
Right.
you're gonna try to pick it up with the UFO catcher, and then it will not have enough power, and then you will cry.
Oh, I just ran across a picture of my stripper ex that I sent to
Oh,
my.
looking at Final
What's-
Fantasy pictures?
Yeah,
No,
what's
no, no,
with
no,
you, Final
no.
Fantasy?
No, I'm going through my Imager, which is where I got the, I saved the copy of the drawing of chaos that I made, and I forgot that I posted a picture to demonstrate to the girl I'm currently seeing how what would be the word? Well, let's just say slutty. My ex-girlfriend dressed before she became a stripper, and I left her. And because we were debating about possessiveness and comfort levels, and we were having like a whole discussion about like at what point do you just not care what your partner wears? At what point does your partner have to be considerate to your feelings? Because I'll just fucking post the picture. You guys can see what I had to deal with walking around with my girlfriend at the time. You can see why I hated being out in the summer with her. Because other people had eyes and mouths, and I had to deal with them on a constant basis. There she is.
I see.
That sure is a woman,
pro-
Mike.
She was pretty female, yeah.
Yeah, that is a female human, Mike. I can confirm.
This is
And
the
he sounds like
prototype
he's
of a
sitting over there in a
mechanic.
white lab coat with a test tube and a little clipboard.
These results do verify that is indeed a female human.
Results inconclusive. Sample required.
Yeah, I was gonna say I sampled her very
Oh, for fuck's
numerous
sakes.
times. I can confirm quite confidently. No, but I bring the picture up because I was telling to the girl that I'm seeing now. I'm like, you don't understand. This girl that I was with, I part of the severe anxiety problems I have with her is that she dressed in such like ludicrously flattering body emphasizing. I mean, those are natural tits right there. That those are real. I can attest to that. Those are real. Women
I mean,
that
I don't really.
I
Like,
didn't
here's the
touch
thing,
you,
Mike.
but okay.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Mike. I don't really see a problem because she's just cosplaying as Lara Croft.
Yeah, honestly, wow, I'm surprised I never made that comparison. You're right. She really does kind of look like she's doing the fucking Lara Croft thing. Put a couple of whatever,
Like,
a
she
bandana
just,
or a
she just needed a triangle or bras to
yes,
sell the whole look.
right. She needs to have the more pixelated, pointed breasts. Yeah. No, I was just explaining to my current girlfriend. I'm like, this girl I used to be with, she knew she had a body, and she would emphasize the parts of it that would get noticed. And I said, you can say that it's possessive to be like, I would ask my girlfriend, would you please maybe wear different clothes when we're out and about or whatever, because it makes me extremely uncomfortable to have to hear wolf whistles and have people like honk their horns and shit, because I dealt with that all the time. It was a nightmare. I couldn't go anywhere with this girl in public because she would dress like this. Now, to be fair, that shirt she's got on now, that was the most egregious example, to the point to where I made her give me that. I'm like, I don't even trust you. You're giving me that shirt.
Give me that. I'm gonna wear it like that.
I
I'm
want to
sexy.
look like that.
I want the
I'm
one
sexy now.
whistles directed at me, damn it!
That's what made me uncomfortable.
That day,
I wanna see the photo.
that day, instead of Mike's girlfriend, Mike got all of the avugas.
I'm pretty sure I actually had an uncle that when people would catcall at my aunt, my uncle would then in response act like he was the one getting catcalled. And this uncle in question was a like 6'5" motherfucker who was quite overweight and pretty well the spitting image of Cousin Eddie from Christmas Vacation, both in physicality and mentality.
Oh. His heart's bigger than his brain.
Literally. Anyways.
Yeah. For me, it was very rough. She would again, what you're looking at, or whatever, what you saw. I don't know if you're still looking at the picture, or whatever. But what's in the picture is a shirt that she she said, "Oh, I love that shirt so much because we made a trip to Mississippi, and it's just like this nice little souvenir." And I'm like, "This is a children's shirt." And it's not even like a large children's shirt. You know what you're doing. You are clearly showing yourself off to like a degree that you'd be like suspended from like high school if you did this. No, no, no. And it's like yeah. And she just again, the picture is in my Imager because I put it online to be able to show it to the girl I'm currently seeing, because it's like this is the shit I had to deal with on a constant basis. There are trophy wife guys who love other people paying attention to their girls or whatever. I'm not one of those guys. If I'm walking down the street and my girlfriend looks like that and she's totally showing herself off and people are hooting and hollering and driving by and honking and catcalling, that's upsetting. It's not. I don't want her to be objectified by a bunch of horny guys who just see a big pair of tits. But she dug it. She got into it, and she made excuses for it. I hated it. I had to put up with it for 4 years, and then yeah. Anyway, that's I just posted the picture because it was like, oh right, I forgot that I've got this on my Imager. So yeah, that's what I dealt with for 4 years. I'm not gonna say that that was necessarily all bad for those 4 years, but
I mean,
yeah,
what really matters is that it's really weird that she showed up as the final boss of Final Fantasy 15.
it is. It is. That's the strangest part. I would have never expected. I think she's actually a psychologist now, which is strange. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway,
Was this also not the girl that you separated with like right before you started playing Silent Hill 2?
yes, this is her. Yeah, you
A
remember what?
psychological horror game where the final boss of that game is your wife.
Yes, I never made the connection to show you a picture of this girl here. I've had just a generic
I'm not gonna lie,
like.
she does kind of look like Mary. If Mary
Tell
was
me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. See? Yeah, and this is just like a shot of her in motion. Half of her hair is in her shirt and everything
Emotion of
like
you
that.
smothering her with a pillow.
I just there were times I wanted to. Yeah, but yeah, this is the girl that I was with for 4 years, who she became a stripper in like literally August of 2001. I was like, you're either gonna stop that or you're gonna stick with me because you can't have both. She said, well, I really want to keep stripping. I'm like, well, then you're not getting me anymore. That's it. We're done. And I was miserable and depressed. And like a week later, Silent Hill 2 comes out, and the whole fucking game is all about this character being tortured by his lost love and being taunted by this hypersexualized version of his lost love who works at a strip club. And who then eventually in one of the endings kills himself. And it's like, this girl right here, W, now you get it. Now it's
and
like,
you
oh my
spend a
God.
considerable amount of time in a motel. Two of that
Yep.
game's major locations are motels and hotels.
Yes. Yes, I finished the game in the motel. I was so depressed that for my birthday that year, which was right after everything I just described, I spent all my birthday money or whatever that I collected spending a week in a motel just to clear my mind. And I had Silent Hill 2 and the demo of Metal Gear Solid 2, and I played them and just had like a depressed time thinking, man, I wish I miss my girlfriend. Oh my God, people are looking at her naked, and that's a really weird thing to think about for someone that you're still in love with, and blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, here's Silent Hill 2 making me think all these weird, twisted thoughts about myself and my relationship and the complexities of the feelings I still had for this girl, and how again hypersexualized she is, and it was too real. It was too real. I'm glad you brought that up.
Randomly,
And in a
and
few
randomly,
weeks, 9/11 happened.
It did. That's totally correct. Yes, legitimately. Yeah. Then in a few weeks, 9/11 happened, and then we started talking about that. And then it's like, man, are you okay? Yeah. Are you okay? Yeah. And what the fuck is going on with this world? And blah blah blah. And then sometimes we'd meet up and still mess around, and she'd keep fucking with my head and say she still wanted to be with me. Okay, well then quit stripping. No, I can't. And blah blah blah. And then finally, the last time I ever saw her in person, I think I've mentioned this to you guys before. She said, "Is there any way we could ever get back together?" And I said, "You'd have to stop stripping. Period." I said, "Maybe I could forgive you. Maybe it's I'll try to be mature about it. Maybe I'll think about it. Whatever. What kind of She said, "Well, what if I got a different job?" I'm like, "What? What other type of job are you thinking of?" And I'm thinking, whatever, like a gas station or a waitress. She used to be a waitress before she started stripping or whatever. No, she comes back with, "What if I got a job at Hooters?" And it's like you don't get it. You don't get it. I'm not. I swear to God, that's what she came at me with. She was like, "Well, what if I work at a place like Hooters?" And I was just like, are you like incapable of having a job or doing anything that doesn't involve using those fucking things to get attention? Like, seriously? And she's like, no, that's not it. That's like, oh, shut up. Yes, it is. Last time I ever saw her.
And then randomly in 2004, you got on freaking you got mail that said, sometimes I still see it in town, Silent Hill.
You know,
No,
Goku, I think you're the only one out of the five of us now that hasn't had a moment where you talk about something personal on the podcast. You want to shoot?
All right, Goku, it's your turn.
Tell us your sexual fetishes.
Yes, all of them.
No.
Like I tried to
That's
keep
not the
myself
response I
a
wanted to hear.
mystery. So I'm just gonna divulge all of my sexual fantasy right now.
We already know from that one side. We already know that Goku is into inflation.
I don't. What I've heard you say that a bunch of times. What are you actually saying? Slow it down. Inflation? What are you
Yes.
saying? Inflation. Inflation of
Yes.
what?
Inflation
yeah.
inflation is a fetish. That's
Oh
basically
goodness,
just like,
I hate that thing.
This is
Ugh.
what? What the fuck is wrong with this world?
I don't know, Mike. I don't know.
Inflation. What's the other thing earlier?
Vor.
Vor. Okay. All right. What is inflation? I better ask.
Inflation is people balloons, more or less.
I love that one because it's like, how does that get hot at a certain point?
I don't know.
What even is a
Hot air
people
inside of them?
balloon? Like, do you mean an actual balloon that's shaped like a person,
No,
like a big
no.
blow up?
No, it's people who are roughly the shape and the size. No, not the size, but roughly the shape of balloons. As in, like they're very big, very round.
So there's people who have a specific sexual preference for like very round, corpulent human beings.
Yes,
No, I think it's more like what happens to
like
what
a
happens
super
to
fat
this-
fetish,
this
basically.
snooty athletic girl in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Oh yeah,
that's
she
a
turns
good
into a
reference.
berry.
I think it's that,
Yeah.
pretty much. Or like what Harry did to that one aunt of his, the Harry Potter.
Oh,
yeah.
And, like,
That was at the beginning of one of the really good ones. Yeah, you're right. Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean,
That's inflation.
where does-
okay.
you see what I mean? Where does that get hot?
I don't. Yeah, like what? I
Look, I wish I could provide answers for you, but the only reason I know about this stuff is because I also tried finding out, and I don't know.
I'm not going to look.
This has to be a joke. Some of these have to be fake. Some of these have to just be people make.
No, Mike, I've seen.
And we live in a we live in a
Mike,
world though where
no.
people have mukbangs, so I guess anything's possible. For fuck's
Mike,
sake.
I've seen too much inflation porn to freaking think that it's a joke.
Oh,
Wow, this guy's a good researcher.
And it wasn't
suppose.
willingly. And it wasn't willingly.
What have we brought upon poor Goku? He didn't ask for this.
I feel like the random name thing just provides all this ammunition.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So
I'm
yeah, Goku.
speechless.
So aside from the inflation fetish, what else?
Like if anything, like my sex ed class brought to my attention of like people that are into people dressed as Barney.
I'm
The
sorry.
dinosaur?
Specifically,
Yes, the dinosaur.
specifically Barney.
Yes, specifically Barney. There's a word for it. I don't remember. I'm not
Like,
going to
the-
search for it.
Is
Retardation, developmental disability.
is that like a very specific subset of scalies?
I didn't know scalies was a thing.
Does Barney qualify for that? Because he always looks soft to me.
Do not know what scalies
I mean-
are.
I mean,
do not
A
want to.
lizard sex interests, I guess.
Yes.
That's all I can assume. Yeah,
What are the lizard people?
I
Uh,
like the ones that live inside the Earth's core.
Wait, is Barney part of the Illuminati?
And now everything's making
No,
perfect
no,
sense.
If
no,
Godzilla-
no, because Barney's already dead. He's a dinosaur, and they died out.
Oh, that's true. They did. He's
They only want
He's a
you to
proto
think
lizard
that.
person. He's a proto lizard person.
watch it. He's a.
The one thing those Godzilla movies get wrong is that if he suddenly burst out of the Pacific Ocean, there's not as many people as you'd think in those movies who are looking
Jerking
at
off to him.
going, I'd fuck that.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
how,
that's
I don't know where,
That's
but
true.
I'm looking for it.
I saw Shin Godzilla. It was really good, and there's not one person in the audience or in the crowd who actually stands and is like, "Oh yeah," and they're jerking it to fucking Godzilla coming out of the water.
I mean, look,
Unrealistic.
if Godzilla came out of the water tomorrow, soon would fly out to fucking Japan.
Fucking
Hey,
reshoot the goddamn woman coming out of the walking onto the beach from Dr. No, but it's Godzilla instead of the woman.
Yeah.
Soon is a fan, but I would be surprised if I don't know. He almost seems like he takes. Yeah,
I don't think he likes Godzilla that much, but we joke about it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know it's just a joke. My interests are really pretty simple. It's just like I said, like naked women and lesbians, and that's about it, really. I mean, I'm a pretty easy guy to.
Naked women and naked women with other naked women.
Pretty much. I mean, I remember when
they take the form of mannequin, it's just a win-win. I'm not talking about the freaking the actual like the thing that you put clothes on. I'm talking about the Silent Hill monsters.
Oh, specifically. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, they get enough abuse. I remember when the forum was going on about how hot it was that Brie Bella and Nikki Bella were like always like touching on each other and stuff, and I was like, that's weird. And I've advanced to accepting that. I'll put it that way. That's about the craziest it gets. That's about the craziest it gets.
I remember about 9 years ago when one of the guys on the forum, a guy who has long since gone, like IDK1338 or something like that.
That guy sucks.
I remember that guy.
Is a piece of shit.
Oh wow!
How do you
okay,
remember
you guys
the numbers?
Him?
I don't. I was just right. I thought
a day does not go by where I don't remember him and think, man, that dude sucks. I hope he's living a terrible life.
I actually have no memory.
Every day I drive past his house and then I spit on it. Spit on his front yard just to make sure that he knows he sucks.
So he was all about the Bellas all the time. And this was back at like the dying days of THQ. Like I had just joined the forum, and it was pretty well the first time I ever talked to Ted was me coming in and saying, "Guys, does no one else think it's really creepy that they have the girls who are supposed to be twin sisters being all like that?" And IDK and like 3 other dudes were like, "No, what do you mean? No, there ain't nothing unnatural about that." And Ted, my first interaction with Ted was Ted saying, "Yeah, he's got a point."
I think I remember that conversation. Was that the guy that had like the Bella twins in like a GIF and the signature?
Yes.
Probably.
Probably.
The GIF usually was them doing something, usually something very provocative, I guess.
I mean, it's like one of those things to where I like at the time I legitimately thought this is like that's like morally I still feel this way. That's creepy. That's weird. That's bizarre. Whatever. But I have encountered a video. I'll put it this way. I've encountered. I don't know where it's from. I don't know the context. I ran across.
Mike, we know.
I wish. Jesus Christ, I'd be in it if I made it. It's 2 very attractive women who, if they're not twins, they look remarkably similar. So I mean, I'm sure they're twins. I mean, it's like there's no looking at them and saying these aren't related women. But it's like old VHS video from like the late 90s or something. It's like not a modern porn clip. It's like home video that someone took of what appears to be 2 sisters experimenting for the first time. And I was like, is this real? And I watched it and it was like, I'm gonna throw up my hands and say that was not bad to watch. You know, question mark?
Mike.
What's that? What?
Give me a sec. I need something.
I think I would burn that tape.
Like I can honestly say that it turned some heads for Mike.
Yeah, I mean they were beautiful women, and there were 2 of them, and they were interacting with each other, and it was like I love that. I've seen that picture and I love it. That's stupid. It's such a stupid picture.
Like the dog's head is just caved in. Womp.
Bonk.
The whole thing is so dumb.
Mike's IQ is about 4 bonks.
I mean, look at the picture for a second. The dog isn't even holding the bat, and even if he were, he'd be holding it with his back foot.
Yeah.
Dogs aren't even coordinated like cats are with their front feet, and this is being pointed out. The dog's head is being caved in, even though there's nothing in the image to illustrate that actual significant force is being applied to the blow. It's just resting on the dog's head with bonk. Not even an exclamation point after the bonk. No wave lines to indicate speed. You know, it's just the bat or whatever the hell it is. I guess it looks like a bat. It's just sitting on the dog's head, and the dog is like, is that even a dog? It almost looks like a camel.
It's a Shiba Inu, but you are right. It does look like a camel.
That is such a. I've been seeing that picture making the rounds lately, and I just love it. I get such a fucking kick out of it. Just all I can tell you before moving on.
If you want.
How so? What is that? Would it be?
You can post it in as like reactions and in freaking in the comments or whatever.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, if you want to, sure.
We have a limited amount of emote slots.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure someone will need to use it against me again at some point or another. I'm wondering, really. Let me look, because the video is still sitting on my P folder.
Homework folder.
Right, my homework folder. I should just call it that. I'm just gonna look really quickly while we're talking at that video to see if I can just take a safe screenshot of it, so you can at least see that. No.
I don't think anyone here needs to do that.
No, I was just gonna. Oh, you pathetic fags! I was just gonna show.
Oh my god!
I was just gonna show you a picture of what the women look like. That's all, like them looking at the camera or whatever, so you can see that. Look, they're two very attractive women.
Turn, man. I knew we should have crossed the 7.5 hour mark.
Welcome to the Shut Your Dick podcast.
I need to glue it shut, or else they're getting in.
Mike is forcing his way in. No! It has been foretold. It has been foretold. If you remember, in the first fucking episode, the two of us were in W. Open up your dick and let it flow into me.
Oh yes.
And you guys are mocking me. Okay, all right.
No, you don't understand. You gotta get to the table. The great thing is, I'm relying on Addy to go and get that fucking video and put it on Discord.
I will give me a second. Look, whatever shall we do when we're drowning deep in a sea of jizz? A sea of jizz.
Just
What the hell is happening?
You'll see in a moment. You'll understand everything.
Oh, you get to post your weird, creepy shit. Okay, I see. Yeah, I get it.
We plucked poor innocent Goku right off the streets so he could bear witness. We need we can't just have this filth here. We need to have somebody to corrupt, or else it doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
That's just an echo chamber of smut.
The sickness.
Oh, I hate that song so much.
It's a good thing you hate it.
Oh, why?
Is it a part of the video?
I can only assume it's gonna be some horrible thing that.
I think it's a great song. I think you're all wrong.
Do you actually, literally?
No, I'm not a fan.
Okay, a lot of people do.
I've never heard the song, so.
It's the one that starts with, yeah, you have, yeah. It's, ooh, wah! Yeah.
Oh, that.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Down with the sickness. You fuck that song.
Yeah, it's the same kind of stuff as Corn and Drowning Pool, basically.
Yeah. Which is why at the time I hated Disturbed until then randomly I heard Disturbed do the Phil Collins.
This is not the actual this is not the Helvian upload because it seems like Helvian took it down.
Who?
The original the person who made this.
Kubert Snacks. Get it down with the dickness. Okay, I should go ahead and play this then?
I am not.
I'll bite. I'll see what I get here. Oh, it's actually going to be the real song or the whole song.
No, it's the whole
4-minute video, almost 5.
Yeah.
Yes, Pink. You listened to this 2 years ago. 3.
Did I?
I'm actually not sure if you were there for that podcast, but there was one podcast where I sent this to W and W specifically just to piss him off.
Ah.
It was
I have
the
no
first
recollection
one.
of this, and I think I would have remembered the weird-looking Scrappy down there.
Yeah, he's funny looking. I like him.
Scrappy wasn't there. This isn't the original upload.
Oh.
The original upload.
No! Oh God! Oh, this is horrible. It's the worst part of the song on repeat.
Just you wait.
It moves on. It moves on.
Oh.
You know, I'm thankful I didn't make that decision.
Oh, okay, all right. Now it's funny. It's a YouTube poop, is what it is.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, all right. Some of it's actually pretty funny.
I definitely have not heard this song before.
All right,
Oh,
then I
this
guess you were
version
there
of
for
it.
that.
Oh
one,
yeah, no, I haven't.
But yeah, so whenever a table comes up, Dobby and I start referencing this because this is the first bonding moment we had.
Oh.
Because I
Also,
heard it before in another YouTuber's video.
I do like the utter randomness of just talking about tables and semen is the gift that has been given to me.
I just want to point out that one of the comments under this uploaded video is when Shaggy grabs the peanut butter.
Oh boy.
Woof.
Will you give me the table? Everything's making so much more sense now. Will you give it to
Yeah. It's so fucking dumb, but it's dumb in just the right ways.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, there's a lot more like nuance than shit like mashups coming out now. That it has been like 4 years since Helvian stopped making things like this. But
Live in with my violin.
yeah,
The violin.
You've woken up a violin in me.
the violin part is the
with
best.
the
It's the best part. But yeah, so the mashups and shit like this that has come out since then are a lot more nuanced and a lot more like well made and shit like that. But there's not as much sentence mixing, so I usually don't send them to Pink and W. Because the sentence mixing is the funniest part to me.
It's just so random and completely ridiculous.
Yeah.
I like my kind of content, but I'm not gonna watch.
It actually did wind up getting funny.
No.
So Goku, you're saying that you won't give me the table.
I'm not sure how to
Be a
respond to
good
that.
boob. I'll be a good boob. I boob. No, mommy, don't hit mommy. What? It's going too fast.
Oh, that's the
Why
worst.
don't you just
That's
jack
the
off
and
worst
die?
part of a terrible song.
Never stick. I don't need dick, you stupid, sadistic, abusive, stupid, sadistic, stupid, abusive, sadistic, stupid. Get ready to die. Oh, I'm sorry. Get ready to die.
Yeah.
This is so fucking dumb.
So Mike, I'm not,
I'm sorry. The end is actually pretty fucking funny. Sorry, just on the stupid, you sadistic, stupid, sadistic, stupid. It just went on for like a minute.
yeah.
Mom has just now come over meme. Whatever. Go on. What were you gonna
Every
say?
hour that this podcast goes on, I lose brain cells.
That was so dumb. I liked it. I actually liked it.
All right. Also, just
What,
since,
you have more?
since we're sending
No, we
memes.
can't do this. We gotta keep. We
Yeah, I
gotta
know.
talk about things. We can't just have Mike watching videos.
Yeah, and I know. I just
That's
wanna...
a weird meta kind of thing. Like we're talking about like
Listen
reacting
to us.
to videos
Yeah, reacting to one of our own watching videos.
that no one else can see.
Hang on one second, guys. Hang on. While you do that, give me a minute, guys. I'll
Oh,
be right
never
back.
mind. I couldn't find it. I was looking for a tip to fuck bees.
God damn it! I spit.
Oh, it's some way thing to fries. They're small, but oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, Burger King for sure.
Burger King, eh?
Burger
Yep.
King. God damn. Anyways, Goku,
Oh,
what you been up to
did y'all
in the past week?
did y'all know that the Burger King made a cover of Baby Got Back that was a serenade to SpongeBob and his ass.
Oh goodness.
I'm sorry?
Yes, actually, that was actual advertisement.
Oh my goodness.
I had a random benefactor bring me Burger King.
Oh,
Yeah, you got your
Yeah,
Taco
Did you
Bell.
get
I
his
got your
fare?
Burger King.
And Mike,
the longer we go
Mike,
on, the
you-
more food will appear. If we keep doing this
Yes.
long enough, we'll solve world hunger.
if you do this long enough, Pink may not die of starvation. May.
I do feel bad for Pink. That's the second time he's had to listen to people get food. You too,
Where's
Ed.
mine?
All right, Pink. I'm gonna be
laugh
back in
at
like 20
your
minutes. I'm gonna
pain.
go and. All right, Pink. I'm gonna be back in like 20 minutes. I'm gonna go and make myself bacon.
Bacon.
Bacon, bacon.
Great.
Oh, French fries. How I love you.
But yeah,
I don't
freaking,
need that girlfriend when I can make love to French fries.
Is that a new fetish? Are we on to food fetishes now?
Oh, these cookies.
I mean, there was the Justin Timberlake song Carry Out.
There was.
The fries make Mike supersized.
I forgot that you guys. Did they have supersized fries when you guys were kids, or were they already gone?
No.
No, seriously, they were already done because they were a thing when I was young, and they were great because they were bigger fries and they filled you.
I know the Super Size Me documentary thing came out when I was still relatively little, and the thing is, I didn't go to McDonald's like at all when I was a
I
kid.
just-
That's a fast food joint that I've maybe eaten at a total of 3 times over the entire course of my lifetime.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Okay.
When I was a kid, I thought
Yo,
McDonald's
yo.
was trashy and it sucked and I hated it, and I didn't come to appreciate it until like the last few years.
Yo, y'all, I just wrote burger into the YouTube search bar and it just autocorrected to Burger King foot lettuce.
Oh, good.
Number 15.
Goodness.
Let-
Anyway,
There's something beautiful about the transition from McDonald's. Oh, that's for poor people. I'm not poor. I'm 5 years old. To,
I'm not poor.
oh,
I'm 5 years old.
Holy shit! I can get a burger and fries for how much? Fuck me! This is the best place ever.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's just it. Is that well, I mean, they are getting a lot worse now. It's the point where there's McDonald's is about an hour and a half away from me. I don't go there just for the McDonald's, but there's a really nice town that's got like a really cool
But
shopping center or whatever.
if you don't go there, Ronald breaks into your house.
Yeah, I wish. I mean, it's great. They are at McDonald's fries. There's 3 ways to make them. You either make them to where they taste like white papery cardboard, or you can make them to where they're fresh but still don't have a lot of flavor, or if they're fresh and hot and they've actually changed the oil recently and they're not cooked in stale oil, they have a really good robust flavor to them. And most McDonald's don't do that. Most McDonald's just let them sit in oil longer than they should, blah blah blah, it's cheaper, etc. This other McDonald's that I'm talking about that's an hour and a half away, they are really good about it. They switch out the oil constantly. Their fries always have like a really good, like I said, robust flavor to them. And the thing is, fuck, I just lost my point.
Nice.
All I'm
You
saying
got-
What
is
was I
more
just
food.
gonna say? Oh shit! Oh no, I'm sorry. I remembered it. There's not much more to it, but yeah. When I do go out there, I guess regionally the prices are different. I can't get a single large fry. Not even, I mean, fuck supersized fries. When I was a kid, supersized fries were like $3. Now, when I go over to this other McDonald's outside of town, each individual fry is like I think like $4.50 or $5.50 for a large. For a single order of large fries, it's like $5 fucking dollars.
Mhm.
I mean, again, hey, back in my day, but no, seriously, when I was young, you could get like a burger and a fries and a shake and everything else for $5 and probably still have change. So yeah, it sucks.
It's nice to have Mike on the podcast, so I'm not the old geezer here.
Oh, you're the oldest otherwise?
Yeah.
Oh. And I've got probably like a decade on you, so yeah, I do feel like an old man. Actually, probably more than that. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
25.
25?
Yeah.
Oh, let's make it
Oh.
almost 20 years on you then. Never mind. Yeah, thumbs up. I'm cool hanging with all the young cool kids who have phrases I
Yeah.
don't understand.
Hello, fellow kids. I'm here
Yeah,
for here for
See,
information and more.
even though I'll say I'm relatively young, I still feel like
Yeah,
that
you
meme
are young.
most of the time. Like, hey, fellow young kids, how's it hanging?
It happens.
You guys still say hanging? What's
Yeah,
the
right.
short
Yeah,
slang
just
nowadays?
hanging.
And how fast culture moves nowadays, it pretty well happens as soon as you leave high school.
Yeah.
It honestly really does. Speaking
But then when you
personally,
think about it, high school never ends.
that's kind of what I was going to say is actually after getting out of high school, for me at least, I can't speak for everybody else, but I have been pretty much the same person I've been since that time. You know, me in the 30s is me right now. I mean, you guys have known me. Some of you have known me for like 10 years.
You've
I'm
lived
the same
since
guy.
30s.
What about my 30s? What?
You've lived since the 30s.
If I actually said that, my bad.
Not the 1930s, Addy.
We're almost in the 30s. We're getting there. Which is weird to say.
Depression gave him longevity.
Yeah.
It did. That and the blood of young runaways.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised. I'm older than Pink.
Oh, you are?
No, you're not.
Okay, I now have
Goku's
some
40.
time frame as to how old Goku is. He's older than 25.
Oh,
older than 25.
You slipped,
Yo-
Goku.
younger than younger than the sun.
I'm admitting that much, but I'm not going to admit it specifically.
All right, Goku, tell us where you live, your exact name, and your social security number.
Yeah,
Social
thanks,
security
David.
number is
You don't have to share that with them, but give me your
678
credit card information.
455.
Would it be safe to
455, I'm
say
writing
that
that
you are
down.
younger than Moses?
Goku, have you
That narrows
parted the Red
it
Sea with a
down.
Beyblade?
Pardon?
Goku, have you parted the Red Sea with a Beyblade?
With a Beyblade.
Oh my god.
Part of the
Oh.
Red Sea with a Beyblade.
I get that reference.
I don't. I know
I do
the Red
not.
Sea, and I know what
Mike,
Beyblade is, but yeah.
Mike, in the Beyblade lore, Moses parted the Red Sea with a Beyblade.
Oh, fuck you. Really?
Yes, actually.
Seriously?
Yes, genuinely.
Oh, I'm so.
Kids will love it.
I was gonna say I don't, you know, I obviously, well, I mean, I don't know how obvious it is, but I'm not religious, but I would find that so offensive. I would be so pissed if I
If I
were
Christian,
a
I'd laugh
Muslim
my ass
or a
off.
Christian.
That'd be so goddamn stupid.
But it's just so stupid that it's almost like, how dare you be so stupid to this?
I mean,
Like,
Mike,
like
there's
the third most important character in religious history. Go ahead. What's
Mike,
that, Eddie?
there's a sitcom anime that I haven't watched, but I've heard a lot about, where Buddha and Jesus live together, and then they it's a slice of life series, but like there's this one episode where Jesus becomes the leader of the Yakuza.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
All right. I mean,
That's
you don't need any more.
So Goku, have you parted the Let's See with the Beyblade?
I can neither confirm nor deny these accusations.
Very diplomatic answer.
I cannot
Oh.
confirm nor deny that there is a picture of me.
No, I'm not me. Oh shit. I hate when Discord fucking eats what I'm about to say. God damn it.
I only heard the no.
I said, no, I'm not me.
Like shit like that reminds me of the freaking Phoenix games or Dingo Pictures movies, which none of you know of. But Dingo Pictures was this like German bootlegging company that made bootleg Disney movies, and they featured lines like, they featured lines like, "Your father, the Black Panther, is your father."
Oh shit.
That's good stuff. I kind of like bootleg cartoons. I feel bad for them though too. Excuse me. I shouldn't be talking while I'm eating, but hang on.
How rude.
It actually kind of was.
Spit it into Pink's mouth. He'll appreciate it.
Oh, gross.
Like a bird.
Here, eat food like a bird, right?
Like a bird.
Yeah, I feel bad for cartoons that are so clearly ripoffs of Disney cartoons, because I know that parents will unwittingly buy them for their kids, and their kids will hate them, and they'll hate their parents, and the parents will then in turn hate the cartoon, and it's like, it's a whole big fucked up mess. But there's a sort of weird fascination with like total bargain basement, like what's the company that always rips off, or at least used to? I don't know if they still do. I don't see too much. You knew exactly where I was going. Yep, Asylum. It's like the cartoon version of Asylum. Like every now and then I'd see like a cartoon version of like Titanic, or I'll see a cartoon version of, I don't know.
Which one? The Italian one with the speaking dolphins, or the Italian one where it turns out that it was all a hoax?
Wow, I wasn't even aware of the second one. There's a cartoon version of a Titanic movie where they say that it was a hoax.
Killing
Well,
DiCaprio was a hoax?
well,
He's
yes.
never been real.
I know
Well,
about
they-
that movie.
Really?
They don't say it's a hoax, but it's like it's like, oh, everyone here lived happily ever after. It was just a
Oh,
bad dream or
gotcha.
something like that.
Okay, yeah. It was fine. It all worked out. They had the
Yeah.
iceberg, but
Oh,
then like
no.
the like singing mice fixed it or something. Wow.
Yeah, I know a lot about like bootleg cartoons.
I think that's actually pretty funny. Yeah, I like that kind of stuff. Actually,
Yeah.
give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna grab a soda to go with these fries, not to rub it in anyone's face who's hungry, because I was very hungry before the fries came. Yeah. Someone just
That
ate,
caused
apparently.
Pink physical pain.
Pink,
It
Pink,
sounded like
Pink
you'd
just
been
Pink just took
shot.
It did.
Pink just took 2d6 emotional damage live on recording.
I don't even know what that means, but I think it's accurate.
He just sounded like he got shot, or like someone ran up from behind him and like kicked him in the back or something.
They
All
pulled on
right.
his hair.
Yeah, it honestly did. It sounded like a very natural reaction. Give me just a moment. I'll be right back. Go ahead and talk about
All
whatever.
right.
Yeah.
So Goku.
Yeah.
So Goku, what'd you do with your week, man?
Like I've been dodging that question for a while, eh?
I mean, Goku. It took us 3 hours to finish my week because it kept evolving into Mike and W talking about movies.
Goku, can you give me some fries?
I'm lightheaded.
Goku, can you give me the cable? I can't talk. Oh no.
I wish I could pay. But you don't live in Canada.
Yet.
Heck yeah, man.
Oh,
So
shit.
Goku, your week.
Oh, my
Goku,
week,
talk-
yeah.
Yeah, talk about your week before my fucking brain cells freaking
Like,
evolve into furry. Go ahead.
I didn't do anything interesting, really. Like,
God damn it.
I went back to work, but I wanted to like play a game with you guys before my work week started, but my work decided to cancel that.
Sounds
Sucks.
nice.
But I did watch your Left 4 Dead video this week. It's pretty hilarious, and I can't wait to play with you guys.
Yeah. I saw you got a lot of playtime in Left 4 Dead.
I do.
Oh.
It's weird because I only started playing it with my friends because they decided like, well, let's play this game. Like I never played it. I sucked at it. I still suck at it.
Oh, so do I.
Hey.
You're in good company.
Oh yeah,
Well,
we
I
can
don't-
suck
I
together.
don't mean to shit on anyone's parades, but Pink, you've got 10 hours in it. He's got 220.
Like I suck better than you, man. Oh wait.
Wait, hang on. We need to go back to the whiteboard here.
Exactly. Like I suck to the max.
Eddie,
No.
did you wait that entire time to go fucking look up what the code was for you rock cancel that the moment that
No,
Goku said cancel
it's not
that?
No, it's not you rock cancel that. It's I'm the greatest cancel that.
Well, either which way, did you fucking hear Goku just say my work canceled that, and you were like, well, clearly I need to go do this.
No, Goku said something that set me off. I even forget what he said that set me off, but I was like,
He
all right,
said
I need
that
to.
he
I
was
need.
planning to play something with us before work. Before
No,
work
after
week
that,
started,
after
but
that,
his work
he said something after that set me off, and my brain just went, all right, it's time to use your VGS knowledge. and I spent a half a minute trying to figure out what I'm the greatest is.
Well, now Mike's gonna come back confused.
Like I'm confused right now.
He's gonna come back like, is that a Guilty Gear
Should have
game?
should have played more Smite.
I only played the one time with you guys.
Yeah.
No amount of playing that game will make you understand salt.
But yeah, Goku. What I typed is the keystrokes you need to do when you go into the voice the built-in voice chat thing that they have to say I'm the greatest. Cancel that. In theory, at least.
I suppose so.
Continue.
Oh yeah, like I would love to try doing a tank run with you guys,
Yeah.
which sound like it could be a lot of.
If we
Lot of
manage to
dying.
get all 6 people for Left 4 Dead at some point, we could do 3v3 versus,
Yeah.
which would
That'd
be
be fun.
fucking crazy.
Oh, definitely. And bragging rights, right?
And what?
Yeah.
Bragging rights.
Bragging rights, yes.
Oh man. Oh yeah, but another game that I could, because I have a better PC. Have you guys heard of Ultimate Chicken Horse?
I have.
Yep.
Yes.
Have you guys played it?
No.
I have
No.
not.
My PC probably can't run it.
It can.
Okay.
No, because I can remote play all y'all.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, remote play has a lot of shit. Like we could play the wrestling games with remote play through too. Wait.
Well, I prefer. Pardon?
Go ahead.
Oh, like I can do it because I bought it like a good computer. Oh man. Ugh.
With each passing minute, my freaking I start learning more words, and then after a point, I will just give up.
I believe it. What time is it now over there? Like 2?
Yeah, 2:12
2:12.
a.m.
Dang.
Your
Get down
family's
there,
gonna
man.
wake up in the middle of the night to just hear coming from your room.
There is no my room.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh.
Welcome
Okay.
back.
Thank you. I decided to just finish the food, so I didn't have to be chewing while trying to talk at the same time.
Oh, wow, you're more polite than I was.
There is
You were
there is
quiet
no-
when you ate. Oh, go ahead. Andy,
there is no my room. I live under the stairs in the freaking doghouse.
I can only assume that was relevant to whatever I just walked in on. I don't know what you're talking about.
We're
No,
just
he's
talking
saying
about
that's
how
where he eats
Mike.
his Burger King.
In the doghouse?
Yes.
Yes.
That way the dog won't steal his
Like-
food. The dog would check everywhere else.
Oh, an actual dog. Okay, all right. When I hear doghouse, I think of like like a slummy, slummy apartment or place that you've been kicked out of, and
Oh
have to. Yeah,
no!
an
They
actual doghouse.
my family set me up with a small like freaking doghouse under the stairs. That's where I live.
You're
They
one
at
of the
least give
people
you
under
a
the
little bell,
stairs.
A wooden storehouse.
They at least give you a little bell though, so you can ring it. Like when troubles are going on, you can yell "Sanctuary, Sanctuary."
Isn't that a Quasimodo thing?
Yeah, yes. Everything Addy has just said is a lie, Mike. In case you haven't noticed.
I'm not giving it any.
Remember when I told you that you should assume everything Addy says is a lie?
Yeah, well, which is fair enough logic. Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say is I wasn't even really like going so far as to either think it was a lie or not a lie. I was just trying to even understand what you guys were talking about. So,
I was
joke's
so
on you.
confused.
Yeah.
By the way, with
Okay.
the Burger King thing, Mike, did you know that the
Yes.
Burger King made a cover version of Baby Got Back where he serenades SpongeBob's ass?
Oh, we're
Yes.
back to the.
That actually is true. Yes.
See, I'm not lying.
I know about the ad too.
No,
Yeah, I
now
remember the
Mike's
commercials.
lying.
No. Nope. They really had a commercial where they had they were advertising for what were they advertising? It was some kind of new. I don't know.
The
A new
advertisement
sandwich
was
all like
or something.
fat
weird. You
burger or
didn't even
something?
notice what was being advertised.
I don't think I
Well,
did.
the joke answer is that they were advertising SpongeBob's ass because that's what it comes
Right.
off as. But
Yeah.
the actual answer is that they were advertising the SpongeBob toys being given away with whatever their Happy Meal equivalent is.
Mm. Okay. Yeah, the kids' meal, I think.
Oh, yeah, what a great way to advertise to children to a sponge shaking its butt.
Yeah, you kids
Oh,
like
God.
sponges, right? You like asses on sponges. Isn't that what kids are
This
into
is how
these days?
people start getting weird.
I've been
fetishes.
But
told
you
that
just-
kids are
you
into
just-
ass.
You just don't get it. You just don't get it. SpongeBob's ass is just so perfectly square that the king can't help but get a stiffy. He just gets sprung.
Jesus.
Funny.
Did you guys ever see or play the giveaway games that they had for Burger King back in the
I've seen
mid
them.
2000s?
I've seen
Yeah, like-
them.
I owned at one point. I think my ex must have wound up getting it because I don't have it anywhere. I don't think we had Sneak King, which was on
The
my
best
request. I was like, please get that. That looks so fucking like ridiculous, and it was fun, but it was
Metal King
ridiculous.
Solid.
Metal King Solid. Yeah, I kind of, in a way, it kind of
Metal Gear
was.
King.
Metal Gear King.
Because Metal Gear Solid, it's Solid Snake.
Solid Snake. Yeah, that does actually.
It's a
It
Solid
should be
King.
Metal Gear Burger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Watch out,
Either
Burger
way.
King's got an evil brother. Oh no, it's Fry King.
The Fry King.
Yeah. Brother.
The actual. Brother.
We are.
No.
united
The
by
Burger King.
cursed
Burger King.
cheese.
Jeez. No, the Burger King's evil brother is King Burger.
King Burger.
The burgers have turned on
That's
us.
so
They're-
delightfully stupid. I love it.
I know, that's what I was thinking. It's not the Burger King, it's King Burger. They have McDonald's, we have McDowell's.
No.
Coming to America.
McDonald's, fuck. Ronald McDonald's evil twin is Donald McDonald.
Donald McDonald. Or
That-
Donald McRonald.
No, Mike. Donald McDonald is what they renamed Ronald McDonald in Japan because they can't pronounce Ronald.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Well, they
sure,
can. It's just harder.
Yeah. I would assume so. Why not?
I mean, it's something like Ronaldo. Ronaldo.
Did you guys see
Yeah.
the? I think everyone did. I think we might have even discussed it on the forum. But there was like a thing very briefly in Korea where a bunch of kids went into a McDonald's and had a French fry party, and they ordered literally like 10 trays worth of French fries and just ate it in a big giant party group.
Oh,
Violence.
okay,
Okay, I guess. No, what?
This was where?
I think it was Korea. I think South Korea.
no.
Let me see. French fry party, and it's yeah. Oh my God, this look. Oh God, I just want more fries right now. Just looking at this. Yeah. Let's see.
For a second, I thought that was actually like Scott Steiner's Twitter writing something. Oh, is this the Mac shitter?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'll have to look at that. I'm underneath that will be the picture of all the. Well, you can't miss it. You'll see.
Oh
Yeah.
my God. That is a ludicrous amount of fries.
that is like my. If I had that many French fries, I would roll around in them. I swear.
Man, I'm hungry.
I know. I don't know what's worse. You not having gotten any food and being hungry, or me having gotten enough food to make me even hungrier because it wasn't enough to fill me. And now I'm in
Alright,
the same boat as
Pink.
you are. It's like, oh my God, I'm hungry.
Pink, I'll help.
Well, thank you.
And that's what Mike would be like with the fries.
There you go. Pink, help.
I can't get a nice big view of the Scots. Oh wait, here now I can. Okay.
Yeah, you just got hit open original.
The
Oh, this
Repo
hasn't
Man
got
took my
diner.
burger.
It's the sexy hamburglar. That
The sexy hamburger. Okay.
yeah, they redesigned.
Can I have his job?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think they gave him the job because they wanted to redesign the hamburger to be sexy, and then people were too thirsty, so he got pulled before he actually like saw the light.
Shenanigans.
The hamburger.
If people think
become
it's too
soft.
sexy, that'll just bring in more customers. That was a terrible marketing decision on their part.
I mean, like,
You
like,
hope
the
they'll
thing
steal
is,
your burger. Ooh.
I mean, here's the thing.
Buy a
Here's the
McDonald's
thing, though.
hamburger to bait the hamburger to come to you.
Precisely.
I mean, they could like it. Some of the advertisements write themselves. Like make a special freaking like very large beef patty burger, and then just say, oh, between those buns, there's a big beefcake, and then he's just lying between two buns.
They actually, in a backwards way, sort of did that with Wendy's and WrestleMania. I think it was Wendy's that had the famous slogan in the mid '80s that was "Where's the beef?"
woman's vagina that freaking came and kept
No,
talking about?
no. in the 80s, Wendy's had a catchphrase that was "Where's the beef?" It had an old lady named Clara Peller who was shown as going to competing burger chains, and she would see the burger that she'd get, and she'd be like, "Where's the beef?" The joke being, of course, that Wendy's is the one who's got all the beef. All these other burger chains give you very little beef in your burgers, and because Vince is Vince, for I think it was WrestleMania 2, he brought the poor old woman out. She's like 98 years old or whatever, to come out and say, "Where's the beef?" Which would then, of course, not produce Beefcake, which actually would have been kind of witty, but just a bunch of big wrestlers. Hence, "Where's the beef?" Here's the beef. It's the WWE. We have a bunch of big guys. Duh, who cares? But this is something they actually did. And not a lot of people talk about it because A, it was stupid, and B, the poor old lady, her mic didn't work, and she didn't realize it, and she just they flew the woman out there to say her catchphrase, and no one could even hear it, and it was a stupid idea anyway. But this is something that happened. This occurred.
That sounds like it would have occurred at WrestleMania 2.
Yeah,
I feel like I remember one of the
WrestleManias were
earlier.
garbage.
I feel like I remember one of the earlier Wendy's slogans being something like "touch our meat" or
Touch
something.
our meat.
Oh, no.
I'm kind of doubting that, but maybe.
There was one Wendy's slogan that I've heard recently that was more sexually charged than "Where's the
Of our
beef?"
throbbing, greasy, wet meat down your thirsty gullet.
Wendy's suck our dicks.
Right, just cut right to the chase. Wendy's, blow us.
Oh my god. Have any of you seen Idiocracy?
No, I've been wanting to, though. I've heard it was quite good.
Okay, just keep the talk going for a little bit.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, no, everything Mike Judge does is good. Yeah. I do hate, this is just a side not notification, just a little thing that I noticed is that I do not like the fact that McDonald's has not changed their slogan in a very long time. When I was growing up, they changed their slogan like 4 or 5 times, but now it's been "I'm loving it" for like 20 straight years, and I've always thought that was their worst slogan ever.
Going back to the carry out freaking song by Justin Timberlake. One of the people I watch reviews music, and that came out while he was active, or he is active, whatever. And freaking, he suggested that since "I'm loving it" is a slogan that McDonald's bought off of Justin Timberlake, that they could use carry out as a source for a new slogan. I'm humping it.
I'm pumping it. Ease. In today's society, that would probably fly. But I'd be like, yeah, man, that's cool.
So, in Idiocracy, when he goes into the future, the new slogan of Carl's Jr. is just "fuck you." And
I'm trying to remember what Carl's Jr. What their tagline even is, because I was in
Fuck
California
you.
for a
He just
while.
said.
No. They. I don't think. Yes, that's gonna bother me because I confused Carl's Jr. with
Well,
Jack
like
in the Box.
adjacent to my workplace, and I don't remember their slogan either.
I wonder if they even have one. They might not.
I don't think they do. Oh,
I don't even know if Burger King does. Now that we're talking about it, but go on, W.
Actually, yeah.
Not to spoil too many of the gags in Idiocracy with the brands, there's a lot of great brand gags there, but they also show Fuddruckers goes under some evolution in the 1,000 years to come, which turns it into...
Nice.
Oh, I didn't know you posted it. Let me look. Oh. Oh, I missed the picture of Fuel sitting on the money. What was that? What was the reference there?
You said you wanted to lie on the fries like that?
Oh, I missed it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, totally. That would be me. Absolutely. Just cozy.
This podcast has gone off the fucking rails.
Was it ever on them?
No.
It wasn't until you came, motherfucker.
It feels that way.
What
to
have
be
you
honest.
done?
I don't know, because we spent the first half an hour talking about Guilty Gear Strive.
Well, that's true.
Oh,
but, like,
see, I made it interesting.
yeah, but we hit upon like a topic that we wanted to talk about. Sometimes that happens, but a lot of weeks we don't. So we're just like, "What are you doing this week?" I did
True.
some things. All right. Well, anyways.
I did some things. Stuff happened.
Yeah.
There's an episode in The Simpsons where Homer goes out and does something illicit. I can't remember what. And he comes home and, they're like, "Homer, where were you?" And he said, no, he's about to go. And he's like, I'm just going to go commit certain deeds. As opposed to, I'm just going to go take a drive. Yeah, but no, the only bad thing I did was say that, the people weren't all that wrong about the whole twins touching each other thing, and I used the word,
I was just sorry for cutting in, Mike, but I
why
was suddenly,
stop now?
Sorry.
I was suddenly reminded that there's fucking people who wanna fuck cars.
Ooh.
I see. That's what I mean. Like,
Or
if I
things
can,
for that matter.
there's people who want to fuck apparently anything. So I mean, for me to say, hey, look, there's two very attractive women. I can't help the fact that they're apparently sisters.
I can't help I can't help the fact that they actually both Dodge Rams, Chargers.
At this
You're
point, just
right,
post the picture, Mike.
What, Goku?
Just post a picture.
I want to, but everyone lost their shit. They're like, oh no, don't post pictures of two women that are attractive.
Respect our elders,
What?
as they
The
say.
way you're talking, I thought it'd be explicit. So
Oh no,
I
I
didn't
wouldn't do
think
anything like that. No, I was just
Yeah.
gonna see. I was actually starting to explain what I was going to do, and then everyone just like went nuts halfway through my sentence. What I was gonna do is I was going to just see if the video is still on my desktop here, which it may or may not be. I'm not sure. I didn't even see it, and if it was, I was gonna skim just back and forth, across the video a couple times and just see, is there a moment where it's just the girls' faces, just looking at the camera, and I was just gonna pause it and screenshot it and just see, be like, hey, look, see, they're two very pretty women, just so you could see who I was referring to, what I was trying to describe. I was not going to
Right.
actually post graphic sex on the. No, I wasn't going to do that.
Quotation marks. You just wanted to get to see it.
Yeah, no. I thought they were pretty. Two black-haired girls, probably about 20 years old, 20, 22, something like that. I don't know. They were. I don't know the history of it. I don't know the story. Again, it appeared
they
to.
were related.
I honestly don't. I mean, because I've seen. I have seen other videos. Here's our.
Hair. Oh, sisters. What?
That's just it. Yeah. See, that's actually what I was going to say. Is that
That's racist.
apparently that's racist. There's apparently. I guess I did not know this, but again, talking about people who are into cars, people who are into horses or whatever, God knows. There's apparently so much of an interest in incestual sex that there are tons of videos out there that are like, horny slut makes her stepbrother do this or that or the other.
Have
You know what I'm saying?
Pornhub releases a chart every year of what are the most popular fetishes in each region.
Oh, interesting. I'd love to see that. Okay.
Like, let me pull up. You know what? I better put this in an incognito
Goku.
tab.
Goku, can you change Mike's freaking title on the forums? What are you doing, step bro?
No. Although I do love the Dennis Hopper. I always love the Blue Velvet quote.
Okay, I just put in porn. Okay, that did work out. Okay, so this was. I did
Turns out there
realize
is
as I
porn
was
in
writing
Pornhub.
that out that was probably going to be bad, but okay, it worked out. Okay,
yeah, I was about to say.
here's for the
Any number of
U.S. Here's
things.
for the U.S.
You have to be very careful at your. Wow.
My search history.
I'm actually kind of happy with how many states just searched lesbian, honestly. Can I just say, the
need to
ones
enlarge
related to incest are not the ones I expected.
I was about to make that same joke.
That's terrible. I love the
You're welcome,
Hawaiians.
Canada.
But
Asian Hawaiian, they want to see more of themselves.
I will say, it's
Ebony.
probably the states that are most known for racism that looked up Ebony, though.
That's interesting. Yeah, look
find-
at Louisiana, black. Huh. Oh no, well they're not necessarily racist. It's a very black state. Go on, Eddie. What were you gonna say?
I find the amount of searches for hentai very funny.
Are there any? I can't see any.
Cartoon.
Cartoon. I see it. Okay, yeah. And then MILF, one little tiny, like over in Rhode Island or something. MILF. I like it.
That's pink.
It is pink.
You get enough searches to cover for the entire fucking state.
Dang.
But yeah, that too. But look at the little state indicator there. It literally is pink.
It is. It actually
I
is.
didn't even notice that.
I didn't either until he said
I
that.
thought that's what you were mentioning. I was like, oh yeah, it is. Wait, no, we're talking about. No, wait, what are we talking about?
Okay, there's the global map.
all of Europe hentai.
Yeah.
Literally. over in the West, we're all into just girls, I guess. Not even specific colored girls.
Except Hungary. I can't tell what the fuck Hungary's thing is, but it's not hentai.
MILFs.
Is it MILFs?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to look on the chart on the left over there.
No,
yeah.
no, I don't think it's red. I think it's like purplish, so it's either lesbian or ebony.
Yeah, it's hard for me to. It's so small, I can't quite tell.
Is anyone going to comment on the fact that most of the Muslim world is specifically into anal?
I could have made a very bad joke. I could have made a very bad joke there. Oh, holy shit!
They say things about what sexual repression does to a man.
Just look at Japan.
Oh.
Well, to be fair, Japan's only into Japanese. Japan's top search result isn't even hentai, apparently.
Yeah, but see, by saying they're into Japanese, that I would assume that means everything Japanese. So that covers a wide gamut of flavors.
Why is China into Japanese?
Look, dude, octopi get around. How do you think Octodad fathered 2 children?
Now, over here in Brazil likes hentai. A couple of chunks of Brazil over there seem to like hentai.
No, Brazil's united in lesbian.
I'm sorry. I was
Chile.
Yes, thank you. I don't know why I was saying Brazil. Yeah, down there by the Andes Mountains.
And maybe Ecuador. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, that's right over there by where the plane crashed, where they have to eat each other. That was right over there where they seem to enjoy hentai.
And they're just sitting there eating each other, and they're like, "Man, I wish I was watching hentai right now."
Mature. Who's mature? I don't know my geography very well. They're just over.
Mature is a character in King of Fighters.
No, that is. He's right though. That I do have reference. I do know that reference. Yeah, there's one like directly in the middle of the map. There's like one continent there. It's just above Africa. It's dark.
I think that's Morocco.
Oh, is it? Okay, so they like mature over there.
Morocco.
No, that's anal.
Morocco is the northwest part of Africa that's into anal.
Oh, okay.
This is a bizarre way to learn geography, but here we go.
Yeah, you see the way you can discern Russia.
This goes on podcast recording without visuals, by the way.
Yeah. the way you can discern Russia is that they're really into hentai.
Yeah, you can tell. Which I don't believe. There's so many beautiful Russian women. Why would they need to be into cartoons? Come on, I don't buy it.
You just missed the amount of
same thing I ask every day.
You just missed the amount of babushkas up there, Mike.
Yeah, it is true. That is true.
But then you also dismiss the amount of babushkas.
I somehow knew that was coming. No pun intended there.
I like how most of the continents there's a general theme, but then you look at Europe and it's just like what the fuck.
Yeah, I find Arab funny because I didn't even know that there was a specific Arab porn subgenre.
There is for every ethnicity.
I guess there has to be. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't there be? I just hadn't thought of that.
Now, hold on, almost the entire Western world, same category.
Yeah.
It's just South America that kind of splinters off into little subgroups down there.
Yep.
That's interesting.
That is interesting, yeah. According to this, the entire Americas are all about lesbians more than anything else.
Except the Portuguese country. No, the Portuguese countries are the ones who are into lesbian. It's the Spanish-descended countries that are into hentai and anal, apparently, except for Mexico. Mexico got with the program.
That's what the conquistadors brought with themselves. Hentai and anal.
Look at Portugal on the map, though. They're, what color is that?
Portugal's
Pink,
also into lesbians.
Yeah.
Spain, though, is into milk.
Spain over there. Mature, I suppose.
Again, Europe is just like, what the fuck's going on there? There's some tremendous diversity of interest there.
I wonder if that, like, that would be an interesting social experiment to see, like, this diversity of pornographic interests over there in Europe. Like, is that an actual real reflection of the diversity of cultures in Europe? Is that a
just a bunch of VPNs.
Right. I just find it interesting that, again, the entirety of the Americas is all lesbian primarily. I mean, obviously they're going by, the highest search parameters or whatever, the highest odds or whatever, most interest, whatever you want to say. But then it's just interesting that, yeah, the whole west side of the map is basically one thing, and then by the time you go over there to the east, you get everything. And I wonder why that is. I find that interesting.
So Goku, what are your thoughts on the fact that Pornhub thinks you're a lesbian? I can't speak.
That's an interesting extrapolation. We're all lesbians here. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Dang, I had no idea.
All of you are lesbians. I'm cartoon porn.
I thought you were about to say all of your lesbians belong to us.
All your lesbians belong to us.
I wish something like that could be the trick in the podcast title without freaking things messing up.
We can't have a title for this podcast.
What would you call this podcast?
A mess.
The one that went forever. The one where Pink received no food.
Poor Pink.
Just copy the lyrics to the song that never ends, and just replace song with podcast.
I'd call it what Ultron saw.
Jeez.
Okay, to put that in perspective, Mike, in Marvel, there's a robot named Ultron who's like, I should learn how to better help people. So he scans the entirety of the internet and human history, and he's like, fuck people, I'm going to kill them all.
Is that an actual plot line?
That's his entire character motivation, is he looked over the internet and all of history, and he was like, fuck it, I'm going to wipe humanity out. These fuckers deserve it.
That's actually a pretty cool concept. I like that. Like, it works as a one-off joke, but if that's an actual storyline, that's pretty cool. I mean, because when you really think about it, it's like, well, I mean, like every 20 years or so, I guess we accomplish something good, I guess. We're not killing each other and blowing each other up and everything else we do.
Yeah. The movie sucked, though.
The movie sucked? Yeah, well.
The movie sucked, though.
Oh, the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. You know, I wanted to, at some point, about 7 hours ago, talk about what I had done this week.
You never mentioned it yet? I figured that would have been... I thought you would have started the whole thing with that.
No, I start from the bottom, and Pink always gets put at the bottom.
Oh.
You're saying you're a top man.
Yeah, W is the top. W is the top. Pink's the bottom. W is the top. Pink's the bottom. I'm the lucky Pierre.
The cream of the Oreo.
Why? Now on Oreos.
No, I can't be the cream because I'm too dark skinned.
Me and Addy did try to interrogate Goku on what he had done this week, but he did not give, and despite of our interrogation methods.
Yeah, that's true. I don't remember him.
We tickled him aggressively. It didn't work.
Aggressively.
If that's aggressive, my goodness, guys.
What, you saying we didn't go hard enough?
Addy was getting ready to frisk him, except he's in another country across the ocean, so he couldn't. That kind of put a stop to that. But he wasn't gonna.
He was
gonna keep trying.
Yeah.
Aggressively brush up against his computer monitor.
Aggressively brush up against his computer monitor.
I'm gonna nuzzle GB so hard.
Oh god.
I can feel the heat. No, but W, you're weak. Go. Apparently, it's enough to gag for. Oh my goodness.
So many things could be said.
Well, I'm out of it, man. I'm starting to like lose contact with reality. I didn't get much sleep last night to begin with.
Neither did I.
Hey.
Who are you?
I think I slept 3 hours coming into this podcast.
3 hours?
Yeah.
How are you still alive?
I don't know.
How are you still alive? Not even awake, but alive. How are you still living? I mean, to be fair, that's how I feel when I get very little sleep. I feel pretty dead.
It's the will to eventually grow a working tail. It's what's keeping me alive.
That's a commitment.
Oh
yes,
Alex.
Yes. What did I do this week? I
Oh well, never mind. I was gonna say the Dead by Daylight with me and Pink, but obviously 3 of us are already aware of that.
Let's see. I did watch a few episodes of Community.
That's a good show.
Yes, it is.
Is it a show that is ongoing, or is it in like reruns right now? Is it still a current show?
It's well, I would
Reruns.
say reruns, but I don't watch TV. It's on Netflix.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, most things are nowadays. Yeah.
I had already
Nobody
watched
has cable nowadays.
I had already watched through the whole series some 6 or 7 years ago. Whenever they released the final season, do you remember, Pink?
Oh,
I want to say 2013 or 14 was probably the end.
Yeah.
Or
Long ago.
Yeah, that's 7 or 8 years ago. Goddamn.
yeah, it might have been a little bit later than that, but I don't know. I would hesitate to put it any farther than 2015 because 2015 is about the time I moved to Oregon, and I think they were done at that point.
2015, June 2nd.
Yeah, I definitely watched the last season in Indiana. So yeah, it would have been before 2016. Yeah, that show is good. I liked it a lot when I was a teenager and I watched it, and I'm liking it a lot again. It's very cute. It's full of lots of little homages. It's full of lots of little jokes. The characters are written very well up until they aren't, but I've not gotten that far yet. Though even like when it comes to Community, like obviously the character writing did decline, and I think the joke writing kind of declined as well with the seasons. But at the very least, like season 5 introduced Paget Brewster, season 6 introduced Keith David, and they're both fun to be around for.
Keith David's great.
Keith David is
He's
good.
been popping up a lot today. Yeah.
Yes, and it's kind of for a show that did not do well ratings wise at all. It's got kind of a crazy cast, because like the main cast is Joel McHale. How am I forgetting her name? Alison Brie, Donald Glover, Chevy Chase, Yvette Nicole Brown, and Ken Jeong are all on the core cast for the entirety of the first 4 seasons. Chevy Chase leaves with season 4, Donald Glover leaves with season 5, and Yvette Nicole Brown leaves with season 6. And all 3 of them are sorely missed. As a matter of fact, I'd probably say those 3 are my favorite characters. But again, I still enjoy the final seasons just because, hey, Paget Brewster is surprisingly good at comedic delivery, which is a pity because she's mostly been locked down to cop procedurals and such. And Keith David is, of course, fantastic as ever. And
sounds like a pretty good cast.
It is, and it's very well written for the first 3 seasons. I will say, like, this is the thing I always point out to Pink, but it's very funny how season 1, like the first few episodes, you can tell they had written before they had actually casted anyone, and they did not rewrite them after the castings. So there's one particular character, Annie, who is played by Alison Brie. Alison Brie is distinctly white and
Pretty white, yeah.
Jewish, and the character was originally written to be Asian. So they have a few little odd things. They're just a little bit like, that wasn't meant to be written for a white character, was it? And like a few stereotypes or something they applied to her that like are clearly the stereotypes of a girl Asian nerd, right?
I find it funny that they could have probably changed that after they did the casting, but just decided not to for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Just fuck it. Who cares? No one's gonna notice.
The other really funny thing is that they wrote that character to be really plain, nothing to look at, and a lot of the jokes in the first couple episodes, the punchline is Annie is plain to look at, which
I mean, yeah, I find Alison Brie pretty, so
Alison Brie is in fact quite an attractive woman.
yeah,
Indeed.
And they noticed that about 7 episodes in. They also noticed that she's very well endowed, and it resulted in this very strange change through season 1 because it was planned for the main character Jeff to have a romance with a character that was originally written to be his love interest, Britta, and Britta is pretty well written to be perfect throughout season 1, pretty well the entirety of season 1, and the actress did not like that because everyone else on the cast was very distinctly flawed and usually some variety of either idiot or asshole. So you wind up with this weird thing where season 2 just goes harsh in the other direction where like a lot of emphasis is put on Annie being gorgeous and attractive, and a lot of the older guys on campus being just creepy weirdos towards her. And a lot more emphasis is put on Britta being a fuck up and kind of an idiot, and more like, even though she's preachy, she's secretly kind of a hypocritical asshole. And it's very funny to see this kind of breakneck writing as they had to adjust for the actors being very different from what they expected. It's also one of those... Oh no, go ahead.
Okay. I was just to say, which again you'd think would have been mitigated if they'd just been like, okay, well now that we have a cast, let's adjust this a little bit. We can fix everything in like an afternoon, but nah.
Yeah, it's I still think it's really funny just having an actor come on and say, my character is too good, you need to make her more shit. It did work out poorly in some ways. Chevy Chase did not get along with the show's writer.
Chevy Chase never gets along with anybody.
That's true. But as the series went on, they started to deliberately write him to be worse and worse and worse, to just be lacking any sympathetic traits and just be like a human scum pile.
Wow.
And Chevy Chase eventually, like, he and the writer started getting fucking into it. But the really funny part is, the writer gets fired for season 4. It had one writer for pretty well the entirety of the first 3 seasons, the same guy who made Rick and Morty.
Oh.
Yeah, that weird. But season 4, they fire him. Chevy Chase stays on for that season. Then he leaves because he says, well, the new writers suck. I preferred the old one. The one that I fucking hated.
Sometimes you can hate somebody and still recognize their talent.
Yeah, and like Chevy Chase, like every interview I hear of Chevy Chase, like, yeah, he's an asshole, but he recognizes people for what they are, you know?
Yeah, sometimes that makes someone appear to be an asshole. Sometimes people just like to have shit blown up their, smoke blown up their ass. When in fact, sometimes it takes a Chevy Chase to just be like, "Look, I'm just gonna call it as I see it. You know, I think you're a dick, but you're really good at what what you do."
Yeah, and I mean,
yeah, it's interesting.
And the info that has come out about this guy in the years since, especially with him starting on Rick and Morty, does paint him as well as being kind of an asshole. So 2 assholes meet, you know.
Yeah, he. I don't know. I'm trying to think of. I'm trying to think of the most famous feud he was in. He was in some really big argument.
He did not get along with Beverly D'Angelo.
Really?
No, they hated each other's guts.
They did a pretty fucking good job of working together for like fucking 5 movies. Wow.
Yeah. Again, they were both professionals.
Wow. I guess so. Damn, that's admirable. I would never have guessed. They had really good chemistry.
I can't think of any... Well, obviously he didn't get along with Bill Murray, and Bill Murray punched him out. Well, actually, I heard the story actually was... Oh, shit. He went on Howard Stern and explained the full story.
Chevy. Okay, yeah.
And, like, it boiled down to basically John Belushi thought it was hilarious to pit people against each other, but he was intending on pitting Bill and Chevy against each other, but in a funny way. But both of them
you mean stoking backstage fires to get them to have some kind of beef with each other? Is that what you mean by John Belushi liked getting people to fight?
Yeah, but in kind of like a funny way where it's like, haha. You know, I don't know how to word it, but
I sort of see what you're saying. Like he didn't mean for there to be like intentional, actual like malice and serious like fist fights and shit. But he liked to get 2 people to be at odds just for joke, I guess.
And I think the way Chevy Chase tells the story is, then he actually wound up working a little too well. So Bill Murray and Chevy Chase are about to fucking, you know, have a fist fight backstage at SNL. And the way Chevy Chase tells it, John Belushi realized, oh shit, this has gotten out of hand. Tried to get in between them, but he got in between them at just the wrong time so that Bill Murray donkey punched him.
But you know, Bill Murray himself is he's very dry, I guess one would say. And there have been people who've had some real beefs with him. He and Harold Ramis kind of hated each other for a while, even during the filming of Groundhog Day, which, in my opinion, is Bill Murray's best film.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest. Like, I'm not a Bill Murray guy.
I generally am not either, I think.
Like, I mean, I'm trying to think, like, Ghostbusters was alright, but I wasn't, like, over the moon about it like other people.
I enjoyed it when I was a little kid, but, like, to this day, Ghostbusters is fiercely beloved. I do not share that ferocity.
Yeah. And, what's the... Caddyshack. Caddyshack, like...
Yeah.
Caddyshack, that's more of a Harold Ramis problem, but, like, all the parts that were actually written for Caddyshack, I think are actually crap. Like, dog shit. It's the parts where Bill Murray and Rodney Dangerfield are going fucking nuts with improv that I think are the best parts of Caddyshack. You know?
I've actually never seen it, so I'd have to. I'd have to. Which, to be fair, I shouldn't be saying what Bill Murray's best movie is if I haven't seen all of his movies. But yeah, Caddyshack is one that I missed out on.
I think there's an assumption that you've got, an inherently somewhat limited information pool whenever you make a statement like that, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I guess what's meant to be communicated is I think that the quality of that movie is so good that it is worthy of being in the argument of his best, and as far as what I have seen, it is his best. But yeah, it should allow, though, is not necessarily implicit that that doesn't necessarily mean I've seen all his movies. I mean, it's pretty difficult for someone to have seen every movie of an actor. I guess depending on the actor.
Yeah. Yeah, so,
Yeah, I mean,
some of them, it wouldn't be too hard to see, like all the movies of Andre the Giant, for instance, because he only got to make so many.
Right. That's a good point. Yes. Whereas, yeah, I agree.
I do want to mention... Oh, no, go ahead.
I was actually going to go wildly off topic.
Oh, I just wanted to mention, one gag in particular from Community. It's not one of the episodes I watched. It's from the last season, and it's probably the best joke in the entirety of the last season, if not the best joke in all of the last 3 seasons. Which is, the gang is going to a wedding. There's a classmate of theirs who is this hardcore, like, mouth-breathing, overweight, kind of bandaged-up glasses nerd who's also kind of an asshole. But he's getting married, and everyone's kind of shocked because everyone was like, oh, this guy's never going to get married, right?
Okay.
So they go to this wedding because they nominally consider this guy their friend, even though he doesn't particularly like them because they're both dicks to each other. And they bring Keith David along. And Keith David goes there, and they're at the wedding. And it starts like doing Office style, cutting back and forth to interviews with them.
Okay.
And it cuts to Keith David, and Keith David says, I've got a confession to make. I have an addiction to encouraging white people. And it cuts to Keith David watching, like, as the bride and groom, like, the groom is, like, spooning up meatballs and spaghetti onto his plate, and the bride's insulting the way he's spooning up the meatballs and be like, oh, stop doing that, you're going to mess up your suit and all this and that. And then Keith David swoops in and is like, now, there's a man who knows how to pick his meatballs. See, I've known a lot of people, but that's some high-quality meatball picking there. And then the nerd suddenly, like, pricks up his chin, lifts up his shoulders, and he's like, you're right. And he walks on, and it goes back to the interview with Keith David, and he says, well, the thing about white people is that they always tear each other down. And it just feels so good to pick them back up when they do that. And it keeps cutting back and forth to Keith David, just, like, throwing out the most stupid fucking compliments to just the most mundane things to a bunch of white people. And
so he's actually being serious then. He's not being facetious. This is something he actually legitimately likes.
Yeah, he seriously was saying, I have an addiction to encouraging white people. And throughout the episode, this keeps happening. It's like a recurring side plot until the very finale where they realize, hey, wait, like, some of the members of my family are sitting on your family side of the procession. Some of the members of your family are sitting on my family side of the procession. Oh shit, we're first cousins. And like everyone in the wedding drops dead serious. Like the waiter drops his fucking platter. The whole thing. There's a beat, and then Keith David just stands up in the stands. Now there's a man who knows how to marry his own cousin. Like, I just appreciate using an entire side plot like that just for the stupid payoff of, like, why would you say that?
Whoa, someone else is in the podcast with us. Holy shit. I heard a noise from somebody that wasn't you or I.
There's no one in the podcast.
I was chuckling.
That was Pink. He switched on his demon voice for a little bit.
Oh, no.
This is going on for too long. He's starting to turn into a werewolf. He's been trying to hide it all these years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I bit Pink.
Oh, he is hungry.
Sorry.
Now, how come you Addie? How come you did not interrupt W once, but you interrupt me all the time? Is it because you hate me, or is it because you respect W more, or what's the story there?
But you see, I hate W's guts, but I hate you more.
Oh, all right.
It's that easy.
That makes sense. That's fair. That's fair.
We've
No,
only
I just
lasted this
wondered.
long because we're on the opposite side of the pond.
Yeah, yeah. It's admirable that you can still get together and actually find enough to talk about every week, even though you hate each other. But
Yeah.
sometimes man, I can't stand you. What's going on with you? Fuck you. What's going on with you? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. No, I was just wondering because I
Yeah,
legit
no,
thought that
no,
maybe you
see,
guys
so,
left.
I'm fucking doing it again. Shit. No,
No, it's all
like
right.
like the actual reason is that like with the stuff you say, like sometimes you're word it in ways and where I can turn them into jokes. Dub just learned not to do that.
Yeah. You're still weak to his abilities, Mike.
I'm still susceptible to being what would be the word
Memed.
memed. There you go. Yeah, let's just go with that.
Oh man! And the last thing I want to talk about this week, because holy shit, my eyelids are getting heavy, is so I put a lot of time into not Total War Warhammer. God damn it! Oh no, I was just thinking earlier today. Oh, Mike doesn't seem to know the difference between the Warhammer games. Oh, what a
I
fool!
don't.
And then I
Yeah.
fucked up the names.
Wait, you thought that I was a fool? Fuck you!
I do think you're a fool.
Fuck you!
How dare you not know these two games that have this very similar names?
Yeah. Which are each like what, like the fifth entry in their respective franchises or something?
No, they're the second entries in each respective franchise.
Really?
Yes.
Total War and Warhammer aren't there like 100 Total War games?
Well, yes, but it's the second Total War Warhammer.
Oh, of course. Well, now that I know that, shit, what was I thinking?
Well, it's a total.
You idiot! It's not the Total War and Warhammer. It's Total War Warhammer. Oh, okay. All right. I gotcha. Sure.
Well, the really stupid thing is that it's labeled Total War Warhammer and not Total Warhammer, if you ask me.
Total Warhammer, yeah. Which I mean, I don't know.
Which, if you ask me,
Make
it
more
is the
sense.
totality of Warhammer. So hey, but yeah. So the Total War series is the relatively realistic strategy series that flips between a risk-style campaign map and then when armies actually meet, a RTS-style battle. And that's a series going back to about 99, 2000, with Total War Rome, Total War Shogun, Total War Medieval, and Total War Warhammer is just the latest and most ambitious in the series. The wider franchise, though, it's kind of considered a sub-franchise.
Oh, okay. Well, there's no way to confuse any of that.
Oh, no, absolutely not. And, dude, you are in the same position I was in with Soon like 5 years ago. And
He was the one who introduced you to all of this?
yes.
Oh, okay.
There's a whole story there, but it's a story for another day. And it was
I
basically...
mean, we've already been going for like 5 hours. 5. We've already been going for like 8 hours. We can spare another 2.
We're pushing to 9, yeah.
Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, I joined at like noon, I think. I was playing Dead by Daylight, and thank God I turned that game off a long time ago, because I was like, oh, okay, I'll leave the game open and see if Alex wants to join in. And then he said, hey, why don't you pop in? And I popped in and left the game going for about 5 minutes, and I thought, I better probably close the game. And that was, about 8 hours ago.
Okay.
Man.
So, what was I saying?
Total War Hammer of Rome.
Yes, there we go.
Part 2.
The Shogun Roman Warhammers.
Joe Rogan. Roman.
Joe Rogan, Warhammer.
Joe Rogan, Warhammer, Joe Rogan, right? Yeah, total Warhammer, Joe Rogan. Yes, total,
Yes,
fuck it.
Joe Hammer, Total Rogan.
Yes, Joe,
Right,
Joe Mama, total Joe Rogan.
Mama. But
The best units are the gay frogs.
gay frogs.
Or was it Alex Jones? I don't
Alex
remember.
Jones.
Oh, that thing. Yeah, that's right.
There are frogs in Warhammer, though.
But the question is, are they gay?
There's only men, so.
But did the water make it so? That's
and
the
they
big
are
question.
one of the best units in the game.
Oh.
Is this the same one that has the killer rat army that you were telling me about?
Both
Yeah,
of
that's
them have
Skaven.
both of the Warhammer games have killer rat armies.
That's awesome.
So.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh no!
Go
Go ahead.
All right. Like I don't actually care about Warhammer, but even I like this Skaven. So
Oh,
because they're just so stupid. Like the Skaven logic is X problem, more rats. That's just how you solve it. More rats.
more rats.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
So, okay, Total War Warhammer is basically a strategy game adaptation of the old tabletop game Warhammer Fantasy. You are probably aware of Warhammer 40,000.
I've heard the name for sure, yeah.
Warhammer 40,000 is the one with the giant space marines. They're all super fucking invincible, and they're like fucking 10 feet tall, and they all have the ridiculous Warcraft armor with like
Yes.
massive shoulder pads and everything.
Yep. That sums up pretty much my entire image of what I think of, when I think of 40,000, yeah.
Warhammer Fantasy predates that. It was basically initially made to sell... Okay, so there was a miniature company that made miniatures that you were supposed to use to play D&D or whatever. They were non-branded, but the idea was, hey, you could buy this to play your tabletop RPGs that have names that might rhyme with Mungeons and Dragons. And some guy there was like, why don't we just make our own fucking game to sell these miniatures? So they made Warhammer Fantasy, which was a war game you'd play with your elves and your orcs and your dwarfs and so on. And later on, some crazy guy was like, hey, what if we just reused some of these for a sci-fi game too? And that's how we got 40,000.
Okay.
The two settings wound up splitting off and off and off, and 40,000 steadily got crazier and crazier and crazier, which is how you end up with stuff like Space Marines, whereas Fantasy was Warhammer Fantasy is kind of defined by a conflict of more mundanity versus the more fantastical. Where, like, your average human in Warhammer Fantasy is armed and armored like a human in real life would be.
Okay, yeah, that'd be more my thing.
Yeah. But there is stuff like dragons or giant man-eating spiders that can show up.
I'm fine with that. It's actually the other. It's the as you described, like the giant, guys in like the mech suits and shit like that. Like that is the stuff that does not appeal to me.
Yeah. And Total War is like the incredibly ambitious RTS adaptation of that is trying to encompass the entirety of the Warhammer Fantasy universe, where every race has wildly different playstyles, both on the Risk-style campaign map and on the RTS battle map.
Okay.
It is...
All right.
There is a very high, very, very high skill ceiling. The skill floor, I think, is dependent on how seriously you take it.
Is that good or bad?
I'd say that's good, because even if you're losing, it usually looks cool.
Oh, okay.
You can also set the AI to easy difficulty, and if you set the game to easy difficulty, then the AI gets a bunch of malices against them that make it super easy to fucking beat on them.
It's actually funny. I don't know. That just seems so, like, almost cruel. Like, hey, I'm just gonna toy with the enemy by making them just all like get hurt on purpose just so that I can beat on them more easily. I don't know. There's just something funny about that to me.
When I tried to explain the game to you, I was like going ham with my explanation, and now I think like my thing should just be like, well, now that I've got the game for you, like Mike can just learn it at his own pace, and it's a game with plenty of single player content, so there's plenty of room for you to learn at your own pace,
Oh, I assumed it was multiplayer only.
Nope.
Oh, okay. That's why I haven't tried it yet. I figured, well, I'm gonna have to need to wait to have you show me several sessions worth probably to be able to even get into it. So.
You could have me come in for some multiplayer to show you some of the stuff, but like multiplayer campaigns are a little weird because they don't have. You have to take turns, which is annoying, and I didn't like that. But multiplayer battles are a lot of fun.
Like, is there just like a skirmish mode? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah,
to where you don't have to. Oh, okay, yeah.
It's just where you're given an allotted amount of points, and every unit type is worth a certain amount of points.
And you said the battles are RTS or turn-based?
RTS style with a focus on somewhat realism. It's whoever you brought into the battle is what you get, and stuff like formation matters.
Oh, okay, sure, all right.
Because the Total War series has been used as a like historical battle simulator, but Warhammer's like, okay, let's take that. Also, dragons, right? And I think I'm honestly gonna go ahead and say like, you should probably go ahead and install it tonight and just take a spin with it, because Total War Warhammer is the kind of game that I did not believe was real until I'd actually played it, because it just seemed too crazy.
Okay. Crazy in a good way or a bad way?
Good.
You mean oh, okay.
Like, holy shit, this is fucking Siege of Minas Tirith, the game, right?
Really?
Yeah. Like, this is Battle of Pelennor Fields, the game.
That's pretty high fucking praise. All right, okay.
And,
that's cool.
Yeah, and soon, like, I remember when Soon was trying to get me into it. I guess this can be a rather simple story. I wasn't in because I grew up on Warhammer 40k, so fantasy didn't interest me as much. I had seen a couple fantasy things, but they were like the worst things fantasy ever did, so I got a poor showing. Every time Soon tried to get me in, like, dude, this is like fucking Lord of the Rings, the game, man. Why are you not? You need to get into this. And I was like, I didn't get sold because to me it sounded like, oh, just piss poor generic fantasy. Oh, who cares? And like that was at a time where I wasn't as interested in fantasy altogether. That was a time where sci-fi was more my thing, I guess, and superheroes, unsurprisingly. Feel free to laugh, Mike. I know you want to. And,
no. It's I'm like the one guy on the forum who doesn't give a shit about superheroes. I know I'm in the minority.
I don't care either, particularly.
Oh, yeah. I never really saw you talking much about superheroes. That's true. It's just I just didn't read up, or I didn't grow up with them. I just didn't read superhero comics growing up. So I guess as an adult, they don't mean anything to me.
Yeah, it's a bit deep to get into now.
Yeah, God, phase what? Why?
Yep.
Alternate universes? Masturbatory, disrespectful hand gesture.
But what was I going to say?
How dare.
What got me in was the stupidest fucking thing, which was, like, Soon was mentioning he was playing as the generic, well, not generic, but the German human faction, the Renaissance
Germans are generic. I think that's a fair thing to say. I think you were right in the first place. I'm obviously kidding.
I say that because they're the main human faction of the setting, right?
Oh, okay.
They're the Gondor, right?
They're the like the default heroes, basically.
Yeah, except instead of being like not Celtic style Romans, they are instead Renaissance Germans.
Okay.
But he was talking about, oh, I was playing these and so on and so on. I was like, sure, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shut up, Soon.
Then Soon was like, so then I brought out my rifleman and tank, and I was like, wait, there's a fucking tank? So at this point, I still didn't understand what it was, but the idea of fantasy that had a tank, I was like, okay, this is not like any fantasy I've heard of before. Let me take a look at this.
Most fantasies don't have tanks, that's fair to say.
And there was a free weekend where you could play for a little bit. So I downloaded the game, and I played like the tutorial, and I was like, holy fucking shit, man. So I gathered together with money, bought the game, bought Warhammer 1, bought a bunch of DLC, haven't looked back.
No, that's cool.
Okay, so that's the game I didn't play this week.
Nice.
I don't love that segue.
Oh, okay. So the other Warhammer game that is also fantastic and is also being considered to have saved the franchise from death, that I also picked up for you when it was on super cheap for sale, is Vermintide 2.
Yeah. Oh wait, there's more of a title to it? Vermintide 2.
It's much more simple. It's just Warhammer Vermintide 2.
Oh, okay.
But the first one had a stupid fucking title. I hate the first one's
The
title.
End Times, wasn't it?
Warhammer the End Times Vermintide. What is that? That's word soup.
Ooh. Yes, it is. Yeah, Warhammer. Warhammer the Vermin. Say it again. What was it?
Warhammer the End Times Vermintide.
Warhammer the End Times Vermintide. Yeah, that's just a mess. That's Metal Gear Rising Revengeance quality. Yeah.
Going to this my stand.
I think the guys who make the Warhammer tabletop game mandated the End Times part, because the End Times event was going on for the tabletop at the time. But now that it's passed, they're allowed to just call it Warhammer Vermintide.
You're right, yeah.
And let me tell you, nobody called it the End Times Vermintide. Everyone just called it Vermintide.
I would assume so.
So Vermintide is like... Well, there was the guys Turtle Rock who made the first two Left 4 Dead games. Fantastic games. But Valve has pretty well spent the last 10 years with their thumbs up their asses collecting that sweet, sweet money from Steam, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that would make sense.
They
Yeah,
don't
because I
have to
keep
make they don't have to make money anymore. They're just distributors. They don't have to
I
make games
was
anymore. Just distribute, you know?
that makes sense now, but I never really questioned why I always heard so many people say when is there going to be Half-Life 3. Now I understand it's because they're not making games anymore because they're just getting Steam money.
Yep.
I never put the two together. Yeah, okay, I got it.
So the guys at Turtle Rock were like, all right, fuck this, we're leaving. And they got brought on, I don't know who, where, but they've been working on their spiritual Left 4 Dead 3 for years and years now and didn't just reveal it until just like a couple months back. So in the meantime, the guys who picked up the torch and very much fucking ran with it were the guys at Fat Shark, who made a Warhammer version of Left 4 Dead called Vermintide that focuses on the apocalypse, the end of the Warhammer universe, where the Skaven, the Ratmen, who far outnumber pretty much everyone else in the Warhammer universe, finally are able to unite after millennia of civil war and invade the surface. And
But now, oh, okay, go ahead.
oh no, you go ahead. You go ahead and ask the question.
So there's this cross between there's this merging of Left 4 Dead property and Warhammer property, but I'm guessing the rat content of it is exclusive to the Warhammer. There's no
rats in Left 4 Dead. Yeah.
yeah. I was just wondering how that all came to be, but I guess if they just
what they took from Left 4 Dead is just the gameplay, but plot wise, it's entirely Warhammer.
oh okay.
It's just they ripped the gameplay and planted it on the Warhammer setting, basically.
Oh, okay.
So
Wait, so
instead of
Vermintide
zombies,
plays
it's
like
rats.
really? So the Vermintide plays like Left 4 Dead?
Yes, but with a much bigger focus on melee combat because it's fantasy, right?
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. I would not have pictured that at all. I thought they were both RTSs. And I remember you explained, I think while we were playing Left 4 Dead, you were explaining some of the differences, but I couldn't visualize that yet, I guess because I was still starting to get to know Left 4 Dead. I don't know.
It feels impossible to visualize at the moment. But
Yeah.
Vermintide 2 is also fantastic. Not only because it's a very punchy game that like doing melee in first person is hard. Needless to say. But the game pulls it off really well. It's got some fun like melee mechanics that take a little bit to pick up, but what you do, they feel like really good, feel really punchy. There's a good rhythm to them. There's lots of blood and gore.
That's cool.
It's very satisfying, and it's a very good boots on the ground perspective for the Warhammer Fantasy universe and showing what's different about Warhammer Fantasy versus other fantasy universes. Like showing how Warhammer sometimes has more of a satirical edge, how Warhammer can sometimes be bit more grim than most fantasy universes, showing how things are different in terms of cultural diversity, showing how things are different in terms of the main human race. The German humans I mentioned earlier are considerably more technologically advanced than you'd expect in a fantasy setting, but not so ridiculously over-the-top fantasy advanced like World of Warcraft, where it's like, oh, they got fucking giant steampunk robots. No.
Right.
Yeah, Vermintide also shows that if you stick to one place for too long, then a rat ogre will spawn in and chuck freaking Borden into the 40k universe.
Okay, even I didn't get that.
Borden.
So Vermintide 1, very straight. There was 5 different characters you could pick from, all of whom had very different playstyles. You fought hordes of Ratmen. The Ratmen had special Ratmen, just like the zombies in Left 4 Dead, right?
Okay.
And I won't go into detail there because there's a lot of content there. And it was fun.
That's cool.
It was a very fun but unique enough spin on Left 4 Dead, where not only you had the intense focus on melee combat, but the Ratmen are a little different from zombies, because the Ratmen are smarter than zombies. So the Ratmen will know to like flank you, try and swarm and surround you. Sometimes they'll run away because they don't think they can beat you, and so on.
Oh, okay. A little bit Forest-like in a way.
Yeah. And it was also cute because the Ratmen can actually talk.
Oh, cool.
In one of the Vermintide games, if you kill one of the weaker Ratmen near one of the bigger, stronger, more heavily armored Ratmen, the heavily armored Ratman will say, "Minions useless. I have to do this myself."
That sounds funny.
Yeah.
So it sounds like my kind of game. Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I wouldn't have pictured myself slaying a bunch of rat type men, but it sounds like a fun time. It sounds funny.
Yeah, and Vermintide 2 made a lot of massive additions. Every fucking character has 3 different classes they can pick from. There's even more weapons to pick from. There's even more enemy types to pick from because they added, in addition to the Ratmen, they added fucking satanic Vikings.
Like not even satanic rat Vikings, just for some reason satanic
No,
Vikings.
Yeah, they've made an
Mike,
alliance.
it's just normal. It's just normal Norse people.
Oh, okay, them.
Like they're not even fantasy. They're literally just people walking out from an IKEA. It's weird.
So Vermintide 2 is generally agreed to be the better deal. They're both good games, but I picked up Vermintide 2 for one thing because I'm enjoying it and I've been playing a lot of it in the past week. And again, it's not multiplayer exclusive. You can play single player and it'll just fill the remaining team slots with bots.
Nice.
And if you just want to get used to it, you can do it that way. Though I think, generally speaking, players are better than bots.
Yeah,
Depending on the player, of course.
Yeah.
But it's a very fun Left 4 Dead kind of game. It's a bit different. The melee combat can be a little bit more difficult to learn at first than gunplay in Left 4 Dead, but at the same time, once you actually do learn how to use the melee combat system in that game, it's more rewarding, not only because of the ability to, just cleave through a bunch of fucking satanic Vikings and cut them in half, like you're the fucking hound at the siege of the Blackwater, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can do that to people, and it feels good.
Oh, I would imagine it would. Yeah. One of the mods I liked for Skyrim a lot was a mod that increased the amount of gore and the frequency of the decapitations and stuff like that. The more visceral, bloody, gory, chunky, choppy combat is actually it feels satisfying. I don't know.
Yeah. And what was I guess the one last thing I wanted to note is I guess it's not as relevant as I thought, but I do think it's really neat that unlike Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead, it's guaranteed you're going to take some hits. No matter how good you are, you're going to take some hits. It happens. Vermintide, if you are good enough at Vermintide, you can get through the entire level not getting hit once. So
do they throw as many enemies at you? Is it still like a crazy horde, but you have that much of a better time once you get good being able to carve your way through them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
okay.
The game does feature blocking with melee weapons, and blocking allows you to ignore damage entirely.
Okay.
You have a limited amount of times you can block before your guard gets broken, but, But there's a whole system of mechanics there. But generally speaking, this is why I've not really... I've asked you about playing Total War Warhammer, but I've not asked you about playing Vermintide, because I do think it's better to start off with Left 4 Dead, because Vermintide is Left 4 Dead, but more,
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
More enemies, more playable characters, more weapons. The gameplay goes deeper. By now, there are probably more levels.
When was it released?
Vermintide 2 was released in 2018?
Something like that.
Not too long ago, then.
Yeah. And it is the one that me, Addy, and Pink played on Xbox for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'd also say that honestly, to me, learning the melee combat was easier than learning the gunplay in Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, they're
kind of.
Go ahead.
And as a reminder, I played both on mouse and keyboard despite the Xbox because they made it compatible with mouse and keyboard on Xbox too. What are you going to say, W?
What was I going to say? That's a good question.
Yeah, you the last thing that I think you said was that basically I should start with Left 4 Dead 2 because
it's your choice.
Vermintide. No, I'm fine. Still continuing with Left 4 Dead 2 and just kind of doing them in order. There's no reason to rush.
Yeah.
I know that I have a harder time getting into the strategy games. That's last time I was sick, just like I was sick yesterday. But beyond that, there are times every now and then where you ask if I'm going to be free to. Oh, go ahead.
Here's a great thing about Total War Warhammer. There is a time control menu in the top right, and you can just pause the game and then give
exit out
to your units. Yeah.
Oh.
So you don't have to do the crazy RTS thing of fucking clicking all over the place like a maniac.
The difficult thing is for me with strategy games is that well, one of the difficult things is that my eyes are getting a lot worse, which sounds kind of like a silly excuse, but no, literally, I have glasses now. I have bifocals, and I've already had to. Oh, there's my cat playing with them now. Actually, leave those little babies. Yeah, literally, I have a generic pair that's actually hanging right here on my shelf, and she just noticed them just as I said that and started to try and swipe at them. Um, but yeah, I know that when I've seen screenshots of games like the Total War games, there's like so many little tiny like individual troop windows and stuff like that, and little tiny details you can click on and stuff like that. And I don't know how well I'd be able to play a game like that unless I was sitting up close to it like a computer monitor. I play everything on my big TV from like 6 feet away, so I worry about that sometimes. I think to myself, I wonder if I'd actually be able to even really play it properly.
Yeah, I think those are fair fears. Yeah.
I have the first time I really noticed the problem was with and it's such a good game too. It's a shame. City Skylines,
Oh,
real good game.
those buttons are pretty tiny.
Yeah, it's not even just that, but like the text in that game, there's like a constant little feed at the top of the
Oh god.
screen. Yeah, letting you know like, okay, here's, you need to do this because, citizens are upset about the pollution or whatever like that. And every version of the game that comes out, they've updated it with patches and, new DLC and everything like that. And people are always saying, can you please enlarge the text? And they never do. And it's gotten to the point where people release mods, but because my copy of the game is not from Steam, I cannot add mods
It's
to
from
it 'cause I
Santa
have
Claus.
to. Yes, it is. There you go. It's from Santa Claus. Yeah, it's from Santy Davy
Yeah,
Jones Claus.
Saint
Yeah,
Dick.
Saint Dick. Yes, it's a good jolly old Saint Dick. Um, and so because of that, I can't add any of these mods that supposedly allow you to enhance the size of the text because you need to go to the Steam store. And as you pointed out to me before with Left 4 Dead, you have to subscribe to the mod, which I still think is a very weird concept, but whatever. Because of that, I've never been able to do it. So, but that game is so good. But over the last couple of years, I've noticed that my eyes are starting to get worse, and it's to the point to where I really have kind of a hard time seeing that game. And when I look at again screenshots of like the Total War games and stuff like that, I think to myself, man, I don't know. I literally don't know how well I'd be able to play them. I might actually have to get
For
a
what it's
second monitor or
worth,
something like that.
you don't have to click on the little unit flags or symbols yourself. You can just like click and drag over a unit, and that selects it for you.
I guess I'd have to actually play the game and see how it would, how it would feel.
Yeah.
It might be just, part of it is me being me being, with my anxiety problems, just thinking ahead to potential issues. It might not be the same as City Skylines, because I mean, to be fair, that's a pretty extreme example. It was like how Dead Rising was at first. You and I have talked about it, but I can't remember if you experienced it the way I did. When I first got Dead Rising, it was like literally like Bible text on the screen. It was like that tiny because that was right around the time that HD TVs were getting more common, and they said, "Well, we designed this to be played on an HD TV," and fans were like, "Well, we don't have one, so can you make the text bigger?" And they were like, "Well, no." And so I literally couldn't play Dead by Day, or I'm sorry, Dead Rising all that well until literally like a couple weeks after that, my girlfriend and I got a small HD TV, and that made all the difference. So yeah, it's that kind of sucks.
Yeah, I don't think the symbols in the actual UI symbols are very small in Total War. They're certainly not as small as in City Skylines, but that's not saying much. But no, the text didn't seem too small either. But then again, I'm sitting relatively close to my screen.
That's just it. That's the part that worries me. I mean, again, I'm playing on what would be considered a large monitor. It's like whatever, like a 43-inch monitor. But again, I am like 6 feet away from it, so I'll have to look into it. I'll have to turn it on, play it, mess around with it a little bit, and see if I have any issues with it.
Yeah, no way of knowing other than just to install the game and take it for a test run.
Yeah, honestly.
I mean, as for like the anxieties part, like I think that is a fair thing that like just about everybody has to deal with. And of course,
It's
I mean,
go ahead.
Of course, some people do have it stronger than others. Both you and Addie have it quite a bit more than say me or Pink. So far as I know, Pink, but Pink doesn't talk that much about those things like that.
Well,
Okay.
as far as I know, like the Pink's only opened up about shit like that once when you weren't there.
Oh, because he
But-
hates me.
We all do.
No, because he was kind of forced to, because I brought up similar things, and he was the only one in the call, so he had to reply something.
Oh, that's interesting. Pink, for whatever it's worth, and you don't have to respond to me because I'm saying this. This is not like a way to try and challenge you to open up. But never feel bad about it around me. I'm clinically diagnosed. I'm like clinical level generalized anxiety disorder. So, whatever you've got, I'm sure I've got the same, if not even worse. So if it's a matter of, being embarrassed about it or whatever, don't ever feel that way around me.
No worries. I have no shame anyway, so nothing but pride over here.
Fair enough. Yeah. It's just with me, as they always like to say, generalized anxiety is worrying about basically the same thing that everyone else does, but way more than what most normal people would.
Yeah.
So like when I think of playing a new game, it's like, whereas most people are excited, like, oh, cool, a new game. With me, when you got me Dead by Daylight, that's a game that I told you, period, I've been waiting to play. I mean, you got it for me because I've told you before many times that I wanted to play it since like 5 years ago. And when you got it for me, I still didn't touch it. I was like, well, I need to wait until Alex can show me how to play it. I didn't have to. I could easily have just jumped in and just tried to fuck around and learn, but I didn't want to. I was like, no. I'd be more comfortable waiting for someone to show me how to play this so I don't look like a jerk right off the top of the bat. So yeah, when it comes down to strategy games, it's like I worry about information overload. I remember like the last time I played, like I really enjoyed Age of Empires 2, and when I went to play Age of Empires 3, it had a tutorial, and it just went on for like it seemed like, oh no, I'm sorry, well that one too. I'm thinking of Civ 4 maybe, one of the Civilization games I
Civ
went to
4,
play.
yeah, when they introduced
Was it
citizen
Civ 4?
management.
Oh, it was I just remember, I think it was Civ 4. I just remember there was a very long tutorial and it was like, I was like 20 minutes into it. It's like, this is like 20 minutes of shit all at once. Like, I'm not going to remember all this.
With
And I just,
Civilization, I don't even play the tutorial. There are some games where you're better off just not playing the tutorial and just
that
hopping
might
right
have been
into the game.
one. Yeah.
Civ 4, I didn't play the tutorial at all. I just hop into the game.
Yeah, I've only ever played Civ 2, and it was only for about a week. And while I enjoyed that week, I had a long campaign that ended in a stalemate. I got into a naval battle with the opponent, and literally every turn, I was just like trying to boost up my troops or whatever, and they just kept on knocking them down. It was just like, this is. It literally became a battle of attrition, and I thought I made like one mistake, and I saved my game, and then it led me to this, and it's like, wow, all the time I put into this game, it's now over. And so after that, it was like, well, I really would like to play a Civilization game again. I'm interested in the concept, but then every time I go to look at one, it's like, is there one that's for like newbies? Is there one for like somebody who's like totally dumb about geography and
Xbox.
history? And the one on the Xbox, is that what you said?
Yeah, I think that was made for newbies. Yeah,
Oh, like Civ Rev?
specifically.
Yes.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, which well, not famously, but there was a time I told some of the guys on the forum that I actually got that, and I was so happy to get it because it was like, oh, cool, this will be, my intro to the series again. This will be like a, lightweight Civilization game or whatever. I bought it for like $50, and then like I was broken out of work at the time, and I needed gas money, and I had to go back to GameStop and sell it back to them for like 15. And yeah, and then I never was able to get it again. I never found a copy of it again until literally literally about like 6 months ago. I found a copy of it. And I was like, son of a bitch! I just gave away my PS3 like a year ago. So yeah, so I'll never play that. But I keep a lookout. Civilization 6 on the Switch keeps going on sale from $60 down to 20, and they keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But I saw it at a GameStop once for 13, and I should have picked it up, but I didn't for some reason. And I thought, well, I'm gonna wait until if they have a digital sale of it for that cheap, I'm gonna scoop it up and try again because I really would like to get into that series. It's just strategy games. I haven't played one in such a long time, and it seems like my memory is getting worse, my eyesight's getting worse, and it feels like I don't know if I'd be able to just. I don't know, play one against someone who knows what they're doing. Like remember the perfect example with UW when you and I played Crusader Kings 2. I'm like,
Oh,
okay,
boy.
Stoon, what do I do? And he's just like, well, just fuck around or whatever. What are the parameters of fucking around? What does that entail? What are the boundaries? What is the rules? Yeah.
CK2 is a very funny game because I had to turn down to the lowest the resolution that's under the lowest.
Under the lowest?
Yeah, and
How did that happen?
it ran,
Like a
and
mod or
and even then it ran at like 5 frames a second,
oh wow.
and so and because my resolution was so low, freaking the game was trying to tell me about, hey, press on this part of the UI to do this.
Yeah.
Except the issue was that the UI was like 3 states away from where the actual like window ended.
Oh wow. Okay, I can picture that. Yeah.
So yeah, I literally couldn't play Crusader Kings 2.
Um, I don't think I could play Crusader Kings 2, and I didn't even have that problem. So if it makes you feel any better, I mean, me and Soon and W played it for like an hour, hour and a half, whatever. And I feel bad when I look at it. It's in my library, and it says that I played it for just that short amount of time, and I feel bad because it's like someone spent money to give this to me. I don't want to take it for granted, but I had no fucking idea what I was doing.
I
I
don't
think
think
that was
we
free.
did spend money. It was given away for free for a little bit.
Okay, that's at least a little bit better, but still, it's like you guys knew what you were doing.
Here's the other
I don't know.
kicker.
It's
I know how to play Crusader Kings 3 now. Crusader Kings 3 is
Oh, it's a good one. Wow.
much more noob friendly,
Oh.
but I still don't know how to play Crusader Kings 2 because that game is just that fucking complex.
I mean, it was just, and there's nothing against Soon, but Soon was kind of just like, just follow my lead and just like mess around or whatever. And okay, now here's where, okay, now you're in a fight. And I'm like, okay, well, all right, what do I do? And he's, press this button to do, like literally, it was almost like being dropped in a car for the first time and not knowing what any of the buttons or levers do, and being told, okay, learn to drive. And
Yeah.
it's like, okay, what exactly does that involve? Like, what do I press first? It's like I don't know. Yeah.
Soon is not one guy I'd want to learn CK2 from because he is one guy for whom the idea of the fun of that game is just dicking around and being like, I'm just gonna make the entirety of Europe now all part of the same inbred family.
the Habsburgs.
Yeah.
I was about to say.
But yeah, Mike, if that makes you feel better about the games that you've been gifted and didn't play that much, W bought me Civilization 6 for $60, if not more. I forget, and I
ouch.
can't run it.
Oh, that sucks. I feel bad for both you guys.
I
That's a
always have the
bummer.
philosophy of whenever Eddie can run it, he'll still have the game on his account.
That's true. That's true.
And Mortal Kombat 9 also can't work on your computer.
No, now it can.
Oh shit, we should get on that.
That's what I figured out.
Really?
Yeah. So what happened is that every time I boot up a game on PC, I set all of the quality options to the lowest because that's the only way they run. And then there's this funny bug with Mortal Kombat 9 where if you set the quality to the lowest, to the resolution of the textures, that is, then the game refuses to boot. I don't
You
know
were
why.
telling me about that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that now. Yeah.
And so I needed to go into the game directory, open up the config
The config file, right?
yeah, the config file, and then set the resolution of the textures to a freaking special thing, and then also the resolution of the game to a resolution that's lower than the lowest one in the game, because the lowest one in the game is 720p, and that won't run on my PC with actual frames, so I actually had to lower it to 800 by 600.
See, that's kind of one of the things that every now and then I complain about. Well, I used to do it a lot, but I don't really do it so much anymore. I don't usually find myself getting into the topic a lot anymore. But I used to complain a lot about technology, and I understand that people who would argue with me, they'd be like, "But no, the more newer technology is great and everything like that." And I'd be like, "Yeah, but like, look, for example, like what you're going through right now, Addy. They have games on it where they just
this is not right now. This is my life. Like the reason I buy consoles is because I don't have the know-how of building a PC myself, and
but that's just it. You shouldn't have to, though. That's just it. They shouldn't make games that won't go below a certain. You shouldn't have to be expected to have a computer that runs 720 just because that might be an average or whatever. They shouldn't just expect everyone. Like with me in Dead Rising, they shouldn't just expect everyone to have an HD TV. It's like some people just don't. Some people, and I've heard this argument too. Games, that require an online connection to be able to constantly, persistently authenticate that they're real and not pirated. People say, well, that's lame because there are some people, in the world who don't have a constant internet connection. And people will say, oh, well, baloney, everyone's got a good internet connection. It's like, well, no, some people just don't. Some people, they lose their internet connection in a storm or whatever. You know, I mean, they shouldn't make games for the elites. They should make games. They should make every game to the lowest possible. If the game can run, if Mortal Kombat can run an 800 by 600, which you proved it can, that should be an option. That should be programmed into the game. You shouldn't have to go do what you did to make the game work. I don't like that they do that. I don't like that they make it to where you have to bungle with the software to force it to trick it to work. It's
I mean,
just.
I don't like it, but at the same time, like I prefer the Mortal Kombat method to that than the BlazBlue method, because Mortal Kombat I can just open up the config file and just tell it, hey, running 800 by 600, and it will.
Yeah.
But for BlazBlue, I had to look up freaking fan made patch that enhances the game so it can go into resolutions smaller than 720p.
Right. See I think I might have been talking to you about this because I talked to W about this. In fact, W and I interacted with this specifically because he bought the game for me. There's an old Star Wars game that's really good, and the gameplay itself, the actual when you're actually playing the game, you can run it in several different resolutions. But the menu, like the main menu and the options menu and everything, that is hard locked to a low resolution that my computer will not recognize. So I can't start the game to get into the option menu to tell it to go to a different resolution. And
Nice.
yes, and in the case of that particular game, it does not have a config file. So so it's like it's kind of like almost the same situation. It's like you have to rely on mods and hacks and cheats and all this kind of crap just to get a game to run. I hate that. It just didn't. Games should not be made like that. I don't know. I don't even know how I got on to talking about that. So, we were talking about Crusader Kings 2 and how neither of us were able to play it for our own different reasons. Yeah, at least you had a good excuse. With me, it was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'll press buttons and hope something happens. And then it was like, I got married and I had a kid, and it's like, is that good? Should that have happened already? Really? Oh, okay, all right.
No, the only way to win in Crusader Kings 2 is to convert everyone to being gay.
I hereby convert you to gay.
Yes.
It's the only word. That's the only way to win in Crusader Kings 2 is to convert everybody to being gay.
I mean, like the people who
into Crusader Kings 2 just playing with Soon, and all 50 of those hours are me pressing buttons.
Like the way you convert everyone in Crusader Kings 2 into being gay is just they take the people who are born gay, and then by law force the people who aren't to just get into relationships with them. It'll work out.
That's a horrible dictatorship. That's I guess that's one way to play.
That's Crusader Kings 2. I mean, most people's the stories of Crusader Kings 2 are like, hey, can the Pope excommunicate me from the church if I kill all 7 of my incest babies?
I want to enjoy a game like that. It's just the more variables and complexities and parameters a game has, especially when it involves history and geography, neither of which are subjects I'm good at, I get lost. It's just I need to know what the confines are. I need to know what is within.
A lot less complex than Crusader Kings. Holy shit.
Really? Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, because again, I looked at it and it's like, okay, well, I've got a grid map, and then soon saying, okay, follow me. I don't know what that means, but okay, I'll press a button towards your character, and I guess I'm following you. And then I remember once, like, I went to war, I guess, like, I just, like, started a war, and he was like, no, don't go to war yet. And I'm like, all right, like, I don't know. I think you missed like 507 other sets of instructions before that one.
Yeah.
Like, I'm already in war, dude. I don't know what I do. I whatever.
Sure happens, man. Anyways,
yeah.
I gotta clean these peasant bodies off my horse.
I don't even know if I won or not. If I did, I don't even know how I could have. Like you said, I pressed buttons. I tried to.
The new king of Morocco. How'd that happen?
Yeah, honestly, like I remember having a child, and I was like, well, how did, like, with who? Why? Is that good? What do I do now? You know?
You don't need a spouse to make a child. It's a true power of Harold Hardrada.
It seemed that way. It just kind of happened. I was like, okay, well, I've got a kid now, and then like, I think Soon said something like, oh, that's cool because now you can do this, that, or the other, and you've got these extra bonus or options or whatever. And I'm like, I don't even understand the options I had before. Now I've got more. You know? It's like,
But you seem like you can cut off your child's balls, make him into a eunuch, and then put him into your
I
harem.
think he's telling the truth about that, isn't he, W?
He is.
Like,
He is.
yeah, I was gonna say, I think I remember Soon saying that. Yeah, I was like, well, that's cool, but like, should I do it? What's the advantage? What's the like I said, the spider web of possibilities was way too big for me to know where to go. You know, it was like it was information overload. It seemed like it was a cool game, definitely, but it seemed like a game that would require a lot of very in-depth, committed play to even know like a tenth of what you're doing. You know, I mean, I've said to you before, W, and Pink, I think I mentioned this to you before when we were playing. I mean, I've put 500 hours into Dead by Daylight. That's an action game where you kill each other. There's still tons of stuff in that game I don't know yet. You know, so I mean, a deep strategy game that's complex and, you know, super rich, and, you know, I respect it. I appreciate it. I would love to get into something like that, but it takes me a lot longer. Like, I really need to sit and be able to soak it in before I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what I'll go ahead and say, Mike, is like if you just want to like learn to Warhammer in single player, and I keep repeating this because I do think you genuinely enjoy it,
No, that's cool.
but if you just want to learn single player, then remember the great wisdom of Matt and Pat, and then invert it. See where they ordinarily say, "Oh no, girls might be watching." Invert it. Girls are not watching.
I have nothing to worry about.
That you're aware of.
Yeah. All right.
If you would rather that I try and show you the ropes, then I will be moving stuff this week. But if you let me know ahead of time, I can probably make time.
What is your schedule looking like from like
Here's the-
tomorrow onward?
I can make time anytime this week, unless you want me to do it on Saturday morning. I can't do Saturday morning, but other than that, I can't do Tuesday. I can't do Tuesday this week. But that's
Okay.
the only day I can't do this week.
I actually think I have a doctor appointment on Tuesday anyway, so that's fine.
All right.
Yeah, I'll look into it. I will check out both the games and just like futz around with them a little bit and see just kind of how I feel, just the general, you know,
But
experience.
Mike, you have to remember, if you play Warhammer alone, then the two lesbians will leave.
Oh no.
The two lesbians will leave.
But there are already two lesbians in Warhammer.
But yes, but the ones in Mike's house will leave.
Yeah.
You give me a little bit more credit than I think I deserve.
Oh, we're talking about the VHS.
No, well, that's just it. They're VHS. If they were
Goku.
real, if they were, it's the first thing he said in 2 hours.
Poor soul.
I was like, oh shit, Goku's still here.
Goku finally Goku finally.
Been, like every time I need to wake my brain back up, I'm like, what were we talking about? Warhammer. Okay, fuck it, stay on track. Don't fall asleep.
It's only like
How
12.
are you falling asleep faster than me?
I've
I
been
don't
awake since
understand.
7 a.m. and I only got 3 hours of sleep.
Oh,
so did
right.
so did I.
I've been awake since 6 a.m. actually.
I think I woke up at 5 and we start recording at 6 p.m.
I have been awake since 12 a.m. It is now 6:42 p.m.
Oh joy.
Good
Have
lord.
fun.
Goku, have fun.
Goku's been awake since the beginning of time.
He's been awake almost as long as Terry Funk has been alive.
Yeah, almost, but not
God.
quite.
Every now and then I forget that he even is still alive. Wow.
He's trying not
Seriously.
to be, but God keeps
Yeah.
saying no.
I don't know how you can forget Terry Funk when like how you can forget Terry Funk is still alive when he was there in the freaking in paradise.
They're in
Don't-
paradise.
Yeah, Adam and
Yeah.
Eve were walking around. You just
Oh,
heard Terry Funk in the
actual
background.
paradise. Gotcha. Yeah, he's been around.
Yeah, he
In English, we usually call it Eden, Addy.
Oh, that I guess that would make more sense. Yeah.
It happens.
yeah,
Weird language
well-
things.
When I
Yeah.
thought of paradise, I was thinking like a beautiful beach and, you know, like tropics, and I was just like, paradise. What am I missing? But yeah, it makes sense.
yeah Terry Funk was there in Paradise City.
Yeah. Well, the grass is green and the girls are pretty.
Oh,
Yeah.
please shut off that song.
Why? You don't like
Like
it?
I hate that song. It's like,
that's like my third favorite Guns N' Roses song.
it's like
I have
I
one.
think
I
I
have
like
one
one
specific.
of their songs. Go ahead.
I have one specific reason for disliking that song. Burnout Paradise.
Anyway, to be fair, they play that song like relentlessly. Every time you're on the menu, as you sit and wait for the first tutorials to show you where everything is, take my dad is bad, blah, blah, blah. And to me, I think the song's already repetitive. I'd have to listen to it again and really objectively try and give it a chance. But my memory is that it's like literally just the chorus over and over and over until the song ends. Like, is there actually anything in the song but the chorus?
I don't think
You know
you're.
what song
I
isn't
don't know,
repetitive?
but
I don't think you're allowed to be I don't think you're allowed to like Terminator 2 and not like You Could Be Mine.
Yeah, I never really cared for that either.
Damn it.
That's the end credits
Damn it,
song,
Bob.
right?
No, it's the song that plays during the canal chase.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought the Canal Chase was a score, a musical score, like Hans Zimmer or something.
Well, it is after the because John is playing it on a radio he's got on his.
Does
dirt
have a
bike.
radio? That is true.
But after the T800 snatches him off the dirt bike and the dirt bike gets smashed by the semi, then it stops playing.
Oh, okay. I'd have to go back and see it again. I do think that I know there is a Guns N' Roses song at the very, very end. Like after, it fades to credits and it has the Terminator theme. That the famous music. Yeah, which is an awesome soundtrack or awesome score. But then, as is typical of most movies, the credits they're too long. So by the time that score ends, then they put in a song. And my memory is that it's a Guns N' Roses song.
Probably.
It starts with like a heavy drum beat, and then oh god, yeah, I know. There's a song, an actual song with words at the end of Terminator 2.
They probably just reused "You Could Be Mine." Yeah.
I think they did because I think that's the one that I remember Guns N' Roses was being pretty heavily promoted when that movie came out. So I'm assuming it's probably that one same song.
Yeah.
Guns N' Roses is like with AC/DC to me. I don't like the sound of the singer's voice.
I think that's fair. I'm not fond of Ronnie James Dio.
Which is interesting because he to me is that's interesting to me for both of our sakes because I don't, now that you mention it, think that he sounds too much different from Guns N' Roses. So I don't know why I like him and don't really care for Guns N' Roses, and then vice versa for you. Huh, I never thought. Now that I think about it, I only like Holy Diver. I've never really heard of his other music.
So does everyone else.
Yeah.
I don't like Holy Diver.
Oh man,
I'm not huge on it either. I was just saying.
Oh.
As most people go, you say Ronnie James Dio. They're like, yeah, Holy Diver. All right, any
Right.
other songs? I don't know.
I don't know, not even know, but I don't know. Fucking don't ask me. I played Howard some Ghost music, and I was like, "What do you think?" Because he's in a band and everything like that. And it was the same thing. He was like, I said, man, I gotta tell you, I like the music a lot, but I hate the singer's voice." And I said, "Well, what I mean, I understand."
I can see why you wouldn't like lead singer of Ghost because it's very classic,
It's not
like,
metal,
but the
right.
lead singer is singing very gently.
Yes.
And
yeah. Go on. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, you're used to Ozzy or Ronnie James Dio, who is trying to push their voice to the max and fucking pretty well shriek sometimes. Not so much in Ozzy's case, but Ozzy's still shouting a lot,
Right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I think that's a fair way of looking at it. Yeah. Oh God, Tobias Forge of Ghost. He's a very soft-spoken guy, and he has a very soft singing voice, and he's not very aggressive. And most of the complaints I've ever heard against Ghost are that they're like, "This isn't metal. Metal is when you growl and yell." And it's like, well, I mean, there's no rule that says that, but okay.
Melodic metal exists.
Yeah, I mean, people.
Symphonic metal. Symphonic metal is what I'm thinking of. But yeah.
Yeah, and he's not even. He himself has said that he's not even a metal band. He's like, well, we do some metal, we do some pop, we do some rock. We're just, they did a disco song that was a hit. It's like he just makes music that he likes, and just people, seem to be really confused by that. I mean, W, you know
We
Square
need you
Hammer.
to fit into our little boxes.
Honestly, that's how it seems. Yeah, I mean, because he has a song called Bible, which is a cover. He didn't make it, but he has a song called Bible, and it's beautiful. It's soft and it's pretty, and it's talking about people losing God and people going astray and everything like that. And then he's got another song, my favorite, Year Zero, which is a fictional song about the rise of Satan. It's like and they sound completely different. They're two totally different songs, and people are like, I don't know. To me, they're like Blue Oyster Cult. They're like a combination of like Pink Floyd and Blue Oyster Cult. They're not a strictly metal band. They won a Grammy for a metal song, yes, but that doesn't mean that all their music is metal. And it seems like people insist that they have to be. And I don't know. I just don't get that. I don't know.
I
Yeah,
like
man,
them. I don't know
genres.
much about music. I know enough about music
Yeah.
to really make a significant statement.
I certainly don't know all the
Genres,
different genre names.
genre shit like that makes no sense. Like, for example, there's this band I keep bringing up recently because they're the most recent freaking thing of this that I remember. But there's this band I listened to called Water Parks, and they used to be a pop punk band. Now they're more alternative. But when they try to be pop punk, the people who are into pop punk and metal and shit like that were like, oh, this is not real pop punk, or this is not real metal because the lead singer is not dressed in all black and has dyed hair.
Yeah, see I've seen that same thing about the singer of Ghost. They're like, he doesn't have long hair, he doesn't look like a rocker. And it's like, what does that have anything to do with
Yeah.
the music?
And then now that they switched to a more alternative sound because that's what the band wanted to do, the same people are like, oh well, this is losing its edge. It's not as hard.
Right.
Even though like Water Parks was never particularly that hard, they have some hard songs for themselves, but those are the songs where the like those are songs that are specifically written by the singer to vent his frustrations with life. Like one of them is literally called Tantrum. So
I would assume it's probably an aggressive song.
yeah. I mean, the dude is going through things.
Yeah.
Okay, so the
Yeah, we need 10 more.
longest-
We need 10 more minutes, and it's gonna be 10 hours. I know.
Is it really?
Yeah.
We're gonna need 20 minutes, and it'll be 10 hours.
Ah,
Which
20.
I think
All
goes
right.
past the YouTube upload limit, doesn't it?
No, there's like a week or something like that.
Actually, but strangely enough, no, it's 12. You can't. I don't know why that's such an arbitrary number, but yeah, it's 12. Because I remember I had a video that was 12 hours and like 10 seconds, and I just trimmed down those 10 seconds. Yeah, let me double check. I'll confirm for you right now. I'll go over to my
All
channel
right.
and see what my longest video is. Yeah, because I have a Columbine video on my channel. It's a compilation of footage that's about 12 hours long. Let's see.
I'd still like to wrap it up sometime soonish, honestly.
I don't know about
Might
that.
as well.
I'm getting
Yeah.
It's a little late for
We're stuck here
me.
forever.
Everybody just
About
talk
the
over each
4 hour
other. Just
mark.
don't give a
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah.
Just keep talking.
go.
You don't
Who cares?
give a
Either.
shit.
Hey, every now and then, yeah, I had
Thank
French
you
fries
for
today. Man, they were
participating.
so
I'm trying to
good.
talk all
This is the best
Evil
podcast we've
Not
done.
even
I
helping.
can't do it
Okay,
anymore.
thank you.
I can't do it
Stick with the
anymore.
team,
I can
motherfucker.
still do this. I can still do this all
God,
day long.
kill me.
This is our life now.
Oh, good. This is the life that he chose to live. Yes.
That was-
Over and
People
over
are
again,
screaming at me through the walls, and I don't know what they're screaming at me for, but I'm assuming they're screaming at me like, please, for the love of God, stop the fucking podcast.
Nah, I'm good.
I have to admit that I'm impressed that immediately with just the suggestion, no debate, no discussion, we all immediately went into what W said we should do, which was so
Except
overlapping
Pink,
each other.
the motherfucker.
Oh, Pink wasn't doing it? Oh, I couldn't
No,
tell.
Pink wasn't.
Oh, see, I didn't have the thing open to see the names. But well, I guess that just goes to my point number 2, which is that we did like I can't believe that just I guess the 3 of us then did such a good job. Oh, so it was
Forgetting
for
about
you.
Goku again, you motherfucker.
No. I figured me, Eddie, and Goku. That was
Oh.
just the 3 of us, right?
God damn it, I can't count.
Yeah, it's too late. What are you doing holding the podcast? this
What
late?
is math?
Yeah. But I like the fact that just the 3 of us alone were able to make what to me was a complete din of indecipherable noise just by talking. Like it worked that easy.
I think we've
Like-
got the podcast title right there.
A din of noise that means
A
nothing
complete
or whatever.
din of indecipherable noise.
I mean, I don't know if that's better than because he's in the comp dungeon.
Yeah. I mean, it's solid competition.
You put that on the like I don't know if these are monetized or not, but
They are not.
oh yeah, you have to get to I forgot. You have to jump through a bunch of hoops to be able to monetize. Before I forget, let me look at my I told you look at my longest video. Let me do that right now.
The only reason I participated is I like growing with people, as you guys probably know.
I thought you were gonna say you're only here for the money.
That's all.
I
Yes.
like how Goku spent all this time trying to get on a podcast, and we've just sucked him dry.
Mm-hmm.
There is no more life force left in him.
There's more in a way.
Oh no, my God, there's more.
Goku's gonna need another 100 weeks to recharge before the next one he comes on to.
Yeah.
Fair
If I
enough.
see you guys online, I'll join in. Maybe.
Maybe. My longest video is 11 hours, 58 minutes, 43 seconds. So yeah, 12 hours is the limit.
All right. We are not going to be hitting that.
No.
Yeah.
If we do, I'm just going to walk away at the not fucking 10-hour minute and leave the damn thing running.
Just let it go.
I mean, I was going to suggest that the second we hit 10 hours, like 10 hours, 0 minutes, 1 second, we stop the recording, whatever's going on.
Yeah,
Right.
just cut, just hard cut. Yeah.
The Demogorgon got us.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I should really want to.
Can we call this the 10-hour energy since the last 5-hour one was 5-hour energy?
No, I'm not gonna make it to 10 hours, dude. There's still
I was gonna
17
say,
minutes left of that. I ain't got 17 minutes of content left, motherfucker.
I would love to end the podcast in a controversial way. It's like,
In 10 minutes, I'm gonna start making fart noises with my mouth and while smacking them with my finger.
content.
Content.
It'll still be better than whatever PewDiePie's doing. And fucking
Yeah,
Bazinga.
damn right. That's right. Oh, there's one called Bazinga now?
It's the asshole in.
Oh, I know that the one guy on that stupid show says it. Yeah, the Big Bang Theory.
Oh God, Big Bang Theory. Yes,
Yeah.
Yes.
there we go.
Yeah. But is that also the fact that you mentioned it
small
after
fuck hypothesis.
PewDiePie? What?
You heard me, bitch.
No, I didn't. Fucko.
Aggressive. English, I do not know.
Oh, that was the fucking Eric Andre bit right there.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
Oh shit.
I said small fuck hypothesis, Mike.
Let me just put this in the Discord. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what this is gonna be here. Eric, look at me go, fish. What is that? What is that from? What is this reference to?
I'm honestly kind of amazed you're not into Eric Andre show. It seems up your alley.
I've never heard of it.
It's a interview. It's a joke interview show run on Adult Swim, where it's just Eric Andre interviewing various celebrities, but they don't get told going in that the show is a complete joke, and it's basically just Eric Andre fucking with a celebrity for an hour, and then they edit it down to 2 minutes of footage.
Okay. Sounds different, that's for sure.
I feel like
segments of Eric and his co-host Hannibal Buress just generally doing stupid shit like this. There's a really great one where they're interviewing what's his name? The crazy member of the Chicago Bulls, the lunatic.
Oh yeah, that guy.
The current one? I don't watch current.
The classic Bulls with Jordan.
Oh, the crazy one. Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Horace Grant.
The dyed hair.
Dennis Rodman.
Dennis Rodman, thank you.
Yeah.
Dennis Rodman. They brought Dennis Rodman on to interview, and they keep trying to fuck with him, and it just completely doesn't work. There are loads of celebrities that they just absolutely mess with. Kelly Osbourne lost her shit, for instance, and she started to Eric Andre oh, hey, didn't your dad bite a head off a dog once? And Kelly Osbourne gets dead serious and says, it was a bat, asshole. Like taking it completely
So
serious.
she
and it's
really
honestly, like,
takes personally, yeah.
yeah. And like he keeps trying to fuck with Dennis Rodman in little weird ways. And
Dennis doesn't sell it.
not only does Dennis Rodman not sell it, he keeps out weirding him unintentionally. Like he starts just rattling off these stories about Hulk Hogan, and then he starts rattling off like the classic Hulk Hogan sayings and Hulkamania and all this and that. And it just cuts to Eric Andre, who is ordinarily fucking crazy, going, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
He actually says that. He actually asks him this.
Yeah, and then later, Dennis Rodman, Eric Andre gets hit with the idea of like, okay, I'll set Dennis Rodman off by asking like the weirdest question I could possibly ask someone on an interview. So he asked Dennis Rodman, "Hey, you ever kiss a dead body before?" Then Dennis Rodman very just matter of factly said, "Yep." And then Eric Andre goes, "Like on the lips?" "Yep." "And they were friend. Like, were you at a funeral?" "No." And like there's a beat, and they like Eric's like, okay, next bit.
During this, does Dennis Rodman seem to be enjoying himself, or is he just kind of like bored?
I don't know. He's impossible to read.
He's aroused.
Yeah, Addy said he's aroused.
My goodness.
Oh no.
Like
I wouldn't be surprised.
you can tell that on the interview. Like Eric Andre loves to like read people and try to figure out how to get to them. And like Dennis Rodman is just completely befuddling him. And he's like, "What? How do I crack this guy? He's fucking crazier than anything I can actually come up with."
That's actually funny. I like that. I like that Rodman is just like inscrutable. He can't he's too weird that you can't out weird him. Like, why did you wear the wedding dress that one time? I felt like doing it. You know? Oh, all right. Yeah. Okay.
Why did you think it was a good idea to date Madonna?
You're right.
I
Oh
was just want to
man,
have fun.
that's Cindy Lauper.
No, but I could see Dennis
White
Rodman
female.
answering with that anyways.
That is true. That is true.
Oh man, there's some chick he got on there, and it was a younger actress. I think it's a chick who's in that Doom Patrol show, and he just abruptly asks her, "You ever do cocaine?" And she asks, "Am I allowed to talk about that on TV?" And she's like this very young, like pretty
I was
girl
gonna say,
who's
it
all
seems
done
so-
up like very nicely.
Yeah.
And she's looking very prim and proper. And then she like almost kind of like, I don't remember if she out and out says it, but she kind of implies like, "Oh yeah, There was one interview with like Fred Durst or somebody where just like the payoff like near the end is a fucking some crew member drives a dirt bike on stage and drives it through Eric's desk as he and Fred Durst both dive out of the way. Show is
Gotta keep rolling.
Oh no. There was a WrestleMania where they had Limp Bizkit come out, and I remember they literally said that it was the WWE's favorite band in the world.
oof.
They said this, yeah. They actually had like Howard Finkel say, you know, it's the WWE's favorite band in the whole world. Limp Bizkit.
I mean,
Honestly, roughly around WrestleMania 18, 19 thereabouts. Back when he was still doing the
I
the
mean,
Undertaker's theme.
Mike,
Yeah.
are you trying to imply that there is something Vince loves more than a salting cracker covered in cum?
Jesus Christ!
Where did that come from?
I guess that's what a Limp Bizkit
Limp
is. Huh?
Bizkit, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh.
Limp
is that
Bizkit,
camera?
Limp Bizkit.
Yeah. Why is it?
Limp, I don't know, but
Why can't it be water?
Limp Bizkit is a Fred game apparently where Fred dudes stand around freaking a salting cracker and then jerk off onto it, and whoever lasts the shortest has to eat it.
I did hear that before. Actually, I did. I'm sure it's just a urban legend. I would hope. Who knows? Honestly, who knows anymore? But yes, I
I'm
actually have heard that.
confused. I'm scarred, and I need to leave.
Well, on that positive note.
Sadly, we are all chained here as per our contracts.
we gotta wrap this
We have
up.
contracts?
It's one of those things to where just by being a part of the podcast, you like implicitly allow that you are locked in. It's like one of those stupid fucking. I don't even know how legally this is possible, but like you've seen those websites or whatever. And by visiting the site, you agree to. It's like no, I don't. Can I walk around with a sign that says by looking at me, you agree to give me your wallet? And if not, why not? How come I can't pull that shit? But yet, all over the internet or whatever, but by using this, you agree to... No, I don't agree to anything until I say I agree to it, fucker. Oh, well, you're using our site, so you've agreed. It's whatever.
Oh. Okay,
You're full of burps and piss tonight.
Yeah, I am, yeah. I'm glad the mic picks that up.
It's the best part of the podcast.
Oh, God.
Wow, we've literally been talking all day long. This has been interesting.
Oh, you guys,
I feel like
Let's
the
never do this
freaking
again.
yeah. Next time we do this, we do this live with people actually sending money so we can put it towards a charity. Let's suffer for a reason.
Well,
We need a fan base to do that.
I'm still hungry.
Yes. I'm implying that we wait like 12 to 15 years until we get a fan base, and then we do it.
Oh wait, what if I buy 100 fans?
buy them.
No, like not people.
Can you still get black people that way? Come on, someone call me on that. Someone call me on that.
Mike.
There you go. There you go.
Is what it was.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It's all right. Someone needed to say something, so yeah.
Well, to be fair, you and Goku were both going for lazy jokes there. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey. Which one was lazier?
Are you talking about an aviary? What are you talking about?
He said which one was lazier.
Oh. Man, I can only hear in one ear, and it's a really shitty earbud. So there are several times where you guys have just said something, and I've been like, uh-huh. Well, what came through on my side
yeah,
was,
precisely. Anyway.
You know what I like?
Why someone would shoot a man before throwing him out of a plane.
Not many people know this, but the G in random GB stands for glazy.
Glazy? He's
Yeah,
glazy.
the G is silent. The G is silent.
Well, it could be glazed. He's in like glazed over, like W sounds like he is right now. Just totally just like.
I don't know. Glazy to me implies something else. I don't think Goku would like that.
Do you have a dirty mind for being asexual? You have a
I was about
lot
to
of.
say, this has been like Addie has been going fucking ham over there today. I don't know what's up.
I mean,
It's all been about buttholes and sex and cum and shit. I've lost track.
it's a normal Saturday night, is what you're saying. No, but
It's a Saturday night. I got no date. I got a full bottle of Fanta and my All Rush mixtape. Let's go.
but no,
Yeah,
I'm on point with the freaking with the sex jokes just because I've trained. I've spent years training myself trying to fit into freaking people making sex jokes. So now it's all I can do.
Let's see if I've said this one to you guys before. A group of guys and a girl wind up on a desert island together. After they're together for a couple weeks, the girl gets so ashamed of herself for what she's been doing, she kills herself. After another couple weeks, the guys get so ashamed of what they've been doing, one of them kills himself. Finally, the last remaining guy gets so ashamed of what he's been doing that he reburies the female.
Oh.
I see.
Necrophilia is hilarious.
It sure is.
What's the wrong time?
It's
Yes,
yeah.
I understand.
It's a time.
It's 9:50.
It's Vader time.
Oh, it's time!
It's
Oh,
time.
tank up! Oh shit!
He's a Vader, Mark. He loves Vader. Who
He just
can
fucking
blame him?
springs out of bed. He carries the rest of the 4 minutes of the podcast by himself.
It's only 4 minutes.
Genuinely, what's the wrong time though?
It's down to 3 and a half. Fuck me. 3 and a. God damn it. The
Yeah,
clock
three-
keeps
three-
moving.
three-
Oh,
me.
you're drunk.
See.
3 minutes? 3 minutes.
All right, 3 minutes.
I
Yeah,
mean,
3
we
minutes.
more or less made it. It doesn't matter to me. But if we do get to the actual 10-hour mark, that is, yeah, you gotta admit that's pretty impressive. or sad.
Yeah, at this point, we might as well wait those 3 minutes. We can talk about something.
Well,
For 3 minutes.
How about Pink's Day? You know.
We talked about Pink's Day, I think, right? Or
Okay,
did we?
cool.
Yeah, we did.
We
Surely
did.
we did.
Good.
Okay, we talked about
Goku
Green
wasn't
Day.
here for it, but we definitely did.
Yeah.
All right, coolio.
I'm learning to resent Goku here because he's only been here for 4 or 5 hours. He hasn't had to suffer like the rest of us.
But the funny thing is that
He'll suffer next time.
yeah,
I suffer enough just hearing your guys' voices.
Yeah.
Oh!
To be fair,
Oh,
we subject.
correct.
Okay. What'd he
I
say?
can't believe you said that about all
he
of you
said-
guys, but not me, because my voice is beautiful.
What'd you say?
that I suffer enough just listening to you guys.
Grace?
I have my own
She
thoughts
died
here and
years
there.
ago.
The blessing.
What are you saying? You hate losers? Me too.
Oh
I
man.
hear something. I hear something. You couldn't hear a dump truck drive through a nitroglycerin
Natural
plant.
glycerin plant. Where did that even come from? Why are we doing that all of a sudden? Who even knows at this point? Do we need rules?
Send help.
When my brain stops working, I revert to a primal state, and the most constant thing throughout the entirety of my life, the fucking rocks upon the eternal shore of my life, has been Christmas Vacation.
Please, if you know what we can do to get this podcast back on track, send help to this PO box.
Right.
It's on screen right now.
And said
What
food.
And poor Pink hasn't eaten all day.
Hey now.
Oh, but then again,
I'm gonna
yeah,
piss myself again.
when this
Go
is done,
for
I'm gonna
it.
go.
I bet there's a fetish for that too.
Oh, there really is.
Goku
There
has a
absolutely
diaper
is.
fetish.
Oh yeah,
the
there's
last
that.
minute begins.
The last ride.
No, like I was gonna say, like after name it R. Kelly.
Oh
Oh,
God,
terrible because it's true.
he's gonna keep getting away with it apparently, and no one gives a shit.
Oh, he never
I
did
thought
get
he
any.
was dead.
I'm
No, that's
working on it.
DMX,
I'm working
sadly.
on it. Give me some time.
Probably forgetting him for exchanging him for some other rapper who did some other horrible thing and died.
I'm
There's a
honestly
lot of
He's
wondering-
not a rapper.
What's that?
R. Kelly's not a rapper.
He never
an R&B
had a
guy,
rap.
isn't he?
I mean, well, yeah, I guess he's R&B. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew that he do that one song because I said he sang, or not he. That would be very interesting. But someone sang his song at my high school graduation, and it was very much not rap. But I just kind of, I don't know.
10,
Just
9,
I
8,
All right.
7, 6,
Here's a picture to end the
5,
podcast.
4, 3,
Yeah.
really
I
gonna
don't
cut
know
it
why.
off at one.
1. Oh, 10-hour podcast. Oh, God.
Yup. Bye.
Where are the fireworks?
Oh, God.
In my ass, Pink. In my
Oh,
ass.
see again.
Yeah.
Why's it always gotta be a sex thing?
Ass related in particular.
Why
Just like that map said over to the east.
It's the easiest joke to go for. That's why.
Why of all episodes is fucking number 182 the 10-hour special?
It's
Why
so
not?
stupidly
Picture the most
random.
random number.
Right.
And this
I
is
love
the one
that.
Goku
Hey,
Jones
that's
for,
why
so
I'm
it
here.
works out.
It did. It
This
did
is
work
true.
out. We almost could have gotten Soon on
It's
here
Goku's
too.
fault.
Oh God,
Yeah.
yeah. Soon, who has a girlfriend that waits on him, so
He waits on him?
I don't know. I'm not saying like she waits on him like she nags
Oh,
him. No, I mean
she.
I mean, Soon
no.
actually has a girlfriend who he lives with and probably expects him to do his fair share of house chores.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I didn't know that he lived with her. Oh, good for him.
Hey, babe, I'm just gonna go disappear for the next 7 hours. You cool with that? Okay,
Hey,
bye.
hey, babe, I'm gonna disappear for the next 2 days. See
Yeah.
ya.
That's
Like,
why.
You know, I feel like the Eric Andre bit should be in the freaking the year-end compilation.
Which bit should?
The Eric Andre.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was pretty funny.
My guts are coming back up.
It's either that or those tacos.
Probably. One the relation. I don't.
Words.
Help
I
me.
cannot.
They-
I think it was serious. Like every hour that go by, the brain cells just go
He can no longer even
Not even
form
just a single cell, just a
cohesive
large
sentence.
cluster of them.
Like here's the by the way, here's the thing with the whole like freaking making a lot of sex jokes. It's like it's the easiest fucking form of comedy that I know. so I'm
pretty
I'm at
easy.
such a reduced state of functioning that I can either focus on not slipping into the furry shit, and then I do that, or I slip into the furry shit, and I do that. There's no win.
There's no in between.
Yeah.
Who is before I forget, because I probably will, and this might not come up again. Who is Flower Volcano? Someone mentioned them
Pink
earlier.
sister.
Who?
Pink sister.
Yeah,
okay.
It's my little sister.
Oh, I didn't know you had a sister, nor that she braved this form or whatever, this podcast or whatever.
Little did you know, I listened to all of this.
What?
Little did you know that she listened to all of this.
Oh. It
Yeah,
says that she's got a Game Boy. I don't know what that symbol
No, she's on phone. That's what that means.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, what you didn't notice is that there's a way for people to listen in on the conversations without it popping up on the side for us. So she's
Is
been
that
listening to
actually
all
true?
of this. No,
Okay,
No.
I wouldn't know because I don't know Discord very well.
no, that would be a breach of privacy. So no.
Actually, I guess that's true. Yeah, that would get them in pretty hot water. That's true.
Indeed.
Wow.
I think W died.
I can feel the wrinkles on my brain.
I can't. It's all smooth.
Can we please wrap this up?
Just
I was waiting for you to go ahead and call it.
Title this podcast all uppercase bad, and then put it at the end.
Or Alex
We've
died.
already
that's
got
it.
fucking come in of Indus noise.
Yes, I see. All right.
I completely
Yes,
agree.
the come down of noise.
Hummed in the noise is all I heard from a very weak attempt at making that
Not
into a
President of the
sentence.
United States, everyone.
God bless America. God bless America. Fucking play ball.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this
Well.
again next week.
Addie, say bye. Addie, say bye.
Wait, is the podcast still going?
Yes. Yes.
What?
I haven't stopped
I
it
thought
yet.
you cut it off, man. You cut it off.
Stopped like fucking 5 minutes ago, and my headphones fell off.
Say it. Just say it, man. Fuck me.
I already have.
You have?
Yes, I have. That's why I assumed you stopped the recording. I've said bye like 12 minutes ago.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it either.
You know what? You should end it when one of the times that Addie says bye.
I think you should keep all of it.
I am not going back
you
and
don't edit
editing
this.
this. Fuck that.
What?
I can
That's
cut out
all
2
I know.
seconds for
Yeah.
a fucking century of goddamn fucking format. What's it called? I don't know. Fuck you.
Hey, we love you too.
I don't.
I know. Screw you all. I'm out of here.
Oh god, I'm gonna cut the fucking recording right
Yeah.
now.
Bye.
Oh,
Bye.